Lin Xiao traversed into the role of a tomb guardian, endowed with unparalleled perception and the ability to acquire extraordinary skills through touch, growing ever stronger in the face of formidable foes. What kind of tempest will ensue in the fantastical realm when he encounters the will of the heavenly Tao? Chapter 1. In the harsh fantastical world, my perception is maxed out. Eastern region. Sword Demon Sect. A dense throng of people congregated in the outer plaza. Most faces were etched with terror. Where is this place? Why have I been captured here? How dare you seize me? Do you have any idea who my father is? How can there be so many people? The atmosphere was chaotic and tumultuous, with cries of disarray echoing throughout. At that moment, a cold snort pierced the air. Silence, all of you. Simultaneously, an oppressive aura enveloped the crowd, nearly suffocating them. As the sound faded, a middle-aged man clad in a blue robe ascended the platform, surveying the masses below as if they were mere ants. His gaze was piercing, and not a single individual dared to meet his eyes. This is the Sword Demon Sect. If you wish to preserve your lives, behave yourselves, he proclaimed once more. Upon hearing this, the nearly 10,000 ordinary souls in the plaza were left in shock. The Sword Demon Sect? The infamous demonic cult known for its malevolence? It's over. It's over. Am I to perish at such a young age? Surely they don't intend to use us for their nefarious practices. Damn it, my luck is abysmal. Run. We must flee immediately. Indeed, I must escape from here. Some individuals, stricken with despair, collapsed to the ground, while others bolted towards the exit. The expression of the middle-aged man on the platform remained unchanged. He merely raised his left hand and gave a gentle wave. Scores of sword energies surged forth. Hut, hut, hut. Those attempting to flee were struck accurately by the sword energies, falling to the ground without even uttering a cry, lifeless on the spot. Hiss. The remaining onlookers were rendered speechless by the scene before them, even hesitant to draw a deep breath. I told you, if you wish to survive, behave yourself. It appears you are quite compliant now, the middle-aged man remarked with a cold smirk. No one dared to respond. I understand that each of you harbors confusion about why you have been captured here, but that is of little consequence. What truly matters is that this presents an opportunity for you. From this point forward, I implore all of you not to resist. I will conduct a talent assessment. Regardless of your aptitude, the Sword Demon Sect will treat you well. Upon concluding his words, the middle-aged man waved his left hand once more. Nearly 10,000 beams of white light cascaded from his palm, surging into the crowd. This incited a fresh wave of chaos among the masses, as they feared he was about to unleash a massacre. Yet, the white light caused no harm. It merely adhered to each individual's body. These beams of white light were talismans. Once affixed to a person, the talismans began to change color. Some transformed into a light crimson, others into a deep red, while some shifted to a pale yellow or brownish hue, and so forth. What could this possibly signify? Expressions of panic, fear, and confusion were etched across the faces of the thousands gathered. The terror evoked by the words Sword Demon Sect was overwhelmingly potent. Yet among these individuals, there was one whose gaze was strikingly different from the rest. He was a youthful figure, fair-skinned and strikingly handsome. As he gazed at the jade talisman affixed to his person and the middle-aged man atop the platform, his eyes sparkled with an intense brilliance, radiating fervor. Is this what cultivating immortality truly entails? His name was Lin Xiao. Just a month prior, he had traversed into this realm. Unlike the popular narratives of transmigration, he did not experience rebirth, nor did he inhabit another's body. Instead, his essence was consumed by a beam of golden light, leading him to this new world. He had not awakened any convoluted, extraordinary systems. He had merely acquired a singular talent: maximum comprehension. Thus, over the past month, he fervently sought out various cultivation sects, eager to join one and experience the formidable power of his newfound gift. However, lacking connections and knowledge, he faced numerous setbacks and narrowly escaped being ensnared by human traffickers. Consequently, Lin Xiao resolved to calm himself and proceed with caution, step by step. This world was not one of peace. It was a realm where disagreements could swiftly lead to violence and plunder. In a land where might dictates morality, the strong reign supreme. Yet, to Lin Xiao's astonishment, Just as he was preparing to methodically embark on his journey of mortal cultivation, he inexplicably collapsed. When he regained consciousness, he found himself alongside nearly 10,000 others in the Sword Demon sect. The very name of the Sword Demon sect suggested it was not a righteous faction. Moreover, the middle-aged man's callous act of murder only reinforced Lin Xiao's realization. This was indeed a land rife with conflict and moral ambiguity. Nevertheless, he has finally entered the esteemed sect of cultivation. Could this be a fortuitous opportunity? Ha ha ha. Among this group, there are actually 2 with 6th grade aptitude. Remarkable. The middle-aged man laughed heartily. He then tossed 2 tokens towards the individuals radiating with green light. From this day forth, you 2 shall be recognized as formal outer disciples of the Sword Demon sect. The 2 recipients caught the tokens, their faces a mixture of astonishment and elation. Thank you. Thank you for your esteemed recognition, my lord. Thank you, my lord. The middle-aged man waved his hand dismissively, saying, "You may call me Elder Chun." The 2 bowed deeply once more in gratitude. To escape death and ascend to the status of formal outer disciples of the Sword Demon sect is a stroke of fortune surpassing that of falling coins from the heavens. Witnessing this scene, the others were not only shocked but also filled with intense envy. Although the Sword Demon sect is deemed a sect of dark arts, to be chosen as a disciple signifies profound blessings, far exceeding the status of an ordinary individual. Elder Chun then turned his gaze toward the remaining individuals and continued, "Those who radiate with yellow light, step forward." Nearly 1,000 individuals, hearts pounding with trepidation, stepped forth. "Your aptitude is acceptable. You may serve as servant disciples at other main peaks. Do you consent?" Elder Chun inquired. "Yes, we consent." They all responded immediately. Though framed as a question, they discerned the underlying threat in Elder Chen's tone. "Do you refuse? Then death awaits." The grim fate of those who had come before them lay sprawled on the ground as a stark reminder. Serving as a servant disciple at the main peak, this was a task they could endure. Elder Chen nodded and tossed out a bronze token. "Those who radiate a crimson glow, step forward," he continued to call. This time, nearly 4,000 individuals emerged from the crowd. "Your talents are rather ordinary. You may serve as outer disciples performing menial tasks. Do you accept?" he inquired. "We accept," the 4,000 responded in unison, their voices resonating with eagerness. Elder Chun then threw a handful of iron tokens to them. At this point, approximately 5,000 individuals remained in the square. The jade symbols affixed to them had not changed color. They remained pristine white. Lin Xiao was among them. His expression was somewhat grim. The jade symbol was presumably used to assess their aptitude. Different colors represented varying levels of talent. The fact that his had not changed seemed to signify a lack of cultivation potential. What a misfortune. Surely, this could not be the case. After all, he possessed exceptional comprehension. The crux of the matter was that a lack of aptitude would render one worthless in the eyes of any sect. Ordinary sects would undoubtedly dismiss such individuals outright. But what of the Sword Demon sect, a sinister cult? Would they allow one to leave? As Lin Xiao pondered this, a sense of dread crept into his heart. Should he confess to Elder Chun about his comprehension? At least that might spare his life. Yet, if he did confess, he could scarcely imagine the consequences that awaited him. Caught in a dilemma, Lin Xiao was startled when Elder Chun turned his gaze to the remaining individuals, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. "The rest of you, follow me for a moment." Chapter 2. Is this cultivation method difficult? It seems rather simplistic. After a while, the remaining 5,000 individuals followed Elder Chun to a secluded location on the back mountain of the Sword Demon sect. They had no choice in the matter. A few attempted to sneak away, but they were swiftly detected by Elder Chun and executed on the spot. "All right, we have arrived," Elder Chun announced. Arrived? The crowd was utterly perplexed. There was seemingly nothing here. Could it be that Elder Chun intended to eliminate them? The thought sent waves of panic through their faces. Fortunately, Elder Chun did not regard them, but instead gestured towards the void and cast a spell. Suddenly, a transparent barrier materialized before them. "Old Gung, I have brought this group for you," Elder Chun said respectfully. "I understand," an ancient voice responded, followed by 2 crystalline stones being thrown from within, soaring towards Elder Chun. "Thank you, Old Gung. If there's nothing further, I shall not impose," Elder Chun said joyfully as he received the stones. came the elderly voice in reply. In the next moment, Elder Chun vanished from sight, leaving the bewildered 5,000 behind. Before they could voice their confusion, a tremendous force enveloped them, dragging them into the barrier. The scene shifted. It was an endless darkness, filled with an eerie ambience. Surrounding them were rudimentary sword tombs, each bearing a long sword thrust into it. The chilling wind howled ominously. As autumn makes its initial entrance, an aura of chilling desolation permeates the surroundings. With a deep inhalation, a piercing sensation fills my chest and abdomen, bringing forth an unbearable pain. Where am I? Why are there tombs of swords everywhere? The agony is excruciating. Surely, there is toxic gas here. The sword demon sect seeks to bring about our demise. I refuse to accept this fate. I am not ready to perish. Amidst the chaos, a venerable voice resonated in the ears of the 5,000 present. The tone was gentle, yet every individual perceived it with utmost clarity. You stand within the sword demon sect's sword tomb of fiery heaven. I shall now impart to you a technique for cultivating vital energy. Only those who successfully complete 3 cycles of this practice may become guardians of the tomb. Subsequently, the ancient voice recited the cultivation technique. The individuals present seemed to grasp a glimmer of hope, enduring their excruciating pain as they listened intently. Lin Xiao was no exception. He had initially thought his prospects were grim, yet unexpectedly, a deeper mystery unfolded. Guardian of the tomb? What manner of status is this? It hardly seems significant. Nevertheless, it is better to cling to life than to succumb to death. Moreover, he was finally being introduced to the techniques of this world. Despite the fierce, stabbing pain in his chest and abdomen, Lin Xiao seated himself cross-legged, focusing intently on the teachings. The cultivation technique, often elusive to ordinary minds, resonated in his ears like the melody of celestial beings. Gradually, Lin Xiao became entranced. The chaotic energy within him began to flow along a defined pathway. 1 cycle, 2 cycles, 3 cycles. Today, those capable of cultivating the qi and completing 3 circuits of the celestial cycle may claim the identity of a gravekeeper within the sword pavilion to the south. The ancient voice faded into oblivion upon uttering these words. Unbeknownst to the elder, after a short span of incense, one among the 5,000 opened his eyes. A subtle brilliance gleamed within his gaze, and a faint dark golden aura enveloped his form, so dim that none could perceive it. Is this spiritual energy within me? Is this the qi cultivation technique? Lin Xiao marveled inwardly, feeling an overwhelming sense of comfort. His entire being brimmed with vitality. The agonizing sensations that once plagued him vanished entirely. With each breath, the cultivation technique activated automatically, albeit at a sluggish pace. When he exerted his will, the speed of its operation accelerated dramatically. In the brief time of a single incense stick, he had already traversed 10 circuits. With the cultivation method stabilizing his spiritual energy, atmosphere, and meridians, had he thus stepped into the threshold of the qi refinement realm? Lin Xiao pondered, uncertain, recalling the ancient voice's words, stating that one must complete 3 circuits to claim the gravekeeper's identity. He realized he had surpassed this requirement by achieving 10. With this thought, he rose, determined to claim his identity. Yet, at that moment, he was struck by a chilling revelation. Of the remaining 5,000 individuals, more than half lay lifeless in pools of blood, their breaths extinguished. With a casual glance, it was evident that a significant amount of time had passed. What on earth is happening? Lin Xiao's eyes widened in astonishment. He had been deeply engrossed in his cultivation practice, completely oblivious to any commotion outside. Suddenly, piercing screams echoed nearby. Lin Xiao quickly turned to see several individuals, their bodies impaled by sharp streams of spiritual energy, blood gushing forth as gaping wounds appeared. Within mere moments, those unfortunate souls succumbed to their injuries. Good heavens! Lin Xiao was taken aback. This was no mere spiritual energy. It was far more lethal than sword qi. Observing that others remained seated, he too refrained from hastily seeking an identity at the sword pavilion. He understood the adage, the nail that sticks out gets hammered down. Without absolute strength or a hidden trump card, Being overly conspicuous was not advantageous. Moreover, this was the Sword Demon sect. Although he had only been there for a little over 2 hours, Lin Xiao had already grasped the essence of cruelty and brutality. He returned to his seated position, closed his eyes, and resumed his cultivation practice. With each cycle of his internal energy, the spiritual energy within him solidified incrementally. However, after completing 10 cycles, a subtle frown creased his brow. For reasons unknown, he felt an unsettling sensation regarding the path of his internal energy, as if it were meandering unnecessarily. Moreover, he noticed numerous similar discrepancies within the cultivation formula. Perhaps a modification would yield better results. Adjusting here and there, Lin Xiao utilized his instincts to refine his exclusive energy cultivation method. In no time, the rate at which he absorbed spiritual energy began to multiply exponentially. In the dimness, a spiraling aura of spiritual energy began to swirl slowly around him. Those beside Lin Xiao, who were diligently practicing the qi nourishing technique, suddenly noticed that the previously tumultuous spiritual energy had become even more agitated. The cries of despair erupted in a continuous wave. The number of those who collapsed was beyond counting. The remaining count dwindled to 2,000, then 1,500, 1,600, 300. When the number reached 150, it finally ceased. Lin Xiao reopened his eyes. The more than 100 survivors hastily rose, each face etched with terror, their hearts filled with a sense of having narrowly escaped calamity. They had not been unwilling to move. Rather, they had been utterly immobilized, as if ensnared by an unseen force that rendered them motionless. Thankfully, they had persevered and successfully circulated the qi nourishing technique through 3 cycles. What manner of place is this, where 5,000 souls have been reduced to merely over 100? I had long heard tales of the Sword Demon sect's unparalleled cruelty, yet I still underestimated it. What shall we do now? What will we do? We have no choice but to heed that individual instructions and proceed to the Sword Pavilion to assume the identities of the Gravekeepers. After deliberation, the group recognized the lack of alternatives. Though they yearned to flee, the path back was utterly elusive. With no other recourse, they collectively made their way toward the distant Sword Pavilion. As they approached, they found a tall, slender, middle-aged man awaiting them. Upon seeing more than 100 individuals arrive, a look of astonishment filled his eyes, and he inquired with evident confusion, "How many thousands of people have entered this batch?" Chapter 3. Rewards for touching the sword. How many have entered? Report, my lord. We have 5,000 individuals, a stout man said, forcing a smile. What? 5,000 people, and yet so many remain? Are you certain? A thin, middle-aged man fixed his gaze upon him. The stout man, drenched in sweat from the scrutiny, nodded affirmatively, my lord. It is indeed 5,000. The thin man fell silent. He stepped forward, pressing down on the stout man's arm, and then casually checked a few others. Strange, how could so many qualify this time? He muttered to himself. The crowd gasped. Contemplating the implication, was he lamenting that there were too few casualties? Amidst the crowd stood Lin Xiao, his brow slightly furrowed. Such abnormalities often heralded trouble. Could it be a consequence of his actions? During his practice of the revised qi nourishing technique, he had indeed affected his surroundings. Fortunately, the thin man did not scrutinize everyone individually. After a random inspection of a few, he distributed the identity tokens of the Gravekeepers and explained their duties. Lin Xiao thus learned that the role of a Gravekeeper was quite straightforward: to oversee and maintain the sword tombs, polish the long swords, and clear away the weeds. This place was known as the forbidden ground of the Sword Demon sect, the Vantian Sword Tomb. They were situated merely at the periphery of this sacred site, where the tombs belonged to the deceased disciples of the Sword Demon sect throughout the ages. The identity of the individual interred within the sword deity's tomb remains undisclosed. It is beyond their reach to uncover. Naturally, the Sword Demon sect did not require them to labor without compensation. Each month, they would receive 2 low-grade spirit stones and an opportunity for an outing. What? Attempting to escape during such an outing would constitute a violation of rules, resulting in pursuit by the Sword Demon sect. No one would gamble with their life. Additionally, Lin Xiao received another piece of information. In 6 months, there would be an outer sect examination. Supervisor Wei, the slender middle-aged man, smiled enigmatically at them and remarked, "If you manage to survive until the outer sect examination, you will have the chance to become an official outer sect disciple of the Sword Demon sect." This revelation filled everyone with excitement. Who would prefer to guard a tomb when they could become an outer sect disciple? However, Lin Xiao sensed an underlying unease. Why emphasize the need to survive until 6 months later? Could there be peril associated with overseeing the sword tomb? Furthermore, their tomb guardian tokens served another purpose. They recorded the number of times they managed the tombs. After tending to a tomb, the token would display a numerical count. Within a month, a minimum of 10 records was required to be deemed satisfactory, averaging one every 3 days. Those who first heard this rule were elated, believing that managing a tomb every 3 days seemed a remarkably effortless task. But was it truly that simple? These questions were soon answered, merely an hour later, as everyone watched in astonishment as an individual enthusiastically began to tend to a tomb. However, when that individual touched the long sword atop the sword tomb, he instantaneously met a tragic end, his body disintegrating into ashes. The onlookers were struck with horror and disbelief. I almost forgot to caution you. Each sword tomb harbors a significant amount of sword energy, particularly when handling the longsword. One must diligently cultivate their chi to navigate such dangers. Otherwise, After uttering these ominous words, Supervisor Wei turned away, leaving them to ponder his warning. At that moment, the others comprehended the necessity of their forced cultivation of the chi nurturing technique. It was all for this very peril. After a prolonged silence, a bold soul finally emerged, fervently engaging in the chi nurturing technique as he approached a seemingly diminutive sword tomb. All eyes were fixated upon him, yet he could only endure for a mere 10 breaths before hastily retreating. He collapsed onto the ground, his face etched with fear. The thread of spiritual energy he had cultivated was utterly drained by the sword energy. Had he not withdrawn, he might have met the same fate as the unfortunate individual before him. Upon sharing his experience, the others were equally astonished, their resolve to try vanishing. This revelation underscored the urgency of their cultivation. Only by amassing greater spiritual energy could they hope to manage those sword tombs. Once everyone grasped this truth, they settled into place, diligently resuming their practice, except for one. Lin Xiao observed the others closing their eyes in meditation and chose instead to wander away. Once beyond the sight of the group, he casually selected a sword tomb. If assessing the strength of spiritual energy was the criterion, he believed he would encounter no difficulties. Taking a deep breath, Lin Xiao activated the chi nourishing technique and stepped forward, entering the realm of the sword tomb. As he crossed the threshold, a wisp of sword aura penetrated his being, cold and tinged with a sense of desolation. However, as his spiritual energy enveloped it, that sensation dissipated. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Xiao grasped the long sword resting upon the sword tomb. He sensed that the most challenging aspect of tending to the sword tomb lay in the act of polishing the sword. There must be an underlying issue. Indeed, the moment Lin Xiao gripped the hilt, a fierce surge of sword energy shot up his arm and into his body. Boom! Instantly, a halo spun in Lin Xiao's eyes, and vivid scenes unfolded in his mind. They depicted the life of a wretched boy named Chun Fan, who, orphaned in his childhood, found himself wandering the streets. Just as he was on the brink of starvation, he was discovered by a steward of the Sword Demon sect, leading him onto the path of cultivation, where he devoted himself to mastering a sword technique known as the falling leaves swordplay. After decades of relentless trials and numerous brushes with death, he ultimately fell victim to those he deemed righteous. Chun Fan's life flashed before Lin Xiao, but the most striking impression was of the falling leaves swordplay that Chun Fan had excelled in. In his hands, the sword danced like the autumn breeze, each stroke imbued with a sense of melancholy. Unbeknownst to him, Lin Xiao found himself wielding the long sword, performing the very swordplay that had been etched into his mind by Chun Fan. As the visions in his consciousness faded away, he was left with the lingering essence of that profound experience. Lin Xiao regained his senses, gazing in astonishment at the long sword in his hand. Could this truly be the effect of attaining peak comprehension? Had he genuinely mastered this set of high-grade, human-level, falling leaves sword technique? And what the images that flickered in his mind? It was all so wondrous. Moreover, Lin Xiao sensed that, in addition to the spiritual energy he had just cultivated, a thread of formidable sword aura now resided within him. This sword aura bore no malice. Instead, it subtly emanated a sense of affinity. Even the long sword he held felt devoid of any rejection. So this is the autumn wind, Lin Xiao mused. As soon as the words left his lips, the autumn wind sword quivered slightly, as if responding to his utterance. It was true. Swords possess spirit. A thought crossed Lin Xiao's mind as he glanced at the tomb keeper's token at his waist. The number inscribed upon it remained at 0. Only after he had tended to the sword mound and polished the sword did the number on the token change to 1. Lin Xiao couldn't help but marvel at the token's impressive anti-cheating mechanism. Chapter 4. Is sword chi a rarity? For 3 consecutive days, the more than 100 individuals who entered alongside Lin Xiao were deeply engrossed in their cultivation. They had attempted to tend to the sword mound, yet their efforts proved fruitless, as their current levels of spiritual power were insufficient. In contrast, Lin Xiao had explored over 20 long swords, mastering nearly 10 distinct sword techniques. He had also cultivated more than 20 formidable strands of sword chi within himself. However, the most significant gain was not these abilities, but rather the experience in swordsmanship and a deeper understanding of this fantastical world. In this realm, the cultivation levels are categorized into chi refinement, spirit gathering, we'll see, and dan rotation, each comprising 9 stages. Within the sword demon sect, the pinnacle of cultivation is represented by the dan rotation masters. Lin Xiao came to realize that after merely a day of cultivation, he had already reached the first tier of qi refinement. A single day to achieve this level of progress is typically regarded as the hallmark of genius. To be precise, Lin Xiao had cultivated for less than an hour. What, then, does such rapid advancement signify? What perplexed Lin Xiao was the disparity between his evident aptitude and the lowly assessment of his qualifications during the testing. He was labeled as having wasteful potential. Could it be attributed to the fact that he had traversed into this body? Upon recognizing his swift advancement to the first tier within a day, Lin Xiao chose to refrain from further cultivation. He feared that his conspicuous progress might attract unwanted attention. It is prudent to remain discreet, particularly within the sword demon sect, where anything could transpire. Lin Xiao made his way to the sword pavilion, inquiring about the procedure to apply for the monthly opportunity to venture out. He was informed that one must complete the task of managing the sword tombs for that month, which entailed tending to 10 sword tombs before being granted a few days of leave. For Lin Xiao, the monthly management task was exceedingly trivial. However, others had struggled to successfully manage even a single sword tomb. Would it be too conspicuous if he were to accomplish all 10? Never mind. He decided to first absorb the sword energy and contemplate the essence of life. In the subsequent days, Lin Xiao devoted himself to handling swords, reflecting on existence, practicing sword techniques, and deepening his understanding of the blade. The sword energy within him grew increasingly abundant, and his comprehension of swords deepened. It was only after he had amassed 100 strands of sword energy that he realized he could no longer contain it. Or rather, under his current cultivation level of Qi Refinement Stage 1, he could only absorb 100 strands of sword energy. Any more was beyond his capacity. Clearly, he needed to expedite his cultivation. At last, one afternoon, among the more than 100 individuals present, someone had successfully cultivated the Qi nourishing technique and completed the management of a sword tomb after 9 days. This achievement sparked a mix of envy and jealousy among the others. Typically, disciples of the sword demon sect take about 3 to 5 days to reach such a level. However, before they could fully express their admiration, the next day at noon, they were struck by an astonishing revelation. A young man named Lin Xiao among them had completed this month's sword tomb management task that very morning. Who on earth is this Lin Xiao? Why have I never heard of this individual? He is the lone wolf, the one who stands apart from the crowd. His name seems to be Lin Xiao. Indeed, it must be him. He likely entered the ranks 2 days earlier than Xiao, which explains his swift completion of the sword tomb task. I've heard he has already applied for an opportunity to venture outside. Could it be that Lin Xiao intends to flee? Unlikely, for the sword demon sect is teeming with formidable warriors. Perhaps he wouldn't even make it a few steps before being slain on the spot. While the crowd debated, Lin Xiao had already donned the gray robes of a miscellaneous disciple and departed from the Burning Sky sword tomb. He did not meander aimlessly, but instead made his way directly down the mountain towards the outskirts of the nearby beast forest. Lin Xiao had no intention of escaping. Rather, he sought a tranquil locale to engage in earnest cultivation. After being cooped up for so many days, he was finally free to immerse himself in his training. Alas, what could he do but embrace his extraordinary talent and aptitude? After half an hour in the outer region, having confirmed that the surroundings were devoid of any presence, Lin Xiao found a secluded spot beside a large tree and settled into a meditative posture. He commenced the operation of his exclusive qi nourishing technique with utmost intensity. In an instant, it was as if the surrounding spiritual energy had found its outlet, rapidly converging upon him. The pace quickened, and with his eyes closed, Lin Xiao seemed to perceive the ethereal spiritual essence swirling around him, akin to countless brilliant stars, impossible to count. Instinctively, he drew them into his being. Gradually, a vortex of spiritual energy, magnitudes larger than before, took shape and continued to expand outward. Merely half an hour later, Lin Xiao's body trembled slightly. In the second layer of the qi refinement realm, an hour later, he ascended to the third layer. Lin Xiao felt the spiritual energy and sword qi within him continuously circulating and expanding. For someone with maxed out comprehension, the bottlenecks between minor realms were virtually non-existent. The connections between each minor realm were being relentlessly broken through by Lin Xiao. As a novice in cultivation, he remained unaware that such a spiritual energy vortex typically manifested under two circumstances. 1. When a cultivator breaks through a realm, the vortex appears momentarily. And 2. When rare, celestial treasures emerge. The spiritual energy vortex above his head lingered for an extended period. His low cultivation level prevented any pressure from emanating. This situation bore a striking resemblance to the vortex that appears alongside rare treasures. After Lin Xiao had been cultivating for over an hour, a massive azure python beast slowly approached him. Its gaze was cold, greedy, and somewhat perplexed. How could this be a human? Was it not a celestial treasure? At the same time, Lin Xiao seemed to sense something. He abruptly opened his eyes and turned to look. His pupils constricted. The azure python was a mid-tier demon beast, its strength comparable to a human cultivator of the gathering spirit realm, and it was at the mid-level of that realm, possessing potent venom and formidable attack power. This azure python would achieve overwhelming victories even against several cultivators of the same tier, let alone those in the qi refinement realm. Before it, they were merely prey food. The azure python flicked its black tongue, its eyes fixated intently on the human before it. Regardless of whether it is a human or a celestial treasure, once consumed, the matter is settled. However, what perplexed the azure demon python was that the human before it, in a mid-stage of qi refinement, initially displayed fear upon their first encounter, yet upon the second glance, returned to a state of normalcy, revealing an eager demeanor. The azure demon python pondered, has this individual been rendered senseless by fear? But there was no time for such thoughts. It was time to feast. With a resounding roar, the python opened its massive jaws and lunged towards Lin Xiao. As the distance between them shrank to a mere 2 meters, Lin Xiao scoffed, executing a swift motion with his right hand, his 2 fingers directing a burst of energy. In an instant, a minuscule sword qi, merely 3 inches in length, erupted forth. It appeared diminutive and inconspicuous, yet upon witnessing this sword qi, the azure demon python's eyes widened in horror. Its instinct screamed that this sword qi was beyond its capacity to withstand. Without a moment's hesitation, it attempted to swiftly retreat. But the sword qi was too rapid. Just as the python contemplated its escape, the sword qi had already reached it. With a resounding thud, the azure demon python's body became immobilized. A line of crimson stretched from its head to its tail, and in that fleeting moment, its vitality dissipated. With a crashing sound, its corpse split in two, crashing to the ground. Not too shabby, Lin Xiao mused, a smile gracing his lips. He had merely summoned a single sword qi from within, yet its power was astonishing. Originally possessing 100 sword qis, he now had 99 remaining. However, Lin Xiao felt no sense of loss. The sword tomb offered an almost limitless supply of sword qi, available in abundance as desired. What significance does a mere sword aura hold? Even if one were to expend 100 sword auras, a few moments of recuperation would suffice for a return. After briefly attending to the remains of the Azure Serpent, Lin Xiao resumed his meditation, immersing himself once more in the path of cultivation. Chapter 5. Absorbing the final sword qi after a day of relentless cultivation. Lin Xiao had successfully elevated his cultivation level to the 7th stage of qi refinement, officially stepping into the latter phase of this realm. He sensed that upon reaching the 7th stage, his pace of advancement had considerably slowed. After all, he was merely utilizing an improved version of the nourishing qi technique, and the foundational nature of the technique remained unchanged. He mused that once he acquired a more advanced cultivation method, he would truly comprehend the depths of his potential. If anyone were to overhear Lin Xiao's contemplations, they would undoubtedly berate him. After all, achieving such a rapid ascent from the 1st to the 7th stage of qi refinement within a single day was nothing short of astonishing. A feat unattainable by ordinary individuals without years of diligent effort. Lin Xiao stretched his neck, producing a series of satisfying cracks, feeling an overwhelming surge of power coursing through him. With a swift motion, he struck a nearby tree with a punch. The massive tree, thick enough for 5 men to encircle, trembled violently, shedding countless leaves, and a fist-sized hole appeared in its trunk. This blow possessed at least 2,000 pounds of force. Lin Xiao was elated. In the mundane world, he would be akin to a small superhero. Yet within this fantastical realm, possessing such strength rendered him merely an inconsequential insect. Shaking his head, he dismissed any further thoughts. As dusk approached and nightfall loomed, he had no desire to spend the night within the treacherous beast forest. After tending to the remains of several defeated beasts and collecting their valuable parts, he prepared to make his way home. Throughout this lengthy period, apart from the initial encounter with the Azure Serpent, several formidable beasts were subsequently drawn in. However, without exception, they all fell to the sword qi unleashed by Lin Xiao, dispatched with remarkable efficiency and ease. Upon returning to the sect, Lin Xiao sold the valuable parts of the beasts he had collected, acquiring over 20 low-grade spirit stones, which equates to the annual income of a gravekeeper. The Sword Demon sect possesses a repository of hidden techniques, replete with an abundance of martial arts tomes. Yet, the threshold for entry into this repository requires one to be a formal outer sect disciple at the very least. The position of gravekeepers is akin to that of menial disciples, rendering them unqualified for entry. They must await the outer sect examination in half a year's time. If Lin Xiao achieves commendable results, he hopes to secure a position within the Sword Pavilion of the Vantian Sword Tomb, a status that would elevate him to that of an outer sect disciple. Having secured the spirit stones, Lin Xiao returned to the Vantian Sword Tomb. As he approached the barrier of the forbidden area, the gravekeeper token on his person flickered slightly. Unhindered, he traversed back. Ah, the lone wanderer has returned. One murmured. Could he not return? Not returning would mean death. I wonder what he was up to. I envy him. He has completed the task of tending to the sword tomb, whereas I can barely finish cleaning even a single tomb. Indeed, I too struggle to maintain even one sword tomb. Those fellow gravekeepers, witnessing Lin Xiao's return, began to whisper amongst themselves. Yet, Lin Xiao paid them no heed. He had many tasks yet to accomplish. His recent excursion had depleted nearly 20 strands of sword qi. This certainly must be replenished. The crux lies in the fact that, at the first level of qi refinement, he could accommodate 100 streams of sword energy. Now that his cultivation has ascended to the 7th level of qi refinement, one wonders how many streams of sword energy he can now contain. Without further ado, Lin Xiao deftly evaded the throng and began to wander the periphery of the sword tomb of the celestial realm. The tombs varied in size and strength, numbering at least in the tens of thousands. There was no need to concern himself with the depletion or absorption of sword energy. Moreover, Lin Xiao discovered that even the swords from which he had drawn sword energy would gradually contain another stream of sword energy after a period of time. It could be said to be inexhaustible and boundless. Boom, boom, boom. As Lin Xiao approached the swords residing within the tombs, fragments of the memories of their former masters surged through his mind. The completeness of these memories was contingent upon the time elapsed since the demise of the sword tomb's owner. For those who had perished long ago, Lin Xiao could only catch fleeting glimpses of fragmented memories, rendering their narratives indecipherable. Conversely, for those who had died not many years prior, he could grasp the essence of the stories being told. He comprehended human-grade supreme sword techniques, the profound fire sword technique. He understood earth-grade inferior sword techniques, the five-element sword art. He grasped earth-grade inferior sword techniques, the phantom sword technique, and he mastered human-grade superior sword techniques, the sky-soaring sword technique. While absorbing the sword energy from these blades, he simultaneously delved into various levels of sword techniques. After more than 20 days, Lin Xiao had absorbed over 900 streams of sword energy and comprehended more than 40 different grades of sword techniques. Among them, the highest grade was a technique known as the Celestial Abyss Sword Technique, classified as a middle-tier Earth-grade sword technique. In these recent days, during the stillness of the night, he quietly practiced the art of energy cultivation. Finally, over the past couple of days, he elevated his cultivation to the 9th level of the Qi refining stage. In contrast, the other tomb guardians who accompanied him had achieved no more than the 2nd level of Qi refining, with most barely reaching the threshold of the 1st level. On this particular day, Lin Xiao once again evaded the others and randomly selected a nearby sword tomb to approach. He touched the long sword, delved into its memories, comprehended the sword techniques, and absorbed the sword energy. Beads of sweat began to form on his forehead as he sensed he was nearing his limit. After a myriad of breaths, the 998th sword energy was successfully absorbed. Seizing the momentum, Lin Xiao directed himself toward the nearest sword tomb once more. With a resounding boom, the sword energy surged into his body, causing all the sword energies within him to quiver slightly. Lin Xiao exerted his utmost control, and after enduring 20 breaths, he was finally able to assimilate this sword energy. The absorption of the 999 sword energy was complete. Yet, there lingered an inexplicable sensation that informed him he was still one short. Lin Xiao furrowed his brow, hesitating to attempt the final sword energy immediately. He could genuinely feel that he was nearing his capacity. Even the absorption of a 999th sword energy had been an arduous endeavor. The thought of risking an explosion if he attempted to absorb one more was daunting. However, the reluctance to leave the final energy untouched weighed heavily on him. After a period of deep contemplation, Lin Xiao ultimately resolved to take a leap of faith. Fortune favors the bold. With high risks come high rewards. This adage holds true in every circumstance. Guided by instinct, Lin Xiao randomly selected another sword tomb. Touching the long sword, he completed the task. Observing the memories, accomplished. Comprehending the sword techniques, fulfilled. Drawing the sword aura. As Lin Xiao infused the 1000th sword aura into his body, a tremendous explosion occurred. Boom! Boom! Over 1,000 sword auras began to tremble in unison, coalescing and rotating at an astonishing velocity, merging and melting together. Bang! Bang! At that moment, the enhanced Qi cultivation technique surged into action. An exceptionally pure force coursed through his meridians, relentlessly breaking through his blocked acupoints from top to bottom. Lin Xiao's face contorted in pain, yet he suppressed any sound. Suddenly, his body quaked violently. He felt as though his dantian had transformed into a vast expanse. Countless strands of spiritual energy from the heavens and earth surged towards him. Not only was the scene within Lin Xiao's body astonishing, but the surroundings were equally remarkable. Within a radius of several miles centered around Lin Xiao, all the sword tombs began to quiver slightly. Particularly, the long swords atop the tombs emitted a resonant hum. A visible vortex swirled 100 meters above Lin Xiao's head as the winds stirred the clouds, causing the entire night sky to ripple with waves of agitation and undulation. Chapter 6. The Manifestation of Sword Intent. Little one, there is no need to conceal your innate talent, for we are within the forbidden grounds of the Vientiane sword tomb. Thus, this extraordinary phenomenon goes unnoticed by the sword demon sect elsewhere. What is happening? The swords adorning the tombs around me are quivering. I too feel the tremors. What on earth has transpired? Should we flee? Flee? Where can we possibly escape to? This is the Vientiane sword tomb. If we collide with something, it could result in our demise. The newly appointed guardians of the tomb have never witnessed such an event. Each of them stands petrified, unwilling to move. However, not far away, a figure bursts forth from the sword pavilion, hurrying towards the source of the anomaly. It is Supervisor Wei, one of the administrators of the sword pavilion. His eyes reflect a similar astonishment. Given the considerable distance from the phenomenon, he too is uncertain about what has occurred. Yet, the quaking of thousands of tombs surely signifies a momentous event. Could it be that some fortuitous treasure has manifested within the Vientiane sword tomb? With this thought, his excitement intensifies. Should he be the first to discover it? Even if the fortune does not belong to him, it would still be a commendable achievement. Supervisor Wei quickens his pace. Yet, upon arriving at the site of the phenomenon, his brow furrows deeply. What happened? There is nothing here. The anomaly has vanished, and the ground bears no trace of anything. Could it be that the treasure has been taken by another? Wait a moment, something feels amiss. As Supervisor Wei approaches a nearby sword tomb, he begins to sense the surroundings with greater focus. This is a trace of residual sword intent? How astonishing that someone has managed to condense sword intent here. Supervisor Wei exclaimed. It is well known that sword intent is a hallmark of those formidable figures in the Dan rotation realm. Even individuals of exceptional talent must cultivate to the latter stages of the Wheel C realm before they can comprehend sword intent. Although he has attained the pinnacle of the gathering spirit realm, it is questionable whether he will ever break through to the Wheel C realm in his lifetime, let alone grasp sword intent. Brother Wei, what has transpired here? Has a fortuitous opportunity arisen? Another figure hastened to the scene, inquiring eagerly. It is not an opportunity, but rather a senior who has condensed sword intent here. Supervisor Wei replied earnestly. Condensed sword intent? Indeed. The newcomer observed closely, his face alight with astonishment. I wonder which senior had an epiphany. No matter, I shall take a moment to contemplate here. This residual sword intent is immensely beneficial for cultivation. With that, Supervisor Wei settled down on the spot, closing his eyes to meditate. Yes. While the residual sword intent lingers, it is imperative to cultivate. Another steward promptly sat down to practice as well. Following the two, several others arrived. Upon discovering the residual sword intent, they too began to speculate. In an instant, this place transformed into their sanctuary for cultivation. Meanwhile, Lin Xiao was sprinting swiftly within the Van Heaven sword tomb. After making a large circle, he finally began his return to his dwelling. Even now, he could hardly believe that he had actually condensed sword intent. Indeed, as the myriad sword energies converged, they unexpectedly melded into a singular, authentic sword intent. Furthermore, due to this surge of energy, he inadvertently transcended the Qi refinement stage, officially elevating his cultivation to the first level of the spirit gathering realm. It was truly a moment of double fortune. Experiencing the piercing yet profoundly familiar sword intent within his dantian, Lin Xiao was overwhelmed with elation. A trump card. He finally possessed a card of his own. Although the previously absorbed sword energies were formidable, they ultimately belonged to others. He merely wielded them. Now, this sword intent was genuinely his own. Moreover, having forged this sword intent did not impede his ability to continue absorbing sword energies. He was merely curious about the potency of this new sword intent. Perhaps he could find an opportunity to test it during the next application for an outing. After wandering nearby for a while, Lin Xiao decided to return to his quarters for rest. At present, Aside from the abundant spiritual energy and the sword intent, he felt utterly empty. Tomorrow he could embark on a new round of absorbing sword intent. Upon returning to his luxurious single room, which was essentially a simple 10 square meter shell of a room, he reflected that, as merely a gravekeeper, having a single room was already quite generous. However, the moment Lin Xiao stepped inside, a chilling sense of danger surged through him, causing every pore to stand on end. A figure was indeed standing in his room. Not a young woman, but an elderly man with gray hair, clad in a white robe. Lin Xiao's instinctive response was to flee. Intuition whispered to him that he was unequivocally no match for the elderly figure before him. Yet, before he could even contemplate a response, an overwhelming weight bore down upon him, rendering him breathless. "Do not flee. I harbor no ill intentions," came a voice, ancient and resonant, from the old man's lips. Upon hearing this voice, Lin Xiao's eyes widened in astonishment. Though this was the first time he had laid eyes upon the elder, the timbre of that aged voice was etched deeply in his memory. It belonged to the very individual who had once guided them into the celestial sword tomb and imparted to them the art of qi cultivation. Lin Xiao recalled the elder, Chen referring to this man as Elder Gong. Who was this person? What purpose did he serve here? A torrent of questions swirled in Lin Xiao's mind, accompanied by a profound sense of helplessness. Before a true master, he felt as insignificant as an ant, utterly at their mercy and incapable of resistance. With a casual step forward, Elder Gong materialized beside Lin Xiao. He then placed a hand upon Lin Xiao's shoulder, a surge of spiritual energy penetrating him. No signs of being tainted by sword energy, he mused. And despite possessing merely the cultivation of the first layer of spirit gathering, you have indeed managed to condense a strand of sword intent. Though imperfect, such talent is exceedingly rare. Surprise flickered across the aged visage of Elder Gong. After scrutinizing Lin Xiao with a penetrating gaze, he retracted his hand. The moment the elder withdrew, Lin Xiao felt the oppressive weight dissipate, granting him the ability to move once more. Yet, having witnessed the elder's formidable prowess, he dared not flee. "I have encountered Elder Gong," Lin Xiao reverently bowed, without delving into the profound and enigmatic prowess of the elder before him. It is evident that the individual has imparted to him the technique of cultivating qi, thus formally initiating him into the fold. This act of reverence was indispensable. In his possession lies a rejuvenation pill, which can aid in solidifying his realm of cultivation. Additionally, 2 tokens are bestowed upon him, granting access to the Hidden Merit Pavilion to select 2 martial arts techniques. Elder Gong offered no further elaboration, having presented Lin Xiao with these 3 items. He proceeded towards the exit. Lin Xiao remained in a state of bewilderment, gazing at the elixir and tokens in his hands, utterly perplexed. The rejuvenation pill is a premium elixir utilized exclusively by cultivators of the Gathering Spirit realm, with a single pill commanding a price of 200 low-grade spirit stones. Moreover, the tokens for selecting techniques at the Hidden Merit Pavilion are reserved for disciples of the outer sect and above, obtainable solely through the exchange of sect contribution points. To Lin Xiao, who had just recently ascended to the Gathering Spirit realm, these items were akin to a timely blessing, an absolute necessity. "Elder Gong, what do you mean by this?" Lin Xiao turned to voice his confusion. Yet, upon doing so, he discovered that the elder, who had been mere moments ago at his side, had vanished without a trace, leaving only a lingering message in his ears. After the outer sect examination concludes, "Seek me at the Sword Pavilion. And remember, young one, in my Sword Demon sect, you may showcase your talents freely. There is no need for concealment." Chapter 7. Selection of Techniques in the Hidden Mastery Pavilion. Lin Xiao remained in his room, lost in thought for several minutes, his mind preoccupied with the words of Elder Gong. It appeared that his innate talent, or perhaps the manifestation of his sword intent, had piqued the elder's interest. Indeed, it seems that prodigies are often afforded special privileges and advantages. This should be considered a form of investment from the esteemed Elder Gong. As a modern individual, Lin Xiao began to comprehend his circumstances. He nodded, having no intention of declining this much-needed investment. he found himself developing a certain fondness for the elder. In truth, after absorbing thousands of sword energies and delving into the memories of countless disciples of the Sword Demon sect, he had cultivated a unique sentiment toward the sect. However, this influence had subtly permeated his thoughts. The Sword Demon sect, undeniably a faction of darkness, was notorious for abducting thousands of ordinary individuals, a feat that only such malevolent organizations could accomplish. Yet, in this world governed by the law of the jungle, where the strong prevail, the path to becoming powerful may indeed necessitate traversing such morally ambiguous routes. At times, the actions of righteous individuals might even evoke greater disdain. Without hesitation, Lin Xiao tilted his head back and swallowed the Yuan recovery pill. In an instant, the pill transformed into a torrent of pure, surging energy that coursed through his limbs and bones, rapidly nourishing his entire being. Lin Xiao then seated himself to cultivate his techniques, solidifying his current realm. Remarkably, within the span of a single night, he had completely stabilized his first level of the gathering spirit realm. Such efficiency was truly enviable. As dawn broke, Lin Xiao stepped out into the world. In truth, he harbors a lingering doubt. Last night, Elder Gung remarked upon his sword intent, suggesting it bore certain flaws. What could this mean? Is it possible that the sword intent refined from 1,000 strands of sword energy is inherently flawed? What constitutes a flaw, and what defines perfection? He has perused countless memories, yet those individuals were merely ordinary disciples of the Sword Demon sect, none having grasped the essence of sword intent. Thus, Lin Xiao finds himself utterly ignorant regarding this concept, as if blinded. It appears he must wait until after the outer sect assessment to seek clarification from Elder Gung. With determination, Lin Xiao unfurled his form and sprinted forth, reveling in his speed that spanned hundreds of meters in a single breath. This exhilaration came without the cultivation of any speed-related techniques. Should he discover an appropriate technique, surely his velocity could multiply several times. Steering clear of the crowd, Lin Xiao approached the first sword tomb after his breakthrough. He reached for the long sword, delved into memories, comprehended the sword law, and extracted the sword energy, each action executed with remarkable proficiency. Upon reaching the spirit gathering stage, his execution of these movements had accelerated significantly. Yet in the next moment, Lin Xiao's expression subtly shifted. He sensed something amiss. Upon the infusion of this sword energy into his being, it was abruptly withdrawn and absorbed by his sword intent with an overwhelming dominance. What? Is it capable of this? What is this sword intent attempting to achieve? It appears to possess an insatiable thirst for sword energy. As Lin Xiao contemplated this, he reached for the next sword tomb. The absorption of sword energy transpired without surprise. Once more, the sword energy was seized by the sword intent. Lin Xiao's eyes narrowed slightly. It seemed, perhaps this sword intent had grown marginally stronger. In light of this, let it absorb to its heart's content. Lin Xiao was indeed curious to see how much sword energy it could consume. Thus, for several consecutive days, he diligently gathered sword energy at the periphery of the sword tomb. 10, 50, 100, 200. This formidable sword intent absorbed a total of 500 strands of sword energy before approaching saturation. The reason for this saturation was not due to the sword intent's inability to absorb more, but rather Lin Xiao's limited comprehension of sword techniques, which hindered further enhancement of the sword intent. Continuing to absorb sword energy in this manner would merely increase the quantity but fail to elevate the quality of the sword intent. After all, the surrounding sword tombs were frequented by the ordinary disciples of the Sword Demon sect, both inner and outer, whose insights were limited. The true masters did not reside in the outer realms of the Fan Tian sword tomb, and he was currently unable to approach the more central areas. It seemed that he would have to rely on his own efforts. Having come to this realization, Lin Xiao continued to traverse between the sword tombs, meticulously tending to each one. The numbers on the Gravekeeper's token began to rise steadily. After attending to a dozen sword tombs, he completed this month's gravekeeping task. Next, he intended to replenish his internal sword energy and subsequently apply for an opportunity to venture outside. 5 days later, Lin Xiao had filled his body with a surge of sword intent and 900 strands of sword energy, reaching his capacity. The sword intent within him occupied nearly 100 strands of sword energy. Holding the token for departure, Lin Xiao once again left the Fan Tian sword tomb, prompting yet another wave of envy among the new gravekeepers. Last month, their gravekeeping tasks had all ended in failure. This transformed the originally anticipated income from 2 low-grade spirit stones into merely 1. Remarkably, within just 2 days of this month, the solitary wanderer had already completed the month's tomb guarding task. How astonishingly powerful this individual must be. They felt the gap between themselves and Lin Xiao widening, a chasm that seemed insurmountable. Meanwhile, Lin Xiao did not proceed directly to the beast forest for cultivation. Instead, he first visited the Pavilion of Hidden Skills. He intended to liquidate Elder Gung's investment in order to procure 2 suitable martial arts techniques. After all, he currently possessed only a fundamental breathing method, while his proficiency in other areas was woefully inadequate. Upon arriving at the entrance of the Pavilion of Hidden Skills, he encountered an elderly man with white hair, leaning against the door, seemingly dozing off and lacking vitality. Lin Xiao approached him respectfully and said, "Senior, I wish to enter and select some martial arts techniques." He would not underestimate such an individual. A place like the Pavilion of Hidden Skills would not be overseen by an ordinary old man. This white-haired elder might very well be akin to a sweeping monk. A first-level disciple of the gathering spirit realm. Haha, young man, you are indeed amusing. Hand me your tokens. The elderly man cast a glance at Lin Xiao and chuckled. After a brief moment of surprise, Lin Xiao presented the 2 tokens given to him by Elder Gung with both hands. The elder saw through his cultivation level at a mere glance. There was no doubt he was a sweeping monk. Go ahead, but remember, you may only select from the first floor. Do not ascend. Wait, what is this? A sword pavilion token? Who gave this to you? Upon discerning the design of the token, the elderly man with white hair was momentarily illuminated by a chilling gleam in his eyes, rejuvenated by the revelation. It was bestowed upon me by the esteemed Elder Gung, Lin Xiao replied candidly. TSK, TSK, TSK. What schemes does this old wretch intend to pursue now? The old man mused. Ah, I see. You may proceed directly to the 3rd floor of the Thigungua to select your offerings. After uttering these words, he leaned back against the doorframe, feigning slumber once more. The 3rd floor, you say? Very well. I am grateful for your guidance, esteemed elder. With a respectful nod, Lin Xiao entered the Tanggongge. The Tanggongge of the Sword Demon sect consists of 4 levels. The first level houses martial arts and techniques suitable for the common populace. The second level is designated for those of the ordinary earth rank. The third level contains more significant martial arts and techniques of both the human and earth ranks. As for the fourth level, Lin Xiao was unaware of its contents. Within the vast expanse of his memory, no one had ever ascended to that height. As Lin Xiao ascended the stairs within the white-haired elder, who had been feigning sleep at the entrance, slightly opened his eyes. The nameless or body, is it? Alas, such talent is rather mediocre. Chapter 8. Finding a fierce beast for training. Rapidly enhancing strength as Lin Xiao ascended the stairs, he was filled with astonishment. He had initially believed that he would merely select 2 foundational techniques from the first level of the Hidden Skill Pavilion. To his surprise, Elder Gung had bestowed upon him such a generous favor. The third level of the Hidden Skill Pavilion was not accessible to ordinary disciples. One either needed merit or connections. For mere sect points would not suffice. Upon successfully stepping into the third level of the Hidden Skill Pavilion, Lin Xiao began to search for suitable martial arts techniques among the various shelves. After only a few glances, he spotted 2 familiar Earth-tier sword techniques, both of which he had comprehended while absorbing sword energy at the Sword Tomb of the Celestial Realm. Xianqing True Formula, an Earth-tier lower-grade cultivation technique, is challenging to master yet possesses significant growth potential with spiritual energy that can be refined to a degree surpassing that of its peers. Shirapalm, an Earth-tier middle-grade martial art, when perfected, can obliterate mountains and devastate the earth. Lin Xiao examined each technique with great interest. It was evident that the quality of the offerings on the third level was extraordinary. Just the names and descriptions alone conveyed an exceptional aura. He held considerable confidence in his comprehension abilities and intended to select one technique for agility and another for body refinement. As for cultivation techniques, his existing qi nourishing technique could still serve him adequately for the time being. What he truly lacked at present were speed and physical resilience. If he could not defeat his adversaries, he must at least be able to flee, and if he could not outrun them, he ought to possess the fortitude to withstand their blows. These two aspects were imperative to choose wisely. After a lengthy deliberation, Lin Xiao finally selected two techniques. One was the earth-tier lower-grade agility technique, Shadow Shift, a complete body training technique, Bao Shanin, alongside the agile movement skill, Yixing Huaning, is unparalleled in its category. Within the third tier of martial arts, this earthly grade technique stands as the pinnacle of excellence. The body refinement method Bao Shanin was a choice that Lin Xiao pondered over for quite some time before arriving at his decision. While there are other earthly grade body refinement techniques available, they primarily focus on cultivation and serve as auxiliary supports. Only this Bao Shanin emphasizes the enhancement of physical strength through rigorous training. After selecting his techniques, Lin Xiao departed from the Tanggunga and set off towards the beast forest. On this excursion, he planned to stay for several days before returning. Having completed his tomb guarding task, there was little point in rushing back to absorb sword qi, as it would not significantly boost his strength. Instead, he resolved to devote himself to diligent practice within the beast forest, aiming to achieve commendable results in the outer sect examination. The Jinma sect boasts over 10,000 outer sect disciples, among whom are many prodigies and individuals of extraordinary potential. Lin Xiao recognized that while he possessed keen insight, hard work was equally essential. Furthermore, the Jinma sect ranks among the top 10 sects within the Great Wei dynasty, with numerous formidable forces and countless young talents surpassing him. Continuing his journey, Lin Xiao pressed forward without pause. The beasts on the periphery of the beast forest were of a lower tier, primarily at the mid to late stages of the gathering spirit realm. Training with such beasts posed no challenge whatsoever. Without pressure, how could one expect to make progress? Thus, after venturing several miles deeper, he halted when he encountered beasts at the late stages of the gathering spirit realm. This was sufficient. He decided this would do, without invoking the intent of the sword. The intensity was just right. Lin Xiao retrieved a long sword from behind him. This was an ordinary sword made of refined iron, procured by the sect for a mere 2 spirit stones. It was not that he did not desire a superior sword. Rather, his finances were limited, with only 30 or so spirit stones to his name. Exceptional swords often cost hundreds or even thousands, leaving him in a state of true poverty. Suddenly, a wolf-like beast sprang forth from the underbrush, its claws poised to rend Lin Xiao in two. Strangely, however, there was not a single trace of blood upon the beast's claws. Upon closer inspection, the torn-apart Lin Xiao had already dissipated into a mere illusion. A ruse? The wolf-like beast, taken aback, turned its gaze behind it. The human it had just encountered was now directly behind it. Did it truly believe it had gone unnoticed? Celestial Void Sword Technique, Lin Xiao shouted, and with a swift motion, the long sword was unleashed. Accompanied by a sharp, slicing sound, the sword struck first, plunging deeply into the beast's body. Crack! The sound of shattering bones echoed. The wolf-like beast was sent flying. Roar! With its eyes now glinting crimson, the beast attempted to rise and retaliate. Lunar Shadow, Lin Xiao called out once more. Swish! A crescent-shaped black sword aura sliced through the air. With a swift and devastating force, it cleaved the wolf-like beast in two, leaving no chance for survival. The battle commenced with astonishing speed and concluded even more swiftly. Lin Xiao gazed upon the carcass of the ferocious beast sprawled on the ground, embarking on a reflective analysis of his experience. His initial sword strike had been misaligned. With insufficient spiritual energy channeled, what should have been a decisive blow yielded lackluster results. After 2 minutes, he salvaged the valuable parts from the wolf-like beast's remains, and with a swift movement, he vanished, leaving behind a fleeting shadow. Indeed, Lin Xiao had executed the technique known as shadow shifting. Since his departure from the sword demon sect and his encounter with the wolf-like beast, he had successfully cultivated this technique to a minor accomplishment. Such innate understanding could only be described as astonishing. While employing shadow shifting, he moved with remarkable speed, leaving behind a residual image, an indication of his progress to the minor achievement stage. The ability to create 3 residual images would denote a major success, while 10 would signify perfection. After mastering this technique to a minor level, Lin Xiao felt his speed had more than doubled. Truly, it was a technique of the earth tier. Thus, Lin Xiao dedicated an entire day to honing his swordplay and body techniques, and by nightfall, he had perfected shadow shifting to a major accomplishment. To reach the pinnacle of mastery would require considerable time. The following day, Lin Xiao began his practice of the body refinement technique known as mountain embrace seal. Perhaps due to the inherent differences between body refinement and movement techniques, Lin Xiao spent the entire day before he could elevate mountain embrace seal to its first layer. His physical strength and defensive capabilities had doubled, and he constructed a layer of spiritual energy armor upon his skin, capable of withstanding attacks from opponents a small realm above him. Mountain Embrace Seal consists of 9 layers in total. With each elevation attained, his physical prowess underwent rigorous refinement, and the ethereal armor augmented a tier, significantly enhancing his defensive capabilities. This progress is rather sluggish, Lin Xiao mused. Should his words reach the ears of others practicing the Embrace Mountain Seal, they would surely be incensed to the point of spitting blood. For ordinary individuals, mastering the initial stage in a single day is a feat beyond imagination. Even a week's dedication might not suffice for entry. To achieve the first layer typically requires no less than a month. The fact that he could accomplish this in a mere day is nothing short of astounding. For several consecutive days, Lin Xiao diligently trained on the outskirts of the beast forest. By day, he tackled the Embrace Mountain Seal and shadow shifting, while by night, he sought a secure location to immerse himself in the nurturing Qi technique. His overall strength escalated rapidly. On the 10th day, he emerged from the depths of the beast forest, clutching a broken sword and clad in tattered garments, revealing the numerous wounds that attested to the arduous nature of his recent endeavor. How infuriating! The defensive capabilities of the beasts in the Wheel Sea realm are simply overwhelming. Lin Xiao lamented. In the past 2 days, driven by a desire to hone his skills, he had plunged deep into the forest, enduring relentless pursuit from the beasts without resorting to sword intent. Although his agility and swordsmanship improved remarkably, the ordinary iron sword proved woefully inadequate. It shattered into 2 pieces after only a few strikes. His attire had also deteriorated to that of a beggar. It is best to return to the sect, Lin Xiao resolved. This would allow him to sell off some beast materials and procure a more suitable longsword. Just as he prepared to make his way back, a sudden shift in his expression indicated a change in his focus. Not far from him, the sounds of battle resonated, rapidly drawing closer. Should he take a glance? Perhaps he could seize a golden opportunity amidst the chaos. Perhaps influenced by the vast memories of the disciple from the Sword Demon sect. Or perhaps it was simply his nature. Lin Xiao's first instinct was to engage in a cunning ploy, to exploit the unsuspecting, to seize resources. Such occurrences were commonplace in a fantastical world. Soon, 2 figures emerged, one fleeing and the other in pursuit. The one escaping was a young woman clad in blue, bloodied and with a pallid complexion, her face etched with fury. The pursuer was a burly man, towering at 2 meters, wielding a long knife, his expression menacing. Lin Xiao briefly sensed their cultivation levels. The young woman was at the pinnacle of the gathering spirit realm, while the imposing man was, at least at the Wheel Sea realm. He decided to retreat. Let them engage in their conflict. This affair held no relevance for him. Chapter 9. A Hero's Rescue. Do you deserve it? Stinky girl from the demonic sect. Do you truly believe you can escape back to the Sword Demon sect? The 2 burly men sneered, their eyes fixated upon the fleeing woman. The woman clad in blue did not dare to look back or pause for a moment. The Sword Demon sect was within reach, and she had to muster her strength. If escape proved impossible, She would rather fight to the bitter end than submit to anyone. At that moment, she suddenly caught sight of a figure standing in the distance. Fellow cultivator, I am a disciple of Elder Xiao from the Danxing Peak of the Sword Demon sect. I implore you. She intended to seek assistance, for they were not far from the Sword Demon sect, and it was plausible that the individual was one of her fellow disciples. If they could join forces, perhaps they could fend off their pursuers, even if they could not withstand the onslaught, as long as they could delay the enemy for a while. The powerful members of the sect would soon take notice, thus alleviating their peril. However, upon discerning the opponent's cultivation level, her heart sank. A mere third-tier gathering spirit realm cultivator? How could someone of such limited prowess venture into the depths of the beast forest? It was worth noting that the beasts in this vicinity were all late-stage or even fully realized in the gathering spirit realm. For a third-tier disciple to be here was akin to courting death. Yet, she had no time to contemplate these matters. The woman slightly adjusted her course away from the stranger, gathering all the spiritual energy within her. Since escape was no longer an option, she resolved to make her adversary pay a price. Ming Kong Slush, the woman cried out in fury. With a swift motion, her long sword traced a dark arc through the air. Ah, so you're resisting again. I shall not hold back. Let this be the end for you. The burly man, towering at 2 meters, sneered as he casually directed a palm strike toward the sword light and the woman, turning clouds with a flip of the hand, summoning rain with a mere gesture. The formidable spiritual energy of the Wheel Sea realm surged forth, morphing into an enormous black hand in the void. It descended like a cataclysm, an unstoppable force bearing down upon her. In the next moment, the sword light collided with the massive black hand. Crack! The sword light, unleashed by the woman, was shattered as if it were mere glass, obliterated without a trace of resistance. The disparity in their powers was insurmountable. As she beheld the advancing black hand, the woman gripped her long sword tightly, despair and determination flickering in her eyes. She would rather die than fall into another's grasp. Just then, her vision blurred momentarily. Swish, swish, swish. Dozens of sword energies whizzed past her, charging toward the black hand. The dazzling brilliance resembled a flurry of silver threads, transforming into a torrent of sword energy that surged forward with great force. Boom! A deafening roar echoed as the once indomitable black hand was utterly annihilated by the wave of sword energy. The 2-meter giant was taken aback. The woman in blue was also stunned. Who was this formidable figure? A young man slowly approached from behind her, softly inquiring, Heavenly Ming sword technique? What is your relationship with senior brother Lu Wenyuan? The woman abruptly turned her head. Her eyes were filled with astonishment. The young man who had just appeared behind her was the one at the 3rd level of the spirit gathering realm. Those dozens of sword energies had been unleashed by him. What left her even more astounded was his subsequent remark. You know my brother? Lu Mingwei exclaimed, her eyes widening. Ah, so you are his sister. I am indeed acquainted with your brother and have received his guidance, Lin Xiao replied nonchalantly. His words were, of course, not entirely truthful. The reality was that Lin Xiao had witnessed the woman earlier executing a lethal technique from the Tianming sword art. Instantly, his memory connected the dots. The sword mound from which he had absorbed sword energies and comprehended the Tianming sword art belonged to Lu Wenyuan, a genius swordsman who ranked among the top 10 in the inner sect. Tragically, he had perished during an expedition into a secret realm, leaving behind only a relic sword when the sect found him. Having glimpsed the memories of the deceased, Lin Xiao had recognized the technique as soon as Lu Mingyue performed it. TSK, TSK, TSK. Young lad, daring to play the hero at the Spirit Gathering Realm's 3rd level? Have you lost your wits? A burly man, towering at 2 meters, scoffed at Lin Xiao. He was not surprised that Lin Xiao had managed to block his casual strike. After all, everyone possessed some means of self-preservation. However, he questioned whether Lin Xiao could withstand a 2nd or 3rd blow. Disregarding the man, Lin Xiao turned to Lu Mingyue and continued, May I borrow your sword for a moment? He is a formidable expert of the Wheel Sea realm. You are no match for him. You must flee at once, Lu Mingyue urged hastily. The disparity in their cultivation levels was immense, and she did not wish to endanger others due to her own predicament. It is too late. Do you truly believe that man will spare me? Lin Xiao replied with a faint smile as he seized the long sword from Lu Mingyue's grasp. A familiar sensation washed over him. A memory surged from the sword's body into his mind, and Lu Mingyue's figure flickered before him. His comprehension of the Tianming sword technique deepened. Is this even possible? Lin Xiao mused, momentarily taken aback. He had assumed that his peak comprehension was only applicable to the sword tomb of the dead. It appeared to yield results with the living as well. Kid, do not blame me. Blame your ill fortune, chuckled the towering man. Seeing that Lin Xiao ignored him, had his expression darkened. He extended his arms and unleashed 2 more strikes. 2 even more powerful black palms descended upon him. Witnessing this, Lin Xiao raised his sword and swung it. Almost 100 streams of sword energy erupted instantaneously, bolstered by the enchanted sword in his hand. The sword energy surged forth like a river, sweeping across the battlefield. The 2 black palms were utterly incapable of withstanding such a torrent of sword energy. After shattering nearly half of it, they were completely engulfed by the remaining onslaught. The 2-meter-tall man stood astonished, his expression finally shifting. How could this be possible? This person is clearly only at the 3rd level of the gathering spirit realm. How can he continuously fend off my attacks? Lu Mingyue, positioned behind Lin Xiao, also gaped in disbelief. She had initially thought her junior brother had relied on some hidden trump card to deflect the previous assault, but witnessing it with her own eyes was a revelation. What hidden cards does this junior brother possess? It appears he merely wields his sword casually. Yet, why is he capable of unleashing such an abundance of sword energy, each strike nearly rivaling her full-powered attack? This is utterly astonishing. Is this the extent of a formidable being in the Wheel Sea realm? It seems I have overestimated him. Lin Xiao mused, speaking candidly. The monstrous beast he encountered today in the Wheel Sea realm far surpassed this individual in strength. You, seeking death. Plipala 2 burly men seethed with rage. Being mocked by an insignificant creature at the early stage of spirit gathering was intolerable to them. The large man surged with a torrent of violent spiritual energy, which coalesced once more in the air. However, this time it transformed not into a massive palm, but into a colossal spiritual blade. With a furious roar, he swung it towards Lin Xiao with formidable might. The surrounding air seemed to compress under the force. Lu Mingyue's complexion turned pale. It was over. There was truly no way to withstand this. In the face of such overwhelming power, no matter how many sword energies this junior brother unleashed, it would be futile. Glancing at Lin Xiao, his expression had also grown grave. He understood that he could no longer conceal his true capabilities before this impending strike. Then let it be. Lin Xiao slowly raised his spiritual sword. An aura of sheer terror instantly coalesced. Both the 2-meter-tall man and Lu Mingyue felt an acute sense of danger, as if a blade was being held to their throats. What is happening? Slice. Lin Xiao exhaled a single word. A resplendent blade of white light, akin to a celestial river cascading down from the heavens, instantaneously pierced the colossal spirit blade. With a resounding crack, the magnificent sword light descended mercilessly, obliterating the immense spirit blade into mere fragments. The 2-meter-tall man's eyes widened in shock. This is a sword. His voice faltered, unable to utter even a cry of despair, as the white sword light cleaved him asunder, extinguishing all traces of life. Silence. The atmosphere was devoid of sound. Lu Mingyue stood in a stupor. What had she just witnessed? A junior brother at the 3rd level of the spirit-gathering realm had effortlessly slain a formidable opponent of the Wheel Sea realm with a single strike. Was she dreaming? How could this be possible? Senior sister, your sword is quite impressive. Lin Xiao returned the blade to Lu Mingyue and then approached the lifeless body of the 2-meter man, beginning to rummage through his belongings. Having encountered countless corpses upon entering the vanishing sky sword tomb, he felt no psychological burden in scavenging, as he had been solely in a defensive posture throughout the ordeal. After thoroughly searching the giant's body, he uncovered a ring. Beyond that, there was nothing else of note. Lin Xiao's gaze fixated intently on the small ring in his hand, a surge of excitement coursing through him. If his conjecture was correct, This was a spatial storage ring, a remarkable treasure indeed. He promptly stowed the ring in his pocket, intending to study it thoroughly upon his return. Senior sister, if there's nothing else, I shall take my leave. Farewell. Having uttered these words, Lin Xiao did not even glance back. With a swift motion, he vanished from the scene. His intervention, this time, was merely an act of gratitude for the gifts bestowed upon him by Lu Wenyuan from the Sword Tomb. It was a matter of acknowledging kindness. For otherwise, he would not have dared to provoke a formidable being from the Wheel-Sea realm. Huh? Wait a moment. Junior brother, what is your name? Lu Mingyue called out anxiously in the direction Lin Xiao had departed. However, after a considerable time, there was no response. Moreover, the swiftness of the opponent's movement technique was beyond her capacity to pursue. Who exactly is this junior brother? Lu Mingyue's face was filled with astonishment. Chapter 10. A bright path to wealth. Lu Mingyue gazed vacantly in one direction. The individual who referred to her as senior sister must undoubtedly be a disciple of the sword demon sect. However, when had such a prodigious sword cultivator emerged from the inner sect? The breathtaking sword strike just executed by this junior brother seemed to harbor an extraordinarily formidable power. She was certain that even if her brother had not perished, his prowess would pale in comparison to this individual's. Setting aside her thoughts, she resolved to hasten back to the sect. With someone so remarkable, a little inquiry would surely reveal his identity. Lu Mingyue swiftly made her way towards the sect. Meanwhile, in less than the time it takes to burn an incense stick, Lin Xiao had already exited the beast forest and returned to the sword demon sect. During his return, he had comprehended the usage of the storage ring. The space within the ring was rather limited, encompassing only 10 cubic units. After thoroughly searching the ring, Lin Xiao felt a tinge of disappointment. Aside from nearly 3,000 low-grade spirit stones and a hodgepodge of miscellaneous materials, the ring contained merely one high-grade martial technique, Shadow Palm, and one top-tier martial technique, Shadow Blade. Beyond these, there were no other valuable items. As for these two martial techniques, they seemed as superfluous to Lin Xiao as a mere trinket. Mastering them paled in comparison to delving deeper into swordsmanship and grasping the essence of sword intent. As it turned out, his first experience of eating black had led him to encounter a miser. His greatest gain was likely this storage ring. According to Lin Xiao's recollections, storage rings are rare treasures for those of the Wheel-Sea realm, possessing value beyond measure. The smallest type of storage ring in his possession could fetch at least 30,000 inferior spirit stones, if sold. This constitutes a substantial fortune. Without further contemplation, upon returning to the sect, Lin Xiao directly sold the materials obtained from the demon beasts to the sect's procurement department. Although setting up a stall would yield a higher price, it would be excessively time-consuming. After spending over 10 days outdoors, he had amassed a considerable quantity of demon beast materials, all of which were sourced from late-stage spirit-gathering realm creatures. This left the disciples in the procurement department wide-eyed with astonishment. They could not fathom where this young disciple, with merely a cultivation level of the third stage of the spirit-gathering realm, had acquired such an abundance of materials. Ultimately, Lin Xiao sold the materials for over 400 inferior spirit stones, which was already commendable. However, he could not help but curl his lips in disdain. After toiling for over 10 days to earn just 400 spirit stones, he had garnered 3,000 spirit stones from slaying a Wheel-Sea realm adversary, not to mention the martial skills and rings. Indeed, illicit dealings yield swifter returns. After selling the demon beast materials, Lin Xiao proceeded to the adjacent trading plaza. This venue was specially established by the Sword Demon sect for its disciples, allowing them to trade items acquired during their journeys or any opportunities that did not suit them. Consequently, a diverse array of goods could be found within this trading plaza. After walking a short distance, Lin Xiao noticed numerous vendors offering martial techniques and methodologies, alongside those seeking to purchase such skills. After comparing several options, Lin Xiao sold 2 martial technique manuals obtained through underhanded means for 500 low-grade spirit stones and 1,200 low-grade spirit stones, respectively. The next step was to seek an appropriate longsword. Although Lin Xiao could wield sword energy and sword intent without a sword, he could not unleash their full potential. He He had compared the effectiveness of using bare hands versus an ordinary longsword to channel sword energy and sword intent, discovering that the former was at least 30% less powerful. This was a staggering disparity in a duel between skilled practitioners. Even the slightest difference could determine victory or defeat. A 30% gap was indeed a chasm. However, after perusing various options, Lin Xiao found no longsword to his satisfaction. Instead, certain disciples' offers piqued his interest. One offered to demonstrate the rainfall sword technique at the perfected level for 200 low-grade spirit stones. Another sought 450 low-grade spirit stones for imparting insights into the thunderbolt body technique. A further offer requested 1,200 low-grade spirit stones to reveal the fourth layer of the Diamond Bodyguard's profound mysteries. Numerous similar signs advertising martial arts experiences were displayed. Lin Xiao's eyes brightened at the sight of these opportunities, as if a lucrative path had unfolded before him. Not to mention other martial arts. He had already mastered over 100 different tiers of sword techniques, truly a theoretical master of swordsmanship. Furthermore, due to his cultivation of sword intent, his comprehension of sword techniques had reached new heights. Educating others in swordsmanship would undoubtedly be within his capabilities. After a brief survey, Lin Xiao settled on a particular sign. With 500 inferior spirit stones, one seeks a meticulous demonstration of the essence of the fiery sword technique. This shall suffice. The fiery sword technique is a pinnacle skill of the human tier, practiced by numerous disciples of the sword demon sect. It is characterized by its ease of initiation, difficulty in mastery, and its high potential ceiling. Among the nearly 2,000 sword energies and experiences that Lin Xiao absorbed in the Brahma Sword Tomb, no fewer than 50 individuals have practiced this technique. Thus, he possesses considerable familiarity and profound insights regarding it. Lin Xiao promptly removed the plaque bearing the technique's name. "May I request my senior brother to guide me?" he began, but was interrupted upon noticing the junior brother's youthful appearance and his cultivation at the third level of the gathering spirit realm. This elicited a moment of astonishment and confusion from the elder disciple. Is the depth of sword technique comprehension directly correlated with one's cultivation level? Lin Xiao inquired nonchalantly. "Well, I misspoke. Please, come this way, junior brother." The elder disciple nodded apologetically and gestured for Lin Xiao to follow. The demonstration of the sword technique required a visit to a nearby, quiet chamber, equipped with specialized defensive formations to safeguard privacy. Soon, they arrived at a quiet chamber of over 200 square meters. The elder disciple still harbored doubts in his eyes. However, since this junior brother had the audacity to remove the plaque, he must possess some degree of confidence. As for whether he would resort to deception, that was of little concern. The trading square is governed by its own set of rules, particularly when it comes to the demonstration of martial skills. If both parties cannot reach a consensus, the transaction cannot be established. "Give me the sword," Lin Xiao said, extending his hand. The inner sect disciple was momentarily taken aback by these words. For a sword cultivator, the sword is akin to one's very existence, and it cannot be easily relinquished, let alone lent to another. "How can I demonstrate for you without a sword?" Lin Xiao remarked. It was then that the inner sect disciple noticed that his junior indeed lacked a sword. After a brief hesitation, he handed the sword over. Lin Xiao grasped the hilt and drew the blade from its sheath. A hum resonated. Waves of memories surged forth, deepening his comprehension of the fiery sword technique. Lin Xiao gently closed his eyes as visions of the inner sect disciple performing the fiery sword technique unfolded in his mind. The sword blazed forth, incinerating all in its path. Flames devoured miles, casting a daunting presence. Moments later, Lin Xiao opened his eyes, having gained a general understanding of this individual. "You, like many others, have trained in the wrong direction." Chapter 11. The Peculiarities of Cultivating Qi. The outer sect examination commences. Have I practiced in the wrong direction? The inner sect disciple furrowed his brow, his displeasure palpable. The fiery sword technique had been personally imparted by his esteemed master, a paragon of righteousness. His master, an elder of the inner sect and a formidable figure in the late stage of the We'll See realm, could not possibly err, even if he did. "Junior brother, perhaps it is best to reconsider. Is this individual merely attempting to swindle spirit stones? Let it be. He should seek another. At that moment, Lin Xiao made his move. A crimson glow emanated from the sword in his hand, causing the temperature within the quiet chamber to rise. The fiery sword technique unfolded, imbued with vitality. It gathered energy into flames, and the sword's shadows blazed brightly. Within mere moments, the inner sect disciple felt as though his junior brother had fused with the flames. The entire set of sword techniques appeared to come alive, and he had never sensed the fiery sword technique being executed with such profound harmony. The swordplay had reached a remarkable level. No, it was approaching perfection. The inner sect disciple's eyes widened in astonishment. In terms of understanding the sword technique, this junior brother was already on par with his master. Fire is often fierce and unyielding, charging forward without hesitation. After Lin Xiao executed another sword technique, he spoke. But this is merely the most common understanding in realm. Upon hearing the first half of his statement, the inner sect disciple was about to nod in agreement. However, upon hearing the latter half, he was left momentarily speechless. Could it be that fire holds other interpretations? Is it not merely what it appears to be? Then see for yourself, Lin Xiao remarked calmly. He swung his sword once more. Suddenly, the lights in the tranquil chamber extinguished, leaving only a faint red glow emanating from the long sword in his hand. With a swift whoosh, the sound of the sword echoed through the air. The spiritual energy within the chamber visibly distorted, rippling outward like waves in a pond. The inner sect disciple, sensing an imminent peril, instinctively retreated until he collided with the edge of the chamber, his eyes widening in astonishment as he stood frozen in place. At that moment, the lights in the chamber flickered back to life. The junior disciple had already returned the long sword to him. A spark, however small, can ignite a vast blaze. Lin Xiao articulated his understanding of this sword technique. The inner sect disciple swallowed hard, still reeling from the shock in his eyes. He hurriedly accepted the long sword and, bowing deeply to Lin Xiao, expressed, "I sincerely apologize for my earlier skepticism. Your comprehension of the fiery sword technique is unparalleled, surpassing even that of our esteemed master." Inner sect disciple Wu Zongxing thanked his junior for the guidance. "You are too courteous. It was merely a fair exchange," Lin Xiao replied, opening his hand in a dismissive gesture. The implication was clear. "I have demonstrated the sword technique, and you seem quite satisfied. So, shall we discuss the payment?" Oh, of course. Here you go." Wu Zongxing promptly produced 10 medium-grade spirit stones and handed them over. Each medium-grade spirit stone is equivalent to 100 low-grade spirit stones. Thus, these 10 stones amount to 1,000 low-grade spirit stones. "Didn't you say it was only 500 low-grade spirit stones?" Lin Xiao inquired. My junior brother revealed to me a deeper understanding of the fiery sword technique, leaving me profoundly enlightened. The additional spirit stones are rightfully his, Wu Zongxing said with great politeness. "Very well," Lin Xiao replied, not wishing to decline. Indeed, he was in need of spirit stones. Cultivators can absorb spiritual energy from these stones. The higher the grade of the spirit stone, the greater the efficiency. With merely low-grade spirit stones, the absorption and conversion rate for ordinary techniques is less than 50%. However, Lin Xiao discovered that his modified vitality nourishing technique could achieve an absorption rate exceeding 70% with low-grade spirit stones. This is quite remarkable, allowing him to utilize approximately 30% more than others. Imagine the difference with 1,000 or even 10,000 spirit stones. By the way, if you feel stagnant in your swordsmanship, consider seeking a water-based sword technique that might help you break through. After imparting this advice, Lin Xiao departed from the quiet chamber. His final reminder was a courtesy inspired by the additional 5 medium-grade spirit stones. Whether the other party would heed his words was no longer his concern. Upon hearing Lin Xiao's last statement, Wu Zongxing fell into contemplation. Why would one study a water-based sword technique when feeling stuck? His cultivation and sword techniques were both of the fire attribute. Pursuing a water-based technique would be counterproductive. The principle of the incompatibility of water and fire is universally acknowledged. Wu Zongqing exclaimed, slapping his forehead. He had forgotten to inquire about this junior brother's name. He had not encountered this individual within the inner sect. Could it be that he is an outer sect disciple? The third level of the spirit gathering realm distinguishes him as an exceptional disciple among the outer sect. If his memory serves him correctly, the outer sect examination is imminent. Should this junior indeed be an outer sect disciple, he would undoubtedly ascend directly to the inner sect. It appears that significant changes are on the horizon for the inner sect rankings. After departing from the quiet chamber, Lin Xiao refrained from further selecting plaques. After a leisurely stroll around the trading square, he expended 4,000 low-grade spirit stones to acquire a medium-grade spirit sword. Unlike mundane swords, spirit swords possess the ability to nurture themselves, amplifying the power of sword techniques. It is even rumored that top-tier spirit swords can give rise to sword spirits. Thus, their prices are considerably steep. Lin Xiao managed to procure this one only after extensive bargaining. Upon acquiring the spirit sword, fragments of memories surged into his mind. This sword had passed through the hands of two previous owners, one who perished in battle and another who, in a state of decline, sold it. He has grasped two sets of low-grade, earth-level sword techniques. All things considered, Lin Xiao has made a profitable investment. In the days that followed, Lin Xiao maintained a highly structured routine. Within the confines of the Vientiane sword tomb, he devoted himself to the practice of swordsmanship, honing his skills, and delving into sword techniques, seeking to comprehend the essence of the sword. Once the opportunity to venture outside materializes, he plans to penetrate deep into the beast forest to challenge various formidable beasts of the Weelsea realm. During this period, Lin Xiao encountered a rather significant issue. His modified qi nurturing technique began to develop laterally after he reached the fourth level of the spirit gathering realm. This indicates that, irrespective of the amount of spiritual energy absorbed, the majority is directed towards enhancing his spiritual power rather than progressing to a higher realm. From a long-term perspective, this could prove advantageous. However, Lin Xiao could not comprehend the reasons behind it. After all, few individuals have attained such an elevated realm in the cultivation of the qi nourishing technique. This technique is regarded as one of the most fundamental forms of practice. Most practitioners hastily discard it upon reaching the gathering spirit realm. Lin Xiao had contemplated replacing the qi nourishing technique as well. Yet, after acquiring two top-tier techniques of the human rank, he discovered that their cultivation speed paled in comparison to the revised qi nourishing technique. Even with his keen insight, having modified the techniques, the rate of progress remained inferior. Thus, Lin Xiao decided against forsaking the qi nourishing technique, opting to await the discovery of a more suitable alternative in the future. Today, the sun shone brightly. The outer sect of the Sword Demon sect buzzed with activity. Even the servant disciples were granted a rare day of respite. Finally, I have emerged from that place. One exclaimed, "Me too. You all have completed this month's tasks. While it is my first time leaving the Paradise Sword Tomb, when will I become an outer sect disciple?" Another pondered, "Perhaps today." The outer sect examination permits servant disciples to participate as well, so we tomb keepers can too. Nearly 100 new tomb keepers eagerly made their way to the outer sect examination square. Among them, many were departing from the Paradise Sword Tomb for the very first time. The monthly task of cleaning 10 sword tombs was exceedingly arduous. Over the past few months, out of more than 100 individuals, only a handful managed to complete their tasks each month. Lin Xiao was not particularly concerned about the outer sect examination. His primary focus lay on the events that would unfold after its conclusion, particularly regarding his encounter with Elder Gong. Chapter 12, what a waste of opportunity for him. Wow, look at that handsome young man. He is the foremost disciple of our outer sect, Shun Gao. It is said that Shun Gao recently achieved a breakthrough to the 6th level of the Gathering Spirit Realm. With such prowess, he would undoubtedly stand out even within the inner sect. Certainly, senior brother Shun possesses exceptional talent. During the last outer sect assessment, he was unfortunately absent due to other commitments, thus missing the chance to enter the inner sect. This year's outer sect candidates are quite formidable. The square was bustling with voices and animated discussions. The gazes of the crowd were fixated on a few outstanding figures from the outer sect. Everyone eagerly anticipated their performance in the upcoming assessment. As the gathering reached its peak, a calm voice resonated through the air. Silence. All outer sect disciples promptly closed their mouths, turning their attention to the figure atop the high platform. Lin Xiao and the guardians beside him also raised their heads to look. Upon seeing, the expressions of the others shifted. It was Elder Chun. Several months prior, nearly 10,000 of them had been brought to this place, and it was Elder Chun who had assigned them to the vanishing Heaven Sword Tomb. Reuniting now, everyone felt a profound sense of reflection. Lin Xiao was no exception. He now truly felt integrated into this fantastical world. In certain respects, he even owed a debt of gratitude to Elder Chun for granting him entry into the vanishing Heaven Sword Tomb. This year's outer sect assessment rules remain unchanged. Only those at the 5th level of the Qi refining realm and above may participate. The top 10 contestants in the final test shall each be rewarded with 5 middle-grade spirit stones, along with a selection token from the 1st level of the Hidden Merit Pavilion. The top 3 will receive a vial of superior-grade recovery elixir. Elder Chun elucidated the rules. Most of the outer disciples were not participating in the test for the first time and were quite familiar with these regulations. Only a handful of newly admitted outer disciples and servant disciples were taken aback upon hearing the stipulations. What? One must be at the 5th level of the Qi refinement stage to participate? This is disheartening. I am merely at the 4th level and must wait until next year. I am in the same predicament. So close yet so far from participation. Although I have reached the 5th level of Qi refinement, I shall refrain from joining to avoid embarrassment. The other guardians beside Lin Xiao shook their heads in resignation. Among them, the highest cultivation level only reached the 3rd level of Qi refinement, still far from the starting point of the outer disciples test. No, that is not entirely accurate. There was one exception. As this thought crossed their minds, the other guardians discreetly cast glances at Lin Xiao. This lone wolf rarely spoke to them, preoccupied with his own endeavors, and possessed remarkably superior talent. He was consistently the first to complete tasks each month, applying for opportunities to venture out. They could not discern the depths of his cultivation. Perhaps he had indeed met the requirements for the outer disciples test. To be honest, after spending several months together, the camaraderie among this group of guardians remained intact. Though they harbored no affection for Lin Xiao, they still hoped that one among the guardians could participate in the outer disciples test. Regardless of the outcome of the outer gate test, merely participating allows one to maintain a semblance of dignity. Brother Lin Xiao, will you partake in the outer gate test? Inquirir da familiar graveper, approaching Lin Xiao. After spending considerable time together, they were acquainted with each other's names. The other gravekeepers also perked up their ears to listen. Indeed, Lin Xiao replied succinctly. The other gravekeepers nodded in acknowledgement. It was evident that this solitary wanderer's cultivation had indeed reached the 5th level of the Qi refinement stage. Such innate talent was astonishing. How could one with such potential have been relegated to the Van Tian sword tomb? Lin Xiao perceived their gazes but chose not to elaborate further. After extensive contemplation and application of sword intent over this period, he could easily conceal his cultivation level from even a formidable opponent at the sea-wheel stage if he so desired. Before long, the registration for the outer gate test commenced, and Lin Xiao stepped forward to join the queue. However, his attire as a menial disciple was particularly conspicuous. The individuals queuing alongside him were all outer gate disciples, who regarded Lin Xiao with expressions of disdain. A menial disciple truly dares to participate in the outer gate test? How audacious! Does he truly believe that reaching the 5th level of the Qi refinement stage entitles him to rewards? Name, age, cultivation level? The registrar inquired, conducting a straightforward registration process. Chun Quan, 26 years old, 7th level of Qi refinement. Wang Pinda, 32 years old, 7th level of Qi refinement. As one progresses through the stages, the difficulty of cultivation increases, and the disparity between each level becomes increasingly pronounced. When it was Lin Xiao's turn, the registrar paused, intrigued. Servant disciple? Which main peak do you serve? The registrar inquired with astonishment. He had already registered 2 servant disciples that day, both of whom were considerably older, having cultivated for 7 or 8 years to reach the outer sex testing threshold. The young man before him appeared quite youthful. If he too had attained the outer sect testing line, it would indicate commendable aptitude. However, if his talents were indeed remarkable, why was he relegated to the role of a servant disciple? It was truly perplexing. I am the guardian of the Brahmin sword tomb, Lin Xiao replied. Huh? The guardian? You are the guardian? The registrar exclaimed in disbelief. Guardians were typically frail in appearance, yet although he could not discern Lin Xiao's cultivation level, he could sense the formidable vitality emanating from him. This was unlike any guardian he had encountered in previous years. All right, please provide your name, age, and cultivation level. The registrar continued. Reporting false information for the outer sect test could lead to severe penalties if discovered. There is absolutely no need for such deceit. Lin Xiao, 20. Gathering Spirit Realm. First level. Lin Xiao hesitated, omitting the mention of his 4th level attainment. Elder Gung had informed him that exceptional talent need not be concealed within the Sword Demon sect. Yet Lin Xiao felt that his abilities might not be as simple as Elder Gung presumed. It was prudent to keep some things hidden. However, upon hearing Lin Xiao's declaration, the registrar's eyes widened in disbelief. What did you say? You've already broken through to the Gathering Spirit Realm? He could hardly accept it. A mere disciple of menial tasks dares to claim he has broken through to the Gathering Spirit Realm at the tender age of 20? This is nothing short of absurdity. The outer disciples beside him wore expressions of disbelief as well. Before they could voice their skepticism, Lin Xiao had already released a hint of his aura, meticulously controlling it to the 1st level of the Gathering Spirit Realm. Gasp! In an instant, those around him were rendered speechless. Among the outer disciples, those who could ascend to the Gathering Spirit Realm were considered to possess commendable talent. Yet this menial disciple had managed to achieve such a feat in that moment. The word opportunity echoed in the minds of everyone present. This menial disciple must have encountered some extraordinary chance that propelled him skyward into the Gathering Spirit Realm. Realizing this, the skepticism in their eyes faded, replaced instead by envy and jealousy. Alas, what a fortunate opportunity it is. Why has it been bestowed upon a mere menial disciple? If only it had been granted to them, it would have been far more deserving than to this inconsequential disciple. Now, let the outer sect assessment commence. Chapter 13, The Unremarkable Stone Tablet, A Moment of Enlightenment. The outer sect test was in fact quite simple, consisting of 2 distinct phases. In the first phase, each disciple participating in the assessment was required to leave a mark of attack on the sword trial stone. This could manifest as sword energy, blade, aura, or a palm imprint, among other forms. The sword trial stone would then display a number indicative of the strength of the attack. Those who ranked within the top 100 would gain entry into the second phase. The sword trial stone? Lin Xiao muttered to himself, as he possessed no profound recollection of such an artifact. Just as he pondered, a nearly 2-meter-long black stone tablet was hoisted into view by several individuals. The entire stone emanated an aura of desolation and profundity, particularly accentuated by the deep sword mark etched into its center, evoking a sense of reverence. Upon his first glance at the sword trial stone, Lin Xiao felt the sword intent within him stir restlessly, akin to a cat spotting a mouse. Filled with eager anticipation and exhilaration, a glimmer of curiosity ignited in Lin Xiao's eyes. "Excuse me, senior brother, may I inquire about something?" he asked a fellow outer sect disciple standing nearby. The disciple, startled by Lin Xiao's sudden address, was taken aback. It was worth noting that he was currently at the 9th level of the Qi Refinement Realm, while Lin Xiao had already attained the 1st level of the Spirit Gathering Realm. Addressing him as senior brother was indeed a significant show of respect. "Brother, you flatter me. I am not your senior brother. Though you are presently a mere servant disciple, after this outer sect test, you will surely soar to great heights. At that time, I shall be the one addressing you as senior brother," the outer sect disciple quickly replied. "Yet that is a matter for the future. Senior brother, do you know the origins of that sword trial stone?" I gazed upon it, feeling an extraordinary sensation. Lin Xiao voiced the doubts that lingered in his heart. Ah, regarding this matter, my brother, you have indeed approached the right person. This sword-testing stone is certainly remarkable. It was unearthed by our sect's leader from an ancient relic a century ago. Have you noticed the sword mark upon the stone? It is said to be a remnant left by an ancient sword cultivator during a moment of enlightenment, imbued with immense power. Whoever can comprehend it is bound to reap tremendous benefits. However, this is merely a tale. The sword-testing stone has been in our sect for 100 years, and many formidable outsiders have come to observe it. Yet it ultimately remains a mere testing tool. The outer sect disciple provided a thorough explanation. Lin Xiao nodded slightly, expressing his gratitude, and focused his gaze on the sword-testing stone. Ancient sword cultivators, indeed. He believed it. Soon, the disciples were organized into groups, each stepping forward to test their skills against the stone. The first disciple drew his long sword, gathering his spiritual energy for 3 breaths before unleashing a wave of sword chi toward the stone. Disciple number 1, value 410, next, called out the recording disciple beside the sword-testing stone. The second disciple then approached, also striking the stone with a wave of sword chi. Within the sword demon sect, the majority of disciples wielded swords, with only a few seeking alternative methods. Disciple number 2, value 546, next. The recording disciple continued to announce. Groups of disciples swiftly underwent their tests, and in the blink of an eye, over 200 had been assessed. Lin Xiao was the 410th, and he would not have to wait long. He had observed for quite some time and had likely grasped the significance of the numbers displayed. Essentially, the power of a practitioner at the 9th level of Qi refinement hovers around 600 to 800, while the pinnacle of Qi refinement reaches approximately 1,000. Surpassing the threshold of 1,000 signifies an advancement to the first level of spirit gathering. Wow! Senior Brother Gu is about to take the stage. He is widely recognized as the second strongest disciple outside of Senior Brother Shun. I have heard that Gu's objective this time is to defeat Shun and claim the title of the strongest among the outer disciples. Gu has also ascended to the 6th level of spirit gathering, and I am eager to discover who among them is superior. I believe Senior Brother Shun holds the advantage. Not necessarily, came the murmurs from the crowd. Amidst their chatter, a composed figure gradually approached the sword-testing stone. Lin Xiao merely glanced at him before averting his gaze. The aura emanating from this individual seemed rather ordinary. With a swift motion, Gu brandished his sword, unleashing a streak of azure sword energy towards the sword-testing stone. A dull thud resonated, and a number emerged on the stone. Disciple number 242, value 3,489, next. Gasps of astonishment escaped the onlookers. This figure represented the highest value thus far, eclipsing the previous record of just over 1,200. Gu's strike was nearly threefold that of the earlier competitor. Moreover, judging by Gu's apparent ease, it was clear he had not exerted his full strength. If a casual strike bore such power, one could only wonder what his full might would entail. Before they could speculate further, another wave of exclamations erupted from the disciples. For stepping onto the stage immediately after Gu was none other than his formidable rival, Shun Gao. He is also recognized as the foremost expert in the outer sect. Unlike Gu Shi, who maintained a stern expression, Shun Gao greeted others with a smile and a nod, exuding an air of confidence. Observing this, Gu Shi merely furrowed his brows in response. As Shun Gao approached the sword-testing stone, he made his move. However, instead of drawing his sword, he waved his right hand, unleashing a surge of sword energy that struck the stone. A numerical value materialized before them. The recording disciple quickly glanced over, and an expression of astonishment crossed his face. Disciple number 243 achieved a score of 3,490. The others were momentarily taken aback by this figure, realizing it was merely 1 point higher than Gu Shi's score. Remarkable. Such mastery of control is truly impressive, especially considering that Senior Brother Shun did not even draw his sword. The distinction between strength and weakness was glaringly evident. Just showing off. Gu Shi scoffed, turning away in irritation. Shen Gao, noting Gu Shi's annoyance, chuckled lightly, and shrugged before stepping down from the platform. With these two focal figures having completed their assessments, the remaining tests held little intrigue. Over 100 more individuals were tested, with the highest score recorded at 1750. The results of others were rather unremarkable. Discipline número 409. Score 810. Next, announced the recording disciple. Lin Xiao stretched his limbs and approached the sword testing stone, finally reaching his turn after waiting for over 2 hours. His appearance managed to capture the attention of quite a few onlookers. After all, it is indeed a rarity within the sword demon sect for a mere disciple to possess the fluctuating prowess of the gathering spirit realm. The guardians of the vanishing heaven sword tomb turned their gazes toward him, some even offering encouragement. Elder Chun, standing atop the platform, stared intently at Lin Xiao, his mind swirling with questions. A guardian? The first level of the gathering spirit realm? In just half a year, he has progressed from being a novice to reaching the first level of the gathering spirit realm. Such rapid advancement is astonishing. What fortuitous opportunity has this young man encountered? Elder Chun mused curiously to himself. At that moment, Lin Xiao approached the testing sword stone. However, instead of drawing his sword, he extended his right hand, leaving others perplexed. What is he doing? Does he intend to summon sword chi like senior brother Shin? That would be preposterous, with merely the first level of the gathering spirit realm. Channeling his full power should easily secure him a place among the top 30 of the outer disciples. Yet, should he choose to take such reckless risks and fail to place within the top 100, it would indeed be entertaining. Nevertheless, Lin Xiao's subsequent action left everyone in a greater state of bewilderment. He did not unleash any sword intent nor display any martial technique. Instead, he gently caressed the testing sword stone. What is happening? What is he trying to accomplish? Is he not going to test it? If not, he should step aside. Many others are waiting. Just as many began to voice their criticisms, an overwhelming and sharp aura suddenly erupted from Lin Xiao. This force seemed capable of distorting the very fabric of space and shaking the heavens. Lin Xiao, meanwhile, closed his eyes, fully immersing himself in this potent energy. Elder Chun, standing upon the high platform, rose from his seat. His eyes were glazed, and he uttered in a hushed voice, "Enlightenment, true enlightenment." Chapter 14. The Sword's Ascendancy. Someone seeks to intervene epiphany, an aspiration cherished by practitioners throughout their lives. Such moments of enlightenment can shatter constraints and bottlenecks, enabling one to grasp profound truths in an instant and significantly enhance their prowess. Those with heightened perception may experience several epiphanies in their lifetime, while those less perceptive may never encounter one at all. Elder Chun gazed at Lin Xiao with a mixture of astonishment and envy, for despite decades of cultivation, he had yet to experience even a single moment of enlightenment. Yet this young novice, having trained for merely half a year, achieved it. Other outer disciples looked on in disbelief, particularly Shan Gao and Gu Shi, who clenched their fists in frustration. How infuriating! Why was he able to attain enlightenment? Was it due to the sword testing stone? They had interacted with this remarkable artifact countless times, fully aware of its extraordinary nature. Yet none had gleaned anything of value from it. This individual was indeed a formidable rival. The two exchanged glances, recognizing the shared sentiment reflected in each other's eyes. However, they took solace in the fact that this person was still only at the first stage of spirit gathering. Such a low level. What could he truly comprehend? Yet in the next moment, the long swords in the outer plaza began to tremble. Centered around Lin Xiao, an array of sword energy materialized around him, swiftly traversing the entire square. An unprecedented aura surged forth, reaching astonishing heights. Even the clouds in the sky seemed to be cleaved in twain by some unseen force, with a tumultuous sea of clouds illuminated by a flickering white light. The outer disciples, witnessing such a celestial phenomenon, were utterly astonished. They were oblivious to the cause or the implications of this spectacle. Only Elder Chun, whose eyes were already wide with astonishment, appeared on the verge of losing them altogether. This is the nascent form of sword intent. He has actually comprehended the nascent form of sword intent? Elder Chun was completely rendered speechless. The first level of the spirit gathering realm? comprehending the nascent form of sword intent. This is utterly preposterous. Some bewildered outer disciples instinctively gravitated towards Lin Xiao, as if he exuded an irresistible allure. Observing this, Elder Chun felt compelled to intervene, knowing that such moments of enlightenment are most susceptible to interruption. If the higher-ups of the sect were to learn that this young prodigy's epiphany was disrupted, he would inevitably face repercussions. However, before he could voice his concern, an elderly figure appeared before the young man in an instant. It was a venerable old man with white hair. Upon recognizing the newcomer, Elder Chun straightened his posture, his eyes reflecting profound respect. "I have the honor of meeting Elder Mu," he exclaimed reverently. The outer disciples were taken aback by the sudden appearance of this figure. Isn't this the gatekeeper of the archive pavilion? What brings him here?" They wondered, astonished. Moreover, Elder Chun demonstrated such deference towards him. Could it be that the gatekeeper of the archive pavilion holds a status of remarkable significance? It is worth noting that Elder Chun is the chief elder of the outer sect, a position of considerable stature within the Sword Demon sect. There are but a handful of individuals within the sect who could command such respect from Elder Chun. The elder, known as Master Mu, cast a glance at Elder Chun before directing his full attention to the young boy before him. His eyes mirrored a look of astonishment and disbelief. Subsequently, he formed a complex seal towards the heavens, causing the extraordinary phenomena to vanish in an instant. Meanwhile, Lin Xiao remained with his eyes closed, immersed in some profound realization, seemingly unaffected by the changes around him. Elder Mu, this disciple, possessing merely the first level of spirit gathering, has already grasped the nascent form of sword intent. It appears our sect is about to welcome another prodigy, Elder Chun remarked as he approached Master Mu with reverence. "Prodigy? You are underestimating this young lad." Master Mu replied nonchalantly. Elder Chun, taken aback by this statement, pondered the implications. It seemed Master Mu held an even higher regard for this disciple than he did himself. Was there something about the boy that had eluded his notice? Elder Chun scrutinized Lin Xiao once more, yet he found nothing further of significance. Noticing Elder Chun's bewilderment, Master Mu offered a slight smile, refraining from elaboration. However, his gaze towards the boy, still deep in contemplation, grew increasingly radiant. Old Gun, that old wretch, still possesses such keen insight. He too has been deceived by this young one, initially thought to be merely a genius with an unnamed sword body. In just 3 or 4 months, this lad has ascended to such heights, the 4th level of spirit gathering. At this moment, his enlightenment is not merely the nascent form of sword intent, but the true essence of sword intent itself. This level signifies 20% of sword intent. What does such a degree represent? He is now capable of engaging in profound discussions with formidable masters of the realm. Such astonishing insight is unparalleled. He has neither witnessed nor even heard of such brilliance. This truly belongs to the echelon of prodigious geniuses. With the arrival of Elder Chun and Elder Mu, others dared not approach, waiting patiently for Lin Xiao to complete his enlightenment. After approximately 2 incense sticks worth of time, Lin Xiao finally opened his eyes. Though he was in a state of profound comprehension, he remained aware of his surroundings. The gains he achieved surpassed his expectations. He absorbed an extraordinary, untamed sword intent from the trial sword stone. Although his cultivation level did not change, the initial refinement of that sword intent deepened his understanding of the sword path significantly, elevating his personal sword intent considerably. Should he fully refine the sword intent from the trial sword stone, the effects would be even more pronounced. It could be said that his combat prowess doubled before and after absorbing the sword intent from the trial stone. The mere presence of a trial sword stone could yield such tremendous enhancement. If he were to acquire several more, could he not then comprehend a complete path of sword intent? What unfathomable power would that bestow? Lin Xiao's heart surged with excitement and anticipation. Simultaneously, he felt a deep reverence for the sword mark upon the trial stone. What level of mastery in the sword path could one possess to carve such a mark? Did such individuals still exist? Gratefully acknowledging Elder Chun and the esteemed elder beside him, Lin Xiao courteously addressed the 2 individuals standing by his side. preventing any disturbances from reaching him. Expressing gratitude is but a natural courtesy, Mr. Mu remarked, gazing deeply at Lin Xiao. The young fellow certainly concealed his abilities quite adeptly. You jest, senior. Before you, I fear I've been completely laid bare, Lin Xiao replied with a smile. Following the enhancement of his sword intent, he could barely discern that the gatekeeper of the concealed power pavilion possessed formidable strength, undoubtedly above the level of the rotating pill realm. After all, how many experts in the rotating pill realm were there in the sword demon sect? This elder must undoubtedly be a figure of extraordinary stature. How about you take me as your master? I shall speak on your behalf to Old Gong, Mr. Mu said with a beaming smile. Lin Xiao was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that this elder would directly propose to take him as a disciple. Elder Chun, who stood nearby, was utterly astonished. Mr. Mu is actually considering accepting a disciple. This is indeed monumental news. However, he couldn't help but ponder why Mr. Mu mentioned Old Gong. Could it be that? A ludicrous thought crossed Elder Chen's mind. Could it be that this young lad has already caught Old Gong's eye? If that were true, the implications would be even more astonishing and hard to believe. Chapter 15. Against you, I need no sword upon the mere thought of Elder Gong. Elder Chun felt a shiver run down his spine. If Elder Mu had already seemed unattainably lofty, then Elder Gong represented a veritable taboo within the sword demon sect. Aside from himself and a few high-ranking officials of the sect, no one truly understood the weight of Elder Gong's presence. It was astonishing that this young rascal had encountered such extraordinary fortune. Well, little one, do not overthink it. Once the outer gate assessment is completed, I shall accompany you to confront that old wretch. Noticing Lin Xiao's hesitation, Elder Mu did not wish to pressure him further. After all, his earlier excitement had led him to speak impulsively. If he were to act rashly and seize this young lad, what consequences would he face from that old immortal? Good. Lin Xiao felt a wave of relief wash over him. In the realm of the fantastical, the act of taking on a master held immense significance. Yet he knew nothing of the other party. How could he possibly entertain the notion of apprenticeship? Elder Munadid, taking a few strides before appearing on the elevated platform of the square. Seeing this, Elder Chun turned to Lin Xiao with great courtesy, saying, Lin Xiao, you may continue with the assessment. Lin Xiao gazed at the testing stone before him. He casually unleashed a punch, striking its surface. A numerical value materialized. The testing stone, having absorbed his sword intent, still functioned, albeit as though it had lost its very soul, devoid of that sharp and intimidating aura. The recorder, upon witnessing the value, announced the result. Disciple 410, value 2000 next. This figure was quite impressive, second only to Shun Gao and Gu Shi. However, the remarkable Lin Xiao, who had created such a stir, left everyone expecting him to once again astonish the crowd. To their surprise, he only achieved a mere value of 2,000. Just 2,000? I thought he could rival Senior Brother Shun and Senior Brother Gu. Are you blind? Did you not see him merely throw a casual punch? If he had wielded a sword and unleashed sword energy, he might have truly reached the level of the two senior brothers. Impossible. He is merely at the first level of the gathering spirit realm, while both senior brothers have already attained the 6th level. Indeed, although the earlier commotion was significant, his cultivation level is what it is. He is still far from catching up to the two senior brothers. Not only were the disciples discussing fervently, but at that moment, Shun Gao approached Gu Shi with a smile, inquiring, what are your thoughts on this individual? Gu Shi cast a cold glance at Shun Gao and replied, he is formidable. He must be concealing his true cultivation. Ah, so even Junior Brother Shi has noticed. I learned that this person only entered the Van Heaven Sword Tomb as a guardian 6 months ago, and in that short time, he has grown to such an extent. If he is given another 6 months, he will undoubtedly outpace both of us, Shun Gao lamented. A guardian? A hint of surprise appeared on Gu Shi's otherwise impassive face. Hard to believe. I assent it, Shun Gao remarked. It seems he possesses a rare constitution, Gu Shi observed. A flicker of envy in his eyes. Once he truly rises, our sword demon sect will surely be bustling. Shun Gao chuckled. Perhaps he will even surpass you this time. Gu Shi retorted with a cold laugh. Shun Gao. An hour later, the first stage of the outer sect examination concluded. Lin Xiao ranked first, Gu Shi second, and Lin Xiao third. A total of 100 outer disciples advanced to the second round. This round consisted of mutual competitions, where participants were grouped according to their rankings from the previous round, taking turns to showcase their skills, ultimately determining the top 10. After a brief period for grouping, the second round commenced. One by one, the disciples ascended the stage to demonstrate their full capabilities, each eager to shine brilliantly in this contest. The atmosphere gradually reached a crescendo, with cheers resounding continuously. Among the top contenders from the first round, Lin Xiao was the first to take the stage. His opponent was a disciple at the peak of the Qi refinement stage, who had secured the 10th position in the previous round. Upon stepping onto the competition platform, his expression turned bitter, and he felt a surge of tears welling up. Why was his luck so unfortunate? He had drawn one of the three adversaries he least wished to face. He would rather contend against senior brother Gu than confront this enigmatic newcomer. I humbly request your guidance, senior brother, the disciple stated politely. Within the sect, those of superior cultivation are regarded as senior brothers. Please, Lin Xiao replied with composure. No sooner had he spoken than his opponent lunged forward, sword in hand. The disciple's strategy was straightforward, to end the battle swiftly. Given his inferior cultivation level, any hesitation would only lead to a more humiliating defeat. With a swift motion, he unleashed his sword technique, sending 3 streams of yellow sword qi slicing towards Lin Xiao from various angles. Fully concentrated, he unveiled his ultimate move from the outset, fixating his gaze on Lin Xiao to gauge his defense and prepare for the next assault. What he did not anticipate was that Lin Xiao merely gazed at him with an air of tranquility, showing no inclination to defend himself. Suddenly, 3 strands of sword energy pierced through Lin Xiao's body. The disciple was left dumbfounded, and gasps of astonishment filled the air. No one could have imagined that Lin Xiao would be struck so effortlessly. A calm voice suddenly resonated behind the disciple, declaring, "You have lost focus in battle." The disciple jolted in surprise, but before he could turn around, he felt an immense force propel him off the stage. Lin Xiao retracted his hand and strolled down from the platform. What has transpired? I didn't even see how he appeared. It seemed he had just employed the shadow shift technique. Could it be? That afterimage was astonishingly lifelike. I almost believed it was real. With such speed, I would have reacted just as slowly if I were in his place. To think someone of such caliber is merely an outer sect disciple. The outer sect disciples were left speechless at this revelation. The competition continued, and soon it was Brother Gu Shi's turn to take the stage. His opponent was the 4th-ranked disciple. After 3 rounds of combat, the disciple, feeling inadequate, conceded defeat. He was quite pleased with himself for having lasted 3 rounds against Brother Gu. Next, it was Lin Xiao's turn. He exhibited a more amiable demeanor, engaging in a spirited exchange with another disciple, ultimately sending his opponent off the stage after a series of exchanges. His gentlemanly demeanor elicited cheers from the outer sect disciples. After a round of competitions, everyone began to notice the remarkable prowess of Lin Xiao, Gu Shi, and the enigmatic Lin Xiao, whose strength far surpassed that of their contemporaries. Curiosity stirred among the onlookers, eager to discern the hierarchy of power among these 3, particularly Lin Xiao. Remarkably, after several bouts, he had not even drawn his sword. Relying solely on his speed and fists, he rendered his opponents utterly defenseless. The magnitude of this disparity ignited a collective intrigue regarding his true strength. Finally, after a few more matches, Lin Xiao faced off against Gu Shi. All the outer disciples fixated intently on the match. Junior brother Lin, I look forward to your guidance. Gu Shi remarked coolly. The same applies to you, senior brother Gu, Lin Xiao replied. In the outer spectator stands, Elder Mu inquired Xiao Chun, whom do you believe will emerge victorious? Elder Chen responded with a chuckle. Though Gu Shi's abilities are commendable, they cannot compare to Lin Xiao's mastery of the nascent sword intent. What if this young man refrains from employing sword intent? Elder Mu asked with a smile. Not using sword intent? Elder Chen paused, then continued. If Lin Xiao abstains from utilizing sword intent, given the disparity in cultivation levels, it would be quite challenging for him to withstand Gu Shi's successive assaults. After all, Gu Shi has mastered the fiery sword technique, which is particularly effective against swift opponents. Elder Mu remained silent, confident that Gu Shi would not last 3 rounds against this young man. Chapter 16. If I can win, why should I draw my sword? Upon the dueling platform, the two individuals exchanged greetings, yet neither made a move. Lin Xiao patiently awaited his opponent's action, while Gu Shi regarded him with a furrowed brow. Junior brother, will you not draw your sword? Gu Shi remarked, his demeanor icy. Indeed, Lin Xiao replied, his hands remaining conspicuously empty in the face of Gu Shi. A sword was sheathed upon his back, signifying his identity as a swordsman. However, throughout the encounter, no one had witnessed him wield that blade. If I can win, why should I draw my sword? Lin Xiao countered. Upon hearing this, Gu Shi's expression grew even colder. You are more insufferable than Shun Gao. Gu Shi snorted disdainfully, drawing his long sword. The temperature on the dueling platform surged dramatically. A wave of flames surged forth like a tidal wave, engulfing Gu Shi entirely. Hunt, Gu Shi declared, unleashing a strike. From the conflagration emerged a serpentine flame, moving with astonishing speed and lunged ferociously at Lin Xiao. The ultra-high temperature of the flame seemed to distort its trajectory in the air. Upon witnessing this, Lin Xiao activated his shadow-shifting technique, leaving behind an afterimage. However, the maneuver that had previously served him well faltered this time. The flame serpent appeared to possess a sentience of its own, pivoting its head to pursue him as he moved. It could track me? Lin Xiao thought, swiftly repositioning himself. The dueling platform was now marked by numerous afterimages, as if several Lin Xiaos had materialized. 1, 2, 3. Upon the emergence of 3 afterimages, the flame serpent lost its target. Catch up to it. Gu Shi let out a cold snort and unleashed several sword strikes, conjuring a few fiery serpents. Yet Lin Xiao remained utterly composed. The arena was filled with fleeting shadows. 7, 8, 9. The lines between reality and illusion blurred. The disciples below were utterly unable to discern which Lin Xiao was the true one. None among them had cultivated the art of shape-shifting, and to exchange for such a high-level technique at the Concealed Skills Pavilion would require remarkable achievements. If given the chance, wouldn't it be more tempting to exchange for a top-tier sword technique or supreme martial arts? As for movement techniques, those of slightly lesser quality would suffice. However, witnessing Lin Xiao execute this technique with such mastery shifted the thoughts of the disciples. Incredible! They resolved that when the opportunity arose, they too would seek to acquire the shape-shifting technique. As the saying goes, amateurs watch for excitement, while experts seek the underlying principles. Elder Chan in the stand was left speechless, his mouth agape. 9. Fleeting shadows. This approached the consummate realm of shape-shifting. Most notably, the movement technique he himself practiced was indeed shape-shifting. After a decade of diligent training, he had only managed to reach the level of 8 shadows, and even those were less substantial than Lin Xiao's manifestations. Lin Xiao must be a prodigy. How could he possibly cultivate at such an astonishing pace? When his aptitude was initially assessed, he was deemed to possess the qualities of a failure. Elder Chen's expression darkened. He felt as though the past decade of his cultivation had been squandered. And it was not just him. Even Mu Lao, who stood beside him, displayed astonishment and a gleam of wonder in his eyes. In less than half a year, this young man had nearly perfected his earth-level movement technique. His comprehension was terrifyingly profound. On the contest stage, Gu Shi furrowed his brow deeply. He had pushed the hunting technique to its utmost limit. Yet he still could not graze the hem of Lin Xiao's garment. The speed was extraordinary, seemingly surpassing the realm of spirit gathering. Nevertheless, Gu Shi merely regarded it as a minor inconvenience. He still had ways to restrain Lin Xiao. One of the contest rules stated that if one stepped off the stage, they would be deemed the loser. With this in mind, he shouted blazing prairie, and with a flourish of his long sword, a wave of fire surged across the entire contest arena. Can you escape? You may be swift, but I shall engulf the entire stage, leaving no avenue for retreat. Indeed, upon witnessing this, Lin Xiao halted his steps. Boom! The flames consumed Lin Xiao entirely, and the fire serpents dissipated at Gu Shi's command. His intention was to win, not to take a life. However, in the next moment, Gu Shi's expression shifted in disbelief. He sensed something amiss. With a muffled thud, the flames that engulfed Lin Xiao were extinguished by an unseen force. Looking again at Lin Xiao, he found himself enveloped within a green mountain seal. The fiery waves were suppressed by this mountain seal. This is the mountain embrace seal, Gu Shi exclaimed in surprise. It was a top-tier body refinement technique of a human rank. He began to understand why Lin Xiao's strength was so formidable, capable of striking a value of 2,000 on the sword testing stone with a mere punch. It turns out that he has cultivated this particular technique, and it seems his level is quite significant. But isn't he a swordsman? Why would a swordsman divert his focus to body refinement? Ha ha, this lad is quite intriguing. Old Mu couldn't help but chuckle as he observed Lin Xiao. He was well aware that Lin Xiao had chosen these two techniques from the Hidden Skill Pavilion, though he had paid little heed at the time. The difficulty of cultivating body refinement techniques is considerably greater than that of comparable movement techniques and other martial arts. However, upon witnessing the results now, he was genuinely astonished. Not only had this young man mastered the mountain embrace technique, but he had also advanced it to the 4th level. Each level of the mountain embrace can withstand attacks from opponents a minor realm higher. Thus, this young fellow's actual cultivation level is at the 4th stage of spirit gathering. And with the defensive capabilities of the mountain embrace, it implies that, beneath the complete stage of spirit gathering, no one can breach his defenses. A prodigy, truly a prodigy. In just half a year, he has reached the 4th stage of spirit gathering, perfected his movement technique, achieved minor success in body refinement, and grasped 2 parts of sword intent. Each of these accomplishments alone would be worthy of the label genius. To combine all 4 is simply astonishing. Old Mu was left speechless. If this young man continues to grow, he could very well be the hope of the Sword Demon sect. Although the Sword Demon sect ranks among the top 10 within the Great Wei dynasty, its situation is far from favorable. After all, a demonic sect is still a demonic sect. Many of its rules and regulations starkly contrast with those of the so-called righteous path. The demonic sect places a greater emphasis on the supremacy of strong. Upon witnessing the Mount Baoshan seal adorning Lin Xiao, Gu Shi unleashed a series of fiery serpents once more. This time, however, Lin Xiao did not evade. He allowed the serpents to strike his form. As they collided with a series of resounding thuds, each serpent that came close was swiftly suppressed and extinguished by the Mount Baoshan seal, failing to ignite even a spark. I concede, Gu Shi uttered reluctantly, his voice heavy with discontent. His frustration stemmed not from the inability to breach his opponent's defenses, but rather from his failure to provoke Lin Xiao into drawing his sword. "Thank you for your grace," Lin Xiao replied coolly, retracting the Mount Baoshan seal. The onlookers below, witnessing Gu Shi's concession, turned their gazes toward Lin Xiao, recognizing that this dark horse of the outer sect was far more formidable than they had anticipated. Following their clash, the competition resumed. A few matches later, Gu Shi found himself pitted against Shun Gao. As expected, after exchanging blows for several rounds, Gu Shi faced defeat. His unstable mindset contributed to his swift downfall, for had he maintained his composure, his prowess would have surely granted him a more favorable outcome. After several more bouts, the outer sect competition culminated in its final and most anticipated showdown. The foremost contender, Shun Gao, against the remarkable dark horse, Lin Xiao. This clash, heralded as the ultimate contest of the outer sect, drew considerable attention. Chapter 17. You brat, come meet that old codger amidst the eager anticipation of the crowd. Lin Xiao and Shun Gao ascended the competition stage. Shun Gao, ever the epitome of elegance and self-assurance, inspired a wave of enthusiasm among the outer disciples below, who fervently cheered for him. After all, he was widely acknowledged as the foremost disciple of the outer sect, and they all hoped he would secure the top position in the test. Observing Shun Gao's demeanor, Lin Xiao displayed a hint of expectation. After enhancing his sword intent, he yearned for a worthy opponent to gauge his newfound power, though he did not believe Shun Gao qualified for such a role. "Junior brother Lin, may I propose a matter?" Gao inquired with a smile. Please, senior brother, go ahead, Lin Xiao replied, perplexed by Gao's intentions. Recognizing my inferiority, I graciously concede this match, Gao declared with a broad smile. Huh? Lin Xiao was taken aback, while the other outer disciples were left utterly bewildered. Why? How could senior brother Shen concede so easily? Despite Lin Xiao's evident strength, conceding without a fight felt profoundly disheartening. Nearby, Gu Shi glared at Gao, his lips curling in disdain. This fellow just loves to show off. Gao had anticipated the crowd's reaction. After witnessing the clash between Lin Xiao and Gu Shi, he comprehended his inevitable fate. He felt a twinge of resignation, acutely aware that Lin Xiao had grasped the essence of sword intent, a hallmark of a formidable practitioner in the Xiandan realm. Although he held the title of the outer sex champion, he remained leagues away from achieving such a level of mastery. He continued to speak to Lin Xiao. Before conceding, may I experience your swordsmanship, junior brother Lin? Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao understood. It appeared that his opponent was quite perceptive. Certainly. By the way, may I inquire what sword technique you practice, senior brother Shen? Lin Xiao asked. Me? The rainbow light sword technique, Gao replied. As soon as his words fell, Lin Xiao's long sword unsheathed itself and fell into his grasp. In an instant, a tremendous surge of sword energy was unleashed, cascading like a river of stars, illuminating the day with a radiant glow. Even the fierce sun seemed to retreat in its presence. The blinding brilliance and aura instantly pierced the eyes of all present. It was dazzling yet sharp. By the time they regained their senses, Gao had already been sent flying several dozen meters away from the competition platform, evidently sustaining minor injuries. Meanwhile, Lin Xiao had sheathed his sword and strolled off the stage. This is simply overwhelming. Senior brother Shen had no capacity for retaliation whatsoever. Among the outer disciples, none dared utter another word. The might of that single strike would have left them gravely injured, if not dead. At that moment, Gao rose to his feet, his eyes filled with respect and astonishment. He then bowed to Lin Xiao and said, "Thank you for your guidance, junior brother." His words carried no hint of pretense. They were sincere and heartfelt. The other disciples were once again taken aback. Goodness, could it be that senior brother Shen was rendered speechless? To be defeated, yet express gratitude for the opponent's instruction? Senior brother Gu. Why is senior brother Shen thanking Lin Xiao? A disciple by Gu Shi inquired. Why do you ask me? You should consult Gao. Gu Shi, with a cold expression, departed. The prowess of Lin Xiao was indeed formidable. The technique he had just demonstrated was the quintessence of the rainbow swordsmanship. One could not execute such a move without having mastered the technique to its fullest. At the very least, Gao would not be able to perform it at such a level. Retreat. He must immediately enter seclusion to cultivate. How foolish he had been to consider himself a genius in the sword arts. Compared to Lin Xiao, he was utterly insignificant. Thus, the external sect examination for the year came to a close, with Lin Xiao taking first place, Gao second, and Gu Shi third. The rewards were subsequently distributed. Lin Xiao received a vial of high-grade return yuan pills from Elder Chun, which lifted his spirits. This vial contained 10 pills, each valued at 200 low-grade spirit stones, totaling 2,000 low-grade spirit stones. For Lin Xiao, who had only a little over 300 spirit stones remaining after purchasing his spirit sword, this was indeed a considerable fortune. If he used 2 pills a day, he could cultivate for 5 days. Come on, little one, we must hurry. Elder Mu, with his white beard, was already impatiently waiting. Now that the examination had concluded, he grasped Lin Xiao's shoulder, and the two vanished from the outer sect square. Meanwhile, discussions about Lin Xiao continued to swirl in the square. Elsewhere, at the Sword Demon sect on the Crimson Flame Peak, an inner disciple approached a main pavilion with an exhausted demeanor. It was Brother Wu. This was surely his last chance. Becoming the true disciple of the master was exceedingly difficult. Should he fail this time, he would forfeit his qualification to become a core disciple. His impatience was evident. Had he awaited another year before facing his master's trial, success would have been assured, but now hope seemed elusive. Indeed, it was a pity. If even the foremost disciple could not pass the Master test, how could an ordinary person hope to succeed? Listening to the idle chatter around him, Wu Zongqing's expression remained unchanged. Approaching the main pavilion, he knelt upon the ground and proclaimed with clarity, "Master, I have come to take the test." Nearby disciples of Qian Peak shook their heads slightly. As anticipated, Brother Wu was about to use his final opportunity. "Zongqing, are you certain? This trial will assess not only your comprehension, but also your temperament." A commanding voice resonated from within the pavilion. "I am certain," Wu Zongqing affirmed resolutely. "You may begin after the incense burns out," the authoritative voice replied with a hint of resignation. "Understood," Wu Zongqing responded. The other disciples looked on with confusion. Only a month prior, Brother Wu had struggled with the Liehua sword technique, yet in just a few days, he had seemingly achieved a breakthrough. Surely, it was improbable. The Liehua sword technique was simple to grasp, but challenging to master. Few within the sword demon sect could attain the realm of perfection in it. Wu Zongqing, it seemed, still lacked steadiness of spirit. Many disciples of Qian Peak, hearing the news, rushed over to witness the event. Wu Zongqing closed his eyes, regulating his breath. As scenes from a few days prior in the tranquil chambers of the trading market played continuously in his mind. Those moments when the enigmatic junior had demonstrated so much to him. The sword demon sect comprises 9 peaks, each housing 3,000 inner disciples. By passing the Master's rigorous test, one may become a true disciple of the Master. With diligent practice over time, one might even aspire to challenge the elite ranking of the inner disciples within a few years. The resources of a sect are inherently limited. It cannot cater to all disciples equally. Within the sword demon sect, the majority of premium resources, opportunities, and fortunes are primarily reserved for those ranked on the inner elite list, which consists of only the top 100. Thus, each advancement in rank significantly increases the resources one can access. It is through mutual competition that excellence is discerned. This is not cruelty, it is the essence of reality. Wu Zongqing tightened his grip on the hilt of his sword. This final opportunity must not slip away. He must succeed to obtain the Master's true legacy and favor. He is prepared to fight with all his might. "Master, I am ready," Wu Zongqing declared solemnly as he opened his eyes. Chapter 18, This little fellow. I must take him as my apprentice begin. The voice echoed from the main loft. With a hum, Wu Zongqing drew his long sword. The sword gleamed like fire. Entwining around him, the fiery sword technique commenced its demonstration. Each move was executed with practiced familiarity. The sword's energy transformed into flames, darting like a spirit serpent. Remarkable. Brother Wu's fiery sword technique has improved significantly since a few days ago. However, such progress was still insufficient to meet the master's expectations. His swordsmanship needed to reach a level of consummate mastery. As the bystanders began to murmur, a young man emerged from the main loft, casting a stern glance at them. "While others are undergoing assessment, you must refrain from whispering." Upon hearing his admonition, everyone nodded in agreement. "Yes, Brother Yuan." Noticing their sudden silence, Brother Yuan turned his attention back to Wu Zongqing, fully aware of his capabilities. Given Wu's aptitude, it would take at least another year for him to comprehend the technique. However, as he observed the swordplay, Brother Yuan's brow furrowed in confusion. The fiery sword technique displayed by Wu Zongqing seemed to possess an unusual quality. At that moment, Wu Zongqing's mind was consumed by the memory of the astonishing sword strike executed by Mysterious Junior on that fateful day. Fire, fierce and relentless, charging forward without hesitation. This was merely the ordinary realm. Fire, too, could ignite. A single spark could set ablaze a vast expanse. "Burn!" Wu Zongqing shouted, and in an instant, all the sword energy coalesced at the tip of his blade. The spiritual energy within him surged wildly. A surge of intensely concentrated flames erupted instantaneously, roaring forth in tumultuous waves, dispersing in all directions. "Ah, how scorching! What tremendous power is this? No, I cannot evade it. It's over, it's over. I feel utterly incapable of withstanding this strike." The onlooking disciple's expressions shifted dramatically. Observing his fellow disciples on the brink of peril, Senior Brother Yuan resolved to intervene. "Yet, Upon truly sensing the ferocity of the flames approaching, his countenance also changed. This blow was formidable. He could withstand it, but there was no time to assist the others. At that moment, a colossal red spiritual hand erupted from the main pavilion, instantly suppressing and extinguishing the flames. The disciples remained in a state of shock, utterly unprepared for Senior Brother Wu to unleash such formidable power. Ha ha, splendid. I hereby declare that from this day forth, Wu Zongqing shall be my true disciple, proclaimed a voice filled with pride and joy. Already slumped on the ground, utterly drained, Wu Zongqing struggled to rise, then respectfully bowed, saying, "Thank you, Master, for your recognition. I shall strive to improve." He had resolved that once he regained his strength, he would promptly seek news of that enigmatic junior disciple, determined to express his gratitude in person. Without that individual's guidance, he would have been unable to achieve this. Meanwhile, on another front, Lin Xiao was airborne, grasped by the shoulder by Elder Mu. The surroundings blurred past in rapid retreat. It was then that he realized that a practitioner of the rotating pill realm could not only fly, but do so with such astonishing speed. Even if he were to master the art of shadow-like movement to perfection, it would still fall short. Moreover, it is certain that Elder Mu has not exerted his full strength. After a few breaths, they arrived at the sword tomb of Brahma. Elder Mu showed no intention of halting. With a wave of his right hand, he cast a spell. A concealed barrier materialized and automatically opened a passage. The two swiftly entered. The sword tomb of Brahma is akin to the sacred ground of the sword demon sect, where ordinary individuals are prohibited from entering. Even in matters of urgency, one must announce their presence at the entrance. Yet, noting Elder Mu's adept manner of entry, Lin Xiao discerned that he was undoubtedly a frequent visitor here. "Old fossil, stop hiding in the sword pavilion and come out for a chat," Elder Mu called out, standing in midair above the pavilion with Lin Xiao. Soon, a figure materialized before them. It was Elder Gong. He looked at Elder Mu with a sense of resignation, and, upon noticing Lin Xiao, a flicker of surprise crossed his eyes. "What trouble are you bringing this time, you old rascal?" Elder Gong inquired with an air of exasperation. "Let us converse amicably. Have I ever caused trouble? I'm here for a legitimate matter this time," Elder Mu replied with a smile. "A legitimate matter? Pray tell," Elder Gong retorted, casting a skeptical glance. "I wish to take this young lad as my disciple," Elder Mu stated earnestly. Elder Gong exclaimed, clearly taken aback by this revelation. He swiftly moved to Lin Xiao's side and grasped the opposite shoulder. In the next moment, Elder Gong's eyes widened in shock. "Twofold sword intent. How could this be? The last time I saw you, you had just begun to comprehend the essence of the sword. Young one, how have you accomplished this?" Elder Gong was genuinely astonished. When Lin Xiao first grasped the sword intent, he speculated that it was merely a fortuitous coincidence, a sign of some impending opportunity. As one progresses further into the sword intent, the challenges multiply exponentially. Transitioning from the initial understanding of sword intent to achieving the first level of comprehension is no small feat. Even a genius would require a year or two to attain it. Yet, this young lad has not only broken through to the realm of sword intent in just a few months, but has directly reached the second level of comprehension. What on earth is happening here? Returning to Elder Gong, Lin Xiao candidly explained, "During the outer sect assessment, I touched the sword testing stone, and something resonated within me. When I regained my senses, my sword intent had elevated. This revelation would soon spread, even if he remained silent." The sword testing stone? Elder Gong fell into silence. So it was this sword testing stone. He had studied it for quite some time, but had not deciphered its mysteries. It appears this young lad's insight surpasses my expectations. He is indeed an exceptional candidate for sword cultivation. Elder Gong's gaze toward Lin Xiao grew increasingly bright and fervent. This, however, displeased the white-haired elder beside him. "You old fool, what are you planning? This young one was my discovery first. You shall not lay claim to him," Elder Mu warned, eyeing Elder Gong warily. Having extended his greetings, he was now prepared to take this young talent under his wing for careful nurturing. Elder Gong released Lin Xiao and, feigning nonchalance, chuckled softly. "I have had my eye on this young one for quite some time. Do you truly believe you can take him away?" Old Mu's expression shifted dramatically. You must be joking. If you had taken a liking to this young fellow earlier, he would have already been invited to the sword pavilion, he admonished. Oomph. Elder Gung scoffed, then turned to Lin Xiao and inquired, My young friend, did I not mention that after your outer sect examination, you should seek me out at the sword pavilion? Lin Xiao sensed the tension around him escalating. Upon hearing Elder Gung's question, he promptly replied, Indeed. Elder Gung did mention it. I had every intention of returning to the sword pavilion after the outer sect examination concluded. Haha, I must thank you, my old friend, for bringing him here. You've worked hard. Elder Gung remarked with a peculiar tone, attempting to console Old Mu. Old Mu's countenance had grown increasingly grim. What a fool I am, the jester in my own tale. Had I known, I should have permitted this young man to become my disciple right there at the outer sect plaza. I should have acted first and reported later. Why bother with this old relic? Regret washed over him. He took a deep breath, sighed heavily, and spoke, Old relic, name your terms. What must I do to secure this young man for myself? I shall accept any condition. Old Mu's words were earnest and resonated with gravity. Chapter 19. A choice between two? No, I desire them all. Old Gung intended to drive this fellow away. However, upon witnessing the other party's demeanor, a sense of confusion crept into his eyes. Each encounter between the two had been marked by verbal sparring, a facade of animosity. In truth, their relationship was remarkably amicable, with a profound understanding of one another. The current disposition of Old Mu seemed decidedly off-kilter. Gung had indeed noted the exceptional qualities of young Lin Xiao, yet it had not reached the level of taking him as a disciple. The sword pavilion was far too unique, and at that time, Lin Xiao had not been within his contemplations. He had merely instructed Lin Xiao to find him after the external examination, intending to offer some guidance. To his astonishment, this meeting had yielded an immense surprise from the young lad. What scheme are you concocting, old fellow? Gung inquired with a serious tone, perplexed as to why this old man insisted on taking Lin Xiao as his disciple. The young boy's remarkable aptitude, having grasped 2 levels of sword intent, seemed more befitting of the sword pavilion. Old Mu responded directly, If you allow this young lad to inherit the sword pavilion, how long do you think he would survive? Gung remained silent. With a sigh, he murmured, Such a fate is beyond our control. Old Mu disregarded his comment and turned to Lin Xiao, saying, Young one, demonstrate your embrace of the mountain seal without reservation. Huh? Gung exclaimed, momentarily taken aback. The embrace of the mountain? Could it be that this young lad had chosen this technique at the concealment pavilion? Lin Xiao sensed that the dialogue between the 2 elders was laden with unspoken implications. He did not fully comprehend what was being said. When he heard Elder Mu instruct him to demonstrate the Baoshan seal without holding back, a wave of emotion surged within him. Indeed, a Xiandan realm expert was truly remarkable, capable of discerning even this. As Lin Xiao's inner spiritual energy stirred, a layer of pale blue markings enveloped him. The 6th level of the Baoshan seal? Elder Gung was once again taken aback. Elder Mu was momentarily stunned as well. He had anticipated the 5th level, but to his surprise, it was the 6th. This young lad certainly knew how to keep his cards close to his chest. In just half a year, reaching the 6th level was truly impressive. Indeed, during the outer sect examination, Lin Xiao had only showcased the 4th level of the Baoshan seal. Yet, in these past few months, he had already cultivated it to the 6th level. Retaining 2 levels was not only a matter of habit, but also a strategic reserve. For a moment, both Elder Mu and Elder Gung fell silent, their expressions starkly contrasting. Elder Mu radiated with enthusiasm, brimming with excitement, while Elder Gung wore a frown, appearing increasingly troubled. He finally grasped why Elder Mu insisted on accepting Lin Xiao as his disciple at any cost. Had Lin Xiao not demonstrated the Baoshan seal, he would undoubtedly have been turned away. But now, what was to be done? The silence between them left Lin Xiao feeling a twinge of unease. What did this mean? Please do not leave me in suspense. After several minutes without a word from them, Lin Xiao could no longer contain himself and inquired, Esteemed elders, what precisely do you mean? Elder Mu and Elder Gung exchanged a glance. It was Elder Gung who finally spoke. Young one, your abilities are woefully inadequate. There are certain truths I could impart that would bring you more harm than benefit. If presented with 2 choices, one being to cultivate the mightiest sword, which, while immensely powerful, would demand a great sacrifice, perhaps even your own lifespan. The other being to hone the strongest shield, a path fraught with difficulties, where each advancement would be 100-fold more challenging than that of your peers, potentially leading to stagnation at a certain level. What would your choice be? Elder Gung articulated these words with a blend of complexity in his emotions. Elder Mu, unusually silent, shared a similarly intricate expression. The two venerable figures turned their gazes towards Lin Xiao, eager to discern his choice, which held significant importance for them. Upon hearing Elder Gung's words, Lin Xiao fell into contemplation. He surmised the implications. The mightiest sword referred to Elder Gung, while the strongest shield was likely Elder Mu. They had bestowed upon him the autonomy to choose for himself. The strongest sword and shield. If it were me, Lin Xiao began to speak. The two elders perked up, leaning in closer. If it were up to me, I would undoubtedly choose both the sword and the shield. Is it not possible for one to possess both the mightiest sword and the strongest shield? The elders were momentarily taken aback by Lin Xiao's assertion. Elder Gung could not help but shake his head, while Elder Mu burst into laughter, chiding, "You little rascal, your greed is quite insatiable. A person's energy is limited and cannot possibly encompass both. The consequence of greed is mediocrity. To be frank, the ancestors of the Sword Demon sect once discovered 2 martial arts manuals within a certain relic. Their ranks remain indeterminate, yet they undoubtedly surpass the celestial tier. The cultivation of these techniques is extraordinarily arduous. For an ordinary individual, attempting to practice them is an insurmountable challenge. I have had the fortune of cultivating one of these body refinement techniques. Upon mastering this method, my defensive capabilities are unrivaled among peers, rendering it exceedingly difficult for adversaries to inflict harm upon me, even in battles against those of higher ranks. However, the drawbacks are glaringly apparent. With each ascension in realm, the difficulty of cultivation escalates exponentially. Each breakthrough demands an expenditure of spiritual energy that far exceeds that of others, by factors of 10, 100, or even 1,000. Does this description of the technique sound somewhat familiar? The Mount Embrace seal is a simplistic, scaled-down version inspired by this body refinement method. Old Mu articulated a sobering truth, his words laden with resignation. Lin Xiao was momentarily taken aback. No wonder he felt something was amiss while practicing the Mount Embrace seal. Despite being merely at the pinnacle of the human tier, it exuded an air of profound depth. And what of the strongest sword? Lin Xiao inquired further. The mightiest sword, Old Mu remarked, glancing at Old Gung, who showed no inclination to elucidate. Thus, he continued his explanation. Old Gung, it appears, has been practicing the other manual, a technique specifically for sword cultivators. Typically, martial arts involve the absorption of spiritual energy for cultivation. While this particular method necessitates the consumption of sword chi, synergized with spiritual energy and incantations. The higher the realm, the greater the demands for both the quality and quantity of sword chi. Inflicting 1,000 wounds upon the enemy, while sustaining 800 in return may indeed grant one an extraordinary prowess that surpasses peers of the same rank. However, the resultant damage to one's self and the toll on one's lifespan are exceedingly grave. To put it plainly, when Elder Gung ascended to the first level of the Wheel Sea realm, he possessed the strength to vanquish ordinary cultivators of the Rotation Pill realm. Yet, would he dare to rampage unchecked? He would not, for he fears that in the act of slaying a few, he might himself fall victim to the backlash of his own techniques. Nevertheless, let it be known that due to the presence of this venerable elder, ever since he stepped into the Rotation Pill realm, no one has dared to provoke our Sword Demon sect. Such an aura of deterrence is indeed enviable. Now, do you comprehend the difficulty of cultivating even a single technique, let alone 2? Listening to Elder Mu, Lin Xiao lowered his head in contemplation, though none noticed the glimmer of brilliance in his eyes. The technique of absorbing sword chi for cultivation, this seemed tailor-made for him, coupled with his unparalleled comprehension. What of attempting to cultivate 2 techniques concurrently? Elder Gung, Elder Mu, I have made up my mind. I wish to endeavor in the cultivation of both techniques simultaneously. and I kindly ask for your support. Chapter 20. On the pinnacle of the two great heavenly stages, the techniques in hand. Hey, why are you so stubborn? You little rascal? How I've been speaking nonsense all this time? Master Mu exclaimed, exasperation evident in his tone. Master Gung, unable to tolerate the situation any longer, interjected. Young one, mastering a single technique to its utmost surpasses myriad methods. If you truly possess the mightiest sword, then no shield shall avail against you. It is as if it were non-existent. Indeed, Master Gung speaks the truth. Specialization is the key. Do not entertain the thought of distraction. Possessing the strongest sword, you're merely boasting about yourself again. Let us see if you can cleave my shield. Master Mu, initially in agreement, found himself incensed by the latter part of the statement. Why not give it a try? Master Gung shot him a glance, battle intent surging forth from his being. I fear you not. Master Mu retorted, unperturbed. Lin Xiao observed the unfolding drama with a bemused expression. What a splendid display of conflict. Yeah, esteemed Edus. Perhaps we could approach this differently. Lin Xiao interjected hastily. The two old men paused, turning their attention to him, awaiting his proposal. Why not share your respective techniques with me? I shall endeavor to practice both. Ultimately, I shall pursue the method that feels most fluid and expedient for my cultivation. How's that sound? Lin Xiao suggested, offering a compromise. Upon hearing his proposal, both elders' eyes brightened, and after a moment of contemplation, they acquiesced. More significantly, the two also agreed to a friendly contest. They had been locked in a stalemate at the Sword Demon sect for decades, with neither side claiming victory. In this instance, the culmination of Lin Xiao's cultivation would signify the victory or defeat of the two individuals. This notion ignited a fervent gaze in the elderly men as they looked upon Lin Xiao, their eagerness palpable, wishing for him to commence his training forthwith. After the passage of 2 incense sticks, the two elders imparted their respective teachings. Elder Gung practiced the heavenly mighty sword canon, whereas Elder Mu adhered to the 9 nether demon sealing seal. Seated in a chamber within the sword pavilion, Lin Xiao closed his eyes and attentively absorbed the teachings. While he maintained an outward calm, his heart surged with elation. These were techniques of a tier beyond the celestial level. Though challenging to master, their worth was immeasurable. It is noteworthy that within the entire Sword Demon sect, there existed only a single technique of inferior celestial rank, reserved exclusively for the sect master and the young master. Now, he found himself in possession of 2 techniques surpassing that tier, an extraordinary stroke of fortune indeed. Filled with gratitude towards Elders Mu and Gung, Lin Xiao, after firmly embedding the teachings in his memory, did not hasten to begin his training. Instead, he opened his eyes and rose to his feet, bowing sincerely to both elders in appreciation for their guidance. I sincerely thank you for your teachings, Lin Xiao expressed. 1 month is the duration allotted. I hope you can embark on your journey of cultivation promptly, Elder Gung remarked, casting a deep gaze at Lin Xiao. It had taken them over a month to successfully initiate their training in these techniques. This young lad, endowed with remarkable comprehension, might indeed accomplish it within the stipulated time frame. Go for it, young one. I await the day you honor me as your master. Elder Muchakel Dwarmli. With a swift motion, Elder Gung tossed a token inscribed with the characters Vishnu into Lin Xiao's hands. With this token, you may freely enter and exit the Vishnu Sword Tomb, traversing both its exterior and interior at will. Should you encounter any difficulties in your cultivation, do not hesitate to seek my assistance, Elder Gung remarked nonchalantly. Thank you, Elder Gung. Lin Xiao replied promptly, his spirits lifted. The Vishnu Sword Tomb harbors countless sword energies. Even without cultivating Elder Gung's heavenly sword canon, this token would be immensely beneficial to him. He then turned his gaze toward Elder Mu. Although he remained silent, his eyes conveyed a certain expectation. Elder Gung has bestowed a gift. What are you waiting for? Elder Mu felt a twinge of embarrassment under Lin Xiao's scrutiny. It wasn't that he was unwilling to give. Rather, he was acutely aware that he had little to offer. Little brat, do not look at him. His flawed technique consumes far too many resources and spirit stones. One could hardly call him anything but the poorest elder of the Sword Demon sect. Elder Gung seized the opportunity to mock. You who said, "I have nothing to offer?" Elder Mu retorted, "Here, take this IOU to Old Xiao at the Danxing Peak. You can exchange it for 3 bottles of ascendant pills." As he spoke, Elder Mu tossed a slip of spirit paper towards Lin Xiao. Instinctively, Lin Xiao caught it, blinking in surprise. "An IOU? This?" Elder Mu truly seems to be impoverished. How could a formidable figure at the Spiral Dan realm possess so little? Just how resource-intensive is the 9 Nether Demon Sealing Seal? Lin Xiao's curiosity deepened. It's rare to see you being generous for once," Elder Gung remarked with a sidelong glance. "After all, in a month, he will become my disciple. Is it not entirely reasonable to be generous towards one's own apprentice?" "Elder Muchakel, you are overthinking it. I must express my gratitude for the 3 bottles of Tingyuan pills you procured for my disciple. They are truly remarkable treasures," Elder Gung retorted directly. Within moments, the 2 elderly gentlemen were embroiled in yet another spirited debate. Lin Xiao greeted them briefly before hastily retreating. Gazing at the promissory note in his hand, Lin Xiao resolved to make a trip to Danxing Peak to exchange the pills. Tingyuan pills are medicinal elixirs utilized by those in the Luhai and Xindan realms, each containing an immense reservoir of spiritual energy. A single inferior Tingyuan pill is valued at 500 inferior spirit stones, a sum far beyond the reach of those at the Gathering Spirit realm. However, Elder Mu had informed him that if he were to cultivate the 9 Nether Demon Suppression Seal, he could consume a Tingyuan pill prior to his training. As he hastened on his way, Lin Xiao's expression grew increasingly peculiar. Following the conclusion of the outer sect examination, his status had been elevated to that of an inner sect disciple. In fact, not only he but also Shun Gao and Gu Shi had been promoted to inner sect disciples. Now, not only were the outer sect disciples discussing him, but even those within the inner sect were engaged in conversations about his achievements. Have you heard? A prodigy emerged from the outer sect examination, comprehending the embryonic form of sword intent with merely a first level of gathering spirit cultivation, utterly dominating all opponents to secure first place. How astonishing! The embryonic form of sword intent is a level typically attained only by prodigies in the late stages of the Luhai realm. Surely, he must have encountered some fortuitous opportunity that allowed him to manifest sword intent. It must have been mere luck. Do you truly believe that someone from the Gathering Spirit realm could comprehend the nascent form of sword intent? I have heard that during the outer sect competition, he did not draw his sword even once. It is also said that he considers those on the inner sect elite rankings to be rather mediocre, claiming that they would not stand a chance against him. Such arrogance is astounding. Does he truly think that securing the first position in the outer sect makes him remarkable? His vision is tragically limited. The individuals on the inner sect elite rankings are beyond his comprehension. Lin Xiao, the more he listened, the more surprised he became. What had he even said? After the conclusion of the outer sect assessment, he had been taken away by Elder Mu, and only now had he just emerged. The tale grows ever more exaggerated. It is indeed a lamentable situation. After a while, Lin Xiao arrived at Danxing Peak, the most unique of the main peaks within the Sword Demon sect. The elder in charge and the disciples below primarily focus on alchemy. Moreover, Danxing Peak is the wealthiest of all the main peaks, without exception. Hey, wait a moment. Entry into Danxing Peak is not permitted without cause. Which sect are you a servant disciple of, and what business do you have here? A disciple guarding Danxing Peak called out to Lin Xiao. I seek Elder Xiao on an urgent matter, Lin Xiao replied calmly. Having been constantly occupied, he still wore the attire of a gravekeeper servant. You wish to see our peak master? Just you? The guarding disciple looked at him with a face of disbelief. The notion that a servant disciple might seek an audience with their peak master was simply ludicrous. Just then, a graceful silhouette suddenly dashed before Lin Xiao, her captivating eyes fixed intently upon him. Wow, at last, I have finally found you. Chapter 21. Hello. I indeed have a small request. Lin Xiao gazed at the enchanting woman before him with a look of perplexity. Her blue dress fluttered gracefully, and she moved with a lightness that was captivating. A pair of exquisite bright eyes and a set of pearly white teeth adorned her lovely face, giving her an ethereal and elegant demeanor. She appeared to be around 20 years of age. Do I know such a person? Who are you? Lin Xiao inquired. The disciple from Shofeng, upon seeing this woman, quickly bowed respectfully and said, "Greetings, Senior Sister Lu. That will be all. You may leave. This individual is my friend, and you are to treat him with respect from now on." The woman replied coolly to the disciple. "Yes, Senior Sister Lu," the disciple responded, then hurriedly withdrew, astonished. He had not anticipated that Senior Sister Lu would be acquainted with this seemingly insignificant disciple, and their relationship appeared to be quite special. Once the two were left alone, the woman's previously frosty demeanor vanished entirely. Her gaze, now ablaze with warmth, fixed upon Lin Xiao as she expressed, somewhat petulantly, "Junior brother, you saved me last time," and then vanished without a word. "I have yet to properly thank you." Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao suddenly recalled who this woman was. "Oh, it's you, the sister of Lu Wenyuan, correct?" He realized. Previously, she had been pursued in the beast forest, and he had come to her rescue. At that time, she had appeared disheveled, her elegance lost in distress. He was surprised to see how appealing she looked after a little grooming. "My name is Lu Mingyue. May I inquire what your name is, junior brother?" Lu Mingyue was delighted to see that the other party finally remembered her. With a hint of resignation, she introduced herself and inquired about her junior brother's name. Over the past few days, she had sought information about him within the inner sect, yet she had found no trace of this junior brother. Given his evident strength, it was perplexing that no one seemed to know him. Today, it was imperative to uncover his name. "I am Lin Xiao. Are you from Danxing Peak, Senior Sister Lu?" Lin Xiao recalled the matter at hand and noted that an acquaintance could guide him. "Indeed, junior brother, if you wish to find someone at Danxing Peak, simply tell me," she replied. "So your name is Lin Xiao. At last, I know your name." "Wait, Lin Xiao, junior brother, you must be the audacious sword cultivator who stood out in the recent outer sect examination." Lu Mingyue suddenly recalled something, her eyes widening in surprise. "The person you speak of is indeed me," Lin Xiao replied with a shrug. "Really, junior brother Lin Xiao, you are incredible. If it is you, then I am certain that those on the intersect elite list are no match for you," Lu Mingyue exclaimed with a smile. She had witnessed him slay a formidable opponent with a single sword strike. Such prowess could only place him among the very few at the top of the elite list. Lin Xiao rolled his eyes at her flattery and shifted the conversation. "Senior Sister Lu, do you know Elder Qiao from Danxing Peak? I need to speak with him about something." He's my master. You have matters to discuss with my master?" Lu Mingyue's curiosity about Lin Xiao grew even stronger. Generally speaking, outer disciples seldom have the opportunity to meet their revered master. "Indeed, there is a matter at hand. I kindly ask Senior Sister Lu to lead the way," Lin Xiao remarked. "Very well, follow me," Lu Mingyue replied without hesitation. The two proceeded swiftly towards the peak, one following the other. Along the way, anyone who laid eyes on Lu Mingyue, regardless of their cultivation level, greeted her courteously. Simultaneously, they cast puzzled glances at Lin Xiao, perplexed by his identity. It was indeed the first time they had witnessed the usually aloof senior sister Lu walking so closely with a peer of the opposite sex. Throughout their journey, they exchanged intermittent conversation, during which Lin Xiao learned of Lu Mingyue's esteemed status. It turned out she was the direct disciple of Elder Qiao, the master of Danxing Peak. Although her cultivation level was not the highest, her talent in alchemy was extraordinarily strong, placing her 96th on the intersect elite ranking. Upon receiving this information, Lin Xiao's expression shifted, revealing a hint of intrigue. To achieve such a rank with this level of prowess suggested that the elite list was not as formidable as he had imagined. Seemingly aware of Lin Xiao's thoughts, Lu Mingyue offered an explanation. "Junior brother Lin, the intersect elite ranking is home to many hidden talents, primarily composed of formidable realm C cultivators. There are few like me who have reached the pinnacle of the gathering spirit realm. However, given your capabilities, junior brother, you are destined to ascend to the forefront of that list." Lu Mingyue proceeded to mention a few examples of powerful individuals as well. "Senior sister, how can one enter the intersect elite ranking?" Lin Xiao inquired. "One may directly challenge others, but can only contend against those ranked within 20 places above oneself. In other words, if junior brother Lin Xiao wishes to enter the elite rankings, he may challenge individuals ranked between 80 and 100. Should he succeed in his challenge, he will gain immediate entry onto the list. Lu Mingyue elaborated on the internal ranking rules, yet Lin Xiao appeared somewhat disinterested. Entering the elite rankings not only grants junior brother Lin Xiao a greater allocation of resources each month compared to ordinary disciples, but it also provides access to certain special opportunities within the sect, often reserved for the highest-ranking individuals. I have heard that next month, the primordial ancient ruins will be unveiled. At that time, not only will our sect participate, but various other sects from the Great Wei dynasty will also attend. Lu Mingyue shared this intriguing piece of information. What are the primordial ancient ruins? Lin Xiao mused, as he found no recollection of such a place in his absorbed memories. It is a realm brimming with opportunities, and due to certain celestial regulations, only those below the Xiandan realm, holding specific tokens, may enter. By the way, the sword testing stone used for the outer sect examination was something the sect leader obtained from these ruins long ago. Lu Mingyue revealed all she knew. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao was momentarily taken aback, his eyes shimmering with newfound excitement. As long as I rank in the top few, right? He inquired, his tone laced with anticipation. Yes, indeed, Lu Mingyue replied, casting a puzzled glance at Lin Xiao. What is going on? Just a moment ago, you seemed so lackluster. How have you suddenly become so invigorated? It is indeed peculiar. After a brief interval, the two arrived at a luxurious loft atop the peak. Master, this is the individual who saved me last time. Lu Mingyue addressed the gray-haired elder seated beside the alchemical furnace. Disciple Lin Xiao, I pay my respects to Elder Xiao. Lin Xiao greeted him with utmost courtesy. Elder Xiao turned his gaze towards Lin Xiao, revealing a hint of astonishment in his eyes. To possess the fourth level of the spirit-gathering realm, and yet be capable of slaying a formidable opponent from the Wheel Sea realm with a single strike is undoubtedly a mark of genius. Such a young talent is likely to shine brilliantly in the near future. He nodded and remarked, You possess commendable character, having rescued my disciple. Henceforth, you shall be a distinguished guest of Danqing Peak. Should you have any alchemical needs, feel free to approach me directly. As long as you provide the necessary materials, I shall personally assist in your concoctions. Lu Mingyue was profoundly astonished by her master's declaration. The weight of such a promise was immense. It is worth noting that aside from the Sword Demon sect, countless formidable individuals within a 1,000-mile radius sought her master's alchemical expertise. Even those at the Spiral Dan realm were not few. Yet, regardless of the exorbitant prices they offered, whether her master would assist depended solely on his disposition. Lin Xiao naturally understood the significance of this promise as well. Contemplating the lone note in his hand, he spoke, Elder Xiao, I do indeed have a request regarding alchemy. Chapter 22. The alchemist is incredibly difficult to cultivate. Elder Xiao and Lu Mingyue were momentarily taken aback by Lin Xiao's words. So soon, there was a demand for alchemy? At this moment, Lu Mingyue realized that Lin Xiao's visit to Danqing Peak was indeed for the purpose of refining elixirs. However, she was uncertain about what type of elixir Lin Xiao wished to concoct. If it were merely a potion suitable for those at the spirit-gathering realm, she could readily assist him. Speak freely. If it is a common elixir, I can prepare it for you without needing any materials this time, Elder Xiao remarked dismissively. What could a youngling at the spirit-gathering realm possibly require for alchemy, even if it were to be free of charge each time? Danqing Peak would not mind such trivial expenses. I wish to refine the Tingyuan pill, Lin Xiao stated. Upon hearing that it was the Tingyuan pill, the master and disciple across from him displayed a hint of surprise, though it was not excessive. Typically, individuals at the spirit-gathering realm would suffice with the recovery pill, while the Tingyuan pill was primarily intended for those in the Wheel Sea realm. Perhaps Lin Xiao was preparing for his future endeavors. The materials required for refining the Tingyuan pill were relatively precious, yet not overly extravagant. Very well, please wait a moment while I prepare. Elder Xiao began to initiate the alchemical process, only to be interrupted by Lin Xiao's subsequent actions. Elder Xiao, I have something to deliver to you. Lin Xiao said as he presented a note of indebtedness. Hmm. Elder Xiao expressed confusion. With a gentle wave of his right hand, the note soared into his grasp. However, upon discerning the nature of the item in his hand, Elder Xiao was utterly bewildered. What is this? How did it come into your possession? Who is Mu Laogui to you? Elder Xiao's expression shifted dramatically, a blend of anger, helplessness, and frustration. Lu Mingyue, witnessing the scene beside him, was utterly astonished. After years of accompanying her master, it was the first time she had seen him so flustered. What on earth did Lin Xiao's apprentice hand over? Mu Lao is considered a half-master to me. He instructed me to bring this item, claiming it could be exchanged for 3 bottles of Tingyuan Dan, Lin Xiao explained earnestly. He also imparted to me the 9 nether demon suppression seal, which justifies the title of half-master. Oomph. Elder Xiao huffed, his complexion shifting in a tumultuous manner. Finally, with a complex expression, he regarded Lin Xiao and muttered to himself, "That old rascal truly has no shame, demanding 3 bottles at once. Oomph. I shall settle accounts with him later." Seemingly having made up his mind, Elder Xiao clenched his right hand. A fiery orb materialized from thin air, incinerating the promissory note into ashes. He then approached the alchemical furnace and performed a hand seal. With a thunderous sound, flames erupted from within the furnace, causing the room's temperature to soar dramatically. Subsequently, Elder Xiao retrieved various alchemical materials from his storage ring, preparing to commence the refining process immediately. Lin Xiao stood to the side, as he was not dismissed, tacitly permitted to observe. Lu Mingyue watched as her master produced the materials, initially unfazed. However, upon encountering several peculiar ingredients, her delicate brows furrowed slightly. Wood spirit, 3-needle flower? Snow, ancient lotus? Crimson blood spirit fruit? Master, why must we utilize such precious materials in the formulation of the Ascendant Essence pill? Lu Mingyue exclaimed, her face a picture of astonishment. These 3 ingredients are not even listed in the recipe for the Ascendant Essence pill. Moreover, their combined worth far exceeds that of 3 vials of the pill itself. Why is the master proceeding in this manner? Her confusion was palpable. While it is true that ordinary Ascendant Essence pills do not require these materials, crafting a superior version necessitates their inclusion, Elder Xiao explained, a hint of resentment in his tone. A superior ascendante sen speed. Both Lu Mingyue and Lin Xiao were taken aback by this revelation. The grades of medicinal pills are typically categorized into inferior, moderate, superior, and exceptional, with significant disparities in efficacy between each level. Furthermore, one must remember that excessive consumption of medicinal pills can lead to the accumulation of impurities and toxins within the body. Higher-grade pills exhibit fewer side effects and pose less harm to one's health. An inferior Ascendant Essence pill can be purchased for 500 spirit stones, yet a superior one, even at 2,000 spirit stones, is rarely available for sale. As for the exceptional Ascendant Essence pill, it is a rarity often withheld from the market by the general populace. The master intends to craft an Ascendant Essence pill for Lin Xiao, and to do so in triplicate, which is indeed a grand endeavor. Lin Xiao, too, was astonished by the prospect. 3 vials of the exceptional Ascendant Essence pill. The items provided by Elder Mu were far more substantial than he had anticipated. As the two were enveloped in their astonishment, Elder Xiao had already commenced the alchemical process, methodically adding each ingredient into the furnace in a specific order, while several seals were cast to regulate the temperature of the vessel. The essence of the materials was distilled, merged, and congealed, the entire process flowing seamlessly as if by nature's own design. Lin Xiao was entranced. This was his first time witnessing the art of alchemy. After 2 hours, under Elder Xiao's meticulous guidance, the lid of the alchemical furnace was lifted. A wave of intoxicating fragrance enveloped the room, filling it with a delightful aroma. 10 elixirs floated in midair, surrounded by wisps of crimson flame. 4 of the elixirs appeared charred, while the remaining 6 were crystalline and exquisitely refined. Master, 6 premium elixirs. Your alchemical prowess has indeed advanced, exclaimed Lu Mingyue, her eyes filled with admiration. Although she could also concoct the Tingyuan pill, her skill limited her to producing only inferior versions. Elder Xiao cast a satisfied glance at the finished elixirs and swiftly retrieved a jade vial to store them. It seems fortune smiles upon us today. I shall commence the second batch, he declared, not indulging in further conversation. Seizing the moment, he immediately began crafting another batch of Tingyuan pills. Sister, to what level does Elder Xiao's alchemical skill reach? Lin Xiao inquired with curiosity. My master is a 7th-grade alchemist. There are only 3 7th-grade alchemists in the entire Wei dynasty, Lu Mingyue whispered. Through her explanation, Lin Xiao began to grasp the esteemed status of an alchemist. The hierarchy commenced from entry level, progressing through 1st, 2nd, and up to the pinnacle of 9th grade. To become an alchemist, one must possess an innate talent for the craft. Such individuals are truly rare, a gem among thousands. The path to mastering alchemy is exceedingly arduous, and ascending to higher ranks is even more challenging. Within the vast expanse of the Great Wei dynasty, the myriad of factions exceeds 1,000. Yet, there are merely 3 7th-tier alchemists and fewer than 100 6th-tier alchemists, underscoring their scarcity. The resources required to cultivate a high-tier alchemist are beyond what even the strongest in the Xian'an realm can fathom. Lin Xiao nodded subtly, his attention unwavering as he observed Elder Xiao's alchemical process. 2 more hours elapsed, and the second batch of Tingyuan pills emerged, yielding an impressive 7 perfect pills. This brought joy to both the master and his disciple, with Elder Xiao's face radiant with delight. Should he maintain such an extraordinary success rate, he would have ample opportunity to boast when next encountering the other 2 old fellows. Just as Elder Xiao was preparing to concoct a 3rd batch of Tingyuan pills, a voice interrupted him. Elder Xiao, I have an earnest request to make. Chapter 23, A New Path. The sword intent refining elixirs. Elder Xiao gazed at Lin Xiao with a look of amusement. An unreasonable request. Lu Mingyue also wore a puzzled expression. Their master was on the verge of concocting the 3rd furnace of elixirs, and any matters could be addressed once the process was complete. Disturbing the alchemical process was the gravest of taboos. Junior brother Lin Xiao, now is not the time for chatter, Lu Mingyue whispered, concerned. Fear not, little one. Speak your mind. What unreasonable request do you have? Elder Xiao's countenance remained calm, devoid of any reproach. Lin Xiao cast a glance at the alchemical furnace and boldly declared, Elder Xiao, may I attempt to refine this 3rd furnace? Upon uttering these words, an eerie silence enveloped the room. Both master and disciple wore expressions of utter disbelief. What is this young lad saying? Junior brother Lin Xiao wishes to try his hand at alchemy? With the materials for the supreme Tingyuan Dan? Has he lost his senses? Lu Mingyue felt a surge of anxiety. How could junior brother Lin Xiao suddenly voice such an absurd notion? Refining the supreme Tingyuan Dan necessitated the expertise of a 5th-tier alchemist. Furthermore, even for a 5th-tier alchemist, the success of producing a single supreme pill from this furnace remained uncertain. With a stroke of good fortune and adept techniques, it was feasible to yield a supreme elixir. However, should fortune frown, the entire batch of materials could be rendered useless. Alchemy, akin to cultivation, is an endeavor where the slightest miscalculation can lead to catastrophic outcomes. The materials may vanish into nothingness, or the furnace itself may erupt in a violent explosion. Elder Xiao intercepted Lu Mingyue, who intended to speak on behalf of Lin Xiao, and turned to Lin Xiao, inquiring, Young lad, have you ever practiced alchemy? Not at all, Lin Xiao replied, but after observing your 2 successful batches, I felt inspired and wished to give it a try myself. Elder Xiao's gaze lowered, and a subtle furrow appeared on his brow. Lu Mingyue, eager to defend Lin Xiao, found herself at a loss for words. Lin Xiao, my junior, you are mistaken. Alchemy is no trifling matter. How can you so lightly regard it in front of our esteemed master? Elder Xiao cast several penetrating glances at Lin Xiao, sensing something amiss. He pondered whether this young lad had been sent by old Mu. Otherwise, such audacity would have warranted expulsion. Yet, considering old Mu's nature, why would he send this boy to collect pills without reason? Was there a deeper significance he had overlooked? After a moment of contemplation, Elder Xiao spoke, Very well, give it a try. He stepped back, conceding the position at the alchemy furnace to Lin Xiao. There are 4 essential elements to alchemy: materials, the furnace, fire, and technique. The materials and furnace were readily available, while the flames within the furnace required the alchemist to wield their own spiritual energy for control. Elder Xiao was keen to observe how this young man would ignite the fire. A seasoned expert could discern much from a mere glance at another's mastery over flames. Lin Xiao, undeterred, approached the alchemy furnace, genuinely eager to attempt his hand at the craft. Due to his complete lack of experience in alchemy, Lin Xiao's attention was entirely focused on the changes within the alchemical furnace through the small opening as he observed Elder Xiao refining pills. To him, alchemy was merely the process of extracting the necessary components from the materials, merging and refining them, ultimately culminating in the formation of a medicinal pill. This seemed quite similar to the principles of modern pharmaceutical manufacturing on Earth. As these thoughts crossed his mind, Lin Xiao took action. The spiritual sword behind him was drawn into his hand. With a swift motion, he unleashed a torrent of nearly 100 crimson sword energies, which surged into the alchemical furnace. In an instant, the flames within the furnace roared to life, and the temperature soared dramatically. Elder Xiao was taken aback, and so was Lu Mingyue. What on earth? Sword energy igniting? Is that even possible? They were both astonished. However, the ferocity of the flames was wild and uncontrollable. Lin Xiao's initial move left the mentor and disciple in a state of shock. Yet, Lin Xiao himself was now wholly absorbed in the task at hand. His gaze fixated solely on the alchemical furnace, oblivious to the astonishment of his onlookers. Once the flames reached a certain intensity, he proceeded to the next step, unceremoniously tossing all the materials before him into the furnace in one go. Lin Xiao, my junior brother, you. Lu Mingyue was once again stunned. You little rascal. Elder Xiao was equally flabbergasted. Enough. The materials he had just wasted were of considerable value. Wasting them was one of his greatest aversions. He raised his hand, preparing to intervene and put an end to the reckless antics. But at that moment, Lin Xiao once again struck the alchemical furnace with a sword from afar. A torrent of formidable and fierce energy surged into the furnace with great force. Elder Xiao's hand, raised in anticipation, froze mid-air. Sword intent. 2/10 of sword intent. Goodness! Elder Xiao exclaimed in disbelief. With a cultivation level of the 4th stage of spirit gathering. To comprehend 2/10 of sword intent. When did the sword demon sect produce such a prodigious sword cultivator? After a moment of stupor, Elder Xiao noticed something unusual within the furnace. He expanded his divine sense and peered through the small aperture on the furnace. Upon doing so, his eyes nearly bulged out in astonishment. The materials had fused? It had only been a few minutes. How could they have fused? What are the refining and extraction processes? What about the impurities within the materials? Elder Xiao continued to observe, losing track of time. This young lad's alchemical techniques are truly unrestrained and imaginative. It is my first encounter with such a method. However, to successfully concoct a medicinal pill using this approach would likely require hundreds, if not thousands, of attempts. Elder Xiao mused, refraining from outright dismissal. As a 7th-grade alchemist, he could vaguely sense that Lin Xiao's unique method of alchemy indeed possessed some semblance of validity. This might be an unconventional remedy, but its feasibility would necessitate extensive experimentation. Elder Xiao offered a few more words of encouragement to Lin Xiao, suggesting that if he truly had an interest in alchemy, he could provide some guidance. Just then, the alchemical furnace shook violently, then fell silent, the flames within extinguishing as a wisp of smoke gently wafted from the top of the furnace. It is perfectly normal to encounter failure during one's first attempt at alchemy. However, Elder Xiao's words trailed off abruptly, as he was struck by an extraordinarily familiar fragrance of medicinal pills. Has the elixir truly been completed? He questioned Lin Xiao, his voice tinged with disbelief. Lin Xiao, somewhat bewildered, replied, I'm not certain. I've done everything I was supposed to, but being my first attempt, I possess no experience whatsoever. I cannot discern whether this situation signifies success or failure. Then let us open the furnace, he proposed. Very well. Lin Xiao approached and lifted the lid of the alchemical furnace. In that instant, A refreshing and rich aroma of the elixir permeated the entire room. The three of them hurriedly leaned in to peer inside. There, amidst the glowing light, lay 10 translucent, crystal-like pills resembling exquisite celestial jewels, resting serenely at the center. Heavens! Master, these are all exceptional Tingyuan pills, a complete set of 10, exclaimed Lu Mingyue, covering her mouth in astonishment. Chapter 24. The Elixir of Harmony. The schemes of the little foxes. Lu Mingyue pinched her own arm with fervor. It hurt. Indeed, it was painful. This was not a dream. Junior brother Lin Xiao had astonishingly produced 10 exquisite Tingyuan pills in a single furnace. How could this be possible? It defied all logic. Master, what is happening? Lu Mingyue implored her master, filled with bewilderment. Yet, she received no response for a long while. Turning her gaze, she found her master wearing an expression of disbelief, even more exaggerated than her own. How could anyone achieve a complete success rate in pill refinement? Why was it that the path of alchemy I pursued was clearly the orthodox way, yet I faced such disparity? What could possibly be the reason? Elder Qiao's eyes dimmed, muttering to himself. The aura of a powerful alchemist unconsciously emanated from him, enveloping Lin Xiao and Lu Mingyue in an oppressive pressure. Observing Lin Xiao, he noticed the dazed expressions of the master and disciple, realizing that he might have displayed his skills a bit too ostentatiously. The effects of his unparalleled comprehension of modern pharmaceutical principles exceeded his expectations. He initially believed that producing 5 pills, achieving a 50% success rate, would suffice. To his astonishment, he had attained a complete success rate. However, Lin Xiao felt a tinge of confusion. This was his first attempt at alchemy, and there were still numerous details and procedures that could be refined. What would happen if he rectified these minor flaws? Young lad, please, tell me once more. You truly are attempting alchemy for the first time? Elder Qiao fixed his gaze intently on Lin Xiao, questioning him. Indeed, Elder Qiao, Lin Xiao candidly confessed prior to this. I had never even touched an alchemical furnace. Elder Qiao fixed his gaze upon Lin Xiao for a full minute before retracting his attention. With his profound perception as a master of the rotating pill realm, he could ascertain that Lin Xiao was not fabricating his words. The first attempt at alchemy? Good heavens! To surpass a 7th-tier alchemist by such a wide margin on the very first try. Is there truly such a prodigy in this world? Or perhaps a monster? Had he not witnessed it with his own eyes, he would have never believed it, even under duress. Young Lin Xiao, might you attempt to refine once more? Elder Qiao inquired, producing another set of materials with a tone of humility. Certainly, Lin Xiao did not hesitate to agree. After his initial endeavor, he had gleaned some insights into his own shortcomings. Thus he yearned to try again. Moreover, as he lacked those precious materials, the opportunity to practice with provided resources was too enticing to decline. Elder Qiao nodded and once again yielded his position to Lin Xiao, specifically instructing the other disciples at the entrance to ensure that no one disturbed him. Lin Xiao took a moment to adjust his focus, and with a flourish, his sword began to dance in the air. Whoosh! Celestial flames ignited. A torrent of crimson sword qi surged into the alchemical furnace. A new round of alchemical refinement commenced as Lin Xiao cast all the materials into the furnace once more. Elder Qiao's spiritual sense closely followed, eager to uncover the unfolding events. As the materials entered the alchemical furnace, they became enveloped by a myriad of crimson sword energies, slicing and slicing again, until it was uncertain how minuscule the particles had become. They were subsequently devoured by the sword energies. Is this the method of extraction and refinement? Elder Qiao was astounded. He could sense that the sword energies were not cutting the materials aimlessly. Rather, they were executing a meticulously structured technique. Not a single trace of damage was inflicted upon the essence of the materials. Hiss! Elder Qiao was profoundly shaken. The ability to control 100 sword energies for such precise and delicate operations was beyond his capability. It was not just him. Even any alchemist would find it exceedingly challenging to achieve such a feat. They might manage to control flames. But to command sword energies to such an extent was simply unimaginable. especially after Lin Xiao manifested his sword intent. Elder Xiao was rendered utterly astonished. Once the sword intent was unleashed, the previously restless sword energies instantaneously became obedient and orderly. Each sword energy began to collaborate in a systematic manner, merging, condensing elixirs, gathering, and ultimately forming them. Merely an hour later, Lin Xiao's new batch of elixirs was ready. As he opened the alchemical furnace, the fragrance of the elixirs wafted forth, even more intense than the previous batch. Elder Xiao stood there in awe and bewilderment. He did not even need a look. Just the scent alone assured him that this batch would undoubtedly yield a perfect success rate. Terrifying. This little fellow is truly formidable. What is this? Master. It appears that one of the Tingyuan pills contains something unusual. As Lu Mingyue approached in astonishment, a question escaped her lips. Upon hearing this, Elder Qiao stepped closer to investigate. To his shock, he observed a wisp of mist forming on the surface of a precious Tingyuan pill. Just that glance left Elder Qiao as if he had seen a ghost, his face a mask of horror, his eyes nearly bulging out. He den mist. Elder Qiao lost his composure once more. He felt as though he would exhaust all his capacity for astonishment today. He den mist? Master, what is that? Lu Mingyue inquired with curiosity. The quality of elixirs can be categorized as inferior, medium, superior, and precious. Beyond the precious category, there exists even higher echelons. The emergence of Qi Dan Mist can enhance the effectiveness of the elixir by an additional 20% while eliminating all side effects. Elder Qiao gazed intently at the Tingyuan pill emanating mist, murmuring in explanation. Master, what lies beyond Qi Dan Mist? Is it Erqi Dan Mist? Lu Mingyue's eyes sparkled with interest in this newfound knowledge. Why are you asking so many questions, you little rascal? Qi Dan Mist can only be produced by an 8th-tier alchemist. Knowing too much of your level may be detrimental, Elder Qiao admonished, casting a stern glance at his disciple. 8th-tier alchemist? Lu Mingyue felt her mind spin. There were no 8th-tier alchemists in the entire Wei dynasty. She then turned her gaze to Lin Xiao. Doesn't that imply, to some extent, that junior brother Lin Xiao has achieved the status of an 8th-tier alchemist? Your name is Lin Xiao, isn't it? Elder Qiao asked, his gaze intense and fervent as he looked at Lin Xiao. Indeed, Lin Xiao could not help but take a step back under that penetrating gaze. How about you accept me as your true disciple? Elder Qiao's words were astonishing, and before Lin Xiao could respond, he continued, do not be hasty in your rejection. Though your talent for alchemy is unparalleled in my lifetime, the journey of alchemy is fraught with challenges, particularly without a guiding predecessor. It is truly a formidable path. Unlike cultivation, which is often a solitary endeavor, alchemy is predominantly passed down through generations, and the reluctance to share knowledge is indeed a flaw among alchemists. Since that old man Mu has not taken you as his apprentice, why not stay with me for a while? My Danqing Peak is replete with materials. You may focus solely on your alchemical pursuits, and feel free to consult me with any queries. When you have made your decision, simply inform me. How does that sound? Elder Qiao spoke with utmost seriousness, though a glimmer of cunning danced in his eyes. It was a strategic retreat to advance forward. As long as he could keep the talented youth there, he had ample time to secure this prodigy for himself. Lin Xiao fell silent. He could not deny that Elder Qiao's words had indeed struck a chord within him. Most importantly, practicing Old Mu S9 Nether Demon Seal demanded vast resources. If he were to reside at Danqing Peak, would it not be? He could only hope that Elder Qiao would not cast him away when the time came. Very well, Elder Qiao. I believe you are correct. I shall stay here for the time being, Lin Xiao agreed. The two foxes exchanged knowing smiles, their understanding unspoken. Chapter 25. The Insatiable Appetite. Young Lin Xiao. Please take these elixirs. Consider them as settling that debt. Elder Qiao said as he handed 4 vials of medicinal pills to Lin Xiao. Among them, 2 vials contained a total of 13 exceptional ascending yuan pills that he had refined. The other 2 vials comprised one containing 9 exceptional ascending yuan pills refined by Lin Xiao himself, and the other held a solitary qi pill of misty ascending yuan. Lin Xiao accepted the elixirs, his spirits buoyant. Not only had he successfully refined pills today, but he had also amassed such a bounty. He could not help but wonder how long these elixirs would sustain his cultivation. By the way, Elder Xiao, I have a question. Lin Xiao suddenly recalled something and inquired. Speak, Elder Xiao replied. What was the cost of the materials for that last batch? How many pills must be produced to break even? Lin Xiao asked curiously. Well, in the case of refining exceptional ascending yuan pills, producing 3 pills from a single batch barely covers the costs, for pills yield no losses. The same principle applies to other elixirs. As long as you can produce 4, you generally avoid losses. As for the chi pill of misty ascending yuan that you just refined, producing 1 is sufficient to break even, Elder Qiao elucidated. Reflecting on the earlier scene, his emotions became a tangled web. After decades of alchemical practice, he found himself overshadowed by Lin Xiao's innate talent. It was indeed disheartening to compare oneself to such a prodigy. Wait, refining elixirs, is this lucrative? Lin Xiao was taken aback. Did that mean he had just netted an astonishing profit of 9 exceptional ascending yuan pills from that last batch? If 3 more are spent on purchasing materials, there will still be 6 left in stock. This cycle continues in a repetitive manner. TSK, TSK, TSK. Lin Xiao smacked his lips, envisioning the scene of spirit stones swiftly burrowing into his pockets. Elder Qiao, Lu Mingwei. Upon hearing Lin Xiao's words, both exchanged a significant eye roll. Kid, do you think everyone can achieve a perfect success rate in pill refinement like you? Typically for alchemists, breaking even when crafting pills of the same grade is quite commendable. If you asked me to refine a 7th grade formula, being fortunate enough to produce 2 pills in a single batch would be a stroke of luck. The notion of breaking even is utterly beyond consideration. Elder Qiao scolded Lin Xiao with a stern glare. At lower ranks, alchemists are akin to financial liabilities. Only upon ascending to the 5th rank do they begin to see a glimmer of success. It is a path of initial investment followed by gradual returns. Within the Sword Demon sect, he is the master of Danqing Peak and the sole 7th grade alchemist. Danqing Peak boasts a disciple count of 3,000. However, fewer than 500 possess the innate talent for alchemy. Among them, he has 3 6th grade alchemists under his tutelage, with fewer than 30 at the 5th grade. The rest are merely burgeoning liabilities, best left unmentioned. This illustrates the arduous nature of the alchemical path. Ahem, so that is how it is. Lin Xiao chuckled, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Becoming an alchemist is far more challenging than he had anticipated. By the way, Elder Qiao, what grade does the Tingyuan pill belong to? Lin Xiao inquired. 5th grade, why do you ask? Elder Qiao replied. 5th grade. The 5th grade elixir formula necessitated the personal crafting by Elder Qiao, a 7th grade alchemist. Yet even then, the success rate merely reached 60 to 70%. Lin Xiao nodded slightly. What might be the success rate for Elder Qiao when concocting a 6th grade formula? He inquired further. For a 6th grade formula, perhaps 30%, Elder Qiao replied, cautious not to boast in Lin Xiao's presence. Should this young man request an immediate demonstration and the outcome fell short of 30%, it would indeed be a disgrace. Elder Qiao, I have conceived a collaborative approach. You shall provide the 6th grade formula and materials, while I shall assist in the refinement. Upon completion, I guarantee a minimum of 5 successful elixirs for you, with the remainder belonging to me. Should fortune favor us, and we produce 2 elixirs of the Qi level, we shall each take 1. Lin Xiao articulated his scheme. Lu Mingyue blinked rapidly, astonished by her junior's audacity. Just as she prepared to offer a word of caution, their master interjected. Agreed. Let be so. Await my return. I shall prepare forthwith. Elder Qiao declared, hastily departing without affording the 2 any opportunity to respond. Elder Qiao was in exceptionally high spirits. This young man seemed to be somewhat overconfident, brazenly making such commitments. After all, he was a novice, utterly unaware that the complexity of concocting 6th grade elixirs far surpassed that of 5th grade ones. Once this young lad faced multiple failures, accruing substantial debts of materials and elixirs, it would be too late for him to reconsider. Even if that old man Mu were to come and demand a person with his meager financial resources, he would be unable to ransom the young Lin Xiao. He is truly astute. After Elder Qiao departed, Lu Mingyue voiced her concerns, saying, "Junior brother Lin Xiao, it seems you have fallen into my master's trap. You should leave quickly." After all, Lin Xiao was her savior. She could not shake the feeling that her master regarded him with an unsettling gaze. "No worries. I'm aware of my situation," Lin Xiao replied. "By the way, senior sister, is there a quiet room here? I wish to cultivate for a while." "Well, all right, there's a quiet room. I will take you there." Lu Mingyue conceded, seeing that Lin Xiao had no intention of leaving. Soon, she led him to a quiet chamber on the lower floor. Upon closing the door, Lin Xiao retrieved a vial of superior recovery pills, a reward from the outer sect examination. With an ample supply of elixirs at his disposal, he decided to first practice the 9-nether demon sealing technique. He took out a superior recovery pill, opened his mouth, and swallowed it. In an instant, the recovery pill transformed into a pure surge of energy, which he directed to gather in his chest. The technique began to operate. This pure energy nourishing his meridians along a specific pathway. However, after merely a few minutes, having completed just one cycle, Lin Xiao abruptly halted. His expression turned exceedingly peculiar. "What? It's gone? The effects of the pill have vanished? Damn, this is a superior recovery pill. How could it only sustain the technique for one cycle?" Lin Xiao was left in a state of bewilderment. He had come to comprehend the meaning behind Elder Mu's warning that this cultivation method was arduous and would lead to impoverishment. Nevertheless, he decided to forge ahead with his practice. Lin Xiao tilted his head back and swallowed the remaining 9 superior grade, returning yuan pills. With a crunch, the 9 pills transformed into an immensely potent and pure energy that surged through his body. He felt a vague, throbbing pain in his meridians. Were this to happen to an ordinary cultivator, they would likely have sustained several punctures. Fortunately, having cultivated the Baoshan seal to the 6th layer, his foundation was remarkably solid. No matter how violently this formidable energy surged, it merely resulted in a slight discomfort. Gritting his teeth, Lin Xiao continued to practice the Jiuyou seal. Once the returning yuan pills were exhausted, he resorted to the top-grade Tingyuan pills. He had no intention of emerging until every last pill was consumed. Thus, 3 days passed in succession. Outside the quiet chamber, Elder Qiao was nearly at the end of his patience. He had gathered all the 6th-grade pill formulas and materials from the Sword Demon sect. He intended to make this a grand affair. After this endeavor, he was determined to have this young man beseech him to be his master, compelling Elder Mu to acknowledge the errors of his ways with a contrite demeanor. Chapter 26. In a tranquil chamber of the Danxing Peak, Lin Xiao had been seated motionless for a full 3 days. Aside from the occasional act of ingesting medicine, he remained utterly still. Suddenly, a faint magical seal appeared behind him. His eyes snapped open, a flash of deep orange light illuminating his gaze, and a subtle aura enveloped his form. This was utterly absurd. Had he truly only reached the 2nd layer cultivation? Lin Xiao's expression was one of bitter resignation, overwhelmed by frustration. Throughout these 3 days, he had exhausted all of his medicinal pills. A single high-grade recovery pill could sustain him for mere minutes, while a top-tier ascension pill lasted for an hour. The formidable Qi pill, however, provided him with a semblance of relief, allowing him to endure for nearly half a day. The alarming rate of consumption led him to deplete all his pills by the 1st day, leaving the 9-nether demon sealing seal at the latter stages of its 1st layer. Such an outcome left Lin Xiao in a state of bewilderment, grappling with disbelief. What a wretched technique this was, exhibiting such an insatiable appetite even at the 1st layer. How could he possibly manage the 2nd, 3rd, and subsequent layers? With his supply of pills exhausted, Lin Xiao was loath to conclude his training in defeat. At that moment, a spark of inspiration ignited within him. He devised a clever plan. Gritting his teeth and stamping his foot, Lin Xiao resolutely dispelled the Baoshan seal, which he had cultivated to the 6th layer. In the instant he released the technique, he fully channeled the 9-nether demon sealing seal. He sought to test whether this seal could absorb the essence that had been released from the Baoshan seal. The answer was unequivocally affirmative. The Bao Mountain seal originates from the 9-nether demon suppression seal, with both ultimately converging in purpose. Once the 9 nether demon suppression seal commenced its operation, all the essence of the Bao Mountain seal was absorbed without the slightest hindrance, completely and utterly, with no loss whatsoever. This absorption surpassed Lin Xiao's expectations by a considerable margin. However, Lin Xiao had anticipated that the 9 nether demon suppression seal would achieve significant breakthroughs after absorbing the Bao Mountain seal, perhaps ascending to the 3rd or even 4th realm. After all, he had diligently cultivated the Bao Mountain seal for several months, and surely some recognition was due. Yet, reality dealt a harsh blow to Lin Xiao. Upon completely refining the essence of the Bao Mountain seal, the 9 nether demon suppression seal did indeed ascend, but only from the 1st tier to the mid-2nd tier. And then, there was nothing more. What on earth is this pitiful outcome? Lin Xiao exclaimed in frustration. No wonder old Mu appeared so destitute, with such insatiable appetites. Who could sustain it? Lin Xiao helplessly shook his head, dismissing the chaotic thoughts in his mind. Since he had embarked on this path of cultivation, he had no intention of retreating. If it required sustenance, he would find every means possible to provide it. With a sharp crackle, Lin Xiao rose to his feet, his bones emitting a series of startling sounds. This left Lin Xiao utterly astonished. Was this not an exaggeration? After merely sitting for 3 days, he was not falling apart. Why such a cacophony? Yet, it soon became apparent to Lin Xiao that his strength seemed to have surged significantly. There exists a sensation of sinews brimming and blood surging. Gazing at the walls of the tranquil chamber before him, he felt an impulse to strike them with his fist. This feeling is indeed peculiar. In any case, such a sensation had never arisen during his cultivation of the Baoshan seal. He pushed open the door to the quiet room, where Lu Mingyue and Elder Qiao had long been waiting. You finally emerged. Had you not appeared, I would have considered bursting into check if something had befallen you. Elder Qiao jested. With his cultivation in the rotating pill realm, a mere flicker of his spiritual sense could ascertain the life or death of those within, rendering entry unnecessary. This was a skill possessed by all cultivators of the rotating pill realm, and it had caused Elder Qiao some concern. Lin Xiao, have you perhaps made a breakthrough? Lu Mingyue inquired, her gaze towards Lin Xiao imbued with perplexity. Although the fluctuations of spiritual energy around him had remained unchanged, she sensed an almost transformative quality about him. Elder Qiao finally directed his attention to the young man. This feeling, why does it seem so familiar? It is akin to that old man Mu. Wait a moment. Could it be? Lin Xiao, do not tell me you have cultivated the 9 hells cough. The technique imparted to you by that old man Mu? Elder Qiao began to voice his thoughts, but abruptly corrected himself, sensing the inappropriateness of his words. With a gaze sharp as a hawk, Elder Qiao pressed, Indeed, the junior has practiced that technique, Lin Xiao replied. Since the other party refrained from mentioning the name of the technique, it was evident that there were reservations, and thus, it was prudent to remain silent. Damn it! Isn't Mu Sigi wreaking havoc upon others? This despicable technique, if he alone must suffer its consequences, how could he drag a talented alchemist like you down with him? It's utterly abominable. Lin Xiao, my advice to you is to abandon this endeavor at once. Elder Qiao appeared exceedingly furious. Standing to the side, Lu Mingyue was utterly bewildered by the situation. What were her master and junior brother Lin Xiao discussing, with only the 3 of them present? Her master spoke in veiled tones, suggesting that some secrets were at play. Despite the intense curiosity bubbling within her, Lu Mingyue decided it best to remain silent, opting to play the role of a mute for the time being. Thank you for your concern, Elder Qiao. I understand, Lin Xiao replied dismissively. You understand what? Never mind. I shall pay that old fellow Mu a visit next time. Come, let us proceed to the alchemy chamber. We can discuss the rest later. Elder Qiao directly pulled Lin Xiao along toward the alchemy room. Having witnessed Lin Xiao's previous alchemical endeavor, he had been inspired and was now brimming with ideas. This time, he was determined to observe thoroughly. If he could discover some breakthroughs from it, then Lin Xiao would undoubtedly become his benefactor. The elderly man and the young one entered the alchemy room with great enthusiasm, while Lu Mingyue was unceremoniously ushered out. Why are you coming in here, you troublesome girl? Lin Xiao's method of alchemy is not suitable for you to witness. Too much exposure may lead you astray. Focus instead on refining your 4th grade purification pills a few more times. I will check on your progress when they are ready. Elder Xiao chastised Lu Mingyue before assigning her a task and shutting the door firmly behind him. Lu Mingyue. Why does she feel a sense of abandonment? Is this what it means to be fickle? Just a few days ago, she was calling him her obedient disciple, and now he has become a troublesome brat. Boo-hoo. It hurts. It's just alchemy. Let's just do it. Lu Mingyue stormed off in indignation. And thus, half a month passed. During this time, aside from Elder Xiao making a few peculiar appearances, only to hastily retreat afterward, there had been no sight of Lin Xiao. Meanwhile, in a hidden skill pavilion of the Sword Demon sect, an elderly man with white hair wore a countenance as dark as water. Terrifying waves of energy emanated from him. That damned old fool. It was agreed that I would teach my disciple for half a month, and now nearly 20 days have passed. Where is my precious disciple? Where is he? I knew that this old man would not adhere to the rules. Oomph. The white-haired elder snorted coldly. With a flicker, he vanished from the entrance of the hidden skill pavilion. His speed was so swift that no one could discern his form. Chapter 27. If he doesn't depart, I, Danxing Peak, shall suffer outside the sword tomb of Fantion. A figure approached swiftly from afar, moving with remarkable speed. As it neared, the figure executed a spell, causing the barrier to part automatically. Old Gung, come out. The low voice reverberated throughout the entire sword pavilion. In an instant, many disciples looked up in curiosity. Who dares to shout so brazenly within the sword tomb of Fantion? Truly reckless. Yet, upon seeing that the newcomer was hovering in midair, all quickly silenced themselves and bowed their heads. A formidable figure from the Xiandan realm. Who would dare to provoke such a presence? Moreover, the individual's confident appearance suggested they were likely a high-ranking member of the sect. That shout was directed at their pavilion master. Just as the crowd blinked, another figure surged from within the sword pavilion into the air. It was indeed their pavilion master. However, the usually expressionless master displayed a hint of anger today. Old Mu, I was just about to seek you out, yet here you are. Gung Lao glared at Mu Lao, seething. Seek me? For what purpose? Enough of that. Where's my disciple? We agreed that each would take one for half a month, and yet it has been 20 days. You truly do not honor your word. Do you? Mu Lao, in a fit of rage, coldly demanded. This inquiry left Gung Lao momentarily stunned. Nonsense. You dare to cast the first stone. That little rascal Lin Xiao has been with you for 20 days, and you accuse me? Are you seeking a beating? Old Gung was furious. His mood had already soured from the prolonged absence of the young lad Lin Xiao, and the audacity of the old man to further provoke him was infuriating. The tension between the two was palpable, causing distress to those below, who felt as though they were caught in the midst of tempest, with the potential of being swept away by a bolt of lightning at any moment. Lin Xiao is not with you? Both elderly gentlemen, in unison, expressed the same incredulous inquiry. They paused, their brows furrowing deeply, as the previously charged atmosphere dissipated in an instant. Having known each other for nearly a century, they were well aware of one another's temperaments. They understood what could be jested about and what could not. Thus, after both had shouted in anger, they quickly recognized that something was amiss. After imparting the techniques that day, I presumed the young lad Lin Xiao would remain with you for a fortnight before coming to my place. But after nearly 20 days without sight of him, I grew anxious and came to retrieve him. Master Mu explained earnestly. Indeed, the young man Lin Xiao is not within the confines of the sword tomb. As I had surmised, he was with you, Old Gung replied. Master Mu, Old Gung, where then is Lin Xiao? This question echoed in both of their minds. While they were indifferent to the affairs of others, the safety of Lin Xiao was of utmost importance. Wait here. I shall inquire immediately, Old Gung declared before swiftly returning to the sword pavilion. Minutes later, Elder Gung returned, his expression somber. It was reported that over half a month ago, Lin Xiao had ventured to Danxing Peak and had not been seen since. Elder Gung forced the words through gritted teeth. Danxing Peak? That borrowed note of mine? Blast it. Could it be that this rascal Lin has been detained by old Ghost Xiao? Elder Mu exclaimed, his eyes widening in realization. It became clear to him that Lin Xiao must have taken a note he had given him to seek out old Ghost Xiao for elixirs. But why would old Ghost Xiao detain Lin Xiao? Could it be this young fellow, possessing exceptional talent in body refinement, swordsmanship, and alchemy, is indeed remarkable? Elder Geng spoke in a low voice, filled with frustration. This old Ghost Xiao is attempting to incite conflict for his own gain. This cannot stand. I shall confront him at once, Elder Mu declared, turning to leave. I will join you, Elder Geng exclaimed, already dashing out. In the ensuing fortnight, the elders of the Sword Demon sect noticed a peculiar phenomenon. The high-grade elixirs, which were typically scarce, suddenly became abundantly available. As long as one possessed ample contribution points, they could exchange for as many as they desired at any time. Furthermore, the quality of these exchange elixirs was notably superior to those previously available. Had Elder Qiao's alchemical skills reached new heights? Besides this odd occurrence, the mission hall within the sect saw a surge in tasks related to the gathering of spiritual herbs, fruits, and other rare treasures, with rewards increased by 30%. Such a transformation has brought immense joy to both the disciples and the elders. If only this could be sustained indefinitely. Meanwhile, Elder Geng and Elder Mu have already soared to the summit of Danxing Peak. To prevent any misunderstandings, they refrained from immediate confrontation and instead extended their spiritual senses to locate Lin Xiao's presence. Soon enough, they discovered that Lin Xiao was situated within the main pavilion at the peak. Good heavens! Now, with witnesses in abundance, Elder Qiao, how will you justify this? However, before the two could reveal themselves and unleash their fury, a series of wails emanated from the main pavilion. Young friend Lin Xiao, you must leave. This Danxing Peak truly cannot accommodate someone of your stature. Do not disturb those materials. They are reserved for our internal competitions. Those as well, young friend Lin Xiao. Please spare me. High-grade materials are not so easily gathered. It requires time. I promise you, once I have collected them, I shall deliver them to you at the earliest opportunity. I beseech you, do not wreak havoc upon my disciples. Elder Mu and Elder Geng exchanged bewildered glances, their expressions filled with intrigue. What is happening? Why does it seem as though Elder Qiao is trying to chase someone away? What has transpired? In their confusion, the two descended before the main pavilion. Elder Qiao was the first to sense their arrival. Elder Mu, quickly, take your disciple away. If he does not leave soon, I shall have no peace on Danxing Peak. Elder Qiao pleaded as he emerged, his demeanor pitiful. Yet, upon noticing Elder Geng beside Elder Mu, he was momentarily taken aback. Old Geng, what brings you out of the mountains? Elder Qiao inquired with astonishment. Old Geng had virtually remained in the sword pavilion, seldom seen, even once a year. What could have prompted his appearance today? Old Geng could be considered half a mentor to Lin Xiao, so one might wonder what his intentions were. Elder Mu remarked coldly. What? Elder Qiao was taken aback. However, upon recalling Lin Xiao's remarkable sword intent, he quickly came to an understanding. Indeed, such a prodigy would undoubtedly capture Old Geng's attention. Where's my disciple? Old Geng asked, his brow furrowed. Inside, he is inside. You have arrived just in time. Hurry and take him away now at once, Elder Qiao urged. He let out a long sigh of relief, finally seeing reinforcements arrive. Even if these two had not come, he had been ready to call for Elder Mu. What is my disciple doing in there? Elder Mu asked, perplexed. Naturally, he is concocting alchemical potions. Alas, it seems you are unaware. Dear Elder Qiao was about to explain to the two when suddenly the entire main hall shook violently. Elder Qiao was momentarily stunned, and then his expression shifted dramatically. Good heavens, this boy wouldn't dare, he exclaimed in alarm. Chapter 28. After failing twice, what qualities do you still desire? Elder Qiao had no time to explain. He swiftly retreated to the main hall. Seeing this, Elder Mu and Elder Geng hurriedly followed suit. Upon their arrival at the alchemy chamber, they were taken aback by the scene before them. The temperature within the chamber was extraordinarily high, with flames and steam continuously erupting from the small openings of the alchemical furnace. Lin Xiao stood before the furnace, striving to maintain control, beads of sweat evaporating from his brow. The furnace emitted a clattering sound and occasionally trembled violently, causing the entire room to shake. Elder Xiao exclaimed, "Is this alchemy?" Elder Mu's eyes widened. He had witnessed numerous alchemical masters at work, yet the commotion produced by Lin Xiao was unprecedented. A flicker of doubt crossed Elder Gung's eyes. Can this truly yield a medicinal pill? Stop pretending. Are you not aware of your own disciple's capabilities? Wait a moment. What about my pile of night spirit leaves? And the cold heart fruit I left here? Goodness, Lin Xiao, you haven't consumed them all, have you? Elder Xiao lamented, as if struck by lightning. Just a moment. The pill will be ready soon. Lin Xiao exerted all his effort to control the furnace, his expression intensely focused. He remained oblivious to the presence of Elders Mu and Gong. Upon hearing Lin Xiao's words, Elder Xiao felt both anguish for his materials and an inability to intervene, his gaze fixed on the alchemical furnace, filled with anticipation. The tangled and conflicting emotions left him deeply troubled. It was not that he wished to hoard the materials, yet the storage ring was filled to capacity. Still there remained an abundance of items that could not be contained. The prospect of alchemy. Old man Xiao, do enlighten us. What sort of elixir is that young Lin Xiao concocting? Why the commotion? Elder Mu was beset by confusion. Elder Xiao shot a glance at Elder Mu and managed to articulate a few words. A 7th grade alchemical formula. Upon hearing this, both Elder Gong and Elder Mu were momentarily taken aback. A 7th grade formula? Lin Xiao is attempting to refine a 7th grade elixir? This is utterly absurd. Old man Xiao, are you jesting? Even if you were to attempt it yourself, the success rate would be a mere 50-50. My disciple has never even dabbled in alchemy. How could this be possible? Elder Mu displayed a countenance of disbelief. Elder Xiao regarded Elder Mu with a puzzled stare. Observing that the other truly did not grasp the remarkable capabilities of young Lin Xiao, his astonishment deepened. Just where did this Lin Xiao emerge from? His talents are profoundly concealed. This was the 3rd attempt Lin Xiao had made to concoct a 7th grade elixir, having already faced failure twice. Furthermore, allow me to inform you, he has nearly exhausted all the medicinal herbs, spiritual grasses, and rare treasures from my Danqing Peak, Elder Xiao declared with indignation. Elder Mu and Elder Gong were utterly flabbergasted. They could scarcely believe their ears. Elder Mu, quiet down. This is a critical moment. Elder Xiao chastised, his gaze fixated intently on the alchemical furnace. Bang bang heats. After yet another violent tremor, the furnace gradually stabilized and then fell silent. Subsequently, the flames within were entirely extinguished. Lin Xiao exhaled deeply, feeling as though his entire body had fallen apart. The difficulty of the 7th grade alchemical formula was indeed on an entirely different level. It was exceedingly challenging. Given his current cultivation realm, it felt overwhelmingly strenuous. If he could reach the realm of will see, the process would undoubtedly be much easier, and he would not have failed consecutively on 2 occasions. Cultivation. After this attempt, he must earnestly enhance his prowess. Elder Mu? Elder Gong? What brings you here? Lin Xiao was taken aback to discover that the 2 elders stood beside him. How can we not come? If we delay any longer, the deadline agreed upon with Elder Gong will soon arrive. Elder Mu replied, a look of discontent on his face. Young friend Lin Xiao, you truly squander your opportunities. These materials were not easily obtained. I have mentioned repeatedly that the 7th grade formula is still far beyond your reach. There is no need to rush. Wait until you reach the latter stages of the Wheel C realm before attempting it again. It is truly, Elder Xiao lamented, nearly in tears. Another failure. The materials for the 7th grade formula are exceedingly rare and valuable, akin to treasures of heaven and earth, incredibly difficult to procure. Elder Xiao, this time it succeeded, Lin Xiao said, a smile gracing his features. Alas, how will I manage next time with these materials? Elder Xiao began, but suddenly paused mid-sentence. What'd you say? It succeeded? What succeeded? Elder Xiao's mind raced as he realized the implications. He felt as though his scalp had exploded and the hairs on his body stood on end. The shimming breakthrough pill, it should have succeeded, at least one has, Lin Xiao exclaimed with joy, although the alchemical furnace remained closed. After countless attempts over the past half-month, he was certain he had felt something significant. Elder Xiao remained rooted to the spot, overwhelmed by the stark contrast between the demonic realm and the celestial paradise. The astonishment etched on the faces of Elder Mu and Elder Geng matched that of Elder Qiao upon hearing the name of the elixir. A seventh-grade pill. The Xianming Pajingdan? Could it possibly be true? The young Lin had actually concocted such a potion, and he claimed to have succeeded? Lin Xiao, however, did not take note of the three elders' astonishment. He cautiously opened the alchemical furnace, his heart brimming with anticipation. After 2 previous failures, if he followed the same method for the 3rd attempt, the likelihood of failure remained high. Thus, in this 3rd endeavor, he decided to heed his instincts and haphazardly added a multitude of ingredients with similar medicinal properties, prepared to embrace failure if it came. To his surprise, fortune favored him this time, and he finally succeeded in crafting the elixir. Yet, he remained uncertain about its quality and efficacy, acknowledging his own lack of cultivation. As the furnace opened, a soft purple glow radiated forth, accompanied by an enticing aroma that pervaded the entire room. The 3 elders hurriedly peered inside, and they vaguely discerned 2 crystalline pills resting in the center of the furnace. 2. It had truly succeeded, and moreover, he had produced 2. This was the Xianming Pojingdan, a top-tier elixir capable of aiding individuals in breaking through to the Danxian realm, an aspiration fervently coveted by many. However, the difficulty of crafting this pill stood as the pinnacle among 7th-grade alchemical formulas. A typical 7th-tier alchemist cannot confidently assert that they will produce a pill with every attempt. No one dares to make such a claim. The path of cultivation is fraught with challenges, with each stride presenting its own threshold. To transcend each realm, one must shatter the shackles that bind them. The transition from the perfected Wheel C realm to the spiral pill realm is a daunting nightmare for all cultivators. This transition represents a significant bottleneck. Throughout history, countless gifted prodigies have found themselves ensnared at this juncture, languishing in despair, unable to breach the barrier, even unto death. Overcoming this formidable obstacle requires an amalgamation of fortune, comprehension, and opportunity. The Xianming Broken Mirror Pill is a remarkable elixir that can enhance the likelihood of surmounting this barrier, facilitating a cultivator's ascent to the spiral pill realm. A low-grade Xianming Broken Mirror Pill can increase the success rate by 10%, a mid-grade by 20%, and a high-grade by 30%. As for the supreme-grade Xianming Broken Mirror Pill, its existence remains shrouded in mystery, for scarcely anyone has ever laid eyes upon it. Such a potent concoction is seldom revealed. Elder Xiao, you must swiftly discern the quality of the pill that Lin Xiao has crafted, urged Elder Mu. This is only the 3rd attempt. What quality do you expect him to produce? Elder Geng retorted with a glance. Yet, Elder Xiao remained silent, for his eyes had widened in disbelief, his astonishment beyond description. I can see the pill missed. Chapter 29. This disciple, I, Old Mu, have decided upon the utterance of the 4 words Qi Dan mist. Both Old Mu and Old Geng succumbed to a state of utter astonishment. The exquisite Xianming Broken Mirror Dan, while not something they had personally encountered, was certainly within the realm of their knowledge. However, the existence of a Qi Dan mist grade Xianming Broken Mirror Dan was something that had never even graced their ears, an item of legendary status. How could this young Lin Xiao have concocted such a marvel? Is he even human? Xiao, old ghost Xiao, what might the worth of such a pill be? Old Mu inquired, swallowing hard. Old Xiao, equally taken aback, replied, it is beyond estimation. Even if we were to combine all 3 cauldrons of materials, we cannot procure even one. Of course, if I were to provide you with 3 cauldrons of materials, could you concoct a Qi Dan mist grade Xianming Broken Mirror Dan? Old Mu scoffed. Old Xiao fell silent, unable to respond. This was indeed an impossible task. Not only would a 7th-grade alchemist be incapable, but even an 8th-grade alchemist would find it wholly unfeasible. While the 3 elderly men were lost in their reverie, Lin Xiao had already filled 2 jade vials with the Xianming Broken Mirror Dan. Old Xiao, this vial is for you. Lin Xiao tossed one of the jade vials over. Ah, be careful, little ancestor. This is a treasure of Qi Dan mist grade. Old Xiao exclaimed, swiftly waving his hand to catch it with utmost care. The mere act of presenting a pill of such caliber was impressive, and its potential value for research by high-level alchemists was immeasurable. Young friend Lin Xiao, are you truly giving me this pill? Elder Xiao was astounded. Although they had established a cooperative agreement, this elixir was extraordinarily unusual, while others remained oblivious. As a key figure within the Sword Demon sect, was well aware that there were only 6 practitioners at the rotating pill realm in the entire sect. Possessing this elixir was tantamount to acquiring another such adept, which held profound significance for the sect. However, as the rules have been clearly set, they must not be violated. Lin Xiao remarked with a smile, unfazed by the loss. He could always gather the necessary materials later and continue his alchemical endeavors. Moreover, this was merely a first-tier elixir. Beyond the first tier, there existed second, third, and even fourth tiers. In comparison to this elixir, he deemed fostering a good relationship with Elder Xiao to be of far greater importance. His recent antics at Danxing Peak had certainly stirred quite a commotion. Presenting this elixir would nearly compensate for it. Very well, young friend Lin Xiao, I shall graciously accept this favor. Ha! You are far more generous than your somewhat miserly master, Elder Xiao chuckled, casting a glance at Old Mu before hastily stowing the elixir in a storage ring. Though the ring was nearly full, there remained sufficient space for a vial of elixirs. In an instant, Elder Xiao's demeanor transformed. His spirits soared, banishing the earlier dismal visage. To him, this first-tier elixir, the mysterious mirror-breaking pill, was equivalent to offsetting half a month's worth of losses at Danxing Peak. Both Old Mu and Elder Gung were taken aback by Lin Xiao's actions. Had they been in his position, they would undoubtedly have hesitated to part with such a treasure. It must be said that entrusting this elixir to Elder Xiao is indeed the most fitting choice. Both parties are in agreement on this matter. Elder Xiao, please inform me when you have gathered sufficient materials for our next collaboration, Lin Xiao remarked with a smile. Absolutely. It is settled then, Elder Xiao promptly replied. What initially seemed like a significant loss has transformed into a remarkable gain. There must certainly be future collaborations, especially as Lin Xiao's cultivation progresses, which will inevitably enhance his alchemical skills. Just the thought of it brings a smile to Elder Xiao's face. As for the earlier notion of taking Lin Xiao as his disciple, he had long since relinquished that idea, recognizing that he was unworthy. Elder Lin, there's no rush regarding alchemy. I only have 10 days left in my agreement with Elder Gong. You've been focused on alchemy lately, but when do you intend to begin your cultivation? Elder Mu expressed his genuine concern. He was aware that Lin Xiao had grasped the essence of sword intent to a considerable degree, which would undoubtedly yield great results when he embarked on Elder Gong's sword cultivation techniques. But what about himself? This was a prodigy in physical cultivation, and the thought of him abandoning it now was simply unacceptable. Noticing Elder Mu's anxiety, Elder Gong couldn't help but smile. This apprentice is certainly mine. Elder Mu, who said I've been solely engaged in alchemy these days. I have been diligently practicing that physical cultivation technique. However, I have yet to commence with Elder Gong's sword cultivation methods. I plan to devote the next 10 days to intensive training within the Celestial Sword Tomb. Lin Xiao conveyed the current situation and his upcoming plans to the two elders. Old Moon nodded repeatedly, a smile cracking across his withered face. Indeed. This young man is quite teachable. Old Gung, however, was growing increasingly anxious. He leaped several meters high, exclaiming, Lin Xiao, you are showing favoritism. Why do you not practice your swordsmanship alongside alchemy? If you follow Lin Xiao's suggestion, he is sure to lose. This simply cannot be allowed. Old Gung, on this Danxing Peak, where am I to seek the sword energy for cultivation? Lin Xiao replied helplessly. Indeed, he harbored nearly 1,000 strands of sword energy within him at that moment. Yet nearly all were devoted to alchemy, leaving no surplus for the practice of techniques. Old Mu appeared somewhat dispirited, searching for any reason to counter this point. However, Lin Xiao continued, Old Mu, in the past few days, I have made some progress in cultivating the 9 Nether Demon Suppression Seal. Would you care to assess my progress? Old Mu shot Lin Xiao a glare. Assess? Nonsense. The difficulty of mastering the 9 Nether Demon Suppression Seal is something I understand better than anyone. You, while alchemizing, Managing to grasp even the basics would be a miracle. Sighing, old Mu relented. Very well, demonstrate your technique, and I shall observe. Certainly, Lin Xiao replied, and he began to channel the 9 nether demon suppression seal. In the next moment, a 3-meter-high yellow demon seal gradually materialized behind Lin Xiao. A divine light radiated from his eyes, and a profound Shirin aura incendie enveloppé de Tenzang radius. What? This is impossible. Mid-stage of the 3rd layer. How could you have reached mid-stage of the 3rd layer? From where do you acquire the resources for your cultivation? Old Mu exclaimed, his mouth agape in disbelief. Old Xiao and Old Gung, standing nearby, also fixed their astonished gazes upon Lin Xiao. This young man is indeed more extraordinary than a prodigy. I have progressed smoothly in my cultivation journey, but I have nearly exhausted all the elixirs I recently refined, which has enabled me to reach the 3rd level, Lin Xiao remarked with a wry smile. Indeed, during his collaboration with Old Xiao, he had amassed a significant quantity of high-grade elixirs. However, even such an abundance could not fully satiate the insatiable appetite of the 9 nether demon seal. This technique is undeniably abnormal. Ha ha ha, splendid. This is the true genius I anticipated. I have not misjudged you, Old Gung declared. Now, what do you have to counter my triumph? I told you. In matters of gambling and discernment, I, Mu the gambler, have never known defeat. Old Mu chuckled heartily, reveling in his apparent victory. Observing Old Mu's arrogant demeanor, Old Xiao shot him a cold glare. Meanwhile, Old Gung's expression fell, his mood darkening. He truly had not foreseen such a stark turn of events. 10 days, is it? Very well. With a swift movement, Old Gung grasped Lin Xiao's shoulder. Old Mu, the young lad has just declared that he shall be with me for the next 10 days. He stated coldly, before either could respond. The figures of Old Gung and Lin Xiao vanished from sight. TSK, 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 Old Xiao. See how anxious he has become. But what does it matter? Only 10 days remain, and this disciple is mine. Old Mu declared joyfully. Chapter 30, Hellish Training. A surge in power. Old Mu now felt an overwhelming sensation of soreness from head to toe, inside and out. Within the Sword Demon sect, he had triumphed over numerous opponents, yet he had never bested Old Gung. This was, in fact, their first wager against one another. In pursuit of the title of Gambling God, and for the sake of his exceptionally talented disciple, Lin Xiao, he was determined to emerge victorious. Old Xiao, do you believe Old Gung stand a chance against me this time? Hey, Old Xiao, why are you leaving? Let me finish my words. Meanwhile, Lin Xiao, led in silence by Old Gung into the Fan Tian sword tomb, soared for a while longer before reaching their destination. The surroundings remained a cemetery of sword tombs, albeit with an even more ominous atmosphere, each tomb grander than the last. The air was thick with the essence of swords. This is the interior of the Fan Tian sword tomb. The tombs you see here once belonged to the core disciples and true inheritors of our sect. There are only a little over 2,300 sword tombs in total, each suffused with countless sword energies, with their intensity roughly matching that of the Wheel Sea realm. Young one, you shall cultivate here from now on. Old Gung finally spoke, offering a few explanations. It was evident that he was feeling quite distressed. What had once seemed a certainty had suddenly taken an unexpected turn, causing anyone to feel their composure shatter. All right, Old Gung, I will give it my all, Lin Xiao affirmed, thoroughly satisfied with the environment. The sword energies were potent, and the concentration of spiritual energy was impressive. As I pondered where to cultivate diligently, Elder Gung nodded slightly, seemingly deep in thought. After a moment's hesitation, he spoke softly, Little one, I shall bestow upon you an opportunity. Whether you can seize it depends solely on your own capabilities. Remember, if you find yourself unable to endure, simply call for me, and I shall come to your aid. Lin Xiao was taken aback by these words. An opportunity? Call for help if I falter? This sounded rather unsettling. What exactly was Elder Gung intending? Elder Gung, do you mean? Just as Lin Xiao was about to inquire further, he was interrupted by the Elder's subsequent actions. With a swift motion, Elder Gung drew his hand toward the sky, and a profound sword intent surged upward, piercing the heavens. This ethereal yet potent sword intent sent shivers down Lin Xiao's spine, making him tremble involuntarily. It was formidable, truly formidable. In the presence of this sword intent, he felt extraordinarily insignificant. To what extent had this mastery of sword intent been achieved? When would he ever reach such an exalted state of swordsmanship? With the dusk of time, I wield my sword. Countless clans bow in reverence to the spirits of the departed. Rise, tombs! Boom! 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 The sword mounds surrounding Lin Xiao began to tremble violently. One by one, long swords started to rise from their graves, their brilliant and varied auras intertwining. Gradually, the points of all the swords turned to face Lin Xiao. His eyes widened in horror as he sensed an ominous wave of danger approaching from all directions. The swords of the deceased had stirred. How utterly bizarre. Suddenly, a long sword closest to him unleashed a fierce sword chi aimed directly at him. As shadows accompany light, Lin Xiao swiftly executed his agile movements to evade the impending danger. With his every motion, countless swords surged forth, unleashing a torrent of sword energy aimed directly at him. Despite his mastery in body technique, his cultivation level, only at the fourth stage of the spirit-gathering realm, rendered him incapable of evading the onslaught entirely. A moment's lapse led to several strands of sword energy piercing into his body. Gasping in pain, Lin Xiao momentarily halted, his expression twisting in agony. The searing pain coursed through him, akin to salt being rubbed into wounds, an excruciating sensation that was nearly unbearable. Moreover, his brief pause allowed even more sword energy to infiltrate his being, intensifying the torment exponentially. 9 Nether Demon Sealing Mark, Lin Xiao bellowed. As a brilliant yellow demonic seal emerged from his skin, effectively warding off the encroaching sword energy. Exhaling with relief, he acknowledged the prowess of a technique beyond the earthly tier. The demon seal stood resolute against any sword energy, which, it is worth noting, possessed the potency equivalent to that of the Wheel Sea realm. For an ordinary practitioner of the spirit-gathering realm, even one at the pinnacle of that level would find it impossible to withstand even a couple of sword strikes. The consequence of being struck was undoubtedly fatal. At this moment, Elder Gung's voice resonated once more. Little one, it is better to evade than to block, better to guide than to evade, and best to transform the sword energy into your own. If you do not promptly engage the heavenly champion sword cannon to refine the sword energy for your cultivation, do you believe your demon seal can endure indefinitely? Should it falter, what do you think the consequences will be? Upon hearing the 2 hints from Elder Gung, Lin Xiao felt as if he had awakened from a dream. Indeed, if he did not hasten to cultivate now, when would he? He could distinctly sense that while the 9 Nether Demon Suppression Seal temporarily held back all the sword chi, it was rapidly depleting the spiritual energy within his body. Once his spiritual energy was exhausted, he would find himself in dire straits. With this thought in mind, Lin Xiao immediately began to channel the Heavenly Destiny Sword Classic. Instantly, the chaotic sword chi within him seemed to respond to his call, beginning to flow in accordance with his commands. The Heavenly Destiny Sword Classic is founded upon sword chi, condensing into the sword heart, sword bone, sword scripture, and sword veins. The pain of bone scraping, the agony of heart extraction, the torment of severed scriptures, and the anguish of broken veins. Only by forming the sword body can one nurture the sword intent. By gathering sword intent, one can amalgamate sword momentum. Through sword momentum, one can converge the sword sea. From a sword sea, one can gather the sword elixir, ultimately culminating in the rotation of the elixir, specifically the sword elixir. Drops of sweat, as large as beans, trickled down Lin Xiao's forehead. Damn it! Who on earth devised such a method? Could not be a bit more comfortable? First bitterness, then sweetness. First bitterness, then sweetness. First bitterness, then sweetness. Lin Xiao silently recited this mantra thrice, enduring the pain as he continued his cultivation. 100 meters away from Lin Xiao, Elder Gung stood suspended in the air, his spiritual awareness entirely focused on Lin Xiao. Should he perceive any sign of distress from Lin Xiao, he was prepared to intervene. Upon witnessing Lin Xiao grit his teeth and persist in his cultivation, Elder Gung nodded quietly. This young man possesses extraordinary talent and comprehension, as well as commendable character. It is only in times of crisis that one can truly unleash their greatest potential. It remains uncertain how long this young one can endure in this place. The longer he persists, the greater the rewards he shall reap. Elder Gung gazed at Lin Xiao, who was immersed in his cultivation, filled with anticipation. In truth, he too was taking a considerable risk. Under normal circumstances, achieving a significant breakthrough within 10 days of cultivation is nearly impossible. Fortunately, this young lad has cultivated the 9 Nether Demon Suppression Seal to the 3rd level, and his physical strength has been thoroughly honed. Otherwise, he would have been incapable of withstanding the sword energy of this realm, let alone utilizing it for his training. Thus, Lin Xiao embarked on a grueling path of cultivation. Time gradually slipped away. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. Elder Gung concealed himself 100 meters away, vigilantly guarding over him. He had initially thought that if this young one could endure for 3 days, it would be his limit, after which he would rest for 2 days before continuing. However, to his astonishment, Lin Xiao showed no intention of stopping. Even as he approached the brink of collapse, the young lad persevered with unwavering determination. Most remarkably, Lin Xiao's comprehension of the heavenly Kuai sword cannon far exceeded Elder Gung's expectations. For days, 5 days, 6 days, 7 days. A full 8 days passed before Lin Xiao finally halted. It was not that he chose to cease. Rather, the sword energy in this place had been completely absorbed. Chapter 31. Challenging the Inner Gate Elite Rankings. Old Gung. Is there anywhere else to cultivate? Lin Xiao, revealing a remarkably fit physique, shyly inquired of the nearby Elder Gung. Elder Gung's lips twitched as he surveyed the chaos within the Van Heaven sword tomb. Countless swords lay scattered across the ground, resembling the remnants of a defeated army, devoid of any trace of sword energy. Noticing Elder Gung's silence, Lin Xiao shifted his gaze towards the periphery of the Van Heaven sword tomb and suggested, Elder Gung, perhaps I could make do and continue my cultivation outside? Get lost. If you keep bothering me, there will be nothing left of the Van Heaven sword tomb. Elder Gung snapped. If you wish to continue your cultivation, you may venture to the primordial ancient ruins. That place will soon be opened and is an excellent training ground for you. Elder Gung shot Lin Xiao a glare, but ultimately offered a piece of advice. Primordial ancient ruins. Lin Xiao was momentarily taken aback. This marked the 2nd time he had heard of this place. Senior Sister Lu had mentioned that the trial sword stone used for the outer gate examination was discovered there by the sect master in the past. Now, Elder Gung was also recommending it. Clearly, he had to pay a visit. Elder Gung, what about the promise I made to you and Elder Mu if I go to the primordial ruins? Lin Xiao asked. Forget that old coot, just go. Elder Gung replied nonchalantly. Understood. I shall prepare at once. Lin Xiao responded, bowing respectfully before swiftly departing. Elder Gung watched Lin Xiao's retreating figure, his eyes filled with astonishment. Such prodigies are destined to soon make their names resonate throughout the entire Wei dynasty. He picked up a long sword that had fallen to the ground, preparing to return it to the sword mount. However, upon sensing the state of the sword's essence, he could only shake his head in resignation. Such a monstrosity, far too monstrous. With so many swords in a state of depletion, it would require at least a decade, no, 2 decades, for them to fully restore their sword energy. Lin Xiao donned the attire of an inner sect disciple and soared towards a specific location. His speed was astonishing, the fierce winds howling past his ears, leaving a flurry of afterimages in his wake. After 8 days of frenzied cultivation, he felt the need to release some pent-up energy. This time, he did not conceal his cultivation level, allowing his spiritual energy to flow freely throughout his body. A faint yet imposing aura emanated from him. This was the consummation of the gathering spirit realm. The Tian Kuei sword cannon is indeed a transcendent technique, given a suitable environment for cultivation. The speed of advancement is nothing short of miraculous. Although the process of cultivation can be excruciatingly painful, the results are extraordinary. Moreover, Lin Xiao had inadvertently discovered a remarkable coincidence by intertwining the Tian Kuei sword cannon with a 9 Nether Demon Suppression Seal during his practice. Not only was he able to alleviate much of the pain, but his cultivation speed also increased rather than diminished. Could this truly be the correct method? Consequently, Lin Xiao inquired with Elder Gong, who shook his head in uncertainty, for no one had ever simultaneously cultivated these two techniques. It was through this fortunate discovery that, after 8 days of arduous training, Lin Xiao firmly established his cultivation at the consummation of the gathering spirit realm. At this juncture, there remained over 1,000 streams of sword energy within him, yet to be refined. It was not a matter of saturation rendering the refinement impossible, but rather that even if he were to refine all of it, Lin Xiao felt he could not ascend to the Wheel Sea realm. He required a catalyst, a fortuitous opportunity. The ancient relics of Wuji could very well serve as that catalyst and opportunity. After a quarter of an hour of swift travel, Lin Xiao finally arrived at the grandest peak of the Sword Demon sect, beneath the Tian Shan Peak. It is said that beneath Tian Shan Peak lies a dragon's spirit vein, the very nexus of his sect's fortune. Consequently, the concentration of spiritual energy and the cultivation environment at Tian Shan Peak are unparalleled, surpassing even the combined might of the other 8 main peaks. Thus, only the upper echelons of the Sword Demon sect and the elite disciples of the inner sect are permitted to reside upon Tian Shan Peak. To gain residence atop Tian Shan Peak, one must attain a position on the inner sect elite rankings. The experience of cultivating here is incomparable to that of any other location, which is precisely why inner sect disciples vie fervently for the opportunity. Esteemed brother, would you care for a copy of the latest inner sect elite rankings? It is but a single spirit stone, called out an outer sect disciple before Lin Xiao could even set foot on Tian Shan Peak. Inner sect elite rankings. Such a thing exists? Lin Xiao replied, I would like one. He tossed a low-grade spirit stone in exchange. Upon receiving the spirit stone, the outer sect disciple hastily presented a ledger and remarked, Brother, should you have any inquiries, feel free to ask. I am quite familiar with this. Lin Xiao opened the ledger and casually inquired, if one wishes to challenge someone on the elite rankings, is it as simple as approaching them directly? Indeed, as long as you, senior brother, identify that individual and initiate a challenge. Upon successful completion, you may assume their rank. The outer disciple remarked, May I inquire if you know the whereabouts of this individual residing on Tian Shan Peak? Lin Xiao inquired, pointing to a name on the leaderboard. The outer disciple glanced at the indicated spot. The 80th place on the elite list belongs to Brother Zhu, who possesses the perfected cultivation of the gathering spirit realm. He practices the fierce bull strengthening technique, boasting an astonishing power said to exceed 3,000 pounds in a single hand. This senior, you cannot possibly be contemplating. The outer disciple gazed at Lin Xiao in astonishment, as if he comprehended the senior's intent. However, the individual before him appeared unfamiliar, clearly not one from the elite rankings. To challenge the 80th ranked Brother Zhu on the first attempt seems rather impetuous, does it not? Is it not permissible? Did they not mention that one could challenge individuals within a range of 20 ranks? Lin Xiao queried, puzzled. Yes, challenging is indeed allowed, but each disciple is entitled to only one challenge opportunity per month. Should one fail, they must await the following month, the outer disciple elucidated. What? Only a solitary opportunity to challenge? Lin Xiao furrowed his brow. If that is the case, will he not be unable to participate in the Wuji relic? Each sect is allotted a limited number of slots for the relic, and those without a slot cannot gain entry. Is it possible to contend for a position on site? The chance to challenge is limited to one, yet should one succeed, they may continue to initiate further challenges. The outer sect disciple added, prompting Lin Xiao to cast a speechless glance in his direction. Could you refrain from panting while speaking? This junior, might you guide me to the residence of this individual? Lin Xiao inquired. Senior brother, we outer sect disciples have a limited number of visits to Tian Shan Peak each month. It would be best for you to go alone. The disciple began to refuse. However, before he could finish, Lin Xiao tossed a small pouch in his direction. This quantity, 100 low-grade spirit stones? The outer sect disciple gasped in astonishment as he opened the pouch. It had been an eternity since he had encountered such an abundance of spirit stones. The monthly allocation from the sect combined with any side earnings, amounted to just over 20 stones. This small pouch represented nearly half a year's worth of his income. Junior brother, if you assist me today by guiding the way, shall we consider this pouch of spirit stones as compensation? Lin Xiao stated nonchalantly. During his previous stay at Danqing Peak, he had spent more than half a month concocting elixirs. While the majority of those potions had been consumed by him, a small fraction had been entrusted to Elder Xiao in exchange for spirit stones. Now, his storage ring contained nearly 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. A mere 100 stones, as a tip, posed no challenge at all. Senior brother, you are too kind. I shall gladly accept, the outer sect disciple exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with excitement. In fact, you could come to me every day this month for guidance. Soon, the two of them entered Tianshan Peak, one following closely behind the other. Chapter 32, Your Strength. You smiled upon entering Mount Tianshan. Lin Xiao felt the concentration of spiritual energy gradually intensifying. Senior brother, this is your first visit to Mount Tianshan, isn't it? The outer sect disciple, observing Lin Xiao's curious demeanor, surmised that it was indeed his inaugural visit. Yes, I recently became an inner sect disciple just a few days ago, Lin Xiao replied. Recently became an inner sect disciple? The outer sect disciple appeared momentarily taken aback. To challenge the elite ranking so soon after entering the inner sect, this senior brother truly possessed the audacity of a newborn calf unafraid of tigers. It is well known that attaining the status of an inner sect disciple requires considerable aptitude, comprehension, and talent. With nearly 30,000 inner sect disciples in the Sword Demon sect, only the top 100 make it onto the elite ranking. The level of difficulty is evident. This generous senior brother seems rather hasty. By the way, may I inquire your esteemed name? The outer sect disciple asked politely. Lin Xiao. And you, junior brother? Lin Xiao responded. My name is Zhang Ong. Greetings, senior brother Lin Xiao. Senior brother Lin Xiao. Your name is quite similar to the first place contestant from the outer sect examination a few days ago, junior brother Zhang Ong remarked with a smile. He did not connect the dots, as there are certainly many who share the same name. Oh, the person you mentioned must be me, Lin Xiao acknowledged. Huh? What? Senior brother Lin Xiao, you're the first place contestant from the outer sect examination? Junior brother Zhang Ong was momentarily stunned. Otherwise, what would it be? Lin Xiao inquired. Zhang Ong was taken aback. He finally comprehended why senior brother Lin Xiao exuded such confidence. On the day of the external gate test, he did not attend due to prior commitments, but later learned from others that senior brother Lin Xiao's strength far surpassed that of senior brothers Shun and Gu. Soon, under Zhang Yang's guidance, the two arrived before a quaint building nestled halfway up the mountain. The doorplate displayed not a name, but a number, 80. This indicated the residence of the disciple ranked 80 on the elite list. Each disciple on the elite list possessed their own individual building, equipped with a spirit-gathering formation, and resources were dispensed monthly by designated personnel. The higher the rank, the more favorable the conditions. Senior brother Lin, allow me to announce your arrival. Zhang Ong offered as he approached the small building. There's no need, Lin Xiao replied indifferently. What? No need? Zhang Ong was perplexed. Without an announcement, how could they arrange a challenge? Lin Xiao stepped forward, took a deep breath, and proclaimed loudly, Zhu Jingye, dare you emerge for a battle? This powerful declaration instantly drew a crowd. Among them were other disciples from the elite list, as well as ordinary disciples passing by. Who is this? Such arrogance. Senior brother Zhu has a notorious temper. This individual may be in for trouble. Challenging Zhu Jingye? Let us hurry over and witness this. I've heard that senior brother Zhu has recently gained some insights. He might break through to the Wheel C realm next month, significantly boosting his rank. Challenging him at this moment is quite unwise. Just then, a tall figure emerged from the building, striding forth with heavy steps. Upon witnessing this, Zhang Ong hastily retreated several meters behind Lin Xiao. As an ordinary outer sect disciple, he had no desire to become embroiled in the rivalry of these formidable figures. Is that your bravado? Zhu Jingye fixed his gaze on Lin Xiao, who stood several meters away, and spoke in a low tone. I challenge you. Do you dare to accept? Lin Xiao stated plainly, aware of the urgency of time and unwilling to squander it. There were several more challenges to come. Ha ha ha. With your frail physique, do you truly believe you can withstand a single punch from me? Zhu Jingye lifted his colossal fist, scoffing derisively. So, does that mean you are willing to take it? Lin Xiao inquired. You truly are oblivious to your own mortality. Zhu Jingye replied with a cold smirk. His eyes narrowed. He was acutely aware that his opponent had reached the pinnacle of the gathering spirit realm. Since they were of the same realm, what was there to fear? Surely, no one genuinely believed that disciples of the gathering spirit realm on the elite rankings could be compared to other intersect disciples. Zhu Jingye found the notion laughable. Not only was he unafraid of those in the same realm, but he also felt no trepidation towards opponents who had just entered the Cycle C realm. Then go ahead and make your move, Lin Xiao said nonchalantly. You really are asking for it. Prepare to be knocked down. Zhu Jingye bellowed angrily. He stepped forward, thrusting his right hand forward with great force. An illusory image of a raging bull materialized behind him, exuding a fierce and powerful aura that caused several surrounding disciples to instinctively take a step back. This is the Raging Bull Fist, Zhu's signature martial technique. It is said that when the Raging Bull essence is harnessed, this punch possesses a force of at least 3,500 pounds. Is it true? That punch seems exceedingly powerful. Otherwise, why do you think Brother Zhu ranks 80th on the elite list? Just by observing the force behind that punch, I can tell that I would certainly be unable to withstand it. This challenger is in for a troublesome time. He deserves it. After all, who asked him to provoke Brother Zhu? The onlookers all stood in solidarity with Brother Zhu, as Lin Xiao was an entirely unfamiliar figure to them. Every day at Tianshan Peak, there are numerous challengers like him. Yet, 99% of them face failure. Those who manage to enter the elite list are certainly not to be trifled with. Zhu Jingye exuded an imposing aura. With that punch, he unleashed his full strength, showing no intention of holding back. He aimed to severely wound his opponent, establishing his dominance. After all, his rank had been stuck at the 80th position on the elite list, and each month, several audacious individuals come to challenge him. A thunderous sound echoed as the force of his punch cut through the air. Meanwhile, Lin Xiao stood motionless as if struck by fear. At least in the eyes of others, it appeared that Lin Xiao was intimidated by Zhu Jingye's overwhelming presence. Suddenly, a dull thud resonated. Huh? What is happening? All the spectators widened their eyes in astonishment, releasing gasps of disbelief. The scene was extraordinarily surreal. The challenger merely extended his palm and, astonishingly, managed to block Zhu Jingye's colossal fist, which felt as if it weighed 1,000 pounds. Zhu Jingye was forced back several paces by the recoil. Upon observing the challenger, his expression remained indifferent as he stood tall, his body utterly motionless. Your strength is lacking, Lin Xiao remarked with an air of nonchalance. To be frank, this individual was all bluster with little substance. His power was even inferior to that which he displayed while cultivating the Baoshan seal. Damn it, come again. Zhu Jingye's gaze grew serious. After a mere exchange, he realized that the opponent's prowess was likely on par with his own. I apologize, but my time is limited, Lin Xiao said softly. No sooner had he spoken than another Lin Xiao appeared at a distance of 1 meter from Zhu Jingye. A look of terror flashed in Zhu Jingye's eyes. Boom! Like a cannonball, Zhu Jingye was propelled several dozen meters away, collapsing unconscious onto the ground, motionless. Lin Xiao retracted his leg and called out to Zhang Ong in a calm manner. Let us proceed to the next destination, the 60th ranked Wu Zongqing. Chapter 33. Senior brother, please conduct yourself with dignity. So many eyes are upon us, the atmosphere was palpably still. Defeat. Zhu Jingye, ranked 80th on the elite list, had been vanquished in a single blow. Moreover, he had been rendered unconscious without the slightest chance for resistance. The disparity between a swift defeat and being knocked out is vast, signifying that this challenger possesses strength that far surpasses that of Zhu Jingye. Incredible. Is this individual truly at the pinnacle of the spirit-gathering realm? Could it be that he is concealing his true prowess? When did such a formidable figure emerge within the intersect? Now, as this extraordinary individual declares his intention to continue challenging opponents, setting his sights on the 60th ranking. The crowd is once again left in astonishment. This senior brother has defeated one of the elite. Surely his name must be remembered, yet none know what to call him. Among the onlookers, a disciple ranked in the 90s on the elite list called out to the departing Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao, without a glance back, Lin Xiao responded and proceeded with Zhang Ong to the next challenge location. Lin Xiao? Is there someone in the inner sect named Lin Xiao? It seems the first place in the outer sect test was indeed named Lin Xiao. Could this be the same person? Absolutely. I have heard that the first place in the outer sect test is exceptionally formidable. Fascinating, fascinating. Let us follow and see what unfolds. I'm going to. I wish to witness just how formidable this individual truly is. Many onlookers trailed after Lin Xiao, for such remarkable events are rare at Tianshan Peak. It is quite common for newcomers to challenge the ranks of the elite, particularly those positioned between 80 and 100. However, encounters among those within the elite ranks occur only occasionally, perhaps once or twice a month, each instance drawing considerable attention. Brother Lin, you are truly remarkable. Zhang Ong exclaimed excitedly, guiding Lin Xiao. You defeated Zhu Zhengye with a single strike, leaving all the onlookers in awe. Zhu is merely weak, Lin Xiao replied nonchalantly. Let us speak of the 60th ranked Wu Zongqing instead. Ah, the 60th ranked Wu Zongqing, who is now a true disciple of the master of Qian Peak. His mastery of the fire sword technique is extraordinary, possessing immense power, Zhang Ong elaborated. Brother Lin, this Wu is quite intriguing. He previously lingered in the 90th ranks, never breaking into the top 90. However, since last month, for reasons unknown, his strength has surged remarkably, allowing him to defeat several elite brothers in quick succession, securing his rank at 60th. Zhang Ong narrated with enthusiasm. Lin Xiao nodded slightly. A swordsman, then? That makes things easier. A few minutes later, Lin Xiao and his entourage arrived at the small building designated for the 60th rank. I hope someone is present. Otherwise, I shall have to choose another target. Wu Zongqing, do you dare to emerge for a battle? Lin Xiao called out, exuding an air of arrogance and confidence. This was also a deliberate act by Lin Xiao, aimed at directly igniting his opponent's fighting spirit for a swift resolution, after which he would hastily move on to the next challenge. Once he had completed his encounters on the elite leaderboard, he intended to seize the opportunity to train for several more days in preparation for the impending expedition to the ancient relics. The boundless ancient relics would attract the finest young talents from the entire Wei dynasty. Lin Xiao was acutely aware of the saying, there are always greater talents beyond the horizon, especially within the realm of the fantastical. One could never predict which unforeseen event or crisis would strike first. With Lin Xiao's call, a number of new onlookers were drawn in. The next moment, a tall figure leapt down from the 60th floor balcony, brandishing a long sword. Lin Xiao glanced over and, upon doing so, he couldn't help but blink in surprise. Could this be Wu Zongqing? How familiar he appeared. Is it you? Lin Xiao suddenly recalled who this individual was. Oh, junior brother, it's you. At last. I've been searching for you with great difficulty. Wu Zongqing, who had initially worn an expression of anger, was now on the verge of tears upon recognizing Lin Xiao. In an instant, he dashed towards Lin Xiao and enveloped him in a hearty embrace. His comical display of laughter mixed with tears was rather amusing. Not necessary, not necessary. Senior brother, please maintain your composure. There are so many people watching, Lin Xiao remarked, feeling somewhat embarrassed by the display. A kind-hearted gesture was often reciprocated with warmth. And while he anticipated the excitement upon their reunion, he had not expected it to be this overwhelming. The Wu Zongqing before him was the very same individual to whom he had imparted the fire sword technique in exchange for 1,000 spirit stones at the trading plaza. To my surprise, I encountered such a situation. The onlookers were bewildered. What on earth is happening? Is this a grand reunion? Wasn't it supposed to be a tense standoff? Their anticipation was palpable. Yet this was the spectacle presented to us? Wu Zongqing paid no heed to the astonished gazes of the crowd. After exchanging a few words, he quickly grasped the purpose of his junior, Lin Xiao's visit. Junior brother Lin Xiao, I concede. Let us proceed directly to challenge the next opponent. Wu Zongqing urged Lin Xiao forward. Lin Xiao was taken aback, as were the onlookers. What a turn of events. You concede just like that? Brother Wu, Would you like me to spar with you for a few rounds? Lin Xiao offered with a forced smile. No need, junior brother Lin Xiao. Your guidance from our last encounter has yet to be fully comprehended by me. I am well aware of the adage. One cannot overreach, Wu Zongqing replied hastily. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao cast a lingering glance at him. Although Brother Wu's comprehension may not be remarkable, he certainly possesses clarity in his conduct. With such enthusiasm from him, Lin Xiao had no desire to dampen the mood. A group of them then set forth towards their next target, the 40th ranked Ku Yuanliang. With Wu Zongqing leading the way, Zhang Ong, an outer disciple, assumed the role of a mere spectator. Junior brother Lin Xiao, Ku Yuanliang's strength is formidable. With a cultivation level of the first stage of the Wheel C realm, he excels in the rainfall sword technique, showcasing excellent aptitude. He has grasped a tenth of the rain's momentum. His attacks are relentless and forceful. In dealing with such individuals, it is most effective to pierce through their facade with precision, employing our time-honored strategy of igniting a spark into a blazing inferno. As Wu Zongqing strolled along, he provided a detailed analysis of their opponent to Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao, however, chose not to interrupt him, appreciating the sentiment behind his words. Yet, did one truly require such analysis when confronting an adversary at the first level of the Wheel C realm? Would it not suffice to engage in direct combat? Kiskiviko Yuanliang. Swiftly step forth to face us. After we vanquish you, we must hasten to our next destination. Wu Zongqing proclaimed loudly before the modest structure ranked at number 40. No sooner had his words echoed than a figure soared forth. Upon recognizing Wu Zongqing, Ku Yuanliang's eyes gleamed with palpable disdain. This individual was indeed audacious. Junior brother Wu, have you suffered a blow to the head, believing yourself worthy of challenging me? Ku Yuanliang retorted coldly. Did I ever claim that I would challenge you? Wu Zongqing shot him a bewildered glance before turning back to Lin Xiao. Junior brother Lin, I urge you to give it your all. I am confident that within 10 rounds, no, within 5 rounds, this Ku Yuanliang shall surely be defeated. Ku Yuanliang, upon hearing this, cast a bewildered glance at Lin Xiao, pondering who this person might be, as he seemed unfamiliar. Meanwhile, Lin Xiao, listening to Wu Zongqing's words, merely shook his head gently and replied nonchalantly. 1 round will suffice to deal with him. Chapter 34. Have you defeated a few worthless opponents and feel proud? Just 1 round? This individual actually claims he can defeat Brother Ku, who ranks 40th in a single exchange. How audacious! Even the disciples who had come to spectate from Zhu Jingye's side shook their heads in disbelief. While the difference in strength between ranks may not be significant when there is only a 1 or 2 rank gap, a disparity of 20 ranks is a different matter entirely. Although Lin Xiao had indeed triumphed over Zhu Jingye, Brother Ku would require no more than a couple of strikes to overcome Zhu Jingye himself. The prowess of those at the ocean realm far surpasses that of those in the spirit-gathering realm. Are you certain you have the qualifications to challenge me? Ku Yuanliang inquired, his gaze fixed skeptically upon Lin Xiao. Why wouldn't he have the qualifications? Junior brother Lin Xiao has just bested me. He is now ranked 60th on the elite list. Wu Zongqing interjected before Lin Xiao could speak. Is this person named Lin Xiao, a disciple of Wu Zongqing? Has the Qian Peak produced yet another formidable figure? Ku Yuanliang pondered in confusion. It was entirely understandable that he, as an inner sect disciple of his caliber, had no awareness of the outer sect examinations and thus had never heard of Lin Xiao. So, do you dare to accept the challenge? Wu Zongqing continued to provoke. Ku Yuanliang cast a glance at the other observing disciples. There was no choice left. Should he refuse the challenge, his reputation would undoubtedly be trampled upon. Moreover, given the brash words of his opponent, he was also inclined to teach him a lesson. Let's fight then. I am eager to see what skills you possess that could possibly defeat me in a single strike. With that, Ku Yuanliang drew his longsword, channeling his spiritual energy as the aura of battle enveloped him. The surrounding disciples took several steps back, creating a space for the two. Aren't you going to draw your sword? Ku Yuanliang's gaze fell, his voice cold. There's no need, Lin Xiao casually replied. Arrogant, truly arrogant. Slash through the rain. Ku Yuanliang bellowed, unleashing a technique from the rainfall swordplay. His long sword danced, conjuring a myriad of sword shadows intertwined with sword energy, rushing directly towards Lin Xiao. Impressive. The onlooking disciples marveled at Ku Yuanliang's skill. If it were them attempting to block, they would likely manage only a few strikes before succumbing. Yet Lin Xiao remained unmoved. As the sword energy approached, those who had witnessed the previous match against Zhu Jingya anticipated that Lin Xiao would once again employ his ghostly agility to evade and counterattack Ku Yuanliang. They opened their eyes wide, eager to observe Lin Xiao's movements this time. However, disappointment washed over them once more. Lin Xiao did not budge, even as the sword energy struck him. Lin Xiao, junior brother, quickly evade, Wu Zongqing exclaimed, growing anxious. He held unwavering confidence in Lin Xiao, believing in his offensive prowess. A mere hint had enabled him to break through his own limitations. Such a talent surely surpassed him in swordsmanship. Confronting someone at the first level of the Wheel C realm should pose little difficulty for Lin Xiao. Yet, no matter how formidable one's swordplay, one cannot rely solely on their body to withstand sword strikes, can they? He isn't evading? Ku Yuanliang, too, found himself perplexed. Could it be that he was unable to escape? Is this truly the extent of his abilities? Some were astonished, while others were filled with doubt. However, the subsequent scene left them utterly speechless. As several strands of sword energy struck Lin Xiao, they instantly vanished without a trace, as though they had never existed. Where has the sword energy I unleashed gone? It clearly hit, so how could this? Ku Yuanliang's eyes widened in disbelief. What are you searching for? Come me again. Lin Xiao chuckled. Indeed, the power of the sword energy was rather mediocre, indicative of a mere first-level cultivation in the Wheel C realm. It was even weaker than the ordinary sword energy found within the Brahma sword tomb. Ku Yuanliang gritted his teeth and charged forward with his longsword. He refrained from unleashing sword energy again. Since it proved ineffective, he opted for a direct strike instead. Clang! A dull sound echoed. Ku Yuanliang struck true. Yet, his pupils constricted in horror. He had struck the opponent's hand. No, to be precise, his sword was caught in the opponent's palm. How could this be possible? The onlooking disciples were equally bewildered. He blocked it again. Just moments ago, this individual had deflected Zhu Jingya's powerful punch in the same manner. Now, he had once more thwarted senior brother Ku's sword attack using the same technique. But this is a sword. Is he not afraid of having his hand severed? Can one truly grasp such a weapon with bare hands? The observer, Wu Zongqing, wore an expression mirroring that of Ku Yuanliang, utterly astonished. Isn't Lin Xiao a sword cultivator? Why does he appear more formidable than even a body cultivator? Meanwhile, after seizing the opponent's longsword, several fragments of memory surged into Lin Xiao's mind. The insight gained from the rainfall sword technique has deepened significantly. His boldness in using his hand to block is no mere whim. Rather, it stems from countless passive attempts during his arduous training in the 8 hells of the Brahma sword tomb. Fortunately, he has cultivated the 9 nether demon suppression seal to its 3rd layer. Even without actively employing the seal, his physical strength is already on par with any cultivator of the same realm. With a cultivation level like Ku Yuanliang's and an ordinary spirit sword, he is hardly qualified to inflict harm upon him. Now, it is my turn to strike, Lin Xiao thought with a slight smile. He extended his hand, gripping Ku Yuanliang's shoulder, and with a swift twist, he hurled him forcefully to the ground. Ku Yuanliang's face registered shock. He attempted to resist, but found himself utterly unable to break free from Lin Xiao's grasp. Damn, this guy is undoubtedly a physical cultivator. Had he known this, he would have been foolish to engage in close combat. With a thunderous crash, the ground trembled slightly. Ku Yuanliang's eyes rolled back, and he collapsed, unconscious. Lin Xiao dusted off his hands, reveling in the effectiveness of this straightforward and brutal shoulder throw. The onlookers gaped in astonishment, their expressions a mixture of disbelief. Wu Zongqing watched Lin Xiao with uncertainty. Unable to contain his curiosity, Lin Xiao, have you transitioned to physical cultivation? Not at all. Don't you think this is far more impressive? Lin Xiao replied with a smile. Wu Zongqing remarked, impressive? What use is that? Lin Xiao, as sword cultivators, we must remain devoted to the sword. Distraction is to be avoided. He felt that even practicing and comprehending the sword left him with insufficient time. Where would he find the time to cultivate his body? Thank you, senior brother Xiao Wu, for your concern. I will not neglect my sword cultivation. Let us proceed to the next challenge, the 20th place on the elite list, Lin Xiao remarked. He truly wished to convey that when one possesses sufficient comprehension, the understanding naturally follows. Junior brother Lin Xiao, to what rank do you intend to challenge? Inquired Wu Zongqing with curiosity. Let us set a modest goal and aim for the 10th place first, Lin Xiao replied. He held no particular thoughts about the order of the rankings. Securing the 10th place would grant him access to the ancient relic of Wujing. Let's accomplish that before anything else. I assumed junior brother Lin Xiao intended to sweep through the entire elite list, Wu Zongqing sighed in relief. Among the top 50 on the elite list, there were no practitioners of the gathering spirit realm. With junior brother Lin Xiao currently ranked 40th, he was already a singular presence. Particularly, the top 10 on the elite list comprised genuine prodigies, each possessing extraordinary strength. Indeed, junior brother Lin Xiao is formidable, yet his cultivation remains a shortcoming. Given a few more years of training, he would undoubtedly surpass them with ease. To sweep the elite list is not out of the realm of possibility, Lin Xiao stated confidently in a hushed tone. Junior brother Lin Xiao, such words should not be uttered lightly. It would be prudent to remain humble, Wu Zongqing quickly cautioned. This is Tianshan Peak. If it were Qian Peak, one might speak freely. Had to sweep the elite list? Do you truly believe that defeating a few inept opponents renders you invincible? A sinister voice emanated from the side. Wu Zongqing turned his head, and a look of trepidation crossed his face. Junior brother Lin Xiao, this is Chun Xiong, ranked 4th on the elite list. His cultivation has reached the 4th level of the Wheel Sea realm, and he is a swordsman who has already grasped the embryonic form of the sword intent. Wu Zongqing hastily whispered. Chapter 35. Confrontation with the 4th on the elite rankings. What of the blade intent? A blade cultivator? The 4th in the elite rankings? Has he grasped the rudiments of blade intent? This truly presents a formidable opponent. Lin Xiao directed his gaze towards Chun Xiong, a surge of sword intent emanating from him. Chun Xiong, who had initially harbored disdain for Lin Xiao, now narrowed his eyes upon sensing this formidable sword intent. Such a level of sword intent. No wonder you are so arrogant. You must have comprehended the essence of sword intent, he thought, his gaze intense. What? Do you wish to test your mettle? Lin Xiao replied with an air of indifference. Unfortunately, your cultivation is too low, Chun Xiong retorted dismissively. Yet defeating you would suffice, Lin Xiao shot back. You. Chun Xiong's expression darkened. Wu Zongqing. The onlooking disciples. They found themselves rendered speechless. Initially perceiving Lin Xiao as merely a body cultivator, they were astonished to discover that he was a prodigy who had grasped the rudiments of sword intent. Heavens! To comprehend the level of sword intent in the gathering spirit realm is an extraordinary talent indeed. Only then did they grasp why Lin Xiao was so audacious. As they witnessed the standoff between Lin Xiao and Chun Xiong, ranked 4th, the crowd was left in awe. In their eyes, both were figures of genius. One had comprehended sword intent, while the other had grasped blade intent. Yet, there existed a significant disparity in their cultivation realms, 1 major and 4 minor realms apart. Surely, they could not engage in combat. Chun Xiong, are you bold enough to accept a challenge? Lin Xiao boldly issued the challenge first. Lin Xiao, my junior brother, our rankings are insufficient. We cannot challenge Chun Xiong yet. Wu Zongqing reminded from the side. I was just thinking of teaching you that a sword should not reveal its sharpness too overtly. An overly sharp blade is prone to breakage. Rest assured, I shall not bully you. I will suppress my cultivation to match yours. As for rankings, should you manage to defeat me, I will certainly appeal to the elders. Chun Xiong fixed his gaze upon Lin Xiao, his fighting spirit surging. With Chun Xiong's declaration, others found it difficult to voice any objections. The crowd cleared a space for the 2 contenders. If their cultivation levels were equal, it remained uncertain who would prevail. Who do you believe will win? I stand with senior brother Chun Xiong. I have personally witnessed his prowess in battle. He is extraordinarily formidable. Yet Lin Xiao is indeed powerful, being a swordsman. But has anyone truly seen him draw his sword? Should Lin Xiao emerge victorious, he would undoubtedly be recognized as the most talented disciple of the Sword Demon sect in recent years. On the open ground, Lin Xiao and Chun Xiong stood at opposite ends. Chun Xiong adjusted his spiritual energy to the peak of the gathering spirit realm. This sword of mine is a top-tier spiritual weapon. Do not even think of attempting to catch it with your hands, lest you find them rendered useless, Chun Xiong chuckled. Offering a warning, Lin Xiao, unfazed by such provocation, replied nonchalantly, "There is no need for you to suppress your cultivation. Even at the 4th level of the Wheel C realm, I can still defeat you. Let's battle." Chun Xiong's eyes gleamed coldly as he retorted with a low growl. This Lin Xiao may be sharp-tongued, but Chun Xiong felt utterly outmatched in verbal exchanges. "Kulme," Lin Xiao responded, finally drawing his long sword from its sheath. His sword was merely a superior spiritual weapon, inferior by a significant margin to his opponent's. "Starfire ignition," Lin Xiao whispered softly. In an instant, a wave of scorching, crimson heat emanated from him, enveloping the arena. It resembled the oppressive stillness before a volcanic eruption, heavy and foreboding. Not far away, Wu Zongqing's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Here it comes." The essence of a sword. Lin Xiao's junior brother was indeed formidable, having truly grasped the essence of the sword. "Go!" Lin Xiao unleashed a strike. The sword light sword, seemingly ordinary, yet harboring profound energy within. "Comme fort." Chun Xiong felt his spiritual power surge, and a spectral blade materialized behind him. With a sudden downward slash, a ghostly glow enveloped the blade, crashing fiercely against Lin Xiao's sword light. "Wait, this isn't merely the embryonic form of sword intent. This is genuine sword intent." Chun Xiong gasped in astonishment. Boom! A thunderous sound echoed as Chun Xiong was forced back several steps, his longsword trembling in his grasp, blood seeping from his palm. "How is it?" "I told you. There's no need to suppress your cultivation," Lin Xiao remarked with calm indifference. "I didn't expect you to be even more formidable than I imagined," Chun Xiong replied, his expression turning serious. "Perhaps not just by a little," Lin Xiao casually added. Chun Xiong. He truly found himself at a loss against this fellow. "You are not the only one who has comprehended genuine sword intent." With that, Chun Xiong stepped forward, his longsword slicing through the air toward Lin Xiao. The spectral blade behind him merged with the longsword, unleashing an aura of chilling brilliance. A crescent-shaped black blade, spanning a full 3 zhang, sliced through the air with a decisive intent. Chun Xiong had surprisingly grasped the essence of true blade intent. It appeared this was his hidden card. Both individuals possessed extraordinary talents. Even those at the late stage of the Wheel C realm might struggle to comprehend genuine sword or blade intent. Yet they had achieved such understanding far ahead of their peers. However, Lin Xiao was indeed the stronger of the two, for he was at the gathering spirit realm. Indeed, Lin Xiao was a prodigy. With a resounding roar, the black blade descended, causing fissures to erupt in the ground, which spread and shattered in its wake. Yet, what a blade intent! Lin Xiao remained unperturbed, wielding his sword in response. In an instant, a piercing beam of sword light shot towards the heavens, embodying a formidable sword intent akin to a surging river. Subsequently, Lin Xiao's sword light, with unwavering resolve, struck forcefully against Chun Xiong's elite spiritual blade. With a sharp crack, the blade intent of the black blade shattered instantaneously, erupting into a cloud of spiritual energy. Lin Xiao's sword light, relentless in its trajectory, continued to cleave through Chun Xiong's top-tier spiritual blade. A groan of pain escaped Chun Xiong's lips as his arm trembled violently, unable to maintain his grip on the spiritual blade, which flew backward uncontrollably. At that moment, Lin Xiao's sword light abruptly altered its course, narrowly avoiding Chun Xiong's head as it soared into the distant sky. It was astonishingly a mastery of sword intent at 2/10. I have lost," Chun Xiong murmured, his gaze lowered as he reluctantly admitted defeat. He was genuinely convinced. His own hidden card was merely a mastery of blade intent at 1/10. Yet he had not anticipated that his opponent would have reached an understanding of sword intent at 2/10, though it seemed a mere step from 1/10 to 2/10. The significance was profound. Only those who genuinely perceive can truly understand that this step may take a year or perhaps a decade. Moreover, if the opponent does not relent in the end, he may suffer a catastrophic fate, his head shattering and life extinguished on the spot. Silence. The atmosphere fell into a profound stillness. Is it over? Did the battle conclude in just 2 exchanges? This was something that no one could have anticipated. 2% of sword intent. Are they out of their minds? Has Lin Xiao truly grasped the essence of sword intent to such an extent? Is he genuinely only at the peak of the spirit-gathering realm, or is he concealing his true cultivation? I concede, Lin Xiao stated. Chun Xiong's disposition is indeed quite obstinate. It's no wonder he managed to comprehend knife intent even at the 4th level of the Wheel C realm. For even in the end, his opponent did not restore his suppressed cultivation. Otherwise, with the opponent's 4th level of the Wheel C realm, it would not have been difficult to withstand Lin Xiao's 2% sword intent attack. As for the ranking issue, I will discuss it with the elders. Your name is Lin Xiao, correct? Do not be too pleased with yourself. It won't be long before I come to defeat you. With those words, Chun Xiong swiftly departed the scene. Lin Xiao refrained from retorting this time. The next time we meet, I fear we shall not be of the same caliber. Regardless, the 4th position on the elite list has been secured. Now, preparations must be made before venturing to the Wujiu ruins. Junior brother Lin Xiao, you are incredible. I believe if you continue to challenge, you might even claim the top spot. Wu Zongqing exclaimed excitedly. In comparison to junior brother Lin Xiao, he felt utterly insignificant. No more challenges. This is sufficient. By the way, brother Wu, do you know where I might discover exceptional techniques for agility? Lin Xiao inquired. Exceptional techniques for agility? Junior brother Lin Xiao, having secured the 4th position on the elite leaderboard, you are now eligible to apply for access to the 2nd level of the Tonggunga. The finest technique within our sect is the Earth Grade inferior skill, shadow shifting. Wu Zongqing pondered before responding. Oh, I'm currently practicing this very technique. Is there anything superior? Lin Xiao remarked with a sidelong glance. Wu Zongqing. Chapter 36. On the concept of intent, the most exceptional martial technique in our sect is undoubtedly this one. Perhaps I should inquire with my master upon my return, suggested Wu Zongqing. No need. I already know whom to ask, Lin Xiao replied. Brother Wu, do you know the whereabouts of the 4th rank Xiao Lu? I am aware of that. Come, I shall escort you there, Wu Zongqing responded, leading Lin Xiao to the small building that once belonged to Chun Xiong. The discourse surrounding Lin Xiao's victory over the 4th-ranked elite, Chun Xiong, began to gain traction, resonating throughout the inner sect. It is not uncommon for changes to occur within the elite rankings, yet alterations among the top 10 are particularly captivating. In an instant, terms such as Lin Xiao, full mastery of the gathering spirit realm, and 2-fold sword intent echoed among the disciples of the inner sect. Half a day later, after savoring the rich spiritual energy of the training chamber, Lin Xiao departed from Tianshan Peak. He made his way directly to the Kangong Pavilion. When it comes to inquiring about martial techniques, there is no one better to consult than Elder Mu. Young Lin Xiao, it has only been a few days since we last met, and you have already defeated old Lei's blade-wielding disciple, Elder Mu remarked as Lin Xiao approached the Kangong Pavilion. Brother Chun was merely being modest. Had he not suppressed his cultivation, he could have held out for several more rounds, Lin Xiao replied with a smile. Elder Mu was nearly at a loss for words, feeling the urge to reprimand. He had encountered self-praise before, but this was an entirely new level of indirect self-aggrandizement. So, have you come today with the intention of formally becoming my disciple? I shall select an auspicious day for you, Elder Mu said with a hearty laugh. On the 8th day, the young Lin Xiao had already departed from the sword tomb of Vantion. This instinctively led him to believe that the old man Geng had conceded defeat. Otherwise, that old fellow would undoubtedly have compelled Lin Xiao to persevere until the 10th day. Oh, by the way, old Geng mentioned a message for you when I would see you, Lin Xiao recalled and stated. Ha ha ha, do tell. Is it that he wishes to concede and feels too embarrassed to say it himself, so he sends you as a messenger? Chuckled Mu Lao, his mood evidently buoyant. Actually, Old Gung instructed me to convey. Lin Xiao mimicked Gung's manner and tone, when suddenly, Mu Lao's expression stiffened. What? Is that old coot trying to play tricks? Mu Lao's countenance darkened slightly. Without offering an explanation, Lin Xiao extended his hand. What are you up to? Mu Lao inquit, pu dao. Old Gung said that if I took a look, I would understand, Lin Xiao replied, somewhat exasperated. These two old men were like mischievous children. Why couldn't they simply clarify their matters amongst themselves? Instead, they insisted on making him the intermediary. With a mix of suspicion and curiosity, Mu Lao grasped Lin Xiao's hand, allowing his spiritual sense to delve within. Upon doing so, Mu Lao's expression transformed dramatically, akin to a palette of colors being overturned, shifting from normal to red, from red to black, and then from black to white. Are you even human? How could you achieve such a level in just 8 days? What is your secret? Old Mu withdrew his hand, gazing at Lin Xiao as if observing a peculiar creature. Lin Xiao blinked, puzzled by the old man's unexpected reprimand. He reluctantly recounted the arduous journey of his 8 days of intense cultivation. In merely 8 days, he had elevated the flawed technique of Elder Gung to this remarkable level, enhancing his sword intent to 35%, all while still at the perfected stage of the gathering spirit realm. Remarkable. Initially, I was skeptical of your claim that you could effortlessly defeat that young swordsman, but now I am convinced. A fledgling who has merely grasped 1% of sword intent is truly insignificant before you. Old Mu nodded and shook his head, sighing as if burdened by the weight of existence. Indeed, Lin Xiao's 8 days of relentless practice at the sword tomb of the celestial realm not only perfected his cultivation to the gathering spirit realm, but also deepened his understanding of sword intent to 35% through the harnessing of all his sword energy. The more he practiced the celestial sword canon, the more profound his insights into the sword became. That old fellow has managed to turn the tables on me. I am fortunate to have devised this method, Old Mu lamented. It seems that the prospect of taking Lin Xiao as a disciple shall be postponed once more. However, Old Mu, with my level of comprehension, there would be no hindrance in learning both simultaneously. Lin Xiao expressed his thoughts. This is primarily because he felt that the 9 nether demon suppression seal and the celestial sword cannon complemented each other remarkably well. For now, that is the only course, but should I find your 9 nether demon suppression seal surpassed by that old man's technique, I shall not acquiesce. Old Mu retorted indignantly. Understood, Old Mu, Lin Xiao replied. Last I heard, you wish to visit the infinite relics, aiming to challenge the elite rankings for that coveted position, Mu Lao inquired. Indeed, Lin Xiao replied. Given your cultivation prowess, the infinite relics pose little danger. However, do bear in mind to avoid Candle Dragon Lake once you enter, Mu Lao cautioned. Candle Dragon Lake? What kind of place is that? Lin Xiao asked with curiosity. It is a location fraught with peril, even for those of the Xiandan realm. Just steer clear of it, Mu Lao remarked, a glimmer of apprehension evident in his eyes. I understand, Lin Xiao responded outwardly, though inwardly his curiosity was piqued. A place so treacherous that even Xiandan experts felt threatened? What secrets might it hold? By the way, Mu Lao, do you happen to know where I might acquire some superior body technique martial arts? Lin Xiao nearly forgot the primary purpose of his visit. Body technique martial arts? You should focus on perfecting the demon suppression seal. What need have you for other techniques? Mu Lao scoffed at Lin Xiao's inquiry. Once your physical prowess reaches its zenith, you will outpace anyone without reliance on any body technique. We have no need to comprehend the realm of speed. Why pursue such practices? The realm of speed? What is that? Lin Xiao asked, intrigued by this unfamiliar term. Do you know what lies beyond the Xiandan realm? Mu Lao Guivi. Actually, I do not. Lin Xiao admitted with a shake of his head. He was aware that there were indeed realms beyond Xiandan, but he had only just reached the pinnacle of the gathering spirit realm. Beyond that lay the Wheel's Sea realm and the Xiandan realm. Thus, the realm of core transformation lies far beyond his current reach. Allow me to elucidate. Above the core formation stage lies the transformation realm. To even aspire to transformation, one must comprehend a single domain of intent to at least 80% completion during the core formation stage. Sword intent, saber intent, fist intent. These are all domains of intent. The intent of speed, the intent of pills, the intent of fire, and so forth can all be cultivated to achieve transformation. Old Mu spoke with ease, yet Lin Xiao listened with utmost attentiveness. Old Mu, Lin Xiao inquired, a thought having occurred to him. If one were to fully comprehend two domains of intent before attempting transformation, would they be stronger than one who transformed with only one? Naturally, came the reply, but hardly anyone has ever accomplished such a feat. At least, I have never heard of it. The difficulty of intent lies in the unimaginable comprehension and serendipity required. Grasping even one domain of intent is exceedingly challenging. Who would have the leisure to pursue a second? Old Mu lamented softly. Alas, he remains uncertain of how distant transformation truly is. Difficult, you say? I find it rather effortless, Lin Xiao mused to himself. Chapter 37. Those who often walk by the river are bound to stumble upon stones. Old Mu, upon overhearing Lin Xiao's mutterings, widened his eyes, nearly choking on a mouthful of old blood. He had spent several decades in the realm of rotating Dan, achieving a late-stage mastery. Yet he had only comprehended 6/10 of the profound meaning. This was largely due to his focus on body refinement, a path inherently more challenging than others. Yet this young lad dared to claim that grasping the profound meaning was effortless. Just as Old Mu was about to admonish Lin Xiao, he recalled that the latter had only reached the pinnacle of the gathering spirit realm, yet had already comprehended 3.5/10 of sword intent. In light of this, his assertion of ease seemed less outrageous. In that moment, Old Mu felt a surge of frustration. How had he encountered such an extraordinary youth? Lin Xiao, sensing the inappropriateness of his words, realized that his feeling of ease stemmed from his exceptional talent. However, for others, comprehending the profound meaning was a far greater challenge than mere cultivation. Old Mu, if there's nothing further, I shall take my leave, Lin Xiao said, preparing to make his exit. Wait a moment, Lin Xiao. Old Mu's tone shifted, becoming unexpectedly gentle. This abrupt change took Lin Xiao by surprise. What had just moments ago seemed like a reprimand had transformed into a soft invitation. If you truly seek a top-tier body technique, it is not unattainable. Lin Xiao paused, intrigued. Indeed, he was eager for a superior body technique. To possess such remarkable perception and not to harness, it would be a waste of natural talent. Old Mu produced a talisman stone, his lips moving as if engaged in conversation. However, Lin Xiao perceived no sound. After 2 breaths, Old Mu handed over the talisman stone along with a note, speaking at last. To reach the territory of the Flowing Cloud sect, head north for 300 miles through the Beast Forest. The Flowing Cloud sect is also ranked among the top 10 sects of the Great Wei dynasty, renowned for their agility and exceptional speed. He continued, this is an IOU in my letter of introduction. Present these to the leader of the Flowing Cloud sect, and you shall surely be able to select a superior technique in agility. Old Mu spoke with utmost seriousness. Lin Xiao, listening intently, quickly accepted the IOU and the letter of introduction. He failed to notice the glimmer of cunning, anticipation, and a hint of schadenfreude in Old Mu's eyes. Lin Xiao was genuinely astonished. Another IOU. Old Mu certainly had an extensive network, even connecting with the Flowing Cloud sect, situated 1,000 miles away, and directly with its leader. As for the authenticity, Lin Xiao had no doubts about Old Mu. After all, the previous IOU had brought him considerable fortune. Old Mu, how did you come by this IOU? Lin Xiao inquired curiously. Ahem, why are you asking so many questions? Do you think I could deceive you? Old Mu feigned nonchalance, attempting to mask the unusual light in his eyes. Not at all. I am sincerely grateful to you, Old Mu. Lin Xiao expressed his heartfelt thanks. Although he had yet to formally become Old Mu's disciple, the latter's attitude towards him was akin to that of a true mentor. Truly, he was a good man. In the future, you shall indeed become a remarkable master. Enough, enough. You should hasten on your way, for the journey to the Flowing Cloud sect is no trivial matter. Do not forget that you still wish to venture into the infinite relics, correct? There are but 10 days remaining until the relic's activation, and the Flowing Cloud sect is not far from the infinite relics. You can easily make it if you depart now, urged Elder Mu. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao recognized the soundness of the advice and promptly set off. Lin Xiao suddenly recalled a query and spoke up. Elder Mu, do you possess any flying arcs? Might you grant me a ride? He contemplated the journey from the Sword Demon sect to the Flowing Cloud sect, which necessitated traversing the entire beast forest. Although he felt no fear due to his current cultivation level, the journey would undoubtedly pose some inconvenience. What? A flying arc? What on earth is that? Are you daydreaming? Elder Mu shot him a disdainful glance. He had never heard of such a thing and was baffled as to where this lad had gleaned the notion. Lin Xiao was puzzled. After all, the Sword Demon sect ranks among the top 10 sects of the Great Wei dynasty. Wasn't such an item a staple in every fantasy novel? Then, surely you must have some flying beasts, right? Lin Xiao inquired, seeking a more attainable alternative. Elder Mu frowned even more deeply. You ought to make the journey on foot. Once your cultivation reaches the Xiandan realm, you will be able to fly. Our sect is not one that specializes in beast taming. Who among us would keep such creatures? Are they mere snacks? After exchanging a few more words, Lin Xiao was promptly dismissed. He departed the Sword Demon sect with determination, setting his sights on the Flowing Cloud sect. In the pavilion of concealed mastery, old Mu gazed at the receding figure of Lin Xiao, murmuring to himself, "Youngster, the old ghost gung has bestowed upon you a fortuitous opportunity. As your master, I must not lag behind. Let's see if you can accept it, or rather, if you can truly grasp it." Meanwhile, Lin Xiao had already ventured into the beastly forest. To circumvent this area would necessitate a considerable detour, likely proving insufficient in time. However, traversing directly through the beastly forest would allow him to reach the Flowing Cloud sect in merely 3 to 4 days, and subsequently make his way to the Infinite Relics in an additional 2 days. Not only would time be ample, but he would also have several days to spare. 2 days later, Lin Xiao had delved deep into the heart of the beastly forest. Before him stood a beast nearly 4 meters in height, drooling and fixated upon him, a mid-tier beast of the Wheel Sea realm, the Dark Tiger, known for its immense strength and swiftness when enraged. It could unleash skills that doubled its combat prowess. With a furious roar, the Dark Tiger lunged at Lin Xiao. With a single strike of its paw, it shattered Lin Xiao's skull. Yet, in the next instant, Lin Xiao appeared a short distance away. A flash of sword light illuminated the air, and the Dark Tiger was cleaved in two, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Having effortlessly dispatched the formidable beast, Lin Xiao approached and began to dismember its carcass. After stowing away the most valuable parts into his storage ring, he continued onward. A mid-tier beast of the Wheel Sea realm is still somewhat lacking, Lin Xiao mused. The beastly forest was vast, comparable in size to a provincial city from his past life. Yesterday, he had already ventured deep into the forest and slain the 4th beast of the Wheel Sea realm. Lin Xiao, possessing the 3rd layer of the 9 Nether Demon Seal and a sword intent of 3.5 degrees, found no beast could impede his progress. According to Elder Mu, there were no beasts of the rotation pill realm within this forest. Thus, Lin Xiao had little to fear with his prowess. Even if he encountered a late-stage beast of the Wheel Sea realm, could he not either defeat it or escape? After traversing for a while longer, Lin Xiao suddenly sensed a movement in his ears. Shadow shift. He instantly executed his technique, leaving behind a phantasmal image in his place. However, this time, his usually infallible maneuver failed. A large gray shadow lunged fiercely at him, its chilling claws aimed directly at his head. 9 Nether Demon Seal. In a moment of urgency, he activated the seal, unleashing a yellow demonic emblem from his body. Bang! The sound of a violent collision echoed through the air. Lin Xiao was sent flying several meters away, finally halting when he crashed against a massive tree. Damn, what kind of beast is this? Its strength must be at least that of the late Wheel Sea realm. One who often walks by the river has finally stumbled upon a stone. Lin Xiao quickly lifted his gaze. Upon discerning the beast that had attacked him, his brow furrowed tightly. A wind wolf. A late-stage wind wolf of the Wheel Sea realm? Isn't this type of beast supposed to reach its peak at the completion of the Gathering Spirit realm? Could it be a mutation? Chapter 38, The Enigma. The secret of the wind wolf stalactite essence Lin Xiao remained fixated on the peculiar wind wolf, which in turn was also scrutinizing him. It seemed perplexed that such a diminutive human could withstand its lethal strike. With renewed vigor, Lin Xiao seized his longsword and unleashed a signature move, Starfire, scorching the plains. The fiery sword energy surged forth, aimed directly at the wind wolf. Sensing the impending threat, the creature lowered its body and transformed into a streak of gray lightning, deftly evading Lin Xiao's assault by executing multiple sharp turns. This speed surpasses even my own. Lin Xiao's gaze sharpened in astonishment. Having successfully dodged the sword energy, the wind wolf let out another ferocious roar and charged at Lin Xiao. With a resounding thud, another claw descended upon him. Lin Xiao employed the celestial void sword technique to block the attack. Thus commenced a fierce battle between man and beast, each exchanging blows in a stalemate that persisted through numerous exchanges. The malevolent aura emanating from the wind wolf intensified, its eyes now glowing crimson. Despite its apparent superiority, it could not bring down this human. No, it could not even breach his defenses. In contrast, Lin Xiao, while seemingly on the defensive, remained unharmed beneath the protective seal of the demon suppression. He meticulously observed the wind wolf from head to tail. Strange, extremely strange. To the naked eye, it appeared to be an ordinary wind wolf. Its overall prowess was undeniably formidable. It must surely be a mutation. Regardless, it is time to conclude this matter. Lin Xiao's gaze turned serious. Suddenly, a streak of sword energy, exuding a fierce intent, plummeted from the heavens, aimed directly at the wind wolf. Its speed was several times faster than before. The fur on the wolf's back instantly bristled. With a mighty roar, it unleashed a blood-red mist from its body. Without a trace of hesitation, it turned and fled. In that fleeting moment, it felt an overwhelming threat to its life. If it did not escape, the outcome could very well be death. However, even with such swift reflexes, the sword energy imbued with intent had already descended. A shriek pierced the air, leaving a pool of blood at the scene, yet the wind wolf had vanished. Now, it was Lin Xiao's turn to be astonished. Could it truly escape? Despite delivering a nearly full-force strike, he had failed to slay it on the spot. Such formidable defenses were indeed terrifying. Casting a glance at the bloodstains on the ground, Lin Xiao hesitated for a moment before unleashing his full agility in pursuit. One must see the wolf alive or its corpse in death. When a beast reaches the realm of the rotation pill, it is said to manifest a demon pill within its body, an object of immense value. Could this peculiar wolf have already birthed such a demon pill? If he were to obtain one this time, the journey would be incredibly rewarding. Following the trail of blood, Lin Xiao soon located the wind wolf's hiding place, a rocky cave. As he cautiously stepped inside, he discovered the wind wolf, barely clinging to life. The wounds on the creature were grievous, exposing bone as they extended from its shoulder to its waist. Lin Xiao felt a chill run down his spine. Despite such injuries, it could still move with astonishing swiftness. Its vitality was truly extraordinary. However, the subsequent scene sent a shiver of dread through him. As a piercing light ignited in his eyes, he observed the wind wolf fervently consuming something from a depression in the ground. Remarkably, its wounds began to heal at a visibly rapid pace. By heavens! Lin Xiao exclaimed involuntarily. The wind wolf snapped its head around. In an instant, without a moment's hesitation, Lin Xiao unleashed a sword aura imbued with his intent. Seizing the opportunity, he resolved not to delay further. Hesitation could lead to peril. The wind wolf attempted to flee, but its capacity to do so had evaporated. Its roar abruptly ceased, and in a swift, brutal moment, its head was severed from its body. Lin Xiao quickly scanned his surroundings, relieved to find no other beasts in sight, allowing him to finally relax. He approached the corpse of the wind wolf, not gazing at it, but instead focusing on the depression in the ground. There, he discovered an unidentifiable liquid, milky white with a faint luminescence. Lin Xiao inhaled deeply, standing a mere meter away, and was immediately engulfed by an incredibly rich spiritual energy that surged into his body. It was remarkably pure, intermingled with a hint of green energy. This green essence stirred an instinctive thirst within Lin Xiao. What on earth is this? His eyes widened in astonishment. Just the scent was so tantalizing. How intoxicating would it be to taste? He has now come to understand that the wind wolf must have mutated due to this white liquid. Moreover, he contemplates why this white liquid has appeared on the ground. Suddenly, Lin Xiao realizes something. He abruptly raises his head, his expression changing. Above him, 3 stalactites, radiating a mystical brilliance, are entwined at the cave's apex. Drip! At that moment, a drop of white liquid falls from one of the stalactites onto the uneven ground below. Could this be the stalactite mentioned in novels? A quintessential substance formed by the rhythms of heaven and earth, imbued with formidable vitality and spiritual essence. Such a phenomenon is exceedingly rare. It may take over a decade to grow a mere centimeter, and even after a century, it would only reach 2 to 3 decimeters. Lin Xiao mutters to himself, his eyes gleaming with increasing delight. For in front of him, these 3 stalactites are impressive, the shortest exceeding 30 centimeters, and the longest even reaching a meter. The longest one, could it possibly be a millennium-old stalactite? Taking a deep breath, Lin Xiao leaps with agility to the cave summit. Regardless of whether his conjecture is correct, the mere remnants dripping down can elevate an ordinary wind wolf to such a level. This substance is undoubtedly extraordinary. With careful precision, Lin Xiao uses his sword to sever the 3 stalactites, storing them within his storage ring. Subsequently, he retrieves several jade vials to collect all the liquid from the ground, refusing to let any of it go to waste. To waste such a precious resource would be shameful. At last, Lin Xiao cast his gaze upon the lifeless form of the wind wolf sprawled on the ground. It was inconceivable to ponder how much stalactite essence this beast had consumed. With a flick of his left hand, he retrieved a set of cooking utensils from his storage ring. Utilizing the fire sword technique to kindle a flame and the heavenly dark sword technique to slice the meat, he commenced the sizzling preparation of wolf chops. Once the chops were grilled to a perfect medium, Lin Xiao savored a small morsel, and a pleased expression graced his lips. The meat was tender, well-cooked, and delectably smooth. More significantly, as the blood of the wind wolf coursed through him, it transformed into a surge of formidable energy that flowed throughout his body. A faint smile appeared at the corners of Lin Xiao's mouth, precisely as he had anticipated. The wind wolf, in its ignorance of any cultivation methods, had indiscriminately consumed stalactite essence, rendering it incapable of proper digestion. Thus, its body served as an exceptional supplement rich in spiritual energy. After consuming the substantial portion of wolf meat, Lin Xiao swiftly activated the 9 nether demon suppression seal, meticulously attuning to the changes within his body, and his delight surged. The effects of this considerable piece of wolf meat rivaled that of a top-tier Tingyuan pill. An hour later, having completely refined the energy, Lin Xiao proceeded to grill additional wolf chops. Thus, throughout the day, he indulged in a cycle of eating, cultivating, and then resuming his feast. As Lin Xiao had nearly finished off the greater part of the wind wolf, a faint murmur of conversation drifted in from outside. "Senior sister, that wind wolf must be residing within here. I am certain it is a late-stage wind wolf of the Wheel Sea realm. Such a creature must have encountered some fortuitous opportunity. Perhaps this cavern conceals some hidden treasures." Upon hearing these words, Lin Xiao's expression darkened. Chapter 39. How much is this head worth? Master sister, there are traces of beast blood leading all the way here. It must be that mutated wind wolf, having battled and been defeated by other beasts, fleeing here to nurse its wounds. Let us hurry inside. With you here, even if the wind wolf is uninjured, we have no cause for fear. Indeed, do we not stand a chance against a single wind wolf with the 4 of us? As soon as the voices from outside the cave fell silent, 4 figures darted into the cave. All 4 were women, 3 clad in green and 1 in purple. Their appearances and figures could be deemed among the finest of women, particularly the one in purple. Her starry eyes sparkled with glimmers of light, emanating an aura of coolness, while her long black hair cascaded like flowing clouds. She possessed an elegant and ethereal demeanor, exuding a warmth akin to jade, imbued with a hint of grace. Lin Xiao cast a glance over. The three women in green had cultivation levels at the 4th and 5th layers of the Wheel C realm, placing them in the mid-tier of that stage. The purple-clad maiden, however, had attained at least the 7th layer of the Wheel C realm, qualifying her as a late-stage practitioner. For cultivators of the Wheel C realm, all women. As Lin Xiao assessed them, the four also swiftly noticed his presence upon entering the cave. Master Sister, someone has arrived ahead of us. How infuriating. Judging by the bloodstains of the beasts outside, they must have been left not long ago. This person discovered far too quickly. Look by his feet, it's the corpse of a wind wolf. It seems he has indulged quite a bit. Upon realizing that the man before them had only attained the pinnacle of the spirit-gathering realm, their tense emotions instantly dissipated. A being lacking even the cultivation of the Wheel C realm posed no threat to them whatsoever. Rushing to claim the lead? As if this place belonged to you. Lin Xiao remarked coolly, spitting out a bone from his mouth as he regarded them with unwavering composure. After discerning the cultivation levels of the four women, he too relaxed. What was there to fear from a mere girl at the 7th level of the Wheel C realm? The four women exchanged puzzled glances at Lin Xiao's demeanor. Did he not realize that they were all formidable cultivators of the Wheel C realm? Sister, the spiritual energy within this cavern is exceptionally dense. Yet I have detected no rare treasures. I surmise. One of the women in green attire observed, her gaze fixed intently on the ring adorning Lin Xiao's hand. The implication was clear. There must be valuable items here, and he had undoubtedly taken them. The woman in purple nodded slightly, stepping forward to address Lin Xiao in a calm tone. Esteemed sir, indeed, we scouted this location several days prior. We hope you might reveal the items, and we are willing to share them equally with you. Upon hearing her words, the three younger sisters behind her wore expressions of displeasure. Share equally? On what grounds? This place had originally been discovered by them. Moreover, the principle of to the victor go the spoils prevailed. What was there to negotiate with someone of the spirit-gathering realm? Lin Xiao too felt a flicker of surprise. He could discern that the purple-clad woman was not speaking falsehoods. This woman possesses a certain integrity, he mused. Had it been him, he would have undoubtedly taken action immediately. At that moment, Lin Xiao's brow furrowed once more. Suddenly, 8 or 9 figures burst in from outside, surrounding Lin Xiao and the four women. Is there truly such a place? Rain Morning Sister, you have quite the talent for finding hidden locales. The handsome young man at the forefront surveyed the cave before fixing his gaze on the girl in purple, chuckling lightly. It was Sikong Hao of the Xianin sect. How could he appear here? Unexpectedly, it is the little demon. We are in deep trouble. It is said that this disciple's cultivation has already reached the 8th level of the Wheel C realm, surpassing even that of our senior sister. The three women clad in green were already in a state of panic, cold sweat beading on their palms. You have been following us. Luo Yushang glared icily at Sikong Hao. Following? Sister Yushang, such words wound the heart. I merely sought a suitable place to become your Tao partner. And tomorrow I shall approach your father at the Luyun sect to propose. What do you think? Is this agreeable? Sikong Hao replied with a beaming smile. Sikong Hao, what nonsense are you spouting? Our senior sister could never harbor feelings for you, nor would she ever consider becoming your Tao partner, retorted one of the green-clad women. Unable to contain herself, a sharp crack resounded. No one witnessed Sikong Hao's movement. The loquacious green-clad girl was sent flying, a crimson handprint appearing on her face. Sikong Hao, we are not far from our Luyun sect. Are you not afraid that our sect members will come looking for us? Luo Yushang swiftly shielded her fallen companion. Sikong Hao, grinning with delight, remarked, Do not worry. I am confident that your sect's people will not arrive so soon. Moreover, my junior brothers will take good care of your friends today. The other young men surrounding him cast lecherous glances at the three women clad in green. The trio's faces turned ashen, and they dared not utter another word. The density of spiritual energy within the cavern was nearly threefold that of the outside, almost akin to an exquisite gathering array, suggesting the presence of extraordinary treasures. Yushang, you have two choices. Either surrender the items, and we shall be gentle today, or we can adopt a more forceful approach to retrieve them. The choice is yours, Sikong Hao declared. his gaze now glimmering with greed and excitement upon sensing the cavern's spiritual energy. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the four women, including Luo Yushang, shifted once more. "Hey, why don't you all continue with your business? Surely you can let me go," a voice interjected, breaking the tension between the two parties. All eyes turned toward the newcomer. "Who are you?" Sikong Hao inquired, regarding him with a condescending gaze, as if scrutinizing an insignificant insect. To him, a mere cultivator of the gathering spirit realm had no right to speak. "I am just a passerby, completely unacquainted with them," Lin Xiao admitted candidly. "Oh, then, let us kill him," Sikong Hao replied nonchalantly, his tone as casual as if he were merely asking if anyone had eaten. As soon as he finished speaking, a second-tier disciple of the Wheel Sea realm let out a scoff and swung his blade towards Lin Xiao's neck. "Wait, why are you going to kill him?" Luo Yushang was ready to intervene. This individual was a complete stranger to her, although he may have taken the precious resources from this place. His crime did not warrant death. Suddenly, a chilling scream was abruptly silenced. Before Luo Yushang could act, the underling who had charged forward with a knife was sent flying back at double speed. Everyone witnessed the scene as a bone had pierced directly into his heart. The body soared through the air, life rapidly fading away. Upon crashing into the cave's wall, he was already lifeless. "My apologies." His actions were so sudden that I couldn't restrain myself in time, Lin Xiao remarked with an apologetic smile, then continued. "I've heard that those from the demonic sect at the Wheel Sea level offer bounties to the righteous. I wonder how much this man's head is worth." Chapter 40. Merely the essence of the sword. Sikong Hao's expression shifted from clear skies to ominous clouds. He could hardly fathom that this young man dared to retaliate. Not only that, but he struck with lethal precision. The four women and the other subordinates were utterly bewildered. The sudden turn of events left everyone's mind awash with confusion. Wasn't he this individual merely at the gathering spirit level? What had just transpired? Had he wielded a weapon made of bone? "You audacious fool! You have slain Brother Wang. Let us unite and eliminate him." The indignation was palpable as they lamented the unjust demise of Brother Wang at the hands of a mere gathering spirit cultivator. "We must avenge him, or else this disgrace will tarnish our Xian sect's reputation. You dream of collecting our heads for a bounty? Not on our watch." Before Sikong Hao could utter a word, four of his subordinates charged towards Lin Xiao in unison. In their view, their fallen companion had merely succumbed to carelessness, and Brother Wang had been the weakest among them. Now, with their numbers bolstered, they believed this young man would have nowhere to evade their onslaught. Sikong Hao made no effort to impede their advance. In fact, he felt no sorrow for Brother Wang's demise. Death was simply a means of reducing the spoils among them. However, as the four subordinates swung their blades towards Lin Xiao, they soon realized they had struck nothing but an afterimage. Where had he gone? In the next instant, a figure appeared beside each of them. Bang, 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 bang. The resounding thuds echoed almost simultaneously. Subsequently, the four subordinates were hurled out amidst their anguished cries, crashing against the cavern walls and creating deep indentations. Silence enveloped them, leaving their fates uncertain. Witnessing this scene, the onlookers regarded Lin Xiao with a newfound wariness. Defeating one individual may have been a mere coincidence, but vanquishing five was indeed a cause for concern. This youth, possessing only the cultivation of the gathering spirit realm, was clearly not as simple as he appeared. Particularly, the four he had just overcome possessed an average strength at the third level of the Wheel Sea realm. "Who exactly are you? Do you intend to thoroughly offend my Xian sect?" Situ Hao glared at Lin Xiao with cold disdain. The other subordinates took a step back, their courage wavering. They were beginning to feel anxious. "The words you utter are truly absurd. Must I divulge my identity to you? And as for offending your Xian sect, you're already intent on taking my life. Should I extend my neck for you to strike?" Lin Xiao laughed genuinely, bemused by their arrogance and lack of forethought. The Xian sect, one of only two demonic sects ranked within the top 10 of the Great Wei dynasty, stood 7th with the Sword Demon sect and 10th with the Xian sect. Yet, after merely exchanging a few words with the disciples of the Xian sect, Lin Xiao discerned that their quality paled in comparison to that of his own Sword Demon sect. After all, He had absorbed the memories of thousands of sword demon sect disciples. Such judgment was not beyond his capability. You certainly possess a silver tongue. Sikong Hao coldly offered a compliment before turning to the remaining 3 subordinates. You 3, keep your eyes on Luo Yushang and the others. This one is mine. Yes, Senior Brother Sikong. The 3 subordinates responded with palpable relief. The enigmatic figure had already dispatched their 5 companions. Even if the 3 of them engaged, the outcome would likely be the same. Upon hearing Sikong Hao's intention to take matters into his own hands, the 4 women nearby began to whisper among themselves. Senior sister, who do you think that person is? How could he be so powerful? He likely conceals his true cultivation level. Such speed and strength are certainly not attributes of a mere gathering spirit realm practitioner. I wonder who is stronger, him or Sikong Hao. Luo Yushang gazed at Lin Xiao, feeling a mix of helplessness and guilt. If they hadn't sought him out, Sikong Hao undoubtedly would not have followed them here, thus sparing others from involvement. While the practitioner from the gathering spirit realm was indeed formidable, he was certainly inferior to Sikong Hao. Sikong Hao was an 8th-level practitioner of the Wheel Sea realm, the second within the inner sect of the Xianin sect, and a genius who had comprehended a portion of sword intent. If he were in their Luyun sect, he would undoubtedly hold the title of the inner sect strongest. Currently, that title belonged to her, although she was reluctant to admit it. Sikong Hao's strength was certainly superior to her own. As they engaged in their discussion, the battle between the 2 commenced. Sikong Hao grasped his long sword, and with a flick of the blade, he unleashed a piercing strike. His movements were erratic and unpredictable, akin to a ghost, transforming into a shadowy figure. To the average observer, his form was virtually imperceptible. With a swift strike, his sword aimed directly at the opponent's chest. Clang! A crisp sound resonated. The long sword, exuding an unparalleled sharpness, halted mere centimeters before Lin Xiao, firmly clasped between his palm. To catch a blade with bare hands? How is this possible? The 4 women were taken aback. They had anticipated that the young man of the spirit-gathering realm would either evade or counterattack, never expecting him to directly seize the long sword. The sheer strength of your physique. How could this be? Sikong Hao was perplexed. His long sword emanated a unique sword aura. Not only flesh, but even steel would be instantaneously severed upon contact with its energy. Yet, this individual had effortlessly caught his sword without sustaining any injury. What extraordinary physical prowess! Even if the opponent were a body cultivator, how could one of merely the spirit-gathering realm, not even reaching the Wheel Sea realm, possess such strength? Sikong Hao had fought body cultivators before. Yet this person before him was simply too enigmatic. Is this all you can do? Lin Xiao, as he spoke, unleashed a powerful kick. Sikong Hao had no time to evade, letting out a muffled groan as he was sent flying. The scene left everyone present in disbelief. A practitioner of the spirit-gathering realm clashing with a late-stage Will See realm expert. Astonishingly, it was the latter who faced defeat in the first exchange. If this were to be recounted, no one would dare to believe it. Yet, the truth unfolded before their very eyes. Damn it! Today, if I do not slay you, I shall not be regarded as a man. Sikong Hao's countenance darkened, exuding a chilling and murderous intent. With a thunderous roar, a subtle yet frigid sword aura emanated from both his being and his longsword. With a delicate flick of his wrist, the rocks beside him were reduced to mere dust by the razor-sharp sword energy. To catch a blade with bare hands? I dare you to attempt it again. Even the most formidable body cultivators would find it impossible to withstand such a sudden surge of sword intent unarmed. Yet, just as he was poised to deliver his lethal strike, the body cultivator across from him spoke up. Did you really think you were the only one capable of wielding a sword? With a swift motion, he conjured a long sword seemingly out of thin air. Sikong Hao, the 4 women, the younger disciples. What is the meaning of this? Is he not a body cultivator? In the next instant, an icy and ethereal sword aura ascended from this individual. Sikong Hao's eyes widened in disbelief. Sword intent. This person has also grasped sword intent. Yet, that was not the most astonishing revelation for Sikong Hao. What truly astounded him was the striking similarity between the sword intent released by the opponent and his own. Chapter 41. Ladies, shall we play a game? Sikong Hao was taken aback, and the others similarly gaped in astonishment. A mere youth, who had only reached the pinnacle of the spirit-gathering realm, had surprisingly comprehended the essence of sword intent. To them, this was as unfathomable as a corpse speaking. Their understanding had been utterly shattered. I refused to believe it. You must have employed some arcane technique. Dark obliteration. Sikong Hao surged with spiritual energy, unleashing his most formidable strike. This young man was far too enigmatic. A swift resolution was imperative. In an instant, a dark blade of light shot forth. The sword light surged, crackling as it devoured the very air around it. As the onlookers beheld this ominous radiance, a chill crept up from beneath their feet. This was a power beyond their capacity to withstand. Moreover, they sensed that the lethal move Sikong Hao had unleashed contained a profound sword intent that was not merely complete, but rather a step and a half beyond. He had progressed yet again, though it was only half a step in the realm of masters. Even the slightest discrepancy could lead to a vast divide. Half a step of sword intent could determine countless outcomes. Lin Xiao's gaze burned fervently as he fixated on the approaching sword light. He longed to absorb this sword intent, having assimilated sword energy countless times, yet never experiencing the essence of sword intent. However, for the sake of prudence, he decided to wait until his cultivation was more robust. After all, this was undoubtedly a lethal strike from someone at the late stage of the Wheel C realm, and he could not afford to be careless. With that thought, Lin Xiao set aside his desire to absorb the sword intent. He raised his long sword high. Arcane technique? Allow me to show you what true arcane technique is. Shadow sword art, dark obliteration. The same movements, the same sword techniques, the same radiance of the blade. Buzz. A dark, shadowy beam of light burst forth from Lin Xiao's long sword. Though the martial arts might be identical, the prowess displayed through different wielders varies immensely. Before him stood Sikong Hao, who had merely grasped the shadow sword technique to a profound or perhaps perfected level. However, upon effortlessly intercepting the blade, Lin Xiao had already absorbed the essence of Sikong's understanding. Coupled with his own insights into the swordsmanship, the shadow sword technique had been completely comprehended by Lin Xiao. Witnessing this scene, Sikong Hao felt both astonished and fearful. The shadow sword technique. His opponent had also mastered the same technique. How could this be? Yet, Sikong Hao laughed, a sinister grin spreading across his face. Ha! Even if you possess sword intent and can wield the shadow sword technique, the gap in our realms is insurmountable. Let's see how you compensate for that. His laughter was laced with malice. After all, he was at the 8th level of the Wheel C realm, and the depth of his spiritual energy was far beyond what a mere perfected, gathering spirit realm practitioner could contend with. Luo Yushang felt an inexplicable tension rising within her. Just from the size and intensity of their sword lights, it was evident that Sikong Hao's radiance far surpassed that of his opponent. This was hopeless. How could one compete against such a disparity in realms? Boom! A tremendous sound reverberated as the two beams of light collided. The entire cavern shook violently. What happened? Who is stronger? Surely it must be Sikong Hao. Everyone hurriedly turned their gaze to the conflict. Upon witnessing the clash, they were left utterly dumbfounded. On the ground where the swords clashed, a chasm several meters deep was carved out. The two beams of sword light, however, were evenly matched, mutually neutralizing each other. No, this cannot be. 2/10 of sword intent. You have actually comprehended 2/10 of sword intent. Sikong Hao stared at Lin Xiao. Incredulity etched across his face. It is worth noting that he had only grasped 1.5/10 of sword intent, which had caused quite a stir within the Shinin sect. Even the sect master had placed great importance on him, intending to cultivate him as the next leader. Yet, in comparison to the individual before him, he felt insignificant, scarcely worthy of even holding this person's shoes. Lost in thought. Then allow me to enlighten you on the art of shadow swordsmanship. A voice echoed softly. Lin Xiao raised his long sword, his form seemingly melding into the shadows, flickering in and out of visibility. Subsequently, a beam of ghostly light coalesced at a single point, and a tempest of sinister shadows surged forth. The towering sword light, reaching several dozen feet high, pierced through the depths of the underworld. its chilling sword intent appearing to consume all surrounding light. A single glint of cold radiance, a sword that could freeze 50 continents. Shadow slash. Whoosh. The black light vanished in an instant, as though it had never existed. The flawless shadow swordsmanship, combined with 3.5 tenths of sword intent, caused Sikong Hao's pupils to gradually darken, losing all color. His life force dissipated almost entirely, leaving behind a visage of shock. Hiss! Everyone present gasped, a chill racing up from their feet to their heads. He is dead. The most talented disciple of the inner sect of Xianin sect, Sikong Hao, has actually perished. It is astonishing to think that he was slain by someone who had merely attained the pinnacle of the gathering spirit realm. At that moment, the expressions of the last 3 followers accompanying Sikong Hao shifted dramatically. Run! With Sikong Hao dead, they now found themselves in the gravest peril. Exchanging glances, the trio unleashed their full speed, desperately fleeing towards the cave's entrance. A sigh echoed through the air. 3 beams of sword light flashed by. Thud, thud, thud. 3 lifeless bodies plummeted to the ground, lifeless. Thus, within the cave, only 5 individuals remained, Lin Xiao and the 4 terrified women. With a sinister smile gracing his lips, Lin Xiao looked at the 4 women and said, "Fear not. I am quite gentle with women. Shall we indulge in a game? I will count to 10. You may choose to flee or hide, and we shall see who among you can survive my grasp. What do you say? Isn't it delightful? This game cannot be declined. Now, let the game begin." 1. Upon uttering these words, Lin Xiao closed his eyes and began to count. Fear had consumed the hearts of Luo Yushang and the other 3 women. Even though Lin Xiao had shut his eyes, they did not dare to strike. The recent events were still vividly etched in their minds, and the gap between them and this man felt insurmountable. 2. Run. We must flee at once, Luo Yushang exclaimed. No longer hesitating, she immediately gathered the 3 maidens and executed their most adept agility techniques, transforming into 4 streaks of light as they fled desperately. Lin Xiao counted to 3. After that, he ceased his counting. Only after confirming that the 4 young women had indeed departed did he finally open his eyes. At that moment, Lin Xiao's complexion was pale and devoid of strength, his gaze filled solely with overwhelming fatigue. Thud! He slumped to the ground and swiftly retrieved a vial of stalactite essence. After taking a hearty sip, his complexion regained a hint of color. Without further delay, Lin Xiao began to circulate his energy to recuperate. Indeed, after vanquishing Sikong Hao, Lin Xiao had already entered a state of exhaustion. After all, he had battled a formidable opponent at the 8th level of the Wheel C realm. The final move he executed, a shadow sword technique, had drained 90% of his spiritual energy and a significant amount of his vital force. Without such a sacrifice, he would not have been able to defeat Sikong Hao. Subsequently, he dealt with the 3 subordinates. At that time, Lin Xiao could be described as a spent force, devoid of any combat capability. Deceiving the 4 maidens to escape was a desperate measure. What he needed to do now was to swiftly regain some strength and depart from this place. Otherwise, it would be disastrous if those 4 women realized their miscalculation and returned to seek retribution. Chapter 42. Senior Sister. Why do you appear so distracted? The 4 women who escaped from the cavern had no thoughts beyond survival. Their singular focus was on preserving their lives. It was utterly terrifying. One person had annihilated Sikong Hao and his companions, leaving no survivors. Then, to further torment them, this individual engaged them in a twisted game. This person was nothing short of a demon. Even after fleeing the cave, they felt as if a sharp sword was pressed against the back of their heads. With their lives hanging by a thread, the 4 women continued to run, not knowing how long they had been fleeing, until they finally emerged from the beast forest and dared to catch their breath. Senior Sister, do you think that person is pursuing us? One of them gasped. My heart is racing so fast. This is my first encounter with the brink of death. Inside the cavern, I felt as if I was about to die. But thankfully that person was unaware that we from the Flowing Cloud sect excel in agility, and we managed to shake them off. The 3 women in green shuddered at the thought of that person's ferocity. No, it's not that we evaded them. Rather, they simply did not pursue us. Luo Yushang said, furrowing her brow and speaking softly. What? Senior sister, what do you mean by that? The three women were taken aback by Luo Yushang's words. That person did not chase them? It seemed implausible. They had all witnessed the ruthlessness of the individual firsthand, eliminating witnesses without hesitation. If they were not to be silenced, the events concerning Sikong Hao would inevitably be exposed. I cannot explain it clearly, but it is a feeling I have. If that person intended to kill us, why engage in this game of pursuit? They could have simply acted directly, Luo Yushang stated. The four women contemplated once more, yet remained at loss. After taking a deep breath, they swiftly resumed their flight back to the Luoyuan sect. A day later, within the cavern, Lin Xiao finally rose to his feet. The sound of creaking bones echoed as he stretched. After a full day of refining with the stalactite essence, his Jiuyu demon suppression seal had successfully advanced to the 4th tier. His physical strength and defensive capabilities had seen a tremendous enhancement. Should he engage in combat with Sikong Hao again, it would undoubtedly be a much easier affair, and he would certainly avoid the previous state of disarray. Not only had the demon suppression seal experienced a breakthrough, but his sword intent had also significantly improved through this battle. The stalactite essence truly was a remarkable substance. Lin Xiao marveled at the empty vial in his hand. He had initially believed that his weakened condition would require 3 days for recovery. Yet, after consuming a vial of the essence, he had fully recovered in just over half a day. Regrettably, only 10 vials remained. Each consumption diminished his supply. Given the potency of the stalactite essence, he couldn't help but wonder about the effects of the 3 stalactites stored in his spatial ring. Curiosity piqued. He refrained from immediate experimentation. His intuition urged him to reserve those items for when he reached the Wheel Sea realm. With only a few days until the Wuji relic, he decided to head to the Luoyuan sect first. With a swift motion, Lin Xiao propelled himself toward the direction of the Luoyuan sect. The decision to release those 4 women had indeed been intentional. After all, he was no ruthless killer. These women bore no malice toward him, and being disciples of the Luoyuan sect, he was reluctant to take lives without just cause. In the eyes of Lin Xiao, those from the Xianin sect were deemed worthy of extermination. If one refrains from eliminating others, one shall not escape unscathed oneself. Thus, it is better to resolve matters decisively. A day later, Lin Xiao finally arrived at the Luoyuan sect, which was currently hosting its annual Heaven's Ladder Challenge. Anyone who ranked within the top 100 before entering the inner sect was eligible to participate. The Heaven's Ladder itself was a formidable trial ground established by the Luoyuan sect, comprising 100 steps that soared to a height of 1,000 meters, with a stone tablet perched at the summit. This stone tablet possessed immense power, emanating a formidable gravitational force that intensified as one approached it. Even a formidable cultivator of the Xiandan realm would find it exceedingly difficult to venture within 10 meters of the tablet. Rumor has it that this extraordinary artifact was serendipitously acquired by a former sect leader of the Luoyuan sect, and after years of fruitless research, it was placed here to establish the trial ground. Although the gravitational force on the ladder increased progressively, utilizing this gravity for cultivating one's agility could yield remarkably efficient results. For this reason, the Luoyuan sect had enjoyed a century-long supremacy in agility techniques. At that moment, nearly 100 disciples of the Luoyuan sect were engaged in the challenge, laboring under the immense gravitational weight of the ladder, striving step by step to ascend to greater heights. What is happening with senior sister? Someone mused. In past years, she has always led the charge, yet this time she appears somewhat distracted. Indeed, an hour had passed, and senior sister had only managed to ascend to the 26th step. Let us observe Brother Xiao. He has already surpassed the 30th step. Do you think this year's ladder challenge will allow Brother Xiao to secure first place? The observing disciples fervently cheered for their seniors while engaging in animated discussions. Meanwhile, the senior members of the Luoyuan sect were seated upon a high platform near the ladder. Haha, sect master, your beloved daughter seems to be quite out of sorts this time, jested an inner sect elder. There are reasons for this. Simply participating is commendable. The sect master replied with a wry smile. Is something amiss? I heard she hurried back from outside just last night, inquired another inner sect elder. Let us proceed with the latter challenge first. Afterward, I must discuss this matter with all of you, the sect master stated earnestly. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the senior members shifted slightly, indicating the gravity of the situation. The conversation soon pivoted, and they refrained from further discussion. At that moment, an inner sect disciple hastily ascended the platform. I pay my respects to the sect master and esteemed elders, he said respectfully. What brings you here? The sect master asked with a puzzled expression. It was uncommon for a disciple to interrupt unless there was something of significance. Reporting to the sect master, a young man outside seeks an audience, claiming to have matters to discuss with you, the inner sect disciple announced. Someone wishes to meet the sect master? Did you inform him that the sect master is not someone who can be easily accessed? If we allow every outsider to visit, the sect master, with countless duties, would scarcely have time for such visits. An inner sect elder immediately reprimanded. When else should one flatter if not at this moment? Upon hearing these words, Master Luo refrained from retorting. Indeed, he was not someone who would heed the summons of just anyone. The disciples were well aware of this protocol. Yet the individual in question claimed to be from the Sword Demon sect, sent by an elder named Mu to deliver a message. After a moment of hesitation, the disciple hurriedly reported this to the master. The inner sect disciple elucidated. From the Sword Demon sect? Upon hearing the name, the previously indifferent higher-ups instantly leaned in with keen interest. Master Luo's expression shifted to one of peculiar astonishment. What? You truly heard him say that he was sent by someone named Elder Mu to deliver this message? Master Luo's demeanor changed dramatically, his eyes flashing with astonishment. Indeed, Master, the inner disciple replied. Bring that person here at once. Master Luo commanded without a hint of hesitation. Chapter 43. Master, this is the outsider. Please think twice. Yes, I shall bring that individual forth at once. The inner sect disciple responded promptly before hastily departing. Master Luo, lost in thought, exhibited a countenance that fluctuated between light and shadow. The other senior members, though ablaze with curiosity, dared not voice their inquiries. Minutes later, a figure was escorted onto the high platform by the aforementioned inner sect disciple. Numerous disciples turned their attention to this unfolding scene, speculating on the identity of the young man who had been deemed worthy of such an honor at such a tender age. Is he at the pinnacle of the gathering spirit realm? A sigh of relief escaped Master Luo as he recognized the newcomer, easing the tension that had gripped his heart. Greetings, young brother. Are you here to convey a message from Elder Mu? Master Luo inquired with a warm demeanor. His courteous address and demeanor astonished the surrounding senior members, leaving them perplexed as to why the master would extend such politeness to an outsider. Indeed, Master Luo, Lin Xiao replied with equal courtesy, presenting the debt note and talisman that Elder Mu had entrusted to him. The note appeared to be an ordinary piece of white paper, seemingly devoid of any writing. However, Lin Xiao was aware that it had likely been imbued with certain secretive methods, requiring a corresponding GFA to unveil its contents. Upon laying his eyes on the blank sheet, Master Luo felt a subtle tremor coursing through him. This, what is destined to arrive, must indeed come. After accepting the debt note and talisman, Master Luo immediately began to examine the confidential content within the talisman. Certainly, others are neither able to hear nor see. In the next moment, the crowd became aware of a remarkable occurrence. The expression on the face of the sect leader Luo shifted from a furrowed brow of distress to disbelief, then to unrestrained fury, and finally, crack! How outrageous! This old fool Mu truly believes that our Luyun sect is devoid of capable individuals, fearing his Jinma sect. The sect leader Luo glared at Lin Xiao, his aura becoming increasingly oppressive. Lin Xiao? Lin Xiao was astonished. What in the world? What transpired? Why was sect leader Luo glaring at him, as if he had abducted his daughter? Was he out his mind? What exactly did Old Mu write? Old Mu said, "You desire our sect's 1,000 miles of radiant light technique, do you?" The sect leader stated coldly, his expression devoid of emotion. 1,000 miles of radiant light technique? What is that? Lin Xiao expressed his confusion. Yet, before he could voice his inquiry, the gasps of the surrounding crowd had already revealed the answer. What? This person wishes to obtain our sect's 1,000 miles of radiant light technique. Is he dreaming? The 1,000 miles of radiant light technique is a mid-tier secret method of the celestial grade, the treasure of our Luyun sect. Not only is it impossible to lend it out, but even have a glance at it is out of the question. How absurd. Only the sect leader's heir or inner elders who have made significant contributions to the sect are eligible to cultivate this secret method. What do outsiders even think they are capable of? The higher-ups were all on edge, brimming with indignation. Yet, Lin Xiao grasped a crucial point amidst the commotion, a glimmer of fervor igniting in his eyes. The 1,000 miles of radiant light technique, a mid-tier secret method of the celestial grade, to be addressed by a secret technique signifies a being of a higher order than mere physical prowess. This matter undoubtedly possesses extraordinary significance. Indeed, Lin Xiao, enduring the peculiar gazes of those around him, acknowledged this reality. For the sake of acquiring a mid-tier secret technique of the heavenly grade, one must cultivate a certain audacity. Although it remains unclear what debts the sect leader of the Luyun sect owes to Elder Mu, it is an undeniable truth that debts must be settled. The promissory note is in hand. Do you truly wish to evade your obligations? Very well, you exhibit remarkable courage. Sect leader Luo gritted his teeth. Fixing his gaze upon Lin Xiao, Lin Xiao thought to himself, is it you who is unwell, or am I? He felt that his responses were entirely rational. Yet the unusual reaction from sect leader Luo perplexed him. Lin Xiao, do you see that heavenly ladder? Sect leader Luo gestured toward the ladder not far away. I see it, Lin Xiao replied. Then go and test your mettle. If you can surpass all the disciples of my Luyun sect, we may continue to negotiate the matter of the secret technique. Otherwise, I shall have no choice but to inform Elder Mu of my inability to assist you. Sect leader Luo stated, his tone as calm as still water. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao's gaze settled upon the heavenly ladder. Observing the Luyun sect disciples ascending with great difficulty, he could surmise that considerable obstacles lay upon that ladder. Must one endure trials to obtain the secret technique? This indeed presents a challenge. Very well, sect leader Luo, may I proceed at this moment? Lin Xiao inquired, dismissing further contemplation. After all, is it merely climbing a ladder? He believed he would not fare worse than these individuals. Nodding in assent, sect leader Luo watched as Lin Xiao turned to approach the ladder. After Lin Xiao descended, the other high-ranking members hastily spoke up. Master, the 1,000 miles ascending light technique is our sect's treasured art. We absolutely cannot bestow it upon an outsider. Indeed, Master. Who is this individual? You still intend to grant him an opportunity? Master, this is already a rejection. A mere lad who has yet to reach the Wheel Sea realm. How many steps can he possibly ascend on the heavenly ladder? What perplexes me most is why this person is so audacious. Do you not feel anger, Master? Master, I merely inquire if this person succeeds in the challenge. Are you truly prepared to give him the 1,000 miles ascending light technique? Faced with the astonishment, confusion, and disbelief of the high-ranking members, Master Luo appeared exceedingly helpless. It seemed he harbored unspoken concerns. He forced a smile, shook his head, and sighed deeply, saying, "This matter is not for you to worry about. I shall take full responsibility. Master, this is absolutely unacceptable. Master, please reconsider." Master Luo cast a sidelong glance at these individuals and replied, exasperated, "Do you think I have already given the secret technique to someone else? That is precisely why I assigned a task that is impossible for him to complete." At the reminder from the master, they suddenly realized, indeed, everything hinges on this person's challenge on the heavenly ladder. A mere gathering spirit realm cultivator should only be able to reach 4 or 5 steps. Their concern had led to unnecessary agitation. Some of them had overthought the situation. Meanwhile, Lin Xiao had arrived at the very base of the heavenly ladder. The disciples nearby seemed to have received the news and made no attempt to hinder him. Their gazes were instead filled with curiosity. The presence of outsiders participating in the Tianli challenge of the Luyun sect was a sight never witnessed before. Moreover, this outsider's cultivation was merely at the completion stage of the gathering spirit realm. Was it truly necessary for one of such limited prowess to engage in the Tianli challenge? It merely involved ascending steps, after all. Under the gaze of countless spectators, Lin Xiao ascended to the first step of the celestial ladder. As his foot made contact with the ground, a profound force enveloped him. This was not just a simple exertion of strength. Rather, it was an omnipresent pressure directed at every part of his being, his hair, blood vessels, meridians, and even down to each cell within him. Was this the weight of gravity? Lin Xiao quickly grasped the situation. How intriguing! It appeared that the higher one ascended, the greater the gravitational force became. His eyes began to sparkle with realization. Although others may have been oblivious, Lin Xiao, having perused countless comics, novels, and animations, understood that this environment was immensely beneficial for cultivation. Perhaps there was something extraordinary awaiting at the mountain's summit? Chapter 44. The Challenge of the Heavenly Ladder. A familiar figure, the outsider, has commenced his challenge of the Heavenly Ladder. It is perplexing that this individual, whose background remains a mystery, has received permission from the sect to undertake such an endeavor. He is not even at the Wheel C realm. How many steps can he possibly ascend? I wager he surpassed the 15th step. 15th step? You are overestimating him. I am at the second level of the Wheel C realm, and during my last attempt at the Heavenly Ladder, I only managed to reach the 20th step. I believe he will struggle to surpass the 12th or 13th step. Look, he has barely reached the 5th step before halting. This outsider is incapable. The disciples of the Flowing Cloud sect are particularly attentive to Lin Xiao, often engaging in lively discussions about him. However, the only individuals oblivious to Lin Xiao's presence are those disciples currently challenging the Heavenly Ladder. Their entire focus is devoted to their own trials, leaving them no time to regard others. Meanwhile, upon reaching the 5th step of the ladder, Lin Xiao paused momentarily. Up until this point, with each ascending step, the gravitational force exerted upon him doubled. At the 5th step, the gravity was 5 times greater. Yet, aside from a slight heaviness in his body, Lin Xiao felt no significant pressure. He gazed upward, observing that most of the Flowing Cloud sect disciples participating in the challenge were clustered around the 20th step, with the highest reaching into the 30s. Is that 30 times the gravity? A typical person would find it impossible to move under triple gravity, struggling to remain upright and gasping for breath. 5 times the gravity would render survival impossible. I wonder how much gravitational force I can endure. With this thought, Lin Xiao strode upward. The 6th step, the 7th step, the 8th step. That outsider has begun to exert himself. Typically, with his level of cultivation, the limit is the 15th step, and starting to push so early may leave him exhausted soon. The faster one accelerates in the early stages, the more arduous the latter steps become. Indeed, this is his first attempt. He possesses no experience whatsoever. The disciples of the Liyun sect observed Lin Xiao's increasing speed, and many scoffed, deeming him overconfident. However, soon their jeers diminished. For with each breath, Lin Xiao took a large stride, ascending 1 step at a time. Although his pace appeared unhurried, his rhythm was remarkably steady. After several breaths, Lin Xiao had already reached the 15th step. Without pausing for a moment, he continued his ascent. Oh, this individual possesses some merit. He has surpassed the limits of his realm, evidently retaining considerable energy. At this moment, a disciple who discerned the truth exclaimed in astonishment. Energy? Look closely. It seems this person has not utilized any internal spiritual power from the beginning. What? Is that possible? Wow, it truly is. This person has been relying solely on his physical strength to endure the gravity. No way. This is unreasonable. No, it is quite reasonable, for there exists another possibility. I understand now. He is a body cultivator? No wonder. Even as a body cultivator, he would only be able to reach the 20th step at most. The onlooking disciples believed they had unraveled the truth. However, Lin Xiao showed no sign of pausing his ascent. He began to surpass each disciple of the Liyun sect challenging the Heavenly Ladder, moving with a deliberate rhythm rather than speed. 20 steps, 22 steps, 25 steps, 27 steps. One disciple after another fell behind him. The number of disciples ahead of him dwindled. The Luyun sect disciples were left in stunned silence. Goodness, who is this individual? He ascended to the 27th step without any intention of stopping to catch his breath. This was already the limit for those in the early stages of the Wheel C realm. Fewer than 30 Luyun sect disciples remained before Lin Xiao, with the majority overtaken. The high-ranking members of the Luyun sect on the platform were equally transfixed by Lin Xiao. No one was more anxious than they were. It is worth noting that the sect leader had promised the secret technique 1,000 miles of glorious ascension as a reward. When Lin Xiao initially began his ascent, they dismissed him, believing that a cultivator at the perfected gathering spirit realm could hardly ascend more than a few steps. Yet, as time passed, their eyes widened in disbelief. Lin Xiao had reached the 27th step, a feat unattainable by many in the Wheel C realm. More importantly, he continued to climb, showing no signs of slowing down. The sect leader, an inner sect elder, opened his mouth to speak, but hesitated. Do not worry, I may not know about others, but Xiao Mingzhi and that girl Yushang have yet to exert their full strength. Another inner sect elder spoke with a sense of assuredness, while the sect leader, Luo, furrowed his brow in silence, uttering not a single word. The individual named Lin Xiao was indeed extraordinary. He must have cultivated the body refinement technique of the old man Mu. Otherwise, a typical body refinement method could never yield such remarkable results. How vexing it was that an ominous feeling gnawed at his heart. 29th level, 30th level, 31st level. Unbeknownst to him, only 2 individuals remained ahead of Lin Xiao. At that moment, he realized that a familiar silhouette stood before him. It was her. What a small world it is indeed. The inner disciples of the Luyun sect numbered no less than 25 to 30,000. Lin Xiao had thought it unlikely that he would encounter her during his visit to the Luyun sect. Yet here they were, reunited in such an unexpected manner. As he approached her from behind, he spoke up. The person he addressed was none other than the stunning girl in purple he had met in the cave yesterday. Luo Yushang felt somewhat troubled. Ever since her return yesterday, a certain figure had been incessantly surfacing in her mind, one that had never appeared throughout her life. It was tinged with a hint of fear, yet more so with curiosity and bewilderment. Why was this person so powerful? Who were they? And why did they allow her and the others to go free? This state of mind had robbed her of sleep through the night, rendering her unable to focus on her cultivation. Consequently, her performance in today's challenge of the heavenly ladder had been dismal. She had only managed to reach the 33rd level before feeling utterly exhausted. Last year, she had only paused after challenging herself to the 34th level. Once this challenge concluded, she was certain her father would reprimand her. Suddenly, as she was lost in thought, a voice called out to her from behind. When Luo Yushang turned around, her pupils constricted sharply. "Ah, it's you," she exclaimed, her voice piercing the air. The unexpectedness of the encounter was utterly astonishing. After all, they were within the confines of the Luyun sect, where powerful figures were observing nearby. How had this individual appeared? Why were they here? Luo Yushang found herself in a state of bewilderment and imbalance. While her confusion was manageable, the moment her spiritual energy faltered, the immense 33-fold gravity bore down upon her, its weight pressing heavily against her. With a muffled groan, she was on the verge of collapsing to the ground. This was truly problematic. Panic surged within Luo Yushang. The 33-fold gravitational environment was perilous. A momentary lapse could shatter her Dantian's vital energy reservoir. If anything were to happen to her Dantian, it would spell the end of her abilities for a lifetime. Yet, when she attempted to circulate her spiritual energy once more, she discovered that the overwhelming gravity rendered her unable to move. It was over. She was finished. However, in the next instant, Luo Yushang felt herself being pulled, enveloped in a gentle embrace. It was warm and spacious, accompanied by a distinct, soothing scent. Chapter 45. The fantastical affectionate fool after a moment of confusion. Luo Yushang abruptly awoke from a reverie. It appeared as though she had been enveloped in the embrace of this man. The peculiar scent surrounding him was anything but masculine. "Why you release me?" Luo Yushang's cheeks flushed with an intense heat. Yet, despite her desire to resist, she found herself utterly devoid of strength. The fleeting moment of distraction had rendered her significantly injured. Are you certain? In this gravity-laden environment, should you be unable to harness your spiritual energy, casting you out would be akin to rendering you utterly incapacitated, Lin Xiao remarked with a light chuckle. He hadn't anticipated her reaction upon seeing him. Had she truly forgotten that she was in the midst of challenging the ladder of ascension? The intricacies of a woman's thought process often eluded comprehension. Luo Yushang was momentarily taken aback. It dawned upon her that the immense gravitational force had seemingly vanished, clearly due to the man holding her, shielding her from it. Then, might I request that you take me down? She whispered timidly, feeling utterly at a loss. It was mortifying, truly mortifying. I apologize, but I too am participating in the challenge. Descending would signify my failure, Lin Xiao replied with a shrug. Then, what do you propose we do? Luo Yushang inquired, her urgency palpable. Just remain still for a moment. It will be over soon, Lin Xiao instructed. Luo Yushang felt a mix of embarrassment and frustration, coupled with a sense of helplessness. Her ears were so flushed they seemed as though they could bleed. The two engaged in whispered conversation amidst their intimate proximity, while the surrounding crowd fell into a profound silence. The astonishment lingered for a full 2 seconds before a wave of shock enveloped the crowd. Good heavens! How can my ethereal, dreamlike senior sister be embraced by another? Am I hallucinating? This is intolerable. Why is this outsider holding our esteemed master sister? This is outrageous. I cannot endure this any longer. I shall challenge him to a duel. Ahem! Yet he stands on the 33rd tier of the celestial staircase, while you seem to have only reached the 23rd tier previously. How is this possible? Why does he have the right to hold our master sister? My heart is shattered. It appears that she knows him. Just look at how she shows no resistance in his embrace. Alas, I think I understand why this individual is capable of ascending the celestial ladder. All disciples of the Flowing Cloud sect were left utterly speechless. Initially, they were filled with rage and yearned to rush forward, but upon realizing he stood at the 33rd tier and that their master sister exhibited no signs of resistance, they reluctantly relinquished their intentions. They could only glare at him from afar, their eyes brimming with envy and fury. Not only were the disciples of the Flowing Cloud sect taken aback, but the high-ranking officials observing from the platform were equally bewildered. What on earth is happening? Has Yushang found herself a romantic interest? She does not appear to be coerced. This was news to them. All the elders turned their gaze towards the central figure, who was no longer seated, but had risen, his countenance darkened. Lord Luo. As the elder was about to speak, he was abruptly interrupted by a cold snort from the sect leader, Luo. Silence. With that, the figure of Luo vanished from sight. When he reappeared, he stood at the 33rd level of the heavenly ladder. You impudent girl, do you not feel ashamed? Come here. A chilling voice shattered the somewhat flirtatious atmosphere. At that moment, Luo Yushang raised her head sharply, and upon seeing her father, her cheeks flushed even deeper. Father, it's not what you think. I, Luo Yushang, wish to explain. We shall discuss this later. Luo, the sect leader, shot her a stern glance. All right. Luo Yushang quickly extricated herself from Lin Xiao's embrace. Since her father had arrived, the 33rd level was undoubtedly safe. Indeed, even after Luo Yushang left Lin Xiao's side, the gravitational force seemed ineffective, posing no threat. Young friend Lin Xiao, I apologize for the trouble, the sect leader said, suppressing his furious emotions as he seized his daughter and departed from the 33rd level of the heavenly ladder. Initially, he intended to confront Lin Xiao directly. However, upon reaching the 33rd level, he discovered that his daughter had sustained considerable internal injuries. Reflecting on the recent incident, he soon comprehended the entire situation. Lin Xiao was not to blame. Instead, it was his daughter who had allowed her focus to waver, resulting in her injury from the gravitational pull. In a sense, Lin Xiao had acted as a protector for his daughter, and thus, he owed him a debt of gratitude. Although he was aware of these circumstances, witnessing his daughter, whom he had nurtured for so many years, being held in someone else's embrace stirred a tempest of emotions within him, leaving him profoundly unsettled. Meanwhile, the disciples of the Luyun sect, upon seeing their leader make an appearance, anticipated a dramatic revelation. However, the outcome left them utterly astonished. Their esteemed leader demonstrated no signs of reproach towards the individual in question, and instead exhibited an exceptionally gracious demeanor, encouraging the challenger to proceed with the ascent of the heavenly ladder. What could this signify? Could it be that the leader had tacitly accepted the relationship between the two? Upon reflection, it seemed plausible. If the leader had disapproved, how could an outsider possibly participate in the challenge? In an instant, the disciples, who had harbored a glimmer of hope, found their hearts shattered. Conversely, Lin Xiao, the individual at the center of this turmoil, appeared rather indifferent. He merely considered that the experience was rather pleasant. Since the other party was injured due to his greeting, he felt it only natural to offer assistance. There was nothing more to discuss. What truly mattered at this juncture was the challenge of the heavenly ladder. Observing the demeanor of sect leader Luo and the other disciples of the Luyun sect, it became evident that this challenge held great significance. Hence, the more steps he ascended, the greater his chances of acquiring the heavenly secrets. As he began his ascent, he refrained from utilizing any techniques or spiritual energy, relying solely on his physical prowess. It was not until he reached the 25th step that he began to feel the strain, prompting him to channel his spiritual energy to continue his climb. With this thought in mind, Lin Xiao took a moment to steady his breath, preparing to recommence his ascent. Suddenly, a voice drifted towards him, penetrating his thoughts with an accusatory tone. "What is your relationship with Yushan? How dare you embrace her?" This is a beam of sound transforming into a line. Lin Xiao lifted his gaze towards the summit of the heavenly ladder. There, on the 38th tier, stood a remarkably handsome man, fixating Lin Xiao with an icy, penetrating glare. The previous utterance of a sound forming a line had originated from him. Lin Xiao cast a fleeting glance at the stranger. Could he possibly be that lady's boyfriend? Yet, upon further contemplation, something felt amiss. Reflecting on the man's earlier words, Lin Xiao surmised that the gentleman was likely harboring a secret affection for that lady. He could aptly be described as a fantastical lovesick admirer. Lin Xiao smirked with a touch of disdain, completely disregarding the man's intent. He boldly ascended to the 34th tier of the heavenly staircase. The renewed force of gravity bore down upon him, compelling Lin Xiao to channel his spiritual energy in resistance while he acclimated to the pressure. "You scoundrel! Just you wait. Once I descend this heavenly ladder, you shall pay," the man proclaimed once more, his words forming a line of sound. Chapter 46. With no dogs to obstruct my path, I shall cease to feign. Lin Xiao furrowed his brow. Originally, he was on another's territory and had matters to attend to, so he did not wish to engage with such incessant barking. Yet this fantastical sycophant, oblivious to reason, continued to howl without end after being ignored once. When it comes to the art of insults, Lin Xiao believed himself to be second to none in this realm. "Pray tell, does your Luyun sect keep dogs? Why do I continually hear the sound of barking?" Lin Xiao inquired loudly. Upon hearing this, the man on the celestial ladder, who had repeatedly warned Lin Xiao, suddenly turned as black as coal. Dogs, indeed, existed in this mystical world, but they were the most base of creatures. "Curse it! This man dares to liken me to a dog." He seethed. "You are finished. I shall not let you escape unscathed." After once again silencing his voice, he focused intently on ascending the ladder, plotting his revenge after the encounter. Lin Xiao chuckled inwardly. Such a sycophant would quiet down after receiving a good scolding. Perhaps a future confrontation would render him truly submissive. However, certain circumstances tend to amplify effects beyond expectations. Lin Xiao's previous remark, lacking a silenced tone, invited more ears to the altercation. What is this outsider babbling about? Does our Luyun sect harbor such lowly creatures? One questioned, "Are you daft?" His implication clearly suggests that we were mocking him, and he has the audacity to call us dogs. By heavens, it does indeed evoke that sentiment. How audacious this outsider is. Who does he think he is? Just because he possesses remarkable physical strength and can withstand multiple gravities, he acts so arrogantly. Ultimately, his cultivation level is merely at the pinnacle of the gathering spirit realm. Defeating him would be as effortless as vanquishing a dog. How dare he insult us? If he has the capability, he should remain in his corner. Otherwise, I will seize the opportunity to teach him a lesson. Brother Xiao Mingzhi, you must strive to cast him far away. Indeed, go, Brother Xiao. Let this outsider witness the prowess of our Luyun sect. In an instant, the number of voices cursing Lin Xiao multiplied, their volume escalating. The encouragement for Brother Xiao, particularly from the one who ridiculed Lin Xiao with the phrase binding sound into a line, became even more pronounced. Lin Xiao, goodness. He could naturally hear the shouts from the disciples of the Luyun sect below. It seems that even in a fantastical realm, there are those who inexplicably relish insults. Taking a deep breath, he called out, "Rest assured, I did not refer to you earlier. After all, dogs do not speak human language." With this clarification, the expressions of the disciples from the Luyun sect softened slightly. Yet, for some reason, this explanation felt unsatisfactory. It seemed as if he had explained, yet not explained at all. There was an undeniable sense of something amiss. The one most infuriated, however, was none other than Xiao Mingzhi. Dogs do not speak. Is he not directly pointing at him, calling him binding sound into a line, insulting him as a dog? How outrageous! This person is too arrogant. Does he truly believe that merely having attained the pinnacle of the gathering spirit realm makes him exceptional? As if ascending over 30 levels of the heavenly ladder is something remarkable? Under the overwhelming pressure of absolute power, such remarkable talent is utterly insignificant. Xiao Mingzhi's countenance darkened further, his fury intensifying. Yet, he refrained from speaking any further, fully aware of the sharp wit of his opponent, which he knew he could not match. With a cold snort, Xiao Mingzhi surged forward, ascending the heavenly ladder with all his might. Lin Xiao observed the reaction of his adversary, a light chuckle escaping his lips as he leisurely followed behind. Wow, Brother Xiao is truly remarkable this time, having already reached the 40th level, surpassing his own record from last year. The eldest sister's record stands at 41 levels. It seems Brother Xiao has a chance to break it this time. Go, Brother Xiao. That outsider has reached 35, but he appears to be nearing his limit. In no time, Xiao Mingzhi ascended another step. 41 levels. He equaled the record set by the eldest sister, Luo Yushang. The disciples of the Luyun sect erupted in cheers. A smile forced its way onto Xiao Mingzhi's face as he cast a disdainful glance back at his opponent, still stuck at 35 levels. Only 35 levels. The heavenly ladder presents a hurdle every 10 levels. The transition from the 39th to the 40th level is a bottleneck. Were it not for his exceptional talent and relentless effort, he would have truly struggled to surmount this step. If he could ascend just one more level, he would surpass Yushang and claim the title of eldest brother. At that moment, Yushang would undoubtedly regard him with newfound respect. With this thought in mind, Xiao Mingzhi summoned all his spiritual energy, executing his martial technique with fervor, and propelled himself forward. Thud! His right foot landed heavily, the gravitational state escalating once again. Xiao Mingzhi's body suddenly felt heavy, nearly causing him to lose his balance. Fortunately, through sheer willpower, he gradually straightened his back. He stood firm, having successfully reached the 42nd step of the celestial ladder. The disciples of the Luyun sect erupted into cheers, rallying behind their senior brother Xiao, celebrating his achievement. Xiao Mingzhi endured for several seconds, but ultimately, the overwhelming force of gravity compelled him to retreat a step, landing back on the 41st step. This retreat signified the conclusion of his challenge. However, his final accomplishment remained at the 42nd step, thus setting a new record for the inner sect. With the demeanor of a victor, Xiao Mingzhi began his descent. As he passed by someone on the 36th step, he couldn't resist whispering, "Don't overexert yourself and waste your cultivation here. I will wait for you below." With that, he held his head high and continued his descent step by step. Now that there are no obstacles in my way, I shall not hold back. Lin Xiao mused. Just as Xiao Mingzhi had made his way down, he stumbled slightly, almost losing his footing. He shot Lin Xiao a fierce glare over his shoulder, but Lin Xiao paid him no mind, resolutely continuing his ascent of the celestial ladder. This infuriated Xiao Mingzhi, who clenched his teeth, swallowing his anger, feeling utterly vexed. Pretend all you want, with your level of cultivation. How far do you think you can go? breaking through to the heavens would only land you at the 39th step. After Xiao Mingzhi's departure, he became the foremost individual on the ladder. In the next moment, Lin Xiao took a decisive step forward, striding confidently towards the next tier, the 37th step. The gravity intensified. Yet, Lin Xiao exhibited no hesitation, taking another bold step forward. The 38th level. One more step. The 39th level. Observing from below, the disciples of the Luoyuan sect were momentarily taken aback. What is happening? Has the gravitational environment of the heavenly ladder malfunctioned? How is it that this outsider appears utterly unaffected by the gravitational resistance? Had he truly reached the 39th level already? This seems rather swift. Could he possibly intend to ascend directly to the 40th level of the heavenly ladder? Xiao Mingzhi regarded him with cold detachment, sneering. Is this your final dash and struggle? I am quite curious to see how spectacularly you will fall on the 40th rung. The crowd watched with bated breath. With unwavering resolve, Lin Xiao stepped onto the 40th rung of the heavenly ladder. His body quivered slightly, but the movement was minuscule. Then, he advanced once more. Step. The 41st level. Step. The 42nd level. Step. 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 The 43rd. The 44th. The 45th. Xiao Mingzhi. Disciples of the Luoyuan sect. High-ranking members of the Luoyuan sect. The Luo, father and daughter. Chapter 47. I beg you. Please stop. The members of the Luoyuan sect stood agape, utterly incredulous. What had they just witnessed? This outsider had ascended from the 39th level of the heavenly ladder, effortlessly taking 6 grand strides to reach the 45th level. He did so without a moment's pause, moving with a grace akin to flowing clouds. Everyone was left in a state of astonishment. Had anyone from the Luoyuan sect ever accomplished such a feat? Yes, but only those at the pinnacle of the Wheel Sea realm could achieve this. Individuals like Luo Yushang and Xiao Mingzhi, both at the 7th level of the Wheel Sea realm, could not hope to match this, even if they had just entered the late stages of their realm. Yet, the one who had achieved this remarkable milestone was merely at the perfected Gathering Spirit realm, not even having reached the Wheel Sea realm. Surely, there was something amiss with the heavenly ladder. This singular thought echoed in their minds. As if to validate this notion, as Lin Xiao paused to catch his breath before continuing his ascent, a figure appeared on the 40th level of the heavenly ladder. It was an inner sect elder, already having reached the Dan rotation realm. His furrowed brow deepened in perplexity. The disciples of the Luoyuan sect eagerly awaited the elder's declaration that there was an issue with the heavenly ladder, but it never came. The elder, shaking his head in resignation, stated gravely, "The heavenly ladder is functioning perfectly." A collective gasp escaped the disciples and senior members. The heavenly ladder was not at fault. This meant that the outsider at the Gathering Spirit realm was extraordinarily formidable. In the distance, Lin Xiao observed this scene with a faint smile. Had they come to inspect so soon? He had only just ascended to the 41st level. Lin Xiao chuckled softly and continued his ascent, his pace unwavering as he took each step with great strides. The 46th level, the 47th level. In the blink of an eye, Lin Xiao had already reached the 50th step. Suddenly, a tremendous force enveloped him. The gravity intensified dramatically. Not only did his body bear the weight of 50 times the normal gravity, but he also felt as if his very soul were being compressed. The celestial ladder had surpassed the 50 mark. Was this the newly added challenge? Indeed, it was formidable. Yet what of it? Merely that. Charge forth. Lin Xiao silently urged himself, propelling his body forward. The 51st level, the 52nd level, the 53rd level. This time, Lin Xiao did not pause to catch his breath. With a surge of determination, he ascended 10 steps in one go, directly stepping onto the 60th rung of the celestial ladder. His gritted teeth, large beads of sweat, and trembling form all conveyed the truth. He was not so easily unfazed. The immense gravitational environment constantly tested Lin Xiao's limits. Upon reaching the 60th step, his body trembled violently under the pressure, rendering him unable to stand upright. Yet Lin Xiao persisted, gradually straightening his back. The disciples of the Flowing Cloud sect were utterly astonished. No one below dared to mock Lin Xiao any longer. Only shock and admiration remained. A true powerhouse is always worthy of respect. Lin Xiao, with his cultivation at the Gathering Spirit Realm, had achieved such a feat on the celestial ladder, earning their reverence. 60 levels. This is the 60th level of the heavenly ladder, a place I could hardly have imagined any outsider could reach. Even the pinnacle of the Wheel Sea realm would find this to be a considerable limit. Indeed, beyond the 60th level, only a formidable practitioner of the rotating pill realm could ascend. The fact that this outsider has managed to endure here for so long is a source of immense pride. He has finally reached the end. If he would press on, I would genuinely doubt the reality of this moment, for such a feat seems beyond mere dreams. Observing his demeanor, it appears he is nearing his limits. Wait, look, what is he attempting to do? Goodness, he has moved again. He has indeed moved. On the heavenly ladder, Lin Xiao has reached the 60th step. With sheer willpower and determination, he stands upright. This 60th step is undeniably a formidable challenge, Lin Xiao muses. Yet, this reflection does not signify surrender. Rather, it indicates his decision to no longer rely solely on spiritual energy to continue his ascent. 9 Nether Demon Suppression Seal. Lin Xiao whispers a few words. In the next moment, a green light emanates from his body. He instantly feels a sense of liberation, a profound comfort enveloping him. Indeed, from the very beginning, he has restrained himself from employing this body-refining technique. He sought to discover how far he could advance relying solely on his physical prowess and spiritual energy. The answer he has gleaned is the 60th step. Now, the next trial is to ascertain how far he can proceed after unleashing the 9 Nether Demon Suppression Seal. As Lin Xiao returned to a state of ease, he took another bold step upward. The challenge continued. Top. The 61st level, the 62nd level, the 63rd level. Instantly, all those below were once again left in a state of bewilderment, exclamations echoing all around. Have they gone mad? Is this person on the ladder truly human? Could he possibly be a formidable expert from the Xindan realm, come to conceal his strength and toy with him? The entire crowd of the Luyun sect was engulfed in disbelief and astonishment. Yet, 2 individuals bore a distinct expression. One was Luo Yushang, her beautiful eyes fixated on Lin Xiao. This fellow is indeed a monster. From a moment in the cave when he nearly annihilated Sikong Hao, she had known. His performance on the ladder would undoubtedly astonish everyone. As expected, he truly accomplished it. Lost in thought, Luo Yushang's previously relaxed demeanor began to ignite once more. The other individual with a different expression was Sect Master Luo Haiqing. Crunch, crunch. His teeth ground audibly. A green radiance? The 4th level of the Jiu Zhan Mo seal. Old Mu, where on earth did you find such a monster as your disciple? How much effort and resources has your sword demon sect invested in this apprentice? No wonder this old Mu spoke with such audacious confidence in his letter. I let my guard down and was schooled by this old fellow once again. How infuriating. Could it be that this time they're truly destined to lose again? Master Luo also fixed his gaze on Lin Xiao, who was still climbing, his eyes filled with helplessness and countless thoughts. In his heart, he pleaded, "Young man, I implore you to just stop." Chapter 48. Is this person insane? As the members of the Flowing Cloud sect fell into a state of bewilderment for the second time, Lin Xiao paid no heed to their sentiments. With the 9 Nether Demon Suppression Seal activated, he surged upwards, defying gravity with an even greater velocity than before. Lin Xiao could feel the rapid depletion of spiritual energy within him. If he did not hasten, the seal would likely not endure for long. 7th tier, 73rd tier, 78th tier. Lin Xiao persistently challenged the psychological limits of the Flowing Cloud sect members. After several attempts, everyone was left in a state of shock. Speak up. Just how many tiers can you ascend? Provide a number. Otherwise, they truly could not fathom it. Each guess had proven erroneous. Could it be that you intend to conquer the entire ladder? At this moment, Lin Xiao had no inclination to ponder anything else. Upon reaching the 80th tier, despite the application of the Demon Suppression Seal, the tremendous weight bore down upon him, causing his speed to wane. By the 83rd tier, beads of sweat began to form on Lin Xiao's brow. At the 86th tier, he found himself struggling with each step, each lift of his foot becoming a torment. Approaching the 89th tier, he was nearly crushed by gravity, unable to rise, let alone advance. Lin Xiao labored to catch his breath, propping his head up as he gazed at the distant black stone tablet above. This must be the source of the gravity, he mused. He still needed to ascend 11 more steps to reach it. How infuriating! The distance felt insurmountable. Indeed, Lin Xiao's objective was to merely touch this enigmatic stone tablet. With his unparalleled comprehension, he could glean insights from a long sword or a testing stone. What of this enigmatic stone tablet? Might there be some fortune to be found? Regrettably, the gap is rather vast at present. If only the 9 nether demon seal could attain the 5th level. With this thought, a resolute glimmer flickered in Lin Xiao's eyes. He resolved to strive for strength, no matter the cost. Taking a deep breath, Lin Xiao summoned all his vitality and spiritual energy, gritting his teeth as he advanced a significant step forward. Clang! He reached the 90th step of the celestial ladder. Boom! Upon stepping onto the 90th rung, the suddenly intensified gravity bore down upon him, pinning him to the ground, rendering him immobile. Those below witnessed this scene with gasps of astonishment. They were filled with shock, regret, and relief. It was over. At long last, it had come to an end. This monstrous outsider had finally halted at the 90th step. No one dared to mock Lin Xiao any longer. This outcome commanded their genuine respect. Father, he has collapsed. You must assist him. Cough, cough. The gravity of the 90th step could prove fatal. Luo Yushang instinctively grasped her father Luo Haicheng's arm. Her voice tinged with urgency. Having herself been injured by the force of gravity, she was acutely aware of its ferocity. Yet, she had only reached a few levels. While Lin Xiao was at the 90th, Luo Yushang's gaze remained fixed upon Lin Xiao, and she found herself perplexed by her own anxiety for this outsider. Luo Haicheng, observing his daughter's reaction, sighed deeply. Is this what they mean by a daughter not to be kept? I understand. Luo Haicheng responded, and in an instant, his figure vanished from sight. Indeed, even if this girl did not implore him, he would still venture forth to rescue that individual. Otherwise, should this young man's foundation be crushed by the weight of gravity, old Mu would likely come to confront him in a fit of rage. As Luo Haicheng reappeared, he found himself on the 80th step of the heavenly ladder. Why not ascend directly to the 90th step? Because the gravitational forces at the 80th level possessed an additional characteristic that prohibited flight, a constraint even he, a late-stage rotating pill realm expert, could not defy. Luo Haicheng hastened towards Lin Xiao, intent on extricating him from his predicament. However, upon reaching the 90th step and preparing to lift Lin Xiao, a resolute voice broke through. Luo Zhongzhu, no need to concern yourself with me. I'm still capable, Lin Xiao managed to utter. Hearing this, Luo Haicheng felt a surge of admiration. The boy's fortitude of spirit was truly remarkable. It was no wonder he had become the disciple of old Mu. You have triumphed. You are now first. I believe there are few among the younger generation who can surpass your achievement, Luo Haicheng remarked, speaking candidly. If news of such a heavenly ladder performance were to spread, it would undoubtedly astonish all. Ha! Luo Zhongzhu, what is there to compare among the young? I merely wish to surpass myself, Lin Xiao replied with determination. Luo Haicheng observed him closely with his spiritual sense, astonished by the boy's resilience. Even under the oppressive gravity of the 90th level, he remained unscathed. Are you truly intent on persisting? Luo Haicheng inquired, casting a deep gaze upon him. Yes, Lin Xiao affirmed. Very well, call me when you can no longer endure, Luo Haicheng remarked before descending the heavenly ladder. Having conveyed all that needed to be said, he departed. There was no remedy for this obstinate youth's unwillingness to listen. Lin Xiao, attuned to his own condition, took a brief respite, allowing 3 breaths to pass. He then retrieved 2 jade vials from his storage ring. With great effort, he tilted his head and consumed the contents in one swift motion, shattering the vial upon the ground, reducing it to dust. Instantly, a surge of immense pure energy, intermingled with strands of life essence, began to circulate within him, relentlessly battering his meridians and acupoints. The 9 Nether Demon Suppression Seal commenced its operation. After the energy had completed a full cycle within him, Lin Xiao sensed a slight alleviation of the pressure weighing upon him. A look of astonishment flickered in his eyes. The efficacy of absorption was unparalleled. In this environment of heightened gravity, the energy absorbed during a complete cycle surpassed the usual intake by more than tenfold. The rapid consumption signified accelerated cultivation, accompanied by enhanced efficiency. Thus, he resolved to refine it. Lin Xiao commenced his cultivation, repeating the cycle with fervor. Below, the onlookers were once again rendered speechless. Good heavens! What on earth is this outsider doing? Surely, they could not be mistaken. Is he truly cultivating on the 90th step of the heavenly ladder? This is madness. In such a terrifying gravitational environment, even breathing and the flow of blood proved arduous. Yet, he continued to cultivate. This is simply outrageous. Luo Haicheng, having just ascended from the 80th step, gazed in shock at Lin Xiao. This is utterly unbelievable. Elder Mu was already quite mad. Yet this disciple appeared to surpass him in insanity by an immeasurable degree. Xiao Mingjie cast a gaze of intense hatred towards Lin Xiao, filled with disdain. This lunatic truly knows how to draw attention. It would be best if he were to cultivate to the point of madness and perish on the celestial ladder. On the 90th step of the celestial ladder, Lin Xiao, who had circulated his energy countless times, was barely able to sit upright. In just a few fleeting moments, his 9 Nether Demon Suppression Seal had grown significantly stronger. Rise, Lin Xiao uttered with a commanding tone. Defying the gravitational force, he stood up, eliciting gasps of astonishment from those below. The individuals who had just been pressed to the ground, unable to move, were now witnessing him rise. This. In the next moment, Lin Xiao retrieved 2 bottles of stalactite essence and consumed them in one swift motion. Feeling the immense energy coursing through his body, he pressed onward. Thud! With a forceful step, Lin Xiao reached the 91st level of the celestial ladder. Crack, crack! The sound of his bones echoed ominously. Is this all you've got? Lin Xiao shouted triumphantly, fervently channeling his demon suppression seal as he took another step forward. Thud! The 92nd level of the celestial ladder. Chapter 49. Abundant Harvest. Attainment of celestial secret arts. Before Lin Xiao challenged the heavenly ladder, he possessed 9 bottles of stalactite essence. After utilizing 2 bottles earlier and another 2 now, he had 5 remaining. He hoped these 5 would suffice until the end. Harnessing the formidable energy bestowed by the stalactite essence, Lin Xiao pressed onwards, ascending relentlessly. Thud! The 93rd level. Only 7 layers remained. The cracking of his bones grew more pronounced, as though they were on the verge of fracturing. Intense pain incessantly assailed Lin Xiao, yet the determination in his gaze remained unwavering. He had always possessed a touch of obsessive compulsion. With 100 steps to conquer and only 7 left, surrendering now would undoubtedly distract him in future cultivation. Furthermore, in this fantastical realm, strength was paramount for self-protection. As he was merely at the gathering spirit realm, he was but an insignificant insect in the grand scheme of the world. Becoming stronger was the foremost principle. Thud! The 94th level. Lin Xiao's body began to tremble uncontrollably, as numerous minute blood vessels within him ruptured in succession. Fortunately, the stalactite essence possessed certain healing properties. After circulating his energy for several cycles, all the blood vessels were restored. However, this came at the cost of depleting the essence's energy. Lin Xiao furrowed his brow. The higher he ascended, the less effective the stalactite essence became. After a brief moment of contemplation, he resolutely took out all 5 remaining bottles and poured their contents into his mouth. Boom! An overwhelming surge of pure energy and vitality filled his being, seemingly on the verge of overflowing. He pressed on with renewed vigor. Lin Xiao, without a moment's hesitation, exerted all his strength to operate the 9 Nether Demon Suppression Seal while continuing his ascent. Top! The 95th level, the 96th level, the 97th level. This truly is the most astonishing spectacle I have ever witnessed in my life. He is genuinely attempting to conquer the heavenly ladder. It is utterly audacious. If my memory serves me correctly, no one from our sect has ever reached the 100th level of the heavenly ladder. I am merely curious about the elixir he has consumed. It appears to be some form of spiritual liquid. Oomph. What does it matter to ascend the heavenly ladder by relying on potions? What nonsense are you spouting? He has already reached the 90th level without the aid of any elixirs. If you think you can do better, then prove it. Indeed, why the envy? Even if you were given the finest pills, you would still be unable to ascend. Gradually, a significant portion of the disciples from the Luyun sect were captivated by Lin Xiao's indomitable spirit. Had they been in his position, even with such strength and physical prowess, they would never have achieved this level of accomplishment. Top, the 99th level. Harnessing the surging energy from the stalactite liquid, Lin Xiao took a deep breath and stepped onto the penultimate level. As everyone pondered whether he could take the final step, Lin Xiao suddenly came to a halt. He stood on the 99th level, motionless for a full 10 minutes. A peculiar force brewed within him, evolving. Moments later, Lin Xiao straightened his back, his cold gaze fixed upon the heavens. "Break for me," he roared. Crack, crack. It seemed that something had shattered. Subsequently, the green luminescence enveloping him began to transform, gradually replaced by an enigmatic deep azure. A fierce and untamed aura emanated from him. What is happening? Why do I perceive the gaze of this outsider as if I were beholding an unparalleled ferocious beast? You feel it too, don't you? I do as well. It is peculiar. Despite this individual's cultivation remaining unchanged, why does he exude such an aura? Almost no one could fathom what transpired within Lin Xiao. Save for one person, Master Luo Haiqing. The astonishment on his face was profound, utterly beyond belief. The essence of the wilderness, heavens. This lad has yet to reach the Wheel-Sea realm, yet he has already comprehended the essence of body refinement. Luo Haiqing murmured to himself. He recalled that even someone of Mu's caliber only grasped this essence upon breaking through to the rotating pill realm. A monster. To label this boy as a prodigy would be an understatement of the term. Where on earth did this individual emerge from? There was yet another pressing question. Should he be allowed to depart? Such a creature, once it matures. Luo Haichang fell into deep contemplation. Meanwhile, Lin Xiao, after harnessing that peculiar power within him, found the terrifying gravity surrounding him diminished exponentially, exerting no real pressure upon him. Remarkable. What manner of force is this? It seems I shall have to inquire with old Mu when I see him, for this extraordinary power stems from the cultivation of the 9 nether seal. And old Mu must surely possess insight into it. Without further contemplation, Lin Xiao gazed at the black stone tablet that loomed before him. He raised his hand and reached out to touch it. What could this object possibly be to exert such terrifying gravity? In the next instant, the entire heavenly ladder began to tremble. An invisible current of air converged from all directions, enveloping Lin Xiao within its grasp. A profound and mighty aura surged into his body, ultimately condensing into a transparent orb that nestled within his dantian, concealed from view. Unbeknownst to Lin Xiao, he felt as though his soul had been purified, his entire being harmonizing with this transformative experience. What was this individual doing as he touched the stone tablet? Why did the heavenly ladder appear to be vibrating? Was something amiss? What could this signify? The disciples of the Flowing Clouds sect were engulfed in confusion, while the higher-ups were filled with perplexity. They realized that, under normal circumstances, they could not ascend the heavenly ladder as Lin Xiao had done, step by step. Although they had each touched the stone tablet numerous times using various special barrier tools, nothing had ever occurred. Why then did this youth provoke such a significant reaction with a mere touch? Their bewilderment deepened. Soon, the tremors of the heavenly ladder subsided. The gravity on each tier remained unchanged, as if something had shifted while simultaneously nothing had altered. Lin Xiao reopened his eyes, unnoticed by anyone. A fleeting glimmer of brilliance flashed within his gaze. Then, with a single leap, Lin Xiao descended from the 100th tier of the heavenly ladder, darting back to its base. A smile involuntarily graced the corners of his lips. This time, the rewards were substantial. Not only had the 9 Nethertown Demon Seal ascended to the 5th level, but he had also comprehended a peculiar essence. Let us refer to it as an artistic conception for now. If he were to face Sikong Hao again, he would boldly declare, "What is that mere mortal? Does he even qualify?" Even without wielding a sword, he could easily vanquish that individual with just one hand. The infinite ruins no longer posed a concern. However, acquiring the sky-level movement technique of the Luoyuan sect remained imperative. Perfecting that technique would prove invaluable at any moment. Lin Xiao, you are the first disciple of the Luoyuan sect to ascend the 100 layers of the sky ladder. Here is the inheritance jade slip documenting the 1,000 miles ascending light technique. Please accept it. Upon presenting the golden jade slip, Luo Haicheng, with a smile, announced the result. The jade slip, a vessel of inheritance, would seamlessly merge its contents into the recipient's consciousness upon inspection, making it an exceptionally precious one-time item. The disciples of the Luoyuan sect erupted in disbelief at their sect leader's words. What? The sect leader intends to bestow the secret technique upon an outsider? This is unacceptable. Even if this lad has reached the pinnacle of the sky ladder, he is still an outsider. Sect leader, I object. Why should the 1,000 miles ascending light technique be entrusted to such an outsider? Shouted Xiao Mingjie, ranked second on the sky ladder. Chapter 50, Fool. Whom do you think I am protecting? Xiao Mingjie felt a buzzing in his head, his heart seething with fury. The celestial ascension technique was undoubtedly the treasured secret of the Luoyuan sect. From the moment he became an inner disciple, he had coveted this secret method. In his life's blueprint, he had planned to bring it up to the sect leader once he achieved a breakthrough to the Xiandan realm. He intended to propose the matter of marrying Luo Yushang as well. The senior sister, the sect's secret method, and the future of Luoyuan sect, all of it was his desire. He had meticulously prepared for today's ladder challenge, aiming to make a stunning impression. Yet, he never anticipated that an outsider would suddenly emerge. Not only did this interloper embrace the senior sister and ascend the ladder, but he also seemed poised to receive the sect's secret method. This was something he simply could not endure. Sect leader, I believe the other disciples within the sect also do not wish to see the sect's secret method fall into the hands of an outsider. Xiao Mingjie continued. Regardless of the circumstances, he was determined to prevent this from happening. Mingjie, this matter is beyond your jurisdiction. Since I have entrusted the secret method to Lin Xiao, it is clear I have my own intentions. Luo Haicheng's voice was not loud, yet resonated clearly among the thousands present. Although he appeared to address Xiao Mingjie, his words were meant for all to hear. This decision had already been made. Upon hearing their sect leader's declaration, the crowd could only shake their heads in resignation. It seemed there was nothing to be done, as the outsider had indeed proven his worth by reaching the 100th level of the ladder. Had it been any other disciple of the Luoyuan sect, they would likely have received similar treatment. Master, this matter is truly inappropriate. As the senior disciple of the Flowing Cloud sect, I cannot bear to witness such an occurrence. If this outsider desires our sect's secret techniques, he must first defeat me. Xiao Mingjie stepped forward, positioning himself resolutely before Master Luo, exuding an air of righteousness. This bold act immediately resonated with the sentiments of the other disciples of the Flowing Cloud sect. They were astonished that the senior disciple would dare to confront the master in such a manner. Luo Haicheng cast a discerning glance at Xiao Mingjie, sensing something amiss. The usually unassuming individual had suddenly uttered such uncharacteristic words, which struck him as peculiar. What nonsense is this? Step back, the master intoned solemnly. Xiao Mingjie remained steadfast, his stance unwavering. Under ordinary circumstances, he would never dream of such insolence before the master. Yet today, consumed by indignation, he cared not for the consequences. To seize glory, to claim the one he desired, to obtain coveted techniques, these grievances were irreconcilable. Luo Haicheng felt a surge of anger. In the presence of so many, he could not divulge the truth. Indeed, even if alone, he would choose silence, for it would be too humiliating. Master Luo, I accept his challenge. If I lose, I shall forfeit my claim to the secret technique. Lin Xiao's voice resonated at the opportune moment. Lin Xiao, this individual is the senior disciple of the Flowing Cloud sect. Do not stoop to his level. I have promised you the technique. It is yours, Luo Haicheng hastily advised. It would be best to avoid conflict between these two. Master, he has agreed, and I am eager to witness the capabilities of the one who has conquered the celestial ladder, Xiao Mingzhi exclaimed. In his heart, he felt a surge of joy. This individual was still too young, unable to withstand the provocation. It seemed that the secret technique of his sect was secure. Perhaps, after defeating him, the master would be so pleased that he might bestow the secret technique upon him. Xiao Mingzhi did not notice that nearby, Luo Yushang was regarding him with an expression of incredulity. Was Xiao Mingzhi out of his mind? Why persist in obstructing Lin Xiao? That very Lin Xiao had effortlessly slain Sikong Hao before even attempting the celestial ladder. Did he truly believe he could surpass Sikong Hao? Moreover, Lin Xiao's strength seemed to have further advanced after traversing the ladder. This was tantamount to courting death. Luo Yushang's father shared the same sentiment. Just moments ago, during Lin Xiao's ascent to the final rung of the ladder, Luo Yushang had recounted the events of the cave incident in detail to her father. It was only then that Luo Haicheng realized that Lin Xiao had indirectly saved his daughter once. Were it not for Lin Xiao's timely intervention, his daughter and her 3 female disciples would have faced humiliation and torment at the hands of Sikong Hao and the Xianin sect. For a girl to endure such an ordeal would be nothing short of a living hell. Damn, that Xianin sect, he muttered, taking note of this grievance. It was precisely for this reason that after the challenge of the ladder, Luo Haicheng's attitude towards Lin Xiao underwent a dramatic transformation, even leading him to directly grant the secret technique of the sect to Lin Xiao as a form of recompense. Otherwise, despite having lost a wager with the old man Mu, he was still reluctant to part with the town's secret techniques. Everything had been progressing smoothly until Mingzhi suddenly intervened, boldly proclaiming his intention to confront his opponent, declaring that unless he was defeated, the secret techniques would not be divulged. Luo Haicheng was utterly speechless. He felt an overwhelming urge to shout at Xiao Mingzhi, reminding him that he was provoking someone who had directly vanquished Sikong Hao. Why would you challenge him? My intervention in your duel was meant to protect you, you fool. Alas, Luo Haicheng sighed. The intricate web of cause and effect had compelled him to acquiesce to the duel between the two. Young friend Lin Xiao, though Xiao Mingzhi is, well, let's not dwell on that. I kindly ask you to show mercy, the sect leader began, hesitating to elaborate further. Some disciples, with their capricious natures, could benefit from experiencing setbacks. The sect leader's words left others puzzled. Surely, they were meant for senior brother Xiao? Lin Xiao nodded slightly, understanding that the girl must have already relayed the matter to her father. In truth, Lin Xiao held a favorable impression of Luo Haicheng. He was composed and discerning, much like when he had embraced Luo Yushang on the celestial ladder, an act that could have been deemed excessive. Yet Luo Haicheng had refrained from expressing his anger at that moment, which was indeed commendable. Soon, under the sect leader's direction, a space was cleared for Lin Xiao and Xiao Mingzhi. The duel for the honor of the sect was about to commence, emphasizing the importance of sparring and restraint. Let us begin, Luo Haicheng proclaimed, his voice resonating in the air. Xiao Mingzhi dashed forward, brandishing his long sword and executing an earth-level sword technique. The blade glided through the air, silent as the wind, while his figure moved with astonishing speed. Even the most attentive disciples could only catch a fleeting shadow of him. In the next instant, he appeared beside Lin Xiao, thrusting his sword fiercely towards his waist. Bang! The sound was not that of a sword piercing flesh, but rather that of Lin Xiao grasping Xiao Mingzhi's blade with his hand. What? Xiao Mingzhi's expression shifted dramatically, revealing his shock. Even if this individual could withstand the overwhelming gravitational pressure, his body was still flesh and blood. He was acutely aware of the sharpness of his own sword. The aura emanating from it was lethal to the touch. How could it possibly be caught barehanded? Moreover, that hand remained unscathed. This is impossible. Next time, remember not to underestimate others. Lin Xiao remarked softly before he moved his foot. Bang! A figure was propelled backward with the force of cannon, crashing into a wall 100 meters away. Upon inspection, the individual lay unconscious. Xiao Mingzhi had been defeated in an instant. Realm, Qi refining realm, spirit gathering realm, will see realm, Dan rotation realm, Chapter 51. What a coincidence I happen to possess this elixir. Instant defeat. The disciples and elders of the Luyun sect were once again left in a state of astonishment. They had envisioned the battle between the two would be extraordinary. One was the esteemed senior brother of the Luyun sect, while the other was a formidable entity who had conquered the heavenly ladder. Yet, despite their speculations, they could not have anticipated such an outcome. A single strike to annihilate. The disparity was overwhelmingly vast. Only the father and daughter of the Luo family appeared to be fully aware of the inevitable result. Luo Haicheng let out a slight sigh of relief. He had naturally employed his spiritual sense to observe the situation. Although Lin Xiao's attack seemed brutal, he had skillfully avoided any vital areas. Consequently, Xiao Mingzhi sustained only minor injuries and would recover in a couple of days. Following this spectacle, the other disciples voiced no further dissent, for they had agreed upon the terms prior to the challenge. The contest of the Luyun sect concluded, and the disciples soon dispersed. Xiao Mingzhi was carried away to rest. Lin Xiao, my young friend, I heard from Elder Mu that you intend to participate in the Wuji relics. With only 3 days until the event commences, why not stay with us at the Luyun sect until then? We could journey together, extended Luo Haicheng with an invitation. That would be quite troublesome for you. Sect Master Luo, Lin Xiao replied, not declining the offer. He wished to utilize the next 3 days to solidify the gains from his recent breakthrough. Child, please find the finest guest room for Lin Xiao, instructed Luo Haicheng. Why am I tasked with this? Protested Luo Yushang, who was preparing to return and tend to her own injuries sustained during the Heavenly Ladder Challenge, which still ached. If you won't go, shall I undertake it myself? Luo Haicheng spoke with evident displeasure. After finishing his words, he swiftly departed. Luo Yushang blinked in silent disbelief, left with no choice but to accompany Lin Xiao. However, when it was just the two of them, she found her heart racing inexplicably. Could it be that her injuries from the heavenly ladder were more severe than she realized? Thus, an uneventful day passed. On the following morning, Luo Haicheng approached Lin Xiao with a grave expression. Young friend Lin Xiao, I wish to inquire about something, he said solemnly. Please, Master Luo, go ahead, Lin Xiao replied, intrigued by the sudden seriousness. Before your arrival, do you know if Elder Qiao from the Danqing Peak is present in the sect? Luo Haicheng asked cautiously, uncertain if Lin Xiao was acquainted with Elder Qiao. Yet, as a disciple of the Sword Demon sect, it was worth asking. Elder Qiao is indeed here. I sought him out before coming, Lin Xiao affirmed. Really? That is reassuring. If Elder Qiao can intervene, then the girl should be fine, Luo Haicheng said, feeling a weight lift partially from his heart. Master Luo, what has transpired? Could you share the details with me? Lin Xiao inquired further. Well, my daughter sustained some injuries during her challenge on the heavenly ladder. I initially believed it to be a minor wound, but Luo Haicheng sighed, his expression heavy with concern. It has unfortunately affected her Dantian and Qi Si. If we do not act swiftly to treat her, she may never hope to break through to the Xindan stage. Lin Xiao was taken aback upon hearing this. Such severity? He could discern that Lord Luo was not deceiving him. There was no reason for the other party to jeopardize his daughter's future for a ruse or jest. This perplexed Lin Xiao. He never anticipated that. On that day, atop the heavenly ladder, a mere greeting to her would provoke such a profound reaction from Luo Yushang. This delicate frame truly could not withstand much turmoil. Lord Luo, this matter is my fault. Had I not greeted her, it would not have transpired in this manner. Lin Xiao, being a straightforward person, felt it only right to apologize, given the courtesy shown to him. Young friend Lin Xiao, you need not worry. Even without your disturbance, this girl might have encountered this calamity, reassured Luo Haicheng, showing no sign of reproach towards Lin Xiao. After all, he had saved his daughter's life. One could only lament that his daughter had been stricken with such ill fortune. Lord Luo, is there a treatment plan at present? Inquired Lin Xiao. We require a medicinal pill capable of restoring the Dantian's Qi Si. Yet such elixirs are exceedingly rare, and our sect does not possess any. However, Elder Qiao from your sect is one of the 3 7th-tier alchemists in the Great Wei dynasty. He should be able to resolve this issue. Luo Haicheng articulated his proposed solution. Upon learning from Lin Xiao that Elder Xiao was at the sword demon sect, he resolved to take his daughter there immediately for treatment. A medicinal pill to restore the Dantian's qi si, Lin Xiao murmured. Subsequently, he flipped his right hand and retrieved a vial of pills from his storage ring. Lord Luo, I have quite a number of medicinal pills on me. However, regarding the breakthrough of the Dantian's qi si into the Xindan realm, there exists but this single pill. You may allow Luo Yushang to consume it, Lin Xiao remarked. Oh, to think that young friend Lin Xiao carries such elixirs on his person. Luo Haicheng felt a surge of curiosity. It is quite customary to carry pills while venturing out, especially for prodigies like Lin Xiao. With Elder Xiao presiding over the sword demon sect, it is only fitting that he is well equipped. Lin Xiao extended the pill, which Luo Haicheng readily accepted, feeling it was an offer he could not refuse. If this elixir could cure his daughter's affliction, it would only add to their debt of gratitude to young friend Lin Xiao. Yet, as he uncorked the jade vial to inspect its contents, an extraordinarily enchanting fragrance wafted forth, causing him to involuntarily emit a peculiar sound. What kind of elixir is this? Wait a moment. The color of the pill, its size, the sensation. By heavens, this elixir is even adorned with a wisp of pill mist. Luo Haicheng was utterly bewildered, his scalp tingling with astonishment. He had seen such a pill in his youth and had even participated in its auction, but it had ultimately eluded him due to its exorbitant price. Moreover, the elixir from that auction was merely of medium grade. And this, young friend Lin Xiao, could this possibly be the Xianming breaking realm pill, or perhaps a Qi Mist level elixir? Luo Haicheng swallowed hard, his voice tinged with disbelief. Lin Xiao regarded him for a moment longer before nodding, affirming, indeed, as the esteemed leader of the Lu Yun sect, your breadth of experience is commendable. It is precisely as you say. After receiving confirmation from the other party, Luo Haicheng once again inhaled sharply. Indeed, the middle-grade Xianin broken mirror pill he had previously bid on had fetched an exorbitant price. The one in his possession, however, was far more precious. Indeed, it was a qi pill of the mist level. Such a treasure must surely belong to the realm of legends. Young friend, you must take this back at once. This elixir is far too valuable. We truly cannot afford it. He earnestly advised, and you too must keep this elixir out of sight, for its mere presence could invite significant trouble. Luo Haicheng spoke sincerely, for the amount of spirit stones he possessed would not suffice to procure such a pill. The sword demon sect was indeed extravagant to bestow such a rare elixir upon a young individual. Should it be discovered, it would hold a fatal allure even for those who have reached the pinnacle of the pill circulation realm. After all, who does not have a younger generation or a disciple? Possessing this elixir would certainly ensure a breakthrough into the pill circulation realm, elevating their starting point significantly above that of others. Can this elixir not heal Luo Yushang's injuries? Lin Xiao inquired without taking the pill. It could, but I truly cannot accept it. Luo Haicheng expressed his genuine admiration for Lin Xiao. The audacity to offer such a precious elixir to another without a flicker of hesitation was unprecedented in his experience. Well then, let's proceed this way. I require several rare materials. Could you, esteemed sect master, check if your sect possesses any? Lin Xiao asked. Chapter 52. The limitations of talent and insight. What materials do you require? Young friend, please enlighten me. Although Luo Haicheng was intrigued, he refrained from inquiring further about the purpose. 1 Yulong ginseng, 10 Tianyuan fruits, 1 purple spirit. Qingji Lin Xiao swiftly enumerated over 20 types of rare herbs and materials. Upon hearing Lin Xiao's list, Luo Haicheng was taken aback. As the leader of a sect, he might not be well versed in common herbs, but every item Lin Xiao mentioned was of extraordinary value. Several of them were treasures he had painstakingly procured from perilous locales, and he possessed only 1 or 2 of each. If he were to provide the quantities Lin Xiao requested, his sect would be left destitute. Lin Xiao, my young friend, may I inquire about the purpose of these materials? Luo Haicheng finally asked. These materials are intended for the refinement of the Xianming breakthrough pill. You furnish me with the ingredients, and I shall deliver the pill in return. Does this arrangement not seem fair? Lin Xiao replied. This is simply not feasible, Luo Haicheng exclaimed in astonishment. This was a manifestly unequal exchange. The materials for a single batch of Xianming breakthrough pills do not guarantee the successful creation of even one pill. Even if fortune favored the endeavor and one was produced, it could hardly match the quality of a first-grade pill. Who could ascertain how many batches of materials were expended to produce the current first-grade Xianming breakthrough pill before them? Luo Sect Master, you need not be overly concerned. This pill shall be crafted by me. Provide the materials, and I shall refine another when I return home and have the leisure to do so, Lin Xiao stated nonchalantly. Regarding the identity of an alchemist, he did not pay much heed to it. In his view, strength is paramount. No matter how adept one is at alchemy, if someone wishes to take your life, do you intend to combat them with alchemical skills? However, Lin Xiao remained oblivious to the significance of an alchemist in this fantastical realm. Upon hearing Lin Xiao's words, Luo Haicheng was momentarily taken aback, struggling to comprehend their meaning. This profound, nether-breaking pill was concocted by you? He echoed, bewildered. Is there a problem? Lin Xiao pondered momentarily before adding, if Luo Yushang were not in such a hurry, I could also prepare a batch on the spot, thereby maximizing the efficacy of the pill. Luo Haicheng was rendered utterly speechless. My heavens! Could this young lad possibly be unwell? He actually claimed that he was the one who refined this profound, nether-breaking pill. This is among the most challenging of the 7th-grade elixirs. And he suggests he could concoct another right here? His expression and tone seemed genuine. Could it be that young Lin Xiao is not only a body cultivator, but also an alchemist? A high-level 7th-grade alchemist? Luo Haicheng found it hard to fathom that such identities could converge within a single youth. Is my young friend truly jesting? He inquired with a hint of seriousness. Certainly not jesting. Come, Master Luo, you may escort me to the alchemy room, Lin Xiao replied with a smile. Wasn't he Luo Yushang waiting to take the pill? Why is her father not in a hurry? Very well, let us proceed, he concluded. Upon hearing Lin Xiao's words, Luo Haicheng did not refuse any longer. The two proceeded together and soon arrived at the alchemy peak of the Luyan sect. The sect was relatively weak in alchemy, boasting only 2 6th-grade alchemists. One of them was an elder, while the other was a practitioner specially invited from outside at great expense. In terms of alchemical prowess, the latter surpassed the elder. Their collaborative efforts over the years, alongside other alchemists within the sect, had managed to ensure a barely sufficient supply of medicinal pills. Wang Elder, Zhuo Protector. Both of you are here, Luo Haicheng remarked as he found the 2 6th-grade alchemists in the main alchemy chamber. Greetings, Sect Master, they both respectfully responded. I wish to procure some rare materials, Luo Haicheng stated directly. Please, Sect Master, I shall retrieve them immediately, Wang Elder replied. Luo Haicheng then reiterated the list of medicinal ingredients Lin Xiao had mentioned earlier. Upon hearing the list, Wang Elder and Zhuo Protector became visibly anxious. Sectmaster, this is unacceptable. Several of the materials you seek are unique to our sect. Zhuo Protector and I require 3 of them in the coming days. If we give them away, they will be gone, Wang Elder lamented, his face etched with concern. At that time, I shall devise a solution. For now, please assist me in procuring them, Luo Haicheng continued, aware that these two would not relinquish their resources easily. After all, they were the only 2 senior alchemists in the sect, and he had always treated them with utmost courtesy. Master, what do you intend to do with such precious materials? Elder Wang hesitated, his curiosity piqued. Before Luo Haicheng could respond, the left elder spoke up first. Master, do you require these materials to concoct the Xianming breakthrough pill? He inquired, astonished. Indeed, as the left elder has suggested, my daughter is experiencing some health issues and requires a Xianming breakthrough pill for her treatment, Luo Haicheng elaborated, detailing Luo Yushang's condition. Her Dantian and Qi Si have sustained damage. The Xianming breakthrough pill would indeed be effective, yet it seems somewhat excessive. Furthermore, to my knowledge, none of the 3 7th-grade alchemists in our Great Wei dynasty can guarantee the successful creation of even a single pill from one batch of materials, the left elder explained. They possess only enough materials for one attempt, no more. Upon hearing this, Luo Haicheng turned his gaze towards Lin Xiao. Do not worry, I still have confidence in this matter, Lin Xiao assured. His determination stemmed from the fact that Luo Yushang's injuries were a consequence of his actions, and he merely wished to achieve the best possible outcome. Wait, Master, you can't possibly be thinking of entrusting this young man with the materials for alchemy? The left elder detected an underlying implication. Go fetch the materials. Luo Haicheng's tone had grown serious. Master, that is a 7th grade recipe. Where did this wild boy come from? He must be deceiving you. The left elder exclaimed, growing anxious. The notion of a youth so young claiming he could refine a Xianming breakthrough pill was utterly absurd. Did he truly believe himself to be a 7th grade alchemist? At that moment, a vial of elixir was hurled towards the left elder. Oh, esteemed left elder, do you believe that the prowess of an alchemist is determined by age? At your advanced years, you remain merely a 6th grade alchemist, which merely reflects your lack of talent and insight. Should I fail to concoct this elixir, I shall gladly use it as collateral, Lin Xiao retorted boldly. Confronting such an aged figure, a show of strength was the only recourse. What could possibly serve as adequate collateral for such a precious herb? Surely, you are unaware of the rarity of the materials required for the Xianming breakthrough pill. Suddenly, the left elder's mocking tone shifted, his eyes widening in astonishment. The Xianming breakthrough pill. The Qi pill mist. Heavens! I cannot believe I am witnessing such an extraordinary elixir. Chapter 53. The emergence of the One Dan. How does it fare? Is this collateral acceptable? Lin Xiao inquired with a cold tone. Yes. Old Wang, hasten and procure those materials. Zhuo Gongfeng paid no heed to Lin Xiao's demeanor. His gaze fixated on the exquisite medicinal pill in his hand. At that moment, a singular thought consumed him. It must be refined. He was determined to gather the materials for this young man. Such a remarkable pill was worth not just 1 batch of materials, but even 10. He would spare no effort to retrieve them. This was a guaranteed profit. As Zhuo Gongfeng pondered this, he discreetly cast a glance at Lin Xiao, musing internally. What a prodigal from some affluent family. Truly a fool to squander such treasures. I wonder how his family's esteemed members would react upon discovering that this pill was pawned by this wasteful heir. So Gongfeng's astonishment was mirrored by Elder Wang, who was equally taken aback. However, he swiftly retrieved the sole batch of materials for the Xianming breakthrough pill within the sect. After handing it to Lin Xiao, the trio stood by, eagerly anticipating the outcome. Their expressions, however, varied significantly. Luo Haicheng wore a face of eager expectation, so Gongfeng remained impassive yet inwardly derisive, while Elder Wang wore a look of distress, lamenting the waste of such valuable materials. Lin Xiao meticulously examined both the materials and the alchemical furnace, confirming their integrity before preparing to commence the refinement process. Buzz! In the next moment, he retrieved his superior spirit sword from his storage ring. This sword had cost him over 15,000 spirit stones when he exchanged it for a medium-grade sword upon departing from the Sword Demon sect. 3 individuals. What does this mean? Wasn't it agreed that we would focus on alchemy? Why bring out swords? Are we processing materials? Yet, these precious ingredients do not require such treatment. Starfire ignites the prairie, Lin Xiao softly uttered, swinging his long sword as hundreds of sword energies buzzed and surged into the alchemical furnace. In an instant, the flames within the furnace surged, engulfing the entire room in an inferno. The left elder and Elder Wang were momentarily stunned. Don't tell me this lad intends to refine elixirs with such flames. Although Luo Haicheng was equally astonished, he still harbored faith in Lin Xiao. Each surprise led to another. They were unaware that this initial step was merely a prelude. Once the flames within the furnace reached a certain intensity, Lin Xiao flicked his sword, casting all materials indiscriminately into the furnace. Hey, stop. This is sheer madness. There is no such method in alchemy. You are wasting the materials. The left elder could no longer contain himself upon witnessing this scene. Despite their assurance of using top-grade elixirs as collateral, as alchemists, they could not tolerate such desecration of precious materials. It was an affront to their craft. Just as he was about to intervene, Lin Xiao shot him a glance, raising his sword high. With a resounding sound, a mighty and sharp aura surged forth, dazzling like errant silver threads and transforming into a torrential river cascading from the heavens above. Luo Haicheng, who had already taken half a step forward to shield Lin Xiao from interference, was left in a state of bewilderment. The two sixth-tier alchemists were utterly bewildered. Sword intent. 4/10 of sword intent. This was madness. Primarily, this individual had merely reached the pinnacle of the gathering spirit realm, without even stepping into the Wheel Sea realm. How could he possibly possess the capacity to comprehend sword intent? Elder Wang and Elder Zhua were left in a state of stupefaction. Meanwhile, the astonishment in Luohai's city surpassed that of these two combined, magnified twofold. For he had witnessed Lin Xiao's moment of enlightenment on the heavenly ladder, where he grasped a fragment of the essence of the wilderness. At that time, he had marveled at Lin Xiao's ability to comprehend such profundity while still in the gathering spirit realm, foreseeing an immeasurable future ahead. Yet now, he felt utterly foolish. This young man, Lin Xiao's, had not only grasped yet another realm of comprehension, but had also cultivated it to an astounding 4/10. Even those formidable within the realm of Dan rotation could scarcely compare. It was simply unbelievable, unfathomable. Lin Xiao's paid no heed to the sentiments of the three. The flames surged. Whoosh! A blade of light, imbued with sword intent, was cleaved into the alchemical furnace. Subsequently, the furnace began to tremble violently, as if something within were thrashing about. Lin Xiao's diligently controlled the sword intent from outside. After an hour passed, the furnace suddenly convulsed violently. Bang, 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 boom. Following a resounding noise, the alchemical furnace fell silent, stabilizing completely. A hint of a smile graced Lin Xiao's lips. Indeed, with the breakthrough in his strength, alchemy had become considerably less arduous. He vividly recalled the arduousness of his first attempt at concocting the Xianming broken mirror pill, feeling as though his entire body were disassembled. However, this time, the process was far more effortless. With a swift sweep of his long sword, Lin Xiao retracted the sword intent and aura from the alchemical furnace, extinguishing the flames. The sword was cast back into his ring. The left offering and Elder Wang exchanged glances, both perplexed and bewildered. To be frank, from beginning to end, they had failed to comprehend, let alone grasp, the youth's method of alchemy. Moreover, the speed at which he conducted the alchemical process was astonishing. This was a 7th-grade elixir, among the most challenging to concoct. Ordinarily, it would require at least half a day's labor. Yet, merely an hour had passed. If he could produce the elixir in such a brief span, then their decades of experience in alchemy would have been rendered futile. Is it done? Young friend Lin Xiao. How'd it turn out? Luo Haicheng inquired, brimming with excitement. It is complete, Lin Xiao replied nonchalantly. Those two words radiated undeniable confidence. Complete? The three of them widened their eyes, swallowing hard. Is that true? Has it really succeeded? A chill coursed down their spines, and their scalps tingled. Lin Xiao strode forward and opened the alchemical furnace with a single palm. His previous success in crafting the Xianyuan mirror-breaking elixir had been a stroke of luck. But this time, he was well acquainted with the process, executing it with ease. Lin Xiao was convinced that, after 2 more batches, he could concoct the elixir with his eyes closed. As the furnace opened, a resounding boom echoed, and a radiant purple light flooded the room. Simultaneously, an incredibly tantalizing aroma wafted throughout the space. Master Luo and the 2 6th-grade alchemists immediately leaned in, their curiosity piqued. If the elixir had truly been created, they would have witnessed a miracle. The 3 individuals fixed their gaze upon the alchemical furnace, where, faintly discernible, lay 2 resplendent elixirs, quietly resting within. Good heavens! 2. Have they truly manifested? It seems implausible. This contradicts the very principles of alchemy. How could this be? For this is the Xianming breaking mirror pill. To produce 2 successful elixirs in a single furnace is a feat that even the most distinguished 7th-grade alchemists would find challenging. Their exclamations echoed. The impact on their hearts too profound to fathom. Even if it were merely a low-grade Xianming breaking realm pill, This young man is remarkable indeed. If the Alchemist Guild of the Great Wei Dynasty were to learn of his existence, they would surely be beside themselves with excitement, mused the left elder. He felt an overwhelming urge to slap himself. Crack! The sharp sound of his own hand striking his face reverberated in the air. Old Wang, what on earth are you doing? The left elder exclaimed, bewildered. It was not he who had offended this enigmatic young man. Why then inflict pain upon himself? Old Left, you must closely examine the quality of these elixirs, Old Wang said, his expression one of utter disbelief, his right cheek already swelling from the force of his self-inflicted blow. Clearly, he had struck with great fervor. The left elder, filled with uncertainty, quickly focused his attention on the pills. In the next moment, smack! The left elder delivered a forceful slap to his own face. The pain. This was no dream. His countenance was awash with profound shock and incredulity. His self-inflicted blow was not born from a sense of indebtedness, but rather as a response to the spectacle before his eyes, which utterly shattered his worldview. The profound and mysterious breakthrough elixir of the ensue. He exclaimed in astonishment. Chapter 54. Could Father's presence diminish your performance? As Luo Haicheng observed the astonished expressions of his two alchemists, curiosity compelled him to glance over after overhearing their conversation. Upon doing so, his eyes widened, and his right hand instinctively rose, prepared to deliver a resounding slap to himself. However, he quickly recalled his status as the sect leader, compelling him to suppress his astonishment. After all, two individuals had already corroborated the situation. He decided to let it be. Although he refrained from striking himself, the astonishment swelling within him was immeasurable. The revelations brought forth by this young man were increasingly staggering. He found it utterly inscrutable, particularly the alchemist's identity. The second-tier Misty Realm breaking pill was indeed a terrifying thought. The mere notion that someone could concoct such an extraordinary elixir sent shivers down his spine. This pill was several times more precious than a first-tier Misty Realm pill. The difference between first and second was akin to a chasm. They represented entirely distinct realms. If this elixir could be administered to his daughter, it would not only heal her injuries, but also significantly enhance her potential upon reaching the spiral pill realm. The future was undoubtedly incalculable. Most importantly, anyone capable of crafting a second-tier Misty Realm pill must, at the very least, be an 8th-grade alchemist. In the entire Great Wei Dynasty, there was not a single 8th-grade alchemist. Contemplating this, Luo Haicheng's gaze toward Lin Xiao underwent a profound transformation. While he was struck with awe, the shock experienced by the alchemists Zhua, Gongfeng, and Elder Wang was magnified tenfold. Esteemed senior, I beg your pardon for my previous offenses. Please, I implore you to impose a severe punishment upon me. The first offering hurriedly approached Lin Xiao, bowing deeply, his head lowered in deference. Observing this, the lord of Luohai City contemplated interjecting with soothing words, yet Elder Wang discreetly grasped his master's arm and whispered, Master, it would be prudent not to interfere. The hierarchy among alchemists is rather unique, distinct from that of cultivators. This gesture of contrition from the first offering is imperative. Simultaneously, he felt a sense of relief for refraining from speaking out of turn. Lin Xiao regarded the first offering with a hint of surprise. He had initially intended to mock him, but the sudden shift in the latter's demeanor left him momentarily at a loss for words. Esteemed one, I present to you a 6th-grade alchemical formula from my collection. I humbly request that you accept it, the first offering said, holding out a jade slip with both hands. His tone reverent. Let it be. I seldom engage in alchemy. You have stagnated at the 6th-grade level for quite some time, which suggests that the issue lies within yourself. It would be wise to reflect upon your disposition, Lin Xiao replied, waving his hand dismissively. Noticing the first offering's humility, he lost interest in pursuing the matter further. Thank you for your guidance, esteemed one. I shall amend my ways starting today. However, I beseech you to accept this formula, for without it, my mind shall remain uneasy, and I fear I may be unable to continue my alchemical pursuits, the first offering earnestly insisted. Seeing his sincerity, Lin Xiao ceased to decline further. With a wave of his hand, he accepted the jade slip. As it rested in his palm, he focused his thoughts and discern the nature of the formula contained within. The Windwalker pill, upon ingestion, bestows an astonishing burst of speed for a limited duration, the length of which varies according to its quality. Lin Xiao raised an eyebrow slightly. This elixir is indeed remarkable, a quintessential remedy for traversing the world. Elder Xiao of the Sword Demon sect possesses a similar pill that enhances speed, albeit of only 3rd or 4th rank. Such a 6th rank auxiliary pill as the Windwalker pill is rather rare. Seeing that the other party had forgiven him and accepted the recipe, Elders heaved a great sigh of relief and slowly rose to his feet. Yet, the gaze he cast upon Lin Xiao was one of both reverence and incredulity. To achieve the status of an 8th rank alchemist at such a young age is astounding. One wonders what caliber of master has instructed him in the art of alchemy. Could it be a 9th rank? He had never before encountered an 8th rank alchemist, let alone heard of 9th rank. May I dare to inquire about your esteemed master? Elders asked cautiously. My master. He prefers to keep his name a secret. Moreover, he is likely not in the Great Wei dynasty at present, perhaps wandering the world at this moment. Lin Xiao casually fabricated a rationale. After all, what else could he say? Claiming that all his knowledge stemmed from his own enlightenment would likely be met with disbelief. Thus, it was far simpler to conjure an imaginary master to awe others. Indeed, upon hearing Lin Xiao's words, the 3 leaders of the Luo sect were convinced to a degree of 90%. This aligned perfectly with their conjectures. It appears that this individual possesses a background far more substantial than they had initially surmised. It would be prudent to avoid offending him at all costs. This serves as a profound admonition from 3 individuals to their innermost selves. Might I inquire, esteemed sir, if you would be interested in becoming a guest elder at the Alchemist Guild? Upon learning of your prowess, they would undoubtedly extend their utmost sincerity. The left elder has begun to extend an olive branch. He hails from the Alchemist Guild, and the prospect of this young man joining their ranks would be an extraordinary boon. I am not interested, Lin Xiao replied without a moment's hesitation. Should you ever find yourself intrigued or in need, you're always welcome to visit the Alchemist Guild. We shall await your presence. The left elder presented his identity token with both hands. The rejection did not surprise him. It is only natural for a top-tier alchemist to decline such an offer. His intent was solely to convey his stance and that of the Alchemist Guild. After a moment's contemplation, Lin Xiao accepted the token. His reasoning was straightforward. Should he ever find himself lacking materials for alchemy, possessing this token would surely facilitate his access to the guild. Following Lin Xiao's acceptance of the token, the atmosphere within the alchemy chamber noticeably brightened. He retrieved one of the 2 mystic breakthrough pills and gifted another to Master Luo, who was overwhelmed with excitement. After expressing his gratitude several times, he hurriedly administered it to Luo Yushang. After exchanging a few casual remarks with the 2 alchemists, Lin Xiao sought a secluded area to cultivate the 1,000 miles of radiant light technique. With only 2 days remaining until the opening of the Wujia ruins, he was determined to prepare himself adequately. He aimed to refine his mastery of the Heavenly Steps technique within 2 days. In the blink of an eye, 2 days had elapsed. The Luyun sect also dispatched a group to commence their journey to the nearby Wuji ruins. Traditionally, the team was led by an inter-sect elder of the Xiandan realm. However, this time was different. Father, why must you personally lead the team this time? Luo Yushang asked her father with a hint of exasperation. At this moment, she appeared anything but feeble. Her spirit was vibrant, and her eyes sparkled with vitality. She was dressed elegantly, reminiscent of orchids hidden in a tranquil valley, as clear as the waters of a serene lake. Particularly when she gazed in a certain direction, a trace of melancholy and an elusive expression flickered in her eyes. Is something amiss? Am I somehow hindering you? Luo Haicheng cast a sidelong glance at his daughter. And no. Father, you are free to come as you wish. It bears no relation to me, Luo Yushang replied, her gaze momentarily evasive. Luo Haicheng shook his head inwardly, lamenting his daughter's lack of ambition. It was a rare occasion for them to be together, and after expressing her gratitude to Lin Xiao, she had barely managed a few words, her head bowed. Where was the defiant demeanor she usually exhibited in retorts towards him? Nevertheless, Luo Haiqing did not press her further, believing that matters of the heart should follow their own course. Moreover, with someone as extraordinary as Lin Xiao, who had comprehended 40% of sword intent, begun to grasp the essence of the wilderness, conquered the heavenly ladder, and achieved the rank of an 8th-grade alchemist, his daughter's talents seemed inadequate in comparison. Let it be. She simply did not measure up. Chapter 55. What? Could I truly be a practitioner of the 3 realms? The reason for Luo Haiqing personally leading the team was, of course, due to Lin Xiao. Should anything happen to such a prodigy, would the Sword Demon sect not seek vengeance upon him? Simultaneously, he found himself perplexed. The Sword Demon sect operated in a manner entirely distinct from other sections. If Lin Xiao were a disciple of their Flowing Cloud sect, he would surely keep a vigilant watch over him, even assigning a late-stage rotation pill realm protector for any journeys. Yet, the Sword Demon sect appeared rather indifferent. Were they not aware that a talent like Lin Xiao was exceedingly rare, akin to unearthing a gem among the billions within the vast Wei dynasty? As Luo Haiqing pondered this, he set aside thoughts of his daughter and approached Lin Xiao, who stood in the midst of the group. Young friend, how fares your practice of the 1,000-li soaring light technique? Have you made any significant progress? Do you have any uncertainties that you wish to discuss? He inquired telepathically. He was aware that Lin Xiao had been diligently practicing the technique these past few days, but he had been preoccupied with his daughter. It was only today that he found the opportunity to assist. It should be considered a minor accomplishment, though I'm still not entirely proficient, Lin Xiao replied, feeling inclined to seek guidance from the esteemed leader. After all, Luo Haiqing was a consummate practitioner at the pinnacle of the rotation pill realm, his prowess undoubtedly on par with that of Elder Gong and Elder Mu. A minor accomplishment? No need to rush if you haven't fully grasped it. Wait a moment. A minor accomplishment? You have actually cultivated the 1,000-li soaring light technique to a minor success? Luo Haiqing felt his tongue twist in disbelief, gazing at Lin Xiao with a mixture of astonishment and skepticism. He felt as though the other party was jesting. Your talent for body refinement is commendable. Your aptitude for alchemy is noteworthy, and your skill in sword cultivation is impressive. However, this is the secret technique of their esteemed Luoyan sect. Even when he initially practiced the 1,000-mile soaring light technique in the mid-stage of the Wheel Sea realm, it took him a full 5 days to grasp the fundamentals. In his mind, he had already elevated Lin Xiao's innate talent and comprehension. Surely, a minimum of 3 days would be required to achieve entry-level proficiency. Yet, to his astonishment, the other party claimed to have achieved minor success. He truly could not believe it. It had taken him approximately 9 months to reach that level of accomplishment. Lord Luo, how about I demonstrate it for you? You can assess my progress, Lin Xiao suggested, having noticed the skepticism in the other SIs. No problem, Luo Haiqing replied, equally intrigued by the proposition. With a thought, Lin Xiao began to channel the spiritual energy within him. 1,000-mile soaring light, he silently commanded. In the next instant, Lin Xiao transformed into a beam of white light and vanished from his original position. Luo Haiqing's eyes widened as he too morphed into a streak of white light and followed suit. In the blink of an eye, both figures had disappeared before the eyes of the disciples of the Luoyan sect. What just happened? It seemed as though 2 beams of white light flashed right before me. It was the sect master and that young man named Lin Xiao. They vanished in the blink of an eye. That speed is astounding. The sect master, without a doubt. But how could that youth be so swift when he has only achieved perfection in the spirit-gathering realm? Among those present were elite inner disciples of the Luoyan sect, each of whom possessed cultivation at least at the mid-stage of the Wheel Sea realm. However, they had completely failed to perceive each other's presence moments ago. In the event of a confrontation, they would have been utterly defenseless. After a few minutes of discourse among the crowd while en route to their destination, 2 beams of white light reappeared. It was their sect leader and the young boy, returning to the group as if nothing had transpired. Yet, it was evident to all that the sect leader's demeanor was rather unsettling, slightly darkened, tinged with red. Luo Yushang, positioned at the forefront, observed the two with profound curiosity. What could have transpired? What did Father take Lin Xiao to do? Noticing their apparent telepathic communication, she refrained from intruding. Master Luo, your ability to achieve such speed with your spirit-gathering realm cultivation is astonishing, Lin Xiao exclaimed in astonishment through their mental link. Moments ago, they had ventured forth to demonstrate the thousand-li soaring light technique. Initially, Lin Xiao led the way, but later expressed a desire to witness the technique at its perfected state. Consequently, Master Luo suppressed his cultivation to match Lin Xiao's, showcasing the secret method as they hastily returned. No matter how hard Lin Xiao tried, he could not catch up to his counterpart, which only deepened his admiration and appreciation for the thousand-li soaring light technique. Meanwhile, the disheartened Luo Haicheng, with a furrowed brow, couldn't help but feel despondent. Despite being complimented, he felt no joy. His face was flushed with embarrassment. He yearned for escape. What manner of extraordinary being was this Lin Xiao, who had emerged from seemingly nowhere? This was the moment when the two had commenced their journey, employing the secret technique. He was astonished to discover that Lin Xiao had truly mastered the 1,000-mile light ascension technique to a minor accomplishment. In just 2 days, this revelation left him wide-eyed, unable to comprehend or accept it. However, this was not the most shocking aspect. Upon returning, he aimed to suppress this prodigy's arrogance. Thus, he deliberately reduced his own cultivation level and executed the 1,000-mile light ascension technique. Yet, unbeknownst to Lin Xiao, he secretly employed the realm of speed. He initially believed this would allow him to outpace his opponent. To his utter dismay, Lin Xiao was indeed cast aside, but merely for the span of 2 breaths before he caught up. He actually caught up. He managed to close the distance with someone who had surreptitiously utilized the realm of speed. Unbelievable. Is this truly human? Although he had lowered his own cultivation level, the mastery of his secret technique and the proficiency in the realm of speed left him baffled. How could Lin Xiao possibly catch up? What warranted this? It defied all logic. Lord Luo, do you believe there is any flaw in the 1,000-mile light ascension technique I executed? Lin Xiao inquired earnestly. Luo Haicheng replied, clearing his throat. To speak candidly, Lin Xiao's comprehension ability is unparalleled in my experience. There were indeed several shortcomings in your execution previously, but your return showcased remarkable improvement. In truth, he had not observed the details with great scrutiny during the journey. His focus had been elsewhere, as he was too preoccupied to consider such matters while feeling the sting of humiliation. Alternatively, one might say he need not observe at all. He instinctively understands that this Lin Xiao lad will inevitably refine himself after a few more attempts. Such innate talent and comprehension are indeed formidable, Master Luo praised, and then continued, by the way, Master Luo, I have a query that I wish to discuss. Lin Xiao pondered for a moment before asking. Speak freely, Master Luo replied. Above the realm of circulating pills lies the realm of transforming cauldrons. When one reaches perfection in the circulating pill realm, achieving an understanding of 8 parts of a single concept allows one to transform a cauldron. My question is, what is the disparity in power between a cauldron transformed through the mastery of a single concept and one achieved through the mastery of 2? Lin Xiao earnestly inquired, for he already possessed the sword intent and an additional concept absorbed from the heavenly ladderstone tablet, making him a practitioner of dual concepts. He was genuinely curious about this matter. Master Luo nodded slightly, acknowledging that it was reasonable for Lin Xiao to pose such a question. A practitioner who has mastered dual concepts in transforming a cauldron possesses a strength at least 30% greater than that of one who has mastered a single concept. In truth, concepts also vary in rank. For instance, the speed concept I practice is merely of average level. Conversely, your mastery of sword intent and the concept of desolation falls into the higher tier of the average range. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao was momentarily taken aback. The concept of desolation? What is that? He inquired, puzzled, for he believed he had no such concept. When you reached the 5th layer of the 9 nether demon sealing seal, did you not feel the emergence of a mysterious and ethereal power within you? That is the nascent concept, Master Luo explained, bewildered as to why Lin Xiao, despite having attained a 4-part sword intent, was unaware of this principle. Lin Xiao stood in contemplation. So that is how it is. Ah, That is the essence of the artistic conception. It is no wonder that Lin Xiao finds himself in such a predicament. The realm of desolation truly embodies the artistic conception that Lin Xiao has cultivated through his own efforts. His sword intent has been meticulously refined and nurtured from myriad sword energies, bypassing the nascent phase entirely. It is understandable that he may be unaware of this. Goodness! Coupled with the insights gleaned from the stone tablet of the heavenly ladder, he has now ascended to the status of a practitioner of three artistic conceptions. Observing Lin Xiao's subtly satisfied smile, Luo Haiqing uttered a remark that caused Lin Xiao's expression to shift dramatically. Young friend Lin Xiao, do not rejoice too soon. The status of a dual conception practitioner implies that one must comprehend both realms to an 80% mastery during the Dan refinement stage in order to have any possibility of achieving the transformation into a furnace. Otherwise, if only one artistic conception reaches 80%, the transformation remains unattainable, Luo Haiqing stated with utmost seriousness. Upon hearing these words, Lin Xiao's smile vanished instantly, leaving him utterly bewildered. What? Must one cultivate all artistic conceptions to 80%? Then, what are the practitioners of three artistic conceptions? Chapter 56, The Battlefield of Azura. An unexpected visitor mustn't a practitioner of the three realms attain an 80% comprehension of all three realms to have any possibility of transcending into the divine altar? Lin Xiao is acutely aware of the arduous nature of cultivating these realms. The vast expanse of the Sword Demon Sect's heavenly sword tomb is filled with myriad sword energies. Yet, despite this, it took him over half a year to reach merely 40% mastery of sword intent. The deeper one delves into these realms, the more obscure the path becomes. Unless one encounters a higher quality sword tomb or other fortuitous opportunities, relying solely on personal comprehension of sword intent, even with peak innate talent, would demand an unbearable passage of time. Cough. May I inquire as to the current level of comprehension of the realm of speed by Sect Master Luo? Lin Xiao asked with curiosity. Luo Haiqing cast a surprised glance at Lin Xiao and continued, Young friend Lin, do not casually probe into the cultivation progress of others. It is considered a taboo. Of course, it matters little among us. My comprehension of the realm of speed has now approached 70%, yet I still have a considerable way to go before reaching 80%. I believe I should achieve this within the next decade. Lin Xiao, a decade? An entire degree of comprehension could take no less than 10 years. Goodness, Lin Xiao's mind was in a whirl. What was he even doing fumbling about with some stone tablet? With his current understanding, how could he aspire to grasp the realm of wilderness? 2 realms he could just about accept, but 3 realms. This truly was an overestimation of himself. What vexed Lin Xiao the most was that the comprehension he absorbed from the heavenly ladder stone tablet appeared to be an exceptionally rare realm. How was he to comprehend it or seek it out? Lin Xiao found himself at a loss for words. However, the mere thought that this would only be a concern once he reached the pinnacle of the Xiandan realm brought him a sense of relief. As it still lay a considerable distance away, he embraced the notion that one step at a time would suffice. Perhaps by the time he attained the full mastery of the Xiandan realm, his understanding would not be too far behind. After approximately half a day's journey, the disciples of the Lu Yun sect finally arrived at the entrance of the Wuji ruins. By the time they arrived, a considerable number of people had already gathered, creating a bustling scene reminiscent of a marketplace. Naturally, the majority of these individuals would not be permitted entry into the Wuji ruins, as each sect typically received only 10 slots. In total, around 1,000 to 2,000 individuals were expected to enter. Within the Lu Yun sect's faction, Luo Yushang stood not far behind Lin Xiao. Her purpose for coming was solely to accompany the group, as she had no intention of entering the Wuji ruins. This was partly due to her previous visits, where she had found no fortuitous opportunities, and partly because her father had forbidden her from taking risks so soon after her injuries had healed. Almost every ruin harbored inherent dangers, and if one were to always adhere to a predetermined path, no opportunities would ever be discovered. Thus, exploring such secret realms invariably carried a degree of peril. Just as Luo Yushang was about to approach Lin Xiao to remind him to stay safe and engage in conversation, a graceful figure leaped to Lin Xiao's side. Lin Xiao, I've finally found you. You've arrived with the Lu Yun sect at such a leisurely pace. The woman exclaimed with a twinkle in her eyes and a broad smile. Wait, senior sister Lu, when did you break through to the Luan High realm? Lin Xiao inquired, astonished upon recognizing the familiar face before him. The person approaching was none other than Lu Mingwei, whom Lin Xiao had rescued from the clutches of villains outside the beastly forest. She was also the esteemed disciple of Elder Qiao. Indeed, my talents are rather commendable, Lu Mingwei remarked playfully. Had I not been so enamored with alchemy, I would have long since transcended to the Wheel Sea. Have the others from the sect arrived? Lin Xiao inquired. They're over there. Won't you pay them a visit? Lu Mingwei suggested. I suppose I must, Lin Xiao nodded, proceeding not for any other reason, but to acquire a token for the Wujing ruins. Only those in possession of the token may enter the Wujing ruins. Little one, you must be Lin Xiao. A tall figure emerged from behind Lu Mingwei. Lin Xiao was taken aback. He did not recognize this individual, and yet he had sensed nothing of his presence prior to his appearance. This person must surely be formidable. Who are you? Lin Xiao asked, perplexed. Puffed. Lin Xiao, how is it that you do not even recognize your own sect leader? Lu Mingwei burst into laughter. Sect leader? Feng Zhongzhu? Lin Xiao was momentarily stunned. He had only heard of his sect leader, but had never had the chance to meet him. Since joining the Sword Demon sect, he had not paused for rest. Whenever he could take a break, he was immediately summoned to the Luyan sect. You young man are impressive. I've already heard of your prowess from Elder Mu and the others. This time at the Wujing ruins, do your utmost. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to seek me out. Simply let me know. The sect leader Feng gently patted Lin Xiao on the shoulder, his tone soft and warm, his eyes reflecting both admiration and pride. It is indeed an honor for the Sword Demon sect to produce such extraordinary talents. You are too kind, sect leader. It is my duty, Lin Xiao humbly replied. After all, this was the sect leader, and with such courteousness, how could he not respond in kind? Feng, what brings you here personally this time? A sarcastic voice interjected. And you, Luo, don't think you're any different. You've also come to lead the team yourself. Upon recognizing the speaker, sect leader Feng retorted with a smirk. I'm here to keep an eye on that brat from the rival faction. Can't you show a little integrity? Well, I truly appreciate your efforts. The two sect leaders exchanged surprised glances, engaging in a verbal spar as they reminisced. In the past, they had never taken the lead themselves. As the two prominent figures conversed, Luo Yushang, standing behind, and Luo Haicheng, wore a look of deep resentment. Who is that woman beside Lin Xiao? Why does she speak with such disdain? She clearly seems untrustworthy. As the time for the opening of the Wujing relic approached, Luo Yushang hesitated for a few moments before summoning her courage to step forward and stand beside Lin Xiao. Is your junior sister also entering the Wujing relic? Luo Yushang inquired. If that woman were to enter, she would certainly find a way to do so as well. Lu Mingwei furrowed her brows, fixating on the beautiful woman nearby, her eyes flickering with surprise. What a stunning woman. She seems, perhaps, slightly more beautiful than myself. How infuriating. In an instant, Lu Mingwei felt an overwhelming sense of crisis. Her cultivation was far too weak. She felt unworthy. Lin Xiao remarked, Lu Mingwei. How could that insufferable Lin Xiao introduce me in such a manner? Crunch, crunch. Lu Mingwei began to grind her teeth. Indeed, junior sister. You should focus on your cultivation, Luo Yushang said with a smug smile. After taking the elixir Lin Xiao provided, she had achieved a breakthrough to the 8th level of the Wheel Sea realm and had already surmounted the bottleneck of the spiral elixir realm. This meant that with diligent practice, she could effortlessly advance to the spiral elixir realm upon completing the Wheel Sea realm. The woman before her posed no threat. You. Lu Mingwei gritted her teeth at the sight of her rival's smug expression. She was now a 5th-tier alchemist. Had she not been distracted, she would have long since reached the Wheel Sea realm. Lin Xiao casually explained, What? This woman? A 5th-tier alchemist? Lin Xiao was also an alchemist, and this revelation caused Luo Yushang, who had just relaxed, to tense up once more. As the two women glared at each other, a resounding boom echoed, shaking the very air. The entrance to the infinite relic shone with radiant light. It has opened. The infinite relic has finally been unlocked. Let us hurry and prepare to enter. Why the rush? It's not as if it's the first time it has opened. Yet with each commencement, individuals within are destined to encounter fortuitous opportunities. Perhaps this time, it is our turn. My anticipation is overwhelming. As the infinite relic unfolds, the mutual testing between the two women has finally reached its conclusion. Lin Xiao accompanied the sect leader Fong back to the encampment, securing the necessary token before entering the infinite relic alongside several other members of the Sword Demon sect. The hierarchical structure of this fantastical realm is distinctly apparent. Only after the foremost sects, such as the Sword Demon sect and the Flowing Cloud sect, have entered, do the other sects begin to follow suit. However, as the preceding sects ventured into the infinite relic, a commotion erupted from the southwestern direction of the crowd. A golden palanquin loomed in the sky, with figures barely discernible upon it. It was the imperial palanquin of the Great Way royal family. Gasp! Silence fell over the assembly, no one daring to breathe audibly. Even the esteemed leaders, such as sect leader Luo and sect leader Fong, were rendered solemn. What brings them here? The Great Way royal family stands as the preeminent force of the Great Way dynasty. Over the millennia, the ranks of other sects may have fluctuated, yet the Great Way royal family has remained steadfast at the pinnacle, unchallenged in its supremacy. It is said that the current Grand Prince of the Great Way royal family possesses a natural sacred physique. On the day of his birth, 9 dragons heralded his arrival, and the true essence of the imperial artifacts manifested, channeling dragon energy to nurture his being. By the mere age of 15, he has already ascended to the realm of Xiandan. He epitomizes the true essence of excellence among men and women alike. All gazes converged upon him, their hearts profoundly shaken. For a century, the royal family of the Great Way has abstained from attending the mystical ruins. Yet this year, they have suddenly made their presence known. This situation is shrouded in mystery. You have arrived rather early. A resonant voice of a man emanated from the royal carriage, accompanied by an overwhelming aura that spread through the air. No one dared to respond. At that moment, unexpectedly, a feral roar echoed through the skies, while birds fluttered chaotically, and the mountains reverberated with cries. It seemed as though all creatures sought to flee from this place. Everyone stood in astonishment, their gazes drawn toward that direction. What transpired? In an instant, a flash of darkness materialized. A 4-winged, ancient beast appeared, soaring majestically above the heads of the crowd. Though its physique was not grand, measuring approximately 10 meters, it exuded a formidable presence akin to the majesty of mountain ranges, suffocating those below. Perched upon this ancient beast was an extraordinarily beautiful woman, adorned in a flowing white robe, her waist cinched with a golden thread, elegantly tied into a cosmic knot, her long black hair cascading down in a restrained manner. Most captivating of all were her eyes, not the ordinary hue of black, but a striking crimson. This rendered her irresistibly enchanting. You, what brings you, enchantress, to the Great Way dynasty? The once formidable man in the royal carriage now bore a countenance of alarm, his eyes reflecting a mix of trepidation and fear. Chapter 57. Do not misunderstand me. I am quite obedient. Why can't I be here? The enchanting woman, known as the Demoness, let out a peal of laughter reminiscent of silver bells, exuding an air of vivacity and innocence. If it weren't for the ferocious ancient beast at her feet, one might easily mistake her for the girl next door. However, the prominent figures from various sects below were rendered utterly speechless upon beholding her, their gazes immediately averted, unwilling to steal a second glance. Master, who is this person? Many disciples had never encountered this woman before, and the sudden chill in the atmosphere left them perplexed. Remember, do not stare at her, and certainly do not speak carelessly. She is ensue, the eldest princess of the great Qian dynasty. Do not be deceived by her seemingly pure and harmless exterior. In truth, she is a ruthless killer, a female fiend who slaughters without a second thought. Our dynasty as crown prince was heralded by auspicious signs at birth. Conversely, the arrival of ensue was marked by ominous portents. On that day, the skies over the great Qian dynasty were awash in crimson clouds, and a rain of blood fell, with white ashes scattered everywhere. This demoness possesses a bloodthirsty nature and a temperament that is as unpredictable as it is volatile. The leaders of the sects swiftly communicated with their disciples, marking this woman as the foremost entity on their blacklist, an absolute and irreproachable existence to be avoided at all costs. Yet, the younger generation, upon hearing this, grew even more bewildered and curious. How could such a beautiful woman be deemed dangerous? The middle-aged man atop the imperial carriage fixed his gaze intently on ensue, asserting, in any case, this is the territory of our Great Wei dynasty. We shall not treat our guests with such disdain. However, before he could continue, a youth of refined demeanor, clad in a splendid yellow robe, emerged leisurely from the imperial carriage, interrupting the middle-aged man's discourse. The appearance of this young prince elicited gasps of astonishment from the crowd below. It was the third prince, His Highness, the third prince of the Great Wei royal family. To think that even he was drawn to the opening of the Wuji ruins this time. If the first prince was a natural-born saint, endowed with extraordinary talents, then the third prince was characterized by his remarkable insight, meticulous thought, and exceptional intelligence. Many speculated that the future heir of the Great Wei royal family would be chosen between the first and third princes. Princess Jingsu. It has indeed been quite some time since we last met. The third prince greeted with a warm smile. Those unaware might assume a close camaraderie between the two. However, ensue merely cast a fleeting glance at him before rolling her eyes and retorting, "What brings you, you hypocritical fellow? Is your martial-obsessed elder brother not here?" The third prince maintained his smile upon hearing the first half of her remark. Yet as her gaze bypassed him in search of his elder brother, a flicker of coldness crossed his eyes. "My elder brother is not present today. If Princess Ensue has any messages, I would be glad to convey them." The third prince continued, his smile unwavering. "Ah, then let him cultivate diligently. After I enjoy my time at the Wuji ruins today, I shall prepare to break through to the Xiandan realm. When we meet next, I hope you won't be too utterly defeated," said Princess Ensue with a light laugh. "I shall convey that. However, Princess Ensue, I could also accompany you in practicing," the third prince suggested, volunteering himself. You are far too weak. I have no interest in engaging with you," Ensue replied, no longer glancing at him, but instead surveying the people below. The third prince was momentarily silenced. The exchange between the two had not been conducted through thought transmission. Thus, everyone below could hear every word distinctly. If there had been any lingering doubts about Princess Ensue's identity, they were now utterly bewildered. Was this long princess not being exceedingly rude? Each remark from the third prince was met with scathing retorts, yet he appeared unfazed, maintaining a demeanor of humility. In truth, no one was aware that the third prince's fists were clenched tightly beneath his robes. He quickly steadied his breathing and continued, "Princess Ensue, entry into the Wuji ruins requires a special hand token. If you do not possess one, I can provide you with mine." As he spoke, the third prince produced a token from the ruins, intending to hand it to her. To his surprise, Ensue shook her head, saying, "No need, I have one." "You have one?" The third prince was taken aback. In the next moment, a flash of white light illuminated the scene, followed by two piercing cries. When the light dissipated, Ensue was no longer standing atop the ancient beast, but had instead appeared within a small sect's encampment. No one noticed how she descended. More terrifyingly, two late-stage elders from minor sects had already been pierced through the heart by her hands, their hearts crushed, resulting in their untimely demise. The deep crimson blood stained the white gown of Ensue, yet she remained utterly unconcerned, her eyes continuing to emit a chilling, bloodthirsty glow. "Elder Wang, Elder Li, you demoness, how dare you kill the elders of the Jingtian sect? I shall not let you go." The sect leader of Jingtian was ignited by a surge of rage. As a late-stage Xiandan realm expert, he had certainly heard of this demoness's notorious reputation. However, he never anticipated that she would strike with such ferocity. It was a complete surprise. Today, he cared not for her identity. Anyone who dared to slay his sect's elders would face dire consequences. She was merely a perfected Wheel C realm demoness. He was confident he could vanquish her. Jinshan Palm. The Jingtian sect leader bellowed, unleashing a powerful palm strike. A colossal palm imprint, towering dozens of feet high, coalesced in the air and struck toward Ensue. Stop! The third prince, seated in the imperial carriage, urgently called out. Yet it was too late. Crack! The sound of shattering echoed. The massive palm imprint that had surged toward Ensue disintegrated into fragments of spiritual energy. Then a blood-red silhouette surged toward the Jingtian sect leader with blinding speed. This is bad. This demoness has cultivated her realm to such a degree. The Jingtian sect leader swiftly performed a defensive secret technique, conjuring a protective barrier of light before him. Yet, the sense of life-threatening peril has not dissipated. He resolved to withdraw without hesitation. However, in an instant, a torrent of crimson light erupted from a singular point, shattering his protective barrier with ruthless force and engulfing his entire being. The leader of the Shocking Heaven sect could not even utter a cry. He was obliterated without a trace. I did not possess this earlier, but now I do, Ensue remarked, holding several bloodied relic tokens, a radiant smile gracing her lips. The sight of her innocent smile sent a shiver through everyone present, their hearts turning to ice, overwhelmed by fear. This fiend, this enchantress, she was utterly inhuman. Before anyone could react, Ensue transformed into a streak of light, darting into the entrance of the infinite relic. Father does not permit me to cause chaos in the great Qian dynasty. I am quite obedient, you know. The atmosphere grew eerily silent, a silence that was almost palpable, as the third prince watched Ensue's figure vanish into the infinite relic. His eyes glimmered with avarice, desire, jealousy, and a chilling malice. Chapter 58. A Perilous Crisis. I assure you, she will not kill you. It is astonishing that a perfected cultivator of the Wheel C realm could effortlessly dispatch a formidable adversary at the late stage of the Rotation Dan realm in a single strike. Such a claim, if uttered, would be met with disbelief. In the earlier stages of cultivation, it is conceivable to engage in combat beyond one's level. Yet as one ascends to the later stages, the chasm between each realm widens significantly, rendering such battles increasingly improbable. However, at this very moment, the thousand-strong assembly bore witness to a stark reality. The late-stage rotation Dan expert stood utterly powerless before Ensue. This revelation shattered their preconceived notions entirely. What struck terror into the hearts of all present was the sheer bloodthirst exhibited by Ensue. One moment, she was engaged in light-hearted banter. The next, a tempest of bloodshed ensued, with no forewarning whatsoever. They remained bewildered, grappling with the surreal events unfolding before them. As the anguished wails of the disciples from the sky-shocking sect filled the air, the crowd gradually regained their composure, casting sympathetic glances towards the fallen. This calamity was nothing short of a disaster for the sky-shocking sect. The sect leader and 2 elders had perished, and it seemed inevitable that the sect would cease to exist following this day. Every sect harbors rival factions, and upon learning of the demise of their leaders and the absence of powerful protectors, how could they possibly expect to escape unscathed? Many sighed in resignation, recognizing this as an unforeseen catastrophe. They were certain that the malevolent woman targeted the sky-shocking sect not out of vendetta, but simply due to their ill-fated circumstances. Some expressed relief, while others were engulfed in worry and despair. I shall refrain from entering this time. Perhaps next year. We, too, shall take our leave. Members of the Tsuehong faction bid you farewell. This place is not suitable for prolonged stay. We shall withdraw as well. Indeed, in an instant, numerous factions fled in disarray, not daring to glance back, fearful that the enchantress might launch a counterattack. They could hardly withstand a being capable of vanquishing even those at the late stage of the Shandan realm. Most distressed, their expressions the darkest, were the prominent sects of the Great Wei dynasty. Their members had already ventured into the infinite relic, and now that enchantress had breached its confines as well. Should they cross paths, the consequences would be utterly unimaginable. The infinite relic possesses inherent rules of power preventing those at the Xiandan realm and above from entering. If one were to encounter that enchantress within, is there any outcome other than death? Father, what shall we do? Lin Xiao has already entered. If he encounters that enchantress, he would surely stand no chance. Luo Yushang's face turned pale as she anxiously inquired. Sectmaster, could you devise a plan? Even if it means bringing Lin Xiao out. That enchantress is so formidable. No matter how talented Lin Xiao may be, he cannot possibly rival her. Lu Mingyue was on the verge of tears. Sectmaster Luo and Sectmaster Feng wore grim expressions. They could not have anticipated such an occurrence. Lin Xiao is a prodigy, a once-in-a-century, no, once-in-a-millennium talent. How could fortune be so cruel? It is particularly unfortunate that it coincides with the emergence of that enchantress. There is no other recourse. One can only pray that Lin Xiao does not encounter that enchantress within the ruins. He must not. Whether it be the small factions that have retreated in disarray or the other forces whose disciples await entry, they at least possess the freedom to choose. Yet now, the only ones ensnared in a dilemma are the third prince and his entourage, having returned to the confines of the royal carriage. The once imposing and arrogant demeanor they bore upon arrival has vanished entirely. Their choice is both simple and arduous, to enter or not to enter. Your Highness, perhaps we should reconsider this time, suggested Uncle Wei, hesitating. Reconsider? Should we miss this opportunity, we shall have to wait another century. Who knows what unforeseen events may arise in the interim? The third prince remarked coldly, his expression darkening. Surrounded by his own people, he felt no need to feign a smile. But that enchantress, Uncle Wei began, only to be abruptly silenced by the third prince's icy retort. Refer to her as Princess Ensue. The third prince cast a stern glare at Uncle Wei. My apologies, Your Highness. I understand my error, Uncle Wei quickly offered, his countenance filled with reverence. You may continue, the third prince said with indifference. What if we encounter Princess Ensue within the ruins? I sense that her predatory nature has intensified significantly since our last meeting, Uncle Wei expressed with concern. The others within the royal carriage leaned inattentively. Initially, they had all intended to venture into the infinite ruins, but now, the presence of an enchantress has truly dampened their eagerness to proceed. Though they were all elite disciples of the Great Wei royal family, they possessed a keen self-awareness. Confronted with the formidable demoness, their demise was all but assured. There was no other escape. The third prince, maintaining an air of nonchalance, spoke. Rest assured, I have made an agreement with the great Qian dynasty. In explorations of this nature, while our forces may contend and inflict harm upon one another, outright killing is strictly forbidden. Furthermore, do not presume that Princess Ensue has come merely for leisure. Why else would she choose this moment to arrive at the Wuji ruins? Upon hearing the third prince's words, the crowd suddenly grasped the gravity of the situation. Indeed, this terrifying demoness had never made an appearance during past explorations. Why would she choose this occasion to do so? It seemed evident that she, too, was drawn by the allure of some coveted artifact. Your Highness, if we happen to encounter Princess Ensue, will she truly spare our lives? A subordinate inquired anxiously. I assure you, the third prince affirmed with a nod. At his assurance, the group's tension dissipated significantly. That's a relief. As long as we retain our lives, we can endure the loss of our possessions. The third prince then turned his gaze towards the entrance of the Wuji ruins. Unbeknownst to the others, a fleeting glimmer of unusual intent flickered in the third prince's eyes. He could guarantee their safety, but whether Princess Ensue would heed that assurance remained uncertain. Soon, amidst the astonished gazes of those below, the third prince and his entourage entered the Wuji ruins in grand procession. Their expressions were remarkably composed, as if the earlier discourse had not affected them in the slightest. This left various sects, both large and small, in awe. Truly, it is the foremost power of the Great Wei dynasty, undeterred even by the knowledge of the lethal threats that lie within. Meanwhile, upon entering the infinite relic, Lin Xiao detached himself from the ranks of the Sword Demon sect. He had his own quest to pursue. The trial stone from the outer gate examination was discovered by sect leader Feng a century ago within the infinite relic. From that trial stone, he had absorbed and refined a fraction of sword intent. if he could uncover a few more trial stones here. It was conceivable that his comprehension of sword intent might reach 80% ahead of schedule. This was the purpose of his journey. As for the precise location, Lin Xiao was uncertain. However, upon entering the relic, sect leader Fong had provided him with a notebook and a map he had drawn himself. With these resources, he should be able to discern an approximate location. Beyond that, whether he would reap any rewards would depend on his own fortune. Lin Xiao was unaware of the events transpiring outside the infinite relic after their entrance. Nor did he realize that the path he was treading aligned with that of a certain enchantress and a certain prince. Chapter 59. Are the members of the Great Wei imperial family truly so lawless? Lin Xiao traversed the vast expanse of the Wujiu ruins for 2 days, guided by the map. Yet, he had underestimated the immense scale of this ancient site. From the exterior, the Wujiu ruins appeared to be merely the size of a desolate city. However, upon entering, he realized it encompassed a realm of its own, far exceeding the size of 10 cities. Inside, there was a stark absence of life, only the remnants of dilapidated structures harboring numerous formations, traps, and barriers. For him, these posed little threat. After scouring several ruined edifices, Lin Xiao found himself empty-handed, having only stumbled upon some abandoned weapons. Disheartened, he ceased his search, suspecting that any valuable items had long been claimed. He could only hope that upon reaching the marked location on the map, fortune would smile upon him. On the 3rd day, Lin Xiao finally approached the vicinity of the marked point. Yet, it remained a desolate expanse, indistinguishable from the surrounding ruins. After searching for the better part of the day near the designated spot, a frown creased his brow. Not a single trial stone could he find, nor even a solitary spirit stone. Alas! After all, this was a site discovered by the sect leader a century ago. It was likely that, over the years, the various factions had thoroughly stripped the Wujiu ruins bare. Just as Lin Xiao began to resign himself to the thought that this expedition might yield nothing, he suddenly sensed a faint tremor within his sword intent. It was a subtle but unmistakable movement. A glimmer of insight sparked in Lin Xiao's eyes. This sensation bore a resemblance to the moment he first encountered the trial stone. He immediately focused his mind and began to sense his surroundings attentively. Subsequently, Lin Xiao transformed into a fleeting shadow and darted away. Not far off, 2 groups of individuals were locked in a standoff. To be precise, 2 cultivators clad in resplendent yellow robes, both in the late stages of the We'll See realm, were confronting 8 or 9 others. Despite the presence of 2 fully realized We'll See realm experts among the latter, the imposing aura of the 2 in yellow completely overshadowed them. "My lord, we have already relinquished the sword-marked steel to you. Why do you still refuse to spare us?" One of the fully realized We'll See realm cultivators spoke, his voice laced with barely concealed anger. "Spare you? As I have stated, simply leave your storage rings behind, and you may depart without further ado." One of the yellow-robed individuals replied with an air of entitlement. "You members of the Great Wei royal family are exceedingly domineering." One of the late-stage We'll See realm companions retorted angrily. "That sword-marked steel was discovered by us. You seized it without qualm, and now you demand our storage rings. By what right?" Crack, crack. Suddenly, the space before the late-stage We'll See realm cultivator shattered. A beam of golden sword light, sharp as a poisoned thorn, surged forth. The late-stage We'll See realm cultivator was utterly unprepared for this turn of events. With a single anguished cry, his head was blown apart, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. "By what right?" "Simply because we are members of the Great Wei royal family. The entire Great Wei dynasty is under our control. Is it unreasonable for us to request a small tribute from a minor sect like yours?" One of the yellow-robed individuals said with a mocking smile. "This place is far more comfortable than the palace. There is no need to ponder too much about killing a few people. Finally, I can vent my frustrations." "Ha ha ha." One of the recently engaged men in yellow revealed a sinister grin. The expressions of the remaining 8 individuals changed dramatically. They had not anticipated that the members of the Wei royal family would not only be unreasonable, but also act with ruthless decisiveness. Even 2 fully realized practitioners of the We'll See realm exchanged wary glances. Faced with the disciples of the Dao Wei royal family, their chances of victory were slim, despite being a level above. I'll give you the storage ring. Can I leave now? A mid-stage disciple from the small sect, unable to withstand the pressure, removed the storage ring and tossed it over. The man in yellow who had just attacked caught the storage ring and began to inspect it. His brow furrowed slightly as he pondered. Is this meager junk enough for you to think you can escape? Upon hearing this, the mid-stage disciple's face paled, and he immediately employed his skills to flee. He was swift. However, a flash of golden sword light was even faster. Swish! The disciple collapsed to the ground, lifeless. Your Highness, we should return quickly. Otherwise, it may hinder the third prince's entry into the infinite sword tomb, which would be troublesome, remarked another man in yellow. Unable to contain himself. All right, I understand. Now you 7, leave the storage rings behind and get lost. The man in yellow who had acted waved his hand, urging the remaining 7. This statement filled the surviving members of the small sect with both anger and shame. However, they genuinely lacked the audacity to resist, as these two individuals hailed from the esteemed Great Wei dynasty's royalty, possessing power that far surpassed their collective strength. The members of the Great Wei dynasty's royal family cultivated the most supreme techniques and martial skills, wielding top-tier spiritual swords and artifacts. Even the initial stage core formation elders of ordinary sects would yield ground before them, let alone those of the consummate ensue realm. Such was the stark reality of being outmatched in strength. Just as they were poised to remove the storage rings, a figure materialized in their vicinity. A sword-marked steel? The sword sepulchre of limitlessness? It appears fortune favors me, the figure exclaimed, their eyes gleaming with elation. The two yellow-clad individuals were taken aback, having been completely unaware of anyone approaching them. However, upon recognizing the person who had suddenly appeared, they revealed expressions of disdain and mockery. No wonder we didn't detect them. It's merely an ant from the spirit-gathering realm. How dare such trash enter the relic of limitlessness? And why choose this year of all years to enter? Aren't they practically begging for demise? You startled me. Be more careful in your next life, the yellow-clad individual who had previously attacked said, as they unleashed a sword strike towards Lin Xiao. A beam of golden sword light flashed, moving with incredible speed, aiming directly for the opponent's head. In their eyes, such a life held no value, akin to mere weeds. Upon witnessing this, the 7 survivors from the minor sect displayed expressions of pity and resignation. This person was even more unfortunate than them, as these 2 members of the Great Wei dynasty's royalty didn't even grant them a chance to survive. Amidst the gazes of the onlookers, a figure stood resolute, seemingly transfixed in the face of the golden sword light unleashed by the man in yellow. Yet, just as the blade of light was poised to strike his head, this individual merely raised his right hand, extending a single finger to meet the fierce golden radiance. With a crack, the brilliant sword light abruptly dissipated, transforming into ethereal energy that scattered in all directions. Are all of you from the Wei royal family so haughty and disrespectful, unrestrained in your actions? He inquired nonchalantly. At this moment, the 2 disciples of the Wei royal family were rendered speechless. How could he have blocked it? Their expressions grew grave as they recalled the admonition of the third prince. Never underestimate your opponent. The 7 survivors from the minor sect were equally bewildered. The golden sword light, capable of slaying those in the late stages of the ensue realm, had been effortlessly halted by a mere practitioner of the gathering spirit realm, and he had done so with nothing but a single finger. Who, then, was this individual? Chapter 60. If I do not satisfy you. I am sorry to myself, who are you? One of the royal disciples of the Great Wei stared at the other party, inquiring. Anyone capable of withstanding their strike was undoubtedly not an ordinary individual, particularly one at the gathering spirit realm. This person was either a prodigious talent or someone concealing their true capabilities. The 2 analyzed several points, but did not take them to heart. In their view, as long as they exerted even a modicum of seriousness, this individual, regardless of any hidden prowess, could not possibly be their adversary. Those who could enter the infinite relics had cultivation no higher than the perfected ensue realm. Hence, what was there to fear? Their current curiosity centered around the identity of the other party, which would ultimately determine whether they could leave this place alive. Why should I divulge that to you? However, if you leave behind that sword-marked stone tablet and the storage ring, you may take your leave, Lin Xiao replied nonchalantly. His gaze remained fixed not on the two individuals, but rather on the stone tablet in their possession. At long last, he had found it. Moreover, while eavesdropping on their conversation, Lin Xiao had received even more exhilarating news. The infinite sword tomb. Was there truly an infinite sword tomb hidden here? Before entering the infinite relics, he had made inquiries and conducted thorough investigations, but had never heard of such a place. Nonetheless, that was no longer of consequence. As long as the person before him was aware, that sufficed. Upon hearing Lin Xiao's words, the two royal disciples of the Great Way were once again taken aback, their expressions darkening. The 7 members of the small sect were equally astonished. The youth from the Gathering Spirit realm astonishingly made an audacious demand for the possessions of the 2 royal disciples of the Great Way dynasty. Could this individual truly be deranged? Youngster, are you in such a hurry to meet your demise? We must resolve this swiftly. We need to return promptly to present the steel to His Highness, the 3rd Prince. Very well, let us eliminate him directly. The 2 royal disciples exchanged a brief glance, preparing to strike down their adversary. However, in the next moment, Lin Xiao's figure flickered and vanished before their eyes. What? Where'd he go? This is impossible. How could he move so swiftly? Has he fled? The two were engulfed in uncertainty. Hey, your reflexes are rather lacking. A teasing voice echoed behind them, causing their scalps to tingle and the hairs on their bodies to stand on end. In an instant, without any hesitation, the pair lunged forward, channeling their entire spiritual energy as they swung their swords backward. Meanwhile, Lin Xiao did not pursue. Instead, he raised his long sword high and casually brought it down. That youth's speed is astonishing. I barely caught a glimpse of him. What is he doing? Where is he striking? Why isn't he pursuing us? Could it be that he is merely fast? That cannot be. At such a speed, he should easily catch up with us. So why is he behaving this way? The 7 survivors from a minor sect were utterly perplexed by Lin Xiao's strange actions. However, as Lin Xiao swung his sword downward, an even more bizarre scene unfolded. The 2 disciples of the Great Way dynasty, who had darted several meters away, seemed to be crushed beneath an invisible mountain. Thud! Thud! In an instant, they were pinned to the ground, and despite their desperate struggles, they could not rise. The 7 survivors of the minor sect were utterly astonished, their faces etched with disbelief. What had transpired? Why was this happening? Merely swinging a sword at the air had rendered these formidable disciples of the Great Way dynasty incapacitated. This was beyond their comprehension. With his sword in hand, Lin Xiao approached the 2 fallen individuals. Those who deceive others ultimately deceive themselves. Those who humiliate others shall face humiliation in return. Those who seek to commit mass slaughter will inevitably meet their own demise. Do you 2 understand? He inquired, crouching down to address the disciples of the Great Way dynasty. You damned fool! What are you so proud of? We are from the Great Way dynasty, and our 3rd prince is nearby. If you have the capability, try to lay a hand on us. I warn you, if you dare to kill, before the disciple could finish his threat, his head and body parted ways, leaving him lifeless. Alas, such absurd demands, I cannot fulfill them. I would feel remiss toward myself, Lin Xiao lamented. The 7 members of the minor sect were left dumbfounded, while the remaining disciple of the Great Way dynasty was even more bewildered. Killed? Killed? My heavens! This man truly dared to slay their kin from the Great Way dynasty. In that fleeting moment, disbelief enveloped the air. Another disciple of the Great Way royal family appeared as pale as a ghost, feeling as though all strength had been drained from his body. Fear enveloped him entirely. Throughout his life, he had been shrouded in countless accolades, walking through life as a person of exceptional stature, someone whom no one dared to offend. Yet now, before this young man, he suddenly felt insignificant. What exactly is the infinite sword tomb? I will grant you a chance to explain. Lin Xiao's cold voice resonated. I will speak. Just spare my life. In truth, this infinite sword tomb. The Great Way royal disciple hurriedly divulged the secrets of the infinite sword tomb, his words tumbling out in a rush. He dared not think of the third prince's affairs. His sole desire was to survive. This instinct for survival was something he had never experienced before in his life. Upon hearing the other's account, Lin Xiao's eyes sparkled with intensity, his heart stirred with excitement. No wonder the opening of the infinite relic had drawn figures of such caliber as the third prince. It turned out that the true opportunity within this infinite relic lay in the infinite sword tomb. In ancient times, the infinite sword sect thrived, unmatched in the world. However, it was ultimately obliterated during an unparalleled catastrophe. The infinite relic was the very site of the former infinite sword sect. Although the sect had long been extinguished and its grounds had been reduced to rubble, the one remnant that remained relatively intact was the infinite sword tomb. No one knew what opportunities lay hidden within. The third prince had, many years ago, fortuitously uncovered a clue within an ancient tome, and after paying a significant price, he managed to obtain the information. The site is only accessible once every century. On the day of its centennial, numerous stone tablets etched with sword marks emerge within the Wujizi relics. To unlock the Wujian sword tomb, one must locate 10 such tablets within the relics. Where lies the entrance to the Wujian sword tomb? Lin Xiao suppressed his excitement and continued to inquire. The Wujian sword tomb held extraordinary significance for him. His thoughts were straightforward. Instead of searching for the sword mark tablets, he would simply ask for the location of the entrance and wait for an opportunity. I do not know either, replied the disciple of the Great Wei royal family, his face etched with bitterness. You do not know? Lin Xiao narrowed his eyes. Truly, I do not know. Only our third prince possesses this knowledge. If you release me, I assure you I will not disclose this matter to the third prince. Though he spoke these words, resentment simmered in his eyes. Once he reached the third prince, regardless of how formidable Lin Xiao was, he would never match the third prince's prowess. At that moment, he would witness Lin Xiao's demise. It seems you genuinely do not know. So, where can I find your third prince? Lin Xiao nodded thoughtfully. In that direction. Before the disciple could finish his sentence, his head was severed from his body. The sword struck with decisive precision. The disciple of the Great Wei dynasty met his end. What secrets lay within the Wujian sword tomb? Lin Xiao murmured to himself. Thus, the 2 storage rings belonging to the royal disciples of the Great Wei dynasty and the sword-marked steel were swiftly seized, transforming into a gleaming streak of light that raced away. The trajectory pointed directly towards the location of the third prince. Chapter 61. The first encounter with the enchantress, the 7 surviving members of the small sect gazed in disbelief at the departing figure of Lin Xiao. Elder, who on earth is this youth from the spirit-gathering realm? He dares to confront even those of the Great Wei royal family. One disciple exclaimed, astonished. Silence. Well, have we ever encountered a youth? Well, have we seen members of the Great Wei royal family? An elder rebuked sternly. The others were momentarily taken aback, quickly grasping the elder's intent. Indeed, they had seen nothing at all. Hurry, let us cleanse the scene and depart immediately. Another elder had already begun to erase the traces left behind. Moments later, the area was utterly devoid of evidence. Blood, corpses, and lingering scents had all vanished. This was perhaps their way of repaying Lin Xiao. The 2 disciples from the Great Wei royal family had demanded they surrender their storage rings for their release. Yet, it became clear that these 2 were untrustworthy, and they were unlikely to escape unscathed. It was Lin Xiao's timely appearance that had allowed them to avert disaster. Thus, cleansing the scene was the only course of action left to them, both in protection of the one who aided them and for their own safety. Meanwhile, Lin Xiao advanced several kilometers in a singular direction, ensuring that no one was around before pausing momentarily. He retrieved the stone steel etched with sword marks. In comparison to the 2-meter testing stone used by the sword demon sect for their outer disciples, this steel appeared diminutive, roughly the size of an ordinary pillow. Yet Lin Xiao could discern that the sword intent contained within this steel marked by sword scars was not inferior to that of the stone used for testing swords. After calming his mind, Lin Xiao grasped the sword scar steel and began to comprehend its essence. Suddenly, a surge of momentum erupted from within him, and certain energies from the steel began to ripple in response. Instinctively, Lin Xiao activated the Tian Kuei sword classic imparted by Elder Gong. In an instant, the energies within the steel seemed to encounter a powerful magnetic field, instantly drawing them into his body. His understanding of the sword intent ascended rapidly at that moment. After several minutes, Lin Xiao reopened his eyes, a fleeting glimmer of sword brilliance flashing within them. His mastery of sword intent had risen from 40% to 45%. Lin Xiao was quite satisfied with this progress. Previously, his comprehension of the sword testing stone had only elevated his sword intent from 10% to 20%. However, as one delves deeper into the realm of sword intent, the path becomes increasingly arduous and challenging. To achieve a rise to 45% with this steel marked by sword scars was indeed a pleasant surprise. Hadn't that person mentioned that at least 10 such stones were required to unlock the endless sword tomb? He wondered if this steel, which he had just comprehended, still held any value. Rather than discarding it, Lin Xiao tucked it away into his storage ring. Subsequently, as he continued his journey in a particular direction, he retrieved 2 storage rings. Remarkably, as Lin Xiao's consciousness probed into the depths of the storage ring, he felt a sense of astonishment. He was wearing a mid-grade storage ring, which possessed approximately 100 cubic units of space. The 2 individuals possessed exquisite storage rings, each boasting a cubic space of 1,000. Inferior storage rings are valued at approximately 30,000 low-grade spirit stones, while medium-grade storage rings fetch around 100,000. Thus, the 2 superior storage rings alone are worth between 7 to 800,000 low-grade spirit stones. Lin Xiao promptly began to examine the contents of the rings. Upon inspection, Lin Xiao couldn't help but marvel once again at the wealth of the people from the Great Wei royal family. While he did not find any martial arts techniques or skills, he discovered an abundance of superior and medium-grade spirit stones, rare herbs, and precious elixirs. The total worth of the items within the 2 rings amounted to no less than 2 million low-grade spirit stones. A bountiful windfall. Lin Xiao felt elated as he continued toward the direction of the 3rd prince, where nearly 10 sword-marked stone tablets awaited him. After walking for a while, it was uncertain whether it was Lin Xiao's fortuitous luck or the misfortune of the 3rd prince's associates, but he encountered 2 more members of the Great Wei royal family. However, this time, they did not attempt to confront him. Upon sensing his perfected cultivation at the gathering spirit realm, the 2 cast him a disdainful glance and hastily moved in another direction. A mere insect at the gathering spirit realm was of little importance compared to their pressing matters. Observing the direction in which they hurriedly departed, Lin Xiao surmised that these 2 disciples had likely obtained the sword-marked stone tablets and were now rushing to report back to the 3rd prince. Should he rob them or refrain? Lin Xiao hesitated for a brief moment before making a resolute decision. He would indeed rob them. However, this time, he would seize their wealth without taking their lives. Yet just as Lin Xiao rushed forward, 2 anguished screams suddenly pierced the air. You wicked enchantress! Our Great Wei dynasty has an agreement with your Great Qian dynasty, forbidding us from killing one another indiscriminately. A young man cried out, his voice laced with indignation and terror. Oh, is that so? I wasn't aware of such a rule, so I must apologize. You shall meet your demise, chimed another playful voice cheerfully. With a dull thud, the young man's cries abruptly ceased. At that moment, Lin Xiao arrived on the scene, and upon witnessing the horrifying tableau, his brow furrowed deeply. The 2 individuals from the Great Wei royal family now lay lifeless before him, their bodies grotesquely mutilated, one severed in 2, the other torn into 4 pieces. The gruesome sight was undeniably harrowing, causing even Lin Xiao to feel a wave of nausea wash over him. Beside the gruesome remains stood a strikingly beautiful young woman clad in vibrant red. What is happening here? Who is this woman? She had ruthlessly slain 2 members of the Great Wei royal family without a hint of hesitation. From the last words of the dying man, it seemed she was not of the Great Wei dynasty. Lin Xiao was left in a state of profound shock, feeling an overwhelming sense of threat emanating from the girl. He pondered whether to retreat or stand his ground. At that moment, the young woman in red had already noticed him. She tilted her head, curiosity dancing in her eyes as she regarded Lin Xiao. You seem to be far more intriguing than the others. The girl in red smiled brightly. If it weren't for the blood that stained her attire, Lin Xiao might have thought she was jesting. My apologies, I merely passed through. Please continue, he said, stepping back 2 paces. His instincts warned him of the immense danger she posed. Indeed, in the next moment, the figure of the girl in red vanished. Lin Xiao immediately felt a surge of peril. His sword was swiftly grasped in his hand, and he executed a technique rooted in a profound understanding, not of sword intent, but rather an essence drawn from the stone tablet of the Tianliang sect, a gravity essence. During his prior confrontation with 2 disciples of the Great Wei royal family, he had wielded this gravity essence, rendering them utterly defenseless. Buzz! The gravity essence enveloped the sword aura, swirling around him. In the blink of an eye, the girl in red reappeared directly before Lin Xiao, within mere meters of him. They stood in close proximity, allowing Lin Xiao to discern the droplets of blood on her face and the lively spark in her eyes. He also noted that her irises were not black, but a striking crimson. Such an unusual force of essence. The girl in red murmured in confusion. She felt an immense weight press upon her, hindering her speed. It was then that Lin Xiao realized, though his gravity essence had momentarily impeded her, it had not brought her to her knees. I have no desire to engage you, Lin Xiao began to say, but he barely managed to utter half of his words. The girl clad in red was suddenly engulfed in a terrifying aura of blood mist. With a sudden gasp, Lin Xiao felt an intense pain erupt in his chest. He hastily looked down, only to find that the girl in red had thrust her hand into his body. In this moment of peril, Lin Xiao swiftly unleashed the 9 nether demon sealing mark, channeling the essence of the desolate realm within it. Only then was the girl's hand halted in its advance. This unexpected turn caused her to emit a soft exclamation of surprise. Seizing the opportunity, while she was momentarily stunned, Lin Xiao grasped her hand firmly. "Get away from me!" He bellowed in fury, intending to cast her aside. However, at that very moment, an unforeseen transformation occurred. As their hands clasped tightly, the blood mist emanating from the girl surged violently into Lin Xiao's body. Hey! In an instant, both were caught in a state of astonishment. Chapter 62. What an extraordinary new realm is this? The girl in red wore a look of astonishment, mingled with a hint of enjoyment. In that moment, her crimson eyes softened to a pale hue. Both mentally and physically, she experienced an unparalleled sense of bliss and comfort, even feeling an impulse to hum softly. Strikingly, it was the first time in her recollection that she had no desire to take a life. What is happening? The girl in red furrowed her delicate brows, glancing at the young man before her, then at their hands tightly clasped together. His hand is so warm. In stark contrast, Lin Xiao was engulfed in an entirely different sensation. For a fleeting moment, he felt ensnared in a world of relentless slaughter, surrounded by a sea of crimson, with an overwhelming urge to kill pressing down on him. It was only when the essence of his sword intent surged into his mind and the Heavenly Destiny Sword Classic began to operate automatically that those unsettling emotions dissipated. Once Lin Xiao regained his composure, he found himself drenched in cold sweat, his garments thoroughly soaked. "You're awake, are you?" A playful voice chimed in. Lin Xiao turned to look, and instantly, all his cold sweat vanished in fright. It was her, that woman. As he glanced further down, he realized he had been holding her hand without letting go. Célestia la radiance technique. Lin Xiao released her hand, transforming into a streak of light as he swiftly retreated several dozen meters. "Why are you running? Here, take this." The girl in red tossed him an object. Instinctively, Lin Xiao reached out to catch it. It was 2 storage rings. The style resembles that of the 2 imperial disciples of the Great Wei dynasty who were just slain by her. This shall serve as a token of apology for earlier. "By the way, I am Qianing Suk." Qianing Suk said with a beaming smile directed at Lin Xiao. "I am." Lin Xiao hesitated, eyeing her warily before finally responding. Although he was unaware of her intentions, he remained vigilant, his sword firmly gripped in hand, ready to unleash its intent at any moment. From their earlier exchange, he had discerned that his current prowess was insufficient to contend with her. Yet, should she provoke him, he would not allow her to escape unscathed. "Very well, you may leave," Qianing Suk remarked with a tone of indifference. Lin Xiao was taken aback. If you do not wish to leave, then you need not. Qianing Suk extended her delicate hand and pointed at him from a distance. Observing her gesture, Lin Xiao hesitated no longer. He immediately unleashed the 1,000-mile leaping light technique, vanishing from sight. Qianing Suk chuckled softly at the sight of him. Pouting playfully, she exclaimed, "So there are indeed such individuals in this world. Lin Xiao, is it? You cannot escape now." With that, Qianing Suk lost interest in her journey to the Sword Tomb and began to wander aimlessly. Meanwhile, Lin Xiao, having employed the 1,000-mile leaping light technique and traveled several dozen miles, gradually came to a halt. After confirming multiple times, he was assured that the woman had not pursued him. Qianing Suk, Poppy? This woman truly lives up to her name. She is indeed poisonous. Alas, it is ultimately my own inadequacy. Feeling the sharp pain emanating from his chest, Lin Xiao shook his head. On his very first expedition, he encountered such a dire situation. He knew this would certainly not be the last time. After retrieving a healing pill from his storage ring, Lin Xiao tilted his head back and swallowed it, initiating his recovery. The medicinal effects were rapidly absorbed, and the wound healed at a visibly remarkable pace. It took nearly half a day for Lin Xiao to fully recuperate. This clearly demonstrated the terrifying power of the woman's casual strike. Had he not cultivated the 9-nether demon suppression seal to the 5th level, that single claw could have easily claimed his life. Just as Lin Xiao finished inspecting his body and prepared to set off towards the third prince, he suddenly froze. His eyes widened in astonishment and disbelief, because Lin Xiao discovered something extraordinary within his sea of consciousness. After absorbing the essence of the gravity concept from the heavenly ladder, that force had transformed into a transparent orb within him. The size of the orb indicated that it represented the first level of the gravity concept. However, now, adjacent to the transparent orb, there appeared a blood-red orb, which was a whole size larger than the gravity orb. Is this the second level of the concept? What on earth is this? Why has a new conceptual force manifested? Lin Xiao focused his mind to sense it. In the next moment, he comprehended entirely. Slaughter. The concept of slaughter. This is the essence exuded by the woman named Ensue. How could he possibly absorb it? Lin Xiao was utterly perplexed, unable to comprehend the situation. Nevertheless, he found himself in tears. The fourth essence. This truly is a matter of life and death. Will he ever be able to comprehend all 4 essences to 80%? Although his current level is still far from adequate, with his innate talent and understanding, he is bound to reach that pinnacle. It truly is a feeling of helplessness. Lin Xiao felt a sense of discomfort upon arriving at the location of the third prince. His mood darkened further. The Wujia Sword Tomb had been opened 3 hours prior. Its opening had been accompanied by a celestial phenomenon that attracted numerous onlookers. However, Lin Xiao had been meditating and healing at that time, completely oblivious to the event. After the Wujia Sword Tomb was opened, the third prince, accompanied by a group, had entered immediately, leaving only a few disciples of the Da-Wei royal family to guard the entrance, preventing anyone else from entering. The third prince declared that, without his permission, no one was allowed entry. Anyone who dared to defy his command was free to do so, but they would not be stopped. The disciples of the Da-Wei royal family wore expressions of arrogance and disdain, disregarding the hundreds of onlookers. They had said what needed to be said, and anyone who dared to approach would be insulting the third prince. The consequences of such actions were beyond what an ordinary person could endure. The various factions present, upon hearing these words, darkened in countenance. What does it mean to bully others with power? It is utterly despicable. Clearly, within such ancient ruins, opportunities are meant for those destined to seize them. Yet, the members of the Great Wei royal family have brazenly occupied a site of fortune, denying entry to outsiders. How can such behavior be tolerated? Those present could only harbor their indignation in silence. As the 2 individuals remarked, they would never dare to offend the third prince. However, at that moment, a figure approached the entrance of the Wujijian tomb. Halt! We have stated that outsiders are not permitted to enter this place. One of the royal disciples of Great Wei blocked the newcomer, declaring, "Did you not just say that anyone wishing to enter could do so freely, without obstruction?" So what is this now? The youth who had been stopped retorted coldly. What qualifications do you have to speak, you who have yet to reach the We'll See realm? And so brazenly? Before the disciple of the Great Way royal family could finish his words, he was sent flying. Subsequently, the young man entered the Wajijian tomb without a backward glance. Chapter 63. Absorption? Another absorption? The disciple of the Great Way royal family, who had been sent sprawling to the ground, wore a perplexed expression. Who am I? Where am I? What shall I have for dinner today? In any case, he could scarcely believe that someone dared to defy the command of the third prince, and even struck him. By the time he regained his composure, that insufferable youth had already vanished at the entrance of the Wajijian tomb. Who is he? Tell me, who is this person? The royal disciple scrambled to his feet, roaring his questions at the onlookers. Yet, no one responded. Most of the spectators were reveling in the spectacle. That slap the youth delivered was utterly satisfying. It served you right for monopolizing opportunities. You deserve that blow. At last, someone with enough audacity had emerged. It was exhilarating. However, a shared curiosity lingered in their hearts. Who on earth was this formidable individual? With the perfected cultivation of the gathering spirit realm, he had effortlessly sent a mid-stage disciple of the Great Way royal family flying. This was not merely a matter of courage. The true strength of this young powerhouse must surely exceed appearances. Almost everyone shook their heads, indicating they did not recognize him. Only a few youths exchanged glances and began to communicate telepathically. My goodness, could this possibly be Lin Xiao from our sword demon sect? Be confident. Remove the word possibly. It is indeed Lin Xiao. His audacity is astonishing. Does he not fear offending the third prince and implicating our sword demon sect? I once thought I was quite bold, but compared to Lin Xiao, I still have a long way to go. Numerous onlookers lingered at the scene for quite some time. Yet none dared to step forward. After all, not everyone possesses the audacity to challenge the authority of the third prince. Reluctantly, they abandoned the place in search of fortune elsewhere. Within the infinite sword tomb, upon entering through the entrance, Lin Xiao was transported to an expansive, misty space that seemed to stretch infinitely. However, as he took a step forward, the scene before him abruptly transformed. Rocks began to spread from beneath his feet, enveloping the entire expanse. Moments later, he found himself within a vast cavern. Not far away, molten lava bubbled and steamed, sending waves of heat crashing against his face, as if intent on igniting his very hair. A formation and illusion. Lin Xiao quickly grasped the situation. It appeared that this was the trial of the infinite sword tomb. He touched the stones around him. Their texture was indistinguishable from reality. Then, he approached the molten lava, feeling the extreme heat radiating from it, equally authentic. In light of this, Lin Xiao hesitated momentarily before extending a finger into the searing lava. Burning. He swiftly withdrew his finger, yet it remained unharmed. It was not that his physical defenses had withstood the lava. Rather, the sensation of burning was directed towards his soul, or perhaps his spirit. After several more experiments, Lin Xiao began to comprehend that the illusions here inflicted no harm to the body, but rather posed a threat to the mind and spirit. Such a terrifying concept, akin to the annihilation of the mind and spirit, is comparable to that of a living corpse. One might argue that death would be preferable. Lin Xiao's brow furrowed slightly, his expression betraying his inner turmoil. He had previously experimented, wielding his sword intent and aura against the illusion, but to no avail. It became evident that he needed to break the formation. However, he was utterly ignorant of the intricacies of such arrays. Had he known this would be the case, he would have taken the opportunity to study formations during his time at the Sword Demon sect. With his peak-level comprehension, mastering formations to a minor degree should have been a trivial pursuit. If that were the case, he would at least possess the knowledge on how to dismantle the array here, rather than floundering about like a headless chicken, utterly lost. What to do? Lin Xiao pondered. After much contemplation, he devised a makeshift strategy, albeit not an ideal one. He began to explore the cave, feeling around indiscriminately, as if searching for something elusive. After half an hour of this blind exploration, he finally smiled upon discovering a particular corner of the rock wall. It had not been an easy task, but he had succeeded. While feeling around other areas, he had only encountered the sensation of stone. However, upon reaching the spot, he sensed the essence of the formation. This must be a principal structural point within the illusion array. Without further contemplation, Lin Xiao focused his attention on the stone wall, immersing himself in the understanding of the formation. Minutes passed, and he comprehended the array's nuances inscribed upon the stone. He did not linger, but instead proceeded directly toward another corner. This time, he refrained from aimless exploration and placed his hand firmly against the stone wall, continuing to delve into the insights of the formation. As the formation is a cohesive entity, Lin Xiao, upon comprehending one aspect of it, found the illusionary array no longer shrouded in mystery. Although he was still unable to dismantle the array, identifying several critical locations proved to be effortless. Thus, Lin Xiao's mastery of the formation techniques began to ascend rapidly. An hour later, he exhaled deeply, his longsword firmly gripped in hand. With a swift motion, he unleashed several sword chi strikes toward specific points. The resounding crashes echoed as the illusionary array was thoroughly obliterated. The surrounding illusory scenes began to dissipate, revealing their true form. Lin Xiao swiftly discovered an opening leading downward, likely the entrance to the next level. Without a moment's hesitation, he leaped into the abyss, his urgency palpable. Despite having entered this layer of the illusionary array, he had yet to encounter the third prince and his entourage, indicating that they must have been well prepared, rendering the illusionary array ineffective against them. The second level of the infinite sword tomb was considerably more spacious. Upon entering, Lin Xiao soon heard the sounds of combat not far away, piquing his curiosity. Were not the third prince and his companions the only ones who entered? Could it be an internal conflict? That notion fell off. He hastened towards the source of the noise and quickly discerned the truth of the matter. It was not an internal strife. Rather, a late-stage disciple of the Dawei royal family was engaged in battle with a white ethereal figure, which bore a humanoid resemblance, yet seemed devoid of physicality. The attack unleashed by the disciples of the Great Wei royal family effortlessly pierced through the white phantom, inflicting no damage whatsoever. Initially, Lin Xiao believed it to be an illusion. However, when the white phantom unleashed a series of sword energies that wounded the royal disciple, Lin Xiao realized the truth. This was no mere mirage, but a tangible assault. The white phantom indeed existed in reality. "Help me," cried the royal disciple. Upon noticing the arrival of someone, regardless of their identity, Lin Xiao cast a glance at him, his amusement evident. Indeed, this individual was in dire need of assistance. Raising his long sword, he directed a wave of sword energy toward the white phantom. A standard attack proved ineffective. Only an assault imbued with a sufficiently potent intent could yield results. The royal disciple, in despair, lamented his predicament. It dawned on him that the newcomer was not one of their own, but rather an unfamiliar youth, whose cultivation level was merely at the perfected gathering spirit realm. This was hopeless. How could such a person possibly wield any form of intent attack? Even those who had merely established a basic form of intent were incapable of harming the specter, let alone someone of such meager prowess. As expected, Lin Xiao's sword energy merely passed through the white phantom, causing no harm. Yet, this strike did capture the attention of the white phantom. No longer focusing on the royal disciple, the white phantom surged towards Lin Xiao with a ghostly swiftness. Was it intent attack? Lin Xiao pondered briefly before striking once more. He unleashed another wave of sword energy, now infused with the power of intent, achieving a twofold sword intent. With a subtle hiss, the ethereal white apparition shattered instantaneously, like a mirror splintering into countless fragments, dissolving into a nebulous mist. Truly feeble, Lin Xiao remarked. Yet, in that very instant, his celestial sword cannon, as if sensing something profound, commenced operating at an accelerated pace autonomously. An inexplicable force of attraction emanated from him, drawing in the mist that had once been the white apparition, assimilating it into his very being. Lin Xiao was taken aback. This familiar occurrence stirred a sense of déjà vu within him. Could it be yet another form of? As comprehension dawned upon him, his eyes blazed with incisive brilliance. It was not a novel concept, but rather an augmentation of his sword intent. The magnitude of this enhancement rivaled that of his previous enlightenment gleaned from the inscription upon the sword-scarred steel. Chapter 64. My benevolence and my fondness for helping others. The revelation that shattering the white phantom could enhance his sword intent filled Lin Xiao with immense delight. This vast expanse of the Wujijian tomb surely harbored numerous such entities. If he were to vanquish several more of these, wouldn't his sword intent soar to unprecedented heights? With this thought, Lin Xiao's enthusiasm surged. Be cautious, that specter can resurrect indefinitely. It cannot be slain. The anxious warning from the royal disciple of the Great Wei dynasty interrupted his reverie. Lin Xiao, taken aback by the proclamation, pondered, resurrect? Cannot be killed? Surely. That cannot be true. He had absorbed and refined the energy of the white phantom. How could it possibly revive? His skepticism was soon put to the test. After waiting several minutes in silence, nothing stirred. The royal disciple from Great Wei was dumbfounded. Impossible. His Highness the Third Prince has dispatched that specter multiple times. It would revive after merely 2 breaths, returning to battle. How could it truly be dead this time? How did you manage such a feat? The disciple inquired, astonished. Perhaps it is merely a matter of personal talent. Lin Xiao fabricated a response nonchalantly. The Great Wei royal disciple nodded, convinced by this explanation. If the Third Prince could not resolve the issue, yet this young man managed to do so, what else could it be but a unique gift? After scrutinizing Lin Xiao closely, the disciple suddenly posed a perplexing question. I wish to know, how did you manage to enter from the outside? Lin Xiao fell silent for a moment before responding. I observed that the guards outside were lax, and seized an opportunity to slip in. Ah, I see. The disciple of the Great Wei royal family replied courteously. However, in the next instant, his expression turned cold as he brandished his long sword and lunged at Lin Xiao, targeting the vital area of his neck. Thank you for saving me, but I must apologize. His Highness the Third Prince has decreed that no outsiders are permitted here, and once discovered, there is no mercy. The disciple of the Great Wei royal family growled, unleashing his most formidable attack without holding back. Lin Xiao stood his ground, calmly observing his adversary. He was not taken aback by such betrayal. As the opponent was about to close the distance, he swung his long sword, unleashing the essence of gravity. Thud! The disciple of the Great Wei royal family, caught off guard, collapsed at Lin Xiao's feet, overwhelmed by the immense gravitational force. What is happening? Why can't I move? What have you done to me? The disciple exclaimed in panic. Speak of all that you know, or the consequences will be dire, Lin Xiao warned. In your dreams, I am in service of the Third Prince, he retorted defiantly. Swish! In an instant, a flash of sword light severed an arm. The disciple of the Great Wei royal family let out a wretched scream, staring in disbelief at Lin Xiao. This man truly dared to take action. I have grown weary of this conversation. I shall grant you one more opportunity to explain. If not, so be it, Lin Xiao remarked on. The royal disciple of the Great Wei gritted his teeth, ultimately yielding. He divulged everything, allowing Lin Xiao to comprehend the intricate circumstances and the unparalleled value of the Wujian sword tomb, as well as the purpose of the Third Prince's visit, to acquire the legacy of the Wujian sword tomb. As for the nature of that legacy, it remained a mystery. I have disclosed all that is necessary. May I now take my leave? The Great Wei royal disciple inquired, his expression fraught with anxiety. Naturally, Lin Xiao replied with a smile. Subsequently, he pried the storage ring from the severed hand and tucked it into his pocket. The royal disciple of the Great Wei suppressed his indignation. After all, spiritual stones and treasures could be regained, but a life lost was irrevocable. Once he located the Third Prince, he vowed that the young man would repay every last bit, with interest. Just as the young man prepared to depart, he caught a glimpse of a peculiar smile from Lin Xiao. In the next moment, a flash of sword light erupted. A piercing scream escaped his lips as his dantian was shattered, rendering his cultivation null and void. I am a man of my word, Lin Xiao declared before vanishing into thin air. The Great Wei royal disciple wailed in despair, filled with regret. Had he known the extent of this man's terrifying strength, he would have never dared to engage. In a place like this, being stripped of one's cultivation was akin to death. Based on the information acquired from that individual moments ago, Lin Xiao commenced his journey deeper into this layer. The entrance to the third level, which is the ultimate sanctuary of the Wuji sword tomb, lies in the depths of this stratum. Along the way, Lin Xiao encountered a peculiar phenomenon. At intervals, he observed solitary disciples of the Great Wei royal family engaged in combat with one or two white phantoms. To call it a battle would be an understatement. It was more akin to a desperate attempt to stall. Lin Xiao quickly deduced the reason behind this. The white phantoms were entities that could not be slain by them. Thus, the third prince had left behind his companions to entangle the phantoms while he ventured deeper into the abyss. The royal family proved to be more unscrupulous and ruthless than he had anticipated, and Lin Xiao's eyes were open to their true nature. During his encounters with the disciples of the Great Wei royal family, he generously assisted them in vanquishing the white phantoms, extending a few words of concern and warmth. However, his kindness was met with ingratitude time and again. Alas, witnessing this, Lin Xiao could only endure the heartache as he accepted streams of sword intent and numerous storage rings. As for those disciples, in his benevolence, he chose not to take their lives. He merely incapacitated them instead. After aiding 8 disciples of the Great Wei royal family, Lin Xiao finally reached the entrance to the lower level deep within this layer. In the distance, he beheld the third prince and his entourage locked in combat. But their adversaries were not the white phantoms. Instead, they faced 2 golden phantoms. From the fluctuations of spiritual energy surrounding the golden phantoms, as well as the sword aura and techniques they employed, it was evident that they were formidable foes. The 2 golden phantoms possessed a strength surpassing the realm of Xiandan. Coupled with their indestructible nature, the third prince and his companions found themselves completely ensnared, oblivious to the number of exchanges that had transpired between the 2 parties. The golden phantoms were undoubtedly the guardians of this level. To reach the ultimate place of inheritance, they must first vanquish these formidable foes. Lin Xiao stealthily approached, his gaze fixated not on the third prince, but entirely on the golden phantoms. His eyes sparkled with fervor. The white phantom he had collected along his journey had already filled him with elation. How immensely would his sword intent flourish upon slaying a nearby golden phantom? Lin Xiao was filled with curiosity and anticipation. Moreover, there are not just 1, but 2 phantoms present. How might he assist others in this endeavor? What kind of narrative should he weave? Chapter 65. The third prince, would I ever betray you? Lin Xiao observed the beleaguered party of the third prince, refraining from any rash actions. He couldn't help but marvel at the resilience of the royal family of the Great Wei. Despite being under the relentless assault of 2 golden phantoms, they maintained their composure. However, the third prince and his entourage found themselves at an impasse against these formidable apparitions. Meanwhile, Lin Xiao remained poised, biding his time for an opportunity. Before entering the boundless relics, he had been exceedingly confident in his own abilities. Yet, after encountering that enigmatic and sinister woman, caution had become his new mantra, especially when it came to individuals like the third prince, a royal of the Great Wei dynasty. He found it hard to believe that they lacked any life-preserving trump cards. In a classic case of the clam and the fisherman, the struggle between the 2 parties was far from simple. On the other side, the expression of the third prince and his companions was one of palpable distress as they grappled with the 2 golden phantoms. The appearance of these phantoms had caught him completely off guard, and to make matters worse, there were 2 of them. Unless he resorted to his hidden trump cards, they had no means to contend with the phantoms. However, deploying such cards could leave him vulnerable should they encounter further difficulties in the next realm of inheritance. This was a resource that could not be squandered. Damn it! A flicker of anxiety crossed the third prince's eyes as he occasionally glanced in the direction from which aid was to arrive. Why had those people not yet made their appearance? He had clearly instructed them to hold off the white phantom for a while before hastily making their way to him. If we were to unite our strengths against these 2 golden phantoms, we might devise a means to break their seals one by one. Oof, a bunch of inept fools. Just as the third prince cast his gaze once more in that direction, his brow furrowed slightly. Someone was approaching, but they were not of their own. It was a young man at the peak of the gathering spirit realm. Upon the third prince's discovery of him, the others also became aware of this youth's presence. Those who wish to avoid death, leave this place immediately. A disciple of the Wei royal family bellowed. He was somewhat perplexed. How could an outsider enter the boundless sword tomb? Surely, their guards were stationed outside. The one who appeared was Lin Xiao. Upon hearing the disciple's outburst, he remained unperturbed and merely cast a calm glance towards the third prince, as if he had something to convey. The third prince, sensing Lin Xiao's gaze, felt a flicker of curiosity and intrigue. After repelling the golden phantoms several dozen meters, he turned to Lin Xiao and inquired, "How did you arrive here?" "I have met His Highness the third prince. Do you believe discussing this matter is pertinent at this juncture?" Lin Xiao replied with a gentle smile. "Insolent! What gives you the audacity to speak so disrespectfully to His Highness the third prince?" A nearby disciple of the Wei royal family, upon hearing Lin Xiao's words, sought to teach him a lesson. "Enough! You and the others focus on restraining those two sword spirits while I converse with this individual," the third prince interjected, glaring at his companion. "Yes, Your Highness." The disciples of the great Wei royal family responded with utmost respect and then charged towards a golden phantom to engage in combat. Observing that he was undisturbed, Lin Xiao spoke up. "Your Highness, the third prince, I propose a transaction." "A transaction? Pray tell," the third prince inquired. His interest piqued as he regarded Lin Xiao with a curious gaze. He refrained from immediate action. After all, entering the boundless sword tomb and traversing the first layer unscathed was no small feat. The peculiar circumstances surrounding this youth from the spirit-gathering realm indicated that he was far from ordinary. To act rashly would undoubtedly result in dire consequences, especially since the real threats were not the youth himself, but rather the two golden sword spirits. "I possess a method to vanquish one of those golden phantoms, which you refer to as a golden sword spirit, but I have a condition. After dealing with these two golden sword spirits, I wish to proceed to the next layer." Lin Xiao articulated the terms of his proposal. Upon hearing this, the third prince was momentarily taken aback. Then a smile graced his features. "You claim you can handle a golden sword spirit? How do you intend to prove this?" he queried. Lin Xiao chuckled softly, having awaited this very question. With a flourish of his hands, 9 beams of light radiated in 9 distinct directions around them. Subsequently, Lin Xiao brandished a tricolored flag. "Formation activate," he commanded in a low voice. In the next instant, the third prince was taken aback as he found himself transported to an entirely different location. The sounds of battle and the tumult of conflict fading into silence around him. This familiar sensation. The third prince's eyes widened slightly. Is this not the illusion of the first layer of the Wujian sword tomb? How could this illusion manifest here? Just as this thought crossed his mind, a figure emerged not far from him. It was the boy from earlier. "So, Your Highness, do you believe it now?" Lin Xiao inquired nonchalantly. The third prince carefully attuned himself to his surroundings, then casually unleashed a wave of sword energy towards a certain point. This sword energy possessed power nearing the realm of Xiandan. Yet, upon touching the boundary of the illusion, it vanished without a trace. The illusion remained unaffected. An array master, perhaps? How intriguing. No wonder you managed to pass through the first layer unscathed and arrive here. The third prince gazed intently at Lin Xiao. He had come to believe the boy's earlier words. An array master with such prowess had undoubtedly ascended to the ranks of advanced array masters. Most importantly, this individual was remarkably young, a true prodigy in the art of arrays. If he could recruit someone of this caliber, the assistance it would render in the future would be invaluable. "Your Highness, how do you find my proposition?" Lin Xiao asked with a smile. The plan commenced. Lin Xiao felt fortunate that after dismantling the illusion in the first layer, he had deftly collected the exposed array stones, flags, and discs. Having made slight repairs to the array patterns, the illusion could now be employed once more. This level of illusion may ensnare a white sword spirit, but it cannot confine a golden sword spirit. The third prince's gaze flickered slightly as he pointed out the flaw in the illusionary formation. However, Lin Xiao remained unfazed, for he had intentionally diminished the power of the illusion. "Your Highness, In order for the illusion to possess sufficient strength to ensnare the golden sword spirit, I would require top-grade spirit stones as a source of energy. Unfortunately, I currently possess none, Lin Xiao remarked with utmost seriousness. Top-grade spirit stones? I happen to have some. How many do you need? The third prince replied without a moment's hesitation. The immediate priority was to subdue the golden sword spirit, and a few top-grade spirit stones were a trivial matter. 9. Lin Xiao spread his hands, gesturing toward the 9 positions where he had just arranged the formation. 1 stone per position. Is that unreasonable? The third prince blinked, somewhat bewildered. 9? So many? He had anticipated that only 2 or 3 would suffice. It is worth noting that 1 top-grade spirit stone equates to 100 superior-grade stones, 1,000 middle-grade stones, or 1,000,000 inferior-grade stones. Thus, 9 top-grade spirit stones amount to an astounding 9,000,000 inferior-grade stones. Even as a prince, this constituted a significant expenditure. Do we truly require that many? The third prince questioned skeptically. Lin Xiao's gaze shifted toward the golden sword spirit outside the illusion, and he nodded gravely. Your Highness, I am merely at the gathering spirit realm. Do you believe I would dare to deceive you? 9 stones are sufficient to trap a golden sword spirit, but to truly subdue it, an additional 9 are necessary. Chapter 66. The third prince, feeling utterly bewildered, realized that he required 9 exquisite spirit stones to subdue a single golden sword spirit. This implied that to vanquish 1 golden sword spirit, a total of 18 exquisite spirit stones would be necessary. Consequently, to eliminate 2 golden sword spirits, a staggering 36 exquisite spirit stones would be required. Calculating the sum, this amounted to a formidable 36 million inferior spirit stones. Alas, was he truly to relinquish more than half of his accumulated fortune amassed over the years? The third prince found himself ensnared in a moment of hesitation. Yet, time had already slipped away, and they had lingered here far too long without locating the entrance to the next level. The sole avenue for progression lay with the 2 golden sword spirits. Only by vanquishing them could they uncover the clues leading to the entrance of the next level, a place of profound legacy. Should he secure the inheritance of the Wujin tomb, it would render the expenditure of 36 exquisite spirit stones, or even 100, a mere trifle in comparison to the gains he would reap. With this thought crystallizing in his mind, the third prince ultimately nodded in agreement. He deftly revealed his right hand, from which 18 resplendent and aura-rich spirit stones materialized. Begin by subduing 1 golden sword spirit, he instructed, a hint of reluctance evident on his face as he extended the exquisite spirit stones. Very well, Your Highness, came the response. I shall now initiate the formation of a phantasmic array. All you need do is lure 1 of the golden sword spirits within. Lin Xiao replied with a composed demeanor as he accepted the precious stones. With a flourish of his array flag, a grand portal materialized behind the third prince. Understood, he affirmed. The third prince nodded and swiftly exited, preparing to lure a golden sword spirit. Until now, he still harbored some doubts about the other party. However, the thought of his status as the third prince reassured him. After all, the opponent was merely at the pinnacle of the gathering spirit realm. Such an individual, even if endowed with 8 times the audacity, would not dare to toy with him. The third prince went to attract the monster. Meanwhile, Lin Xiao was in the heart of the illusion, his eyes gleaming as he fondled exquisite spirit stones. A single one of these was worth 1,000,000 inferior spirit stones. Truly befitting of the third prince, who did not even bother to haggle, displaying such lavishness. Previously, although he had confiscated numerous items from the royal disciples of the Great Way, when converted to spirit stones, it amounted to just over 600,000 inferior spirit stones. Yet, before him lay 18 exquisite spirit stones, equivalent to a staggering 18 million inferior spirit stones. What a sudden windfall! Just as Lin Xiao reveled in the sensation of the exquisite spirit stones, a shout echoed from outside. Your Excellency, the golden sword spirit, is about to enter. Called a disciple of the Great Way. It was evident that the third prince had already informed others of his intentions. Lin Xiao promptly stored the spirit stones in his ring and waved the formation flag. The entrance to the illusion expanded instantaneously. In the next moment, a golden phantom swiftly surged into the illusion. You all must exit quickly. I shall activate the formation to subdue him. Lin Xiao's voice rang out. Yes. The disciple who had lured the monster, after a brief engagement, quickly retreated through the entrance of the illusion. Lin Xiao waved the formation flag once more. The illusion has once again sealed itself, isolating the surroundings from sound, sight, and perception. Now, only he is aware of the circumstances within, while the outside world remains blissfully ignorant. Lin Xiao gripped his sword tightly, his gaze fervently fixed upon the golden sword spirit. Come forth in battle, he declared softly. This illusionary formation does not possess any true method of subjugation. It is merely a ruse to deceive the third prince. To vanquish this golden phantasm, he must take action himself. Sensing the battle intent emanating from Lin Xiao, the previously bewildered golden apparition charged directly at him. With a swish, it raised its golden sword and unleashed waves of sword energy. Lin Xiao swiftly executed the thousandly light technique, deftly evading each surge of sword energy. He chose not to confront it head-on. He could discern that the attacks from this golden sword spirit were imbued with profound sword intent. He had no intention of testing his fate against the assault of a cultivator at the Dan realm. In a fleeting moment, he avoided the sword energy. Lin Xiao summoned forth the entirety of his sword intent, launching a counterattack against the golden specter. The brilliance of his sword light flickered, dazzling to behold. This is 6/10 of sword intent. Indeed, through his journey and the absorption of numerous white sword spirits, Lin Xiao's comprehension of sword intent had ascended to this remarkable level. This strike was extraordinarily formidable. With a resounding thud, the golden sword spirit did not shy away from Lin Xiao's assault, instead absorbing the full force of his blow. A vast cloud of golden mist erupted from its abdomen, enveloping the vicinity. Now is the moment. The Tian Kuei sword art is in motion. Give it to me. Lin Xiao roared internally. Simultaneously, he unleashed the 1,000 miles ascending light technique, propelling himself into the golden mist. What an exhilarating sensation! Lin Xiao sighed contentedly. He felt as though his very soul was enveloped in a realm of clarity, and his comprehension of the sword began to crystallize. The essence of sword intent surged within him. Each breath he took resonated with insights into swordsmanship, rivaling the earlier experiences he had absorbed from the white sword spirit. Lin Xiao was elated. Everything unfolded as he had anticipated. Previously, he had observed the battle involving the third prince and his entourage. He discerned that although the golden sword spirit was formidable, its intelligence was rather lacking. Relying on its immortal body, it incessantly engaged in combat with others. You think you can endlessly exhaust your opponents, reviving without limit, while facing me. You underestimate the situation. As the golden sword spirit struck once more, Lin Xiao swiftly distanced himself. The unabsorbed golden mist re-entered the golden sword spirit. It was now evidently weaker than before. In contrast, Lin Xiao's sword intent had surged significantly. The balance of power had shifted. Approximately half an hour later, the entrance to the illusionary array reopened. Your Highness, the third prince, I have not failed you. Lin Xiao's somewhat exhausted voice echoed from within the array. The third prince and his companions, who had previously harbored doubts, were momentarily stunned. Is it done? Has he subdued the golden sword spirit in merely half an hour? The array mage is truly remarkable. Many of them quietly peered inside. There, the array mage sat on the ground, tattered and worn, his demeanor somewhat languid, exuding an air of exhaustion. The figure of the golden sword spirit had indeed vanished. Did you really eliminate the golden sword spirit? Inquired the third prince, having disengaged from his previous battle to approach the illusion array. He too was taken aback, for he and his companions had labored tirelessly without success. This individual had managed to accomplish it in such a brief span of time. It seemed that his mastery of arrays surpassed the prince's expectations by a significant margin. Your Highness, this is for you. Lin Xiao tossed an object towards him. The third prince deftly caught it. It was a golden key, or rather, half of one. This is. The third prince appeared to grasp something, his eyes brimming with joy. This is what dropped after vanquishing the golden sword spirit, Lin Xiao explained. Excellent, excellent. The third prince laughed heartily. Indeed, the clue to the next layer of the inheritance was found on the golden sword spirit. This meant the other half of the key must be nearby. The third prince's gaze turned towards another golden sword spirit engaged in battle. How foolish they had been to consider sealing it. Had they gone through with that, he feared he would never reach the inheritance site. This young man before him was truly his lucky star. Your Highness, shall we proceed to eliminate the other golden sword spirit? Lin Xiao asked weakly. Yes, eliminate it. It must be done, declared the third prince with unwavering resolve. This time, he hesitated not, presenting 18 exquisite spirit stones without delay. Truly worth the price. Absolutely worth every bit. However, Lin Xiao refrained from accepting the spirit stones, his expression betraying an unspoken concern. He then spoke, Your Highness, the recent activation of the suppression technique has caused some issues within the illusionary array. Lin Xiao sighed as he continued. What? The third prince was taken aback, his brow furrowing in alarm. The golden sword spirit was beyond his capacity to completely resolve. To thoroughly suppress and retrieve the other half of the key, he could only rely on the array master before him. Why, of all times, had the array chosen to malfunction? Is there, perhaps, a solution? The third prince inquired anxiously. Indeed, there is, Lin Xiao replied, somewhat sheepishly. I will need to dismantle a piece of superior spirit armor and substitute its core components. Chapter 67. Are you so certain that I am the prey? The third prince furrowed his brows once more. Must one dismantle an exquisite piece of spiritual armor? He glanced at his companions, the finest among them merely clad in superior spiritual armor. Then he surveyed his own attire. Remarkably, he was the only individual present donning exquisite spiritual armor. Could it be that this mage was simply making an exorbitant demand on a whim? The exquisite armor he possessed would command an initial price of at least 100 exquisite spiritual stones if sold. Yet, observing the disheveled state of the other party, their aura somewhat disordered and unstable, it was evident that they could not feign such a demeanor. After a brief moment of hesitation, the third prince decisively removed his exquisite armor, severing its connection. He then presented it along with the exquisite spiritual stones. I implore you to subdue that golden sword spirit, the third prince stated earnestly. Lin Xiao, witnessing this, felt profoundly moved. The third prince had made considerable sacrifices. Hence, he requested the prince to hold the golden sword spirit at bay a little longer while he prepared for their impending confrontation. Your efforts are greatly appreciated. The third prince reciprocated with courtesy. The entrance to the illusionary array was temporarily sealed. The third prince's brow slightly furrowed. He couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss. However, as he clutched the half of the golden key in his hand and contemplated the imminent acquisition of the boundless sword tomb's legacy, his suspicions were subdued. Within the illusionary array, following the closure of the entrance, the aura of despair and tattered energy surrounding him vanished completely. The illusion proved to be quite entertaining, simulating a state of weakness that would elude the discerning eyes of the average person. Lin Xiao remarked with a smile. Subsequently, he forced out a drop of blood, allowing it to fall upon the exquisite spiritual armor cradled in his hands. A subtle connection with the armor blossomed in his mind. With a mere thought, the exquisite armor enveloped him effortlessly. He could perceive its defensive capabilities, which were nearly equivalent to having enhanced the 9 nether demon suppression seal by an additional layer. The effect was nothing short of remarkable. Lin Xiao seated himself on the ground, embarking on the preliminary refinement of the armor. As for the third prince and his companions outside, they could patiently await their turn. After all, they had already endured considerable delays. A bit longer would matter not. An hour passed, and the third prince and his entourage began to exhibit signs of impatience. Despite their considerable numbers, dealing with a golden sword spirit was neither effortless nor entirely comfortable. The longer the wait, the greater their exhaustion became. At that moment, a voice resonated through the air. Your Highness, everything is prepared on my end. We can draw that entity in now. This voice was music to their ears, heralding an end to their ordeal. They had no desire to return to this cursed place in the future. Very well, the third prince replied succinctly. Following his command, two individuals from the group proceeded to draw the golden sword spirit into the illusion. As the figure of the golden sword spirit vanished within the illusion, the third prince and his companions, devoid of any decorum, collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. Exhaustion weighed heavily upon them. Confronted with the relentless assault of a formidable cultivator from the Xiandan realm, even the elite disciples of the Wei royal family found it unbearable. Your Highness, the third prince, are we truly going to lead him into the next layer of the inheritance site? One of the royal disciples inquired telepathically. Indeed, we must fulfill our promise. The third prince replied with a faint smile. Yet, the expression in his eyes betrayed a different sentiment. This operation of suppression had endured for a full hour. With a soft sound, the illusionary formation before the third prince and his entourage dissipated, revealing Lin Xiao once more. Instantly, the group regained their composure. As the third prince gazed at Lin Xiao, his brow twitched slightly. Although the formation master remained at the pinnacle of the gathering spirit realm, an unsettling aura emanated from him, sending shivers down the prince's spine. Just as the third prince attempted to discern this strange feeling, it vanished. Esteemed one, what the other half of the key? The third prince inquired, setting aside his prior thoughts to focus on his most pressing concern. The key is in my possession, but I regret to inform you, Your Highness, that I cannot relinquish it to you, Lin Xiao replied coolly. Upon hearing Lin Xiao's words, the atmosphere became abruptly tense. The expressions of the Wei royal disciples darkened with hostility. While this formation master had indeed resolved two significant dilemmas for them, his usefulness had now been exhausted. They had not anticipated that he would dare to withhold the key. Did you truly believe that vanquishing two golden sword spirits would render you exceptional and invincible? Without the exquisite spirit stones provided by His Highness the Third Prince, what significance does your status as a formation master hold? What do you mean by that? The Third Prince inquired with a faint smile. I fear that if I hand you the key, I will no longer have a role in proceeding to the next level. Thus, I have conceived a clever plan. Grant me your half of the key, and I shall unlock the entrance to the next tier, allowing us to enter together. What does His Highness the Third Prince think of this? Lin Xiao casually articulated his thoughts. Previously, he had relinquished half of the key to cultivate trust and extract greater benefits. Now, he merely wished to secure the advantage for himself. Who could foresee whether the boundless sword tomb might designate the first individual to grasp the key as the heir? Ha! Do you think this lad has been dreaming too much to hand over the key to you? Do you truly believe that is feasible? Your Highness the Third Prince, shall we simply seize it directly? Can someone at the gathering spirit realm truly be so oblivious? Watch as I snatch the key from his hands. Amidst the derisive remarks of the eager disciples of the great Wei royal family, the Third Prince extended a hand to stop those intent on seizing the key. My dear friend, are you willing to join my camp under the Third Prince? The Third Prince asked, his gaze fixed upon the other. He held a deep appreciation for this formation master. With such remarkable expertise in formations, he might prove invaluable in future explorations of other secret realms. Therefore, the Third Prince's intention was to first attempt to recruit him. If one is unwilling to be recruited, then one cannot blame him. Apologies, but I must decline. Lin Xiao did not hesitate even for a moment. The Third Prince's eyes instantly darkened, revealing a chilling glint. Kill him, and bring me the key, he uttered softly. Yes, Your Highness. Several individuals responded and surged towards Lin Xiao from various directions. To them, this man posed no threat as he did not employ any formations. Moreover, they would never grant him the time to set one up. How many perfected gathering spirit realm cultivators could a late-stage will see realm practitioner overpower? The answer was likely countless. Just as they believed they were on the verge of capturing Lin Xiao, a decisive slash echoed. Lin Xiao spoke coldly, extending his hand to grasp the spirit sword. With a swift motion, he unleashed a strike, causing the nearby space to warp instantaneously. A series of agonizing screams erupted as those who rushed forward were cleaved in two by the sword's light. 50% of sword intent. Who are you? The Third Prince's countenance changed dramatically, exclaiming in shock. Chapter 68. The Madman. He is truly a madman. The third prince and the three remaining companions stood frozen in place, utterly bewildered by the scene before them. The notion of possessing 50% of sword intent. Was this merely a dream? How could an insignificant creature from the gathering spirit realm wield such formidable sword intent? Particularly the third prince, whose expression fluctuated between shadow and light, resembling a still, murky lake. Initially, he believed that the opponent had reached this point solely through mastery of formations. It was only now that he realized the folly of his assumption. A person possessing 50% sword intent could easily shatter the first layer of the illusion. Wait, illusion? The third prince seemed to have an epiphany, his eyes widening in realization. You were deceiving me all along, weren't you? He glared fiercely at Lin Xiao, his voice laced with wrath. The outside world lauded the third prince's intelligence, and today it was evident that such praise was well-deserved. He had finally come to his senses. Lin Xiao, now unreserved, clapped his hands in approval. At this juncture, the third prince's eyes blazed with murderous intent, his composure shattered. Suddenly, he unleashed a powerful strike from his sleeve. Imperial Fist. D. The third prince bellowed. Seizing the initiative, a brilliant golden light erupted, accompanied by the roar of a dragon, as a tremendous pressure of intent surged toward Lin Xiao. Feeling the overwhelming force of the punch, Lin Xiao raised his brows in surprise. 4% of fist intent. It was astonishing that a prince could comprehend such a level of intent. His perceptiveness was indeed remarkable. The disparity in their cultivation, coupled with a mere 40% of his boxing intent, was sufficient to subdue his opponent, who wielded 50% of sword intent. Alas, that was only 50% of his sword intent. Slash! Lin Xiao snorted coldly, his eyes ignited with a fierce, murderous intent. At the moment of confrontation, he had already made his resolution. What a prince! To kill was the only option. Once he eliminated his adversary within the limitless relics, who would know it was his doing? In an instant, Lin Xiao's long sword was unleashed. A torrent of formidable sword energy surged forth, akin to the Milky Way cascading down, uprooting the very earth beneath and shattering the clouds in the heavens. No, this could not be merely 50% of sword intent. The third prince's heart sank, and he roared in desperation. Yet, it was too late to withdraw. The timing of his opponent's strike was exquisitely precise. To retreat now would surely result in grievous injury. More critically, his exquisite spiritual armor had been deceitfully taken from him. Cursed be it all. From beginning to end, he had been ensnared in another's scheme. Throughout his life, he had always orchestrated the designs of others. This was the first time he had fallen prey to such a plot. Boom! The clash of sword intent against boxing intent stirred up a tempestuous gale. However, the 40% boxing intent could not withstand the overwhelming sword intent. With a mere touch, the boxing intent shattered and dissipated. Yet, the sword intent surged forth unimpeded, poised to strike at the royal family. After a few anguished cries, 3 mangled corpses lay upon the ground, those of the previously surviving disciples of the Great Way royal family. Yet the third prince had vanished without a trace. Truly, the royal family is devoid of compassion. In a fleeting moment, Lin Xiao unleashed a fatal strike, channeling 70% of his sword intent. This was the pinnacle of sword intent he achieved after assimilating the golden sword spirit. He had anticipated that this surprise attack would vanquish his opponent. However, to his astonishment, the third prince, in the final instant, shoved 3 disciples of the Wei royal family in front of him as human shields. Moreover, even without these shields, it appeared that the third prince possessed a protective talisman. This ultimately thwarted Lin Xiao's lethal blow. Pursue. It is imperative to pursue. That half of the key remains in their possession. Lin Xiao huffed coldly and propelled himself forward with all his might, executing the 1,000-mile soaring light technique in a singular direction. He was eager to discover just how many of his assaults the opponent's protective talisman could withstand. On the other side, the third prince was frantically fleeing, his hair disheveled. He had honed his agility to its utmost limits. At this moment, there was no semblance of a prince about him. Yet, despite this, his face was etched with sheer terror. 70%. Sword intent at 70%. How could such a being exist? Were it not for the talisman bestowed upon him by his ancestor for protection, he would not have withstood that previous strike. This individual is truly a madman. He is the third prince, and this lunatic dares to threaten even royalty. In his life, he had experienced fear only from his father, but this madman was the second to instill such dread. Damn it! The third prince's gaze darkened to an unfathomable degree. However, there was one matter that brought him a modicum of solace. The half-key remained in his possession. As long as he held this object, that insufferable wretch would be unable to breach the sanctum of inheritance. If he cannot have it, then neither shall anyone else. The third prince now yearned to depart from the infinite sword tomb and escape the infinite relics. Once he left the infinite relics, that would herald the demise of his adversary. He was prepared to pay any price to ensure the other's death. As the third prince approached the exit to the previous layer, he was but moments away from returning and fleeing the infinite relics. Yet in the next instant, a flash of white light appeared. A figure had already positioned itself there ahead of him. The third prince halted abruptly. It was the formation master. How could he have arrived so swiftly? His eyes widened in disbelief. Without a moment's hesitation, he resolved to act. In the presence of Lin Xiao, the third prince drew forth the half-key and affixed a talisman to it. Then, summoning all his strength, he hurled the half-key in a specific direction. Lin Xiao regarded him with suspicion. He had not anticipated that the third prince would resort to such a tactic at the last moment. Was he presenting him with a choice between murder and the key? He was not greedy, yet he desired both. But before Lin Xiao could make a move, the third prince's voice rang out swiftly. I have affixed a thunderstorm talisman to the key. It shall be destroyed within 3 breaths. So, are you certain you can resolve me in 3 breaths? The third prince, as he spoke, produced his protective talisman. Instantly, a blue shield enveloped him. It was now Lin Xiao's turn to be taken aback, his brows furrowing deeply. 3 breaths of time. He was confident in his ability to eliminate this third prince. Yet under the existence of that protective barrier, accomplishing this within 3 breaths was nearly impossible. It truly was a dilemma, to claim the life of the third prince or to seize the inheritance of the infinite sword tomb. After a breath had passed, Lin Xiao arrived at his conclusion. Tianming's slash. He swiftly swung his spirit's sword towards the third prince, channeling 70% of his sword intent. Without a hint of hesitation, Lin Xiao immediately darted toward the direction of the key. Ultimately, he chose the inheritance of the infinite sword tomb. He understood clearly. The third prince's life could be taken at another opportunity, but the inheritance of the infinite sword tomb was a once-in-a-lifetime chance. Once Lin Xiao vanished, the 70% sword intent of the Tianming slash struck forth. Crack! The third prince let out a muffled grunt, stumbling back several steps. The cracks on his protective talisman were barely holding together. Damn! A madman. Truly a madman. The third prince gritted his teeth, rushing into the entrance at once, and then hastily departed from the infinite sword tomb. Who are you? It is His Highness the third prince. What has happened to you? Your Highness, what transpired inside? Upon reporting to His Highness the third prince, it was noted that after his entrance, another individual forcefully entered, possessing the cultivation of the perfected spirit gathering realm. The members of the royal family from the Great Way, witnessing the disheveled state of the third prince, were left in utter astonishment. While they expressed their concern and sought to relay the situation, the third prince was far too preoccupied to heed their words. Continue to stand guard here. Should that outsider emerge, spare no effort to eliminate him, commanded the third prince, without so much as glancing back as he charged forth. He was determined to flee the infinite relics at once. For if that madman were to pursue him, these inept individuals would be utterly incapable of holding him back for even a brief moment. It was imperative. He must escape the infinite relics to find any semblance of peace. Chapter 69. My wisdom is at its zenith, and you expect me to guard a tomb for a century? As the third prince fled for his life, Lin Xiao swiftly caught up to the discarded key within mere moments. Activating the 9 nether sealing magic, Lin Xiao tore apart the talisman affixed to the key. He then hastily cast it aside and assumed a defensive stance, bracing himself for the impending threat. Yet a breath passed, then another, a full 10 breaths elapsed, and the talisman remained utterly inert, lying silently on the ground. With a swift motion, Lin Xiao unleashed a blade of energy, shattering the talisman into fragments. Ultimately, it exhibited no reaction whatsoever. How foolish of me, Lin Xiao lamented, feeling a twinge of helplessness. Simultaneously, he couldn't help but admire the third prince's moment of brilliance. Had he been in the same predicament, such a clever ruse would have eluded his mind. It was truly a narrow escape from a dire situation. With a sigh, Lin Xiao decided to cease further contemplation and abandon his pursuit. The prime opportunity for a decisive strike had slipped away, and all he could do now was await the next chance. At that moment, his primary objective was to reach the site of the legacy. Lin Xiao retrieved his half of the key. When both pieces were placed together, they emanated a radiant golden light, merging into a complete key. Rather than dissipating, the golden glow remained, seemingly guiding Lin Xiao in a specific direction. After a brief period, Lin Xiao arrived at a concealed rock face. On the surface, there was a small opening. Had it not been for the key's luminous guidance, it is unlikely anyone would have ever noticed this aperture. Taking a moment to steady his breath, Lin Xiao inserted the key into the opening. In the next instant, his body was enveloped in a radiant golden light, only to vanish from sight, along with the key that had unlocked the rocky barrier. Just as Lin Xiao had anticipated, the place of inheritance could only be accessed by a single fated individual. Perhaps a heartbeat or two later, Lin Xiao felt as though he was once again standing upon solid ground. However, before the golden light could dissipate, he sensed an atmosphere that was both familiar and foreign surrounding him. As the golden light dispersed and his vision returned, Lin Xiao's expression morphed into one of bewilderment upon observing his surroundings. Could this truly be the realm of inheritance? Surely, that third prince must have gleaned this from some pirated ancient tome. This was hardly a place of inheritance. It was unmistakably a cemetery of swords. Lin Xiao was at a loss for words. Indeed, the ground he now stood upon was amidst countless sword tombs. No wonder it felt so familiar. After all, during the past 6 months, he had been frequenting this very cemetery, paying respects to the graves and examining the swords therein. Suddenly, a grave realization struck him. He had been transported here by the golden light. But how was he to leave? How could he escape this place? Goodness, could it be that he had been ensnared? At that moment, an ethereal voice resonated from the void. Congratulations, fated one. You may feel perplexed, but I assure you, this is indeed the sacred ground of our Wajijian sect's inheritance, as well as the final resting place of our esteemed ancestors and disciples. One need only sincerely polish each long sword, and the legacy will naturally manifest. Ultimately, I hope that a destined individual can carry forth the inheritance of my Wajijian sect. Lin Xiao, what on earth? More sword polishing? How did this directly revert him to his former profession? Moreover, Lin Xiao's expression darkened as he surveyed his surroundings. This sword tomb of the Wajijian sect truly seemed boundless. In comparison, the Fanchen sword tomb of the sword demon sect appeared trivial. To gain the inheritance, one must sincerely polish each long sword. How long could that possibly take? Additionally, this statement itself is rather intriguing. How could the one who established this inheritance ascertain whether he is genuinely sincere in polishing the swords? It is indeed a peculiar matter. Nevertheless, regardless of the circumstances, Lin Xiao felt a surge of excitement upon witnessing such an expansive sword tomb. His Tian Kuei sword cannon requires an environment brimming with sword energy for swift cultivation. The higher the quality of the sword energy, the faster his progress. The sword tomb of the sword demon sect was somewhat inferior in rank. This place is absolutely perfect. As Lin Xiao casually sensed the nearby sword tombs, he noted that most were at the late stage or perfected realm of the Wheel Sea. It is worth noting that he stood at the very outskirts. What lies deeper within? The rotating pill realm? Or perhaps, even beyond the rotating pill realm? This location is undoubtedly a treasure trove for him. He would gladly forsake the inheritance if only to claim this land for himself. To work, to labor, to engage in the task at hand. Lin Xiao approached the nearest sword tomb and drew forth the long sword resting upon it. Instantly, An exceedingly fragmented memory surged forth, accompanied by a stream of sword aura and an ephemeral comprehension of swordsmanship that he absorbed. Perhaps due to the passage of time, this memory remained elusive. Yet the insights into swordsmanship were quite substantial, albeit he could not discern any particular sword technique. This was a customary procedure, and Lin Xiao felt no surprise. Subsequently, he retrieved a specialized tool for sword maintenance from his storage ring, an item he always carried with him. The timing was fortuitous, as it proved useful at that moment. With remarkable proficiency, Lin Xiao began to polish the long sword, just as he had been at it for 5 seconds. A wave of exceptionally pure spiritual energy surged from the sword into his being, and the quantity was considerable. What is happening? Is it truly possible to receive this? Merely polishing a sword has granted him a surge of spiritual energy equivalent to that produced by a high-grade recovery pill. This sword tomb of the Wajijian sect holds a certain enchantment. Lin Xiao marveled momentarily before returning the long sword to its resting place, preparing to proceed to the next one. At that moment, the voice from the void resonated once more. Congratulations, fortunate one, on successfully polishing your first long sword. You may have tried countless times to achieve this, yet you understand that only by earnestly engaging with each sword can one attain the unimaginable. I can reveal to you that there are a total of 178,912 swords here. After spending a century guarding the tomb and polishing countless swords, only then can one truly claim to be formidable in this world. Upon hearing these words, Lin Xiao's eyes widened in disbelief. How many? Nearly 180,000 swords. Is this highest? Does he truly believe he is merely a soulless sword polisher? If he were to complete this task, would he not emerge with hair as white as snow? Lin Xiao furrowed his brow in deep contemplation, beginning to calculate. 180,000 swords, each requiring 5 seconds of polishing. This amounts to a staggering 900,000 seconds. Converting this, it translates to 15,000 minutes, or 250 hours, which is equivalent to 10 days. Wait, only 10 days? Lin Xiao paused, momentarily taken aback. He recalculated and found no errors. The thought startled him. What of guarding the tomb for a century? I am a genius with unparalleled comprehension. How can I be expected to guard a tomb for a century? 10 days, however, is entirely manageable, though the quantity is indeed overwhelming. Enough of this. I shall simply begin the task. The soulless sword polisher is now activated. Meanwhile, as Lin Xiao immersed himself in the act of polishing swords, the third prince finally emerged from the Wuji ruins, appearing disheveled before the multitude of powerful factions. Chapter 70. The conclusion of the infinite relics. The third prince awaited eagerly, exclaiming, "Look, the entrance to the infinite relics has lit up again. It appears that another individual has emerged." Remarkably, in just a few days, a substantial number of people had exited, far exceeding the usual pace of previous years. Thus far, no one had secured any opportunities. Allegedly, the third prince and his companions had monopolized a particular area of fortune, preventing others from entering. Such tyranny was indeed evident. Keep your voice down. Members of the Wei royal family are present in the imperial carriage. It will be troublesome if they overheard us. While various factions engaged in discussion, the entrance to the infinite relics flickered brightly once more. Suddenly, a disheveled man burst forth, his hair unkempt and appearance pitiful. Good heavens! Who is this unfortunate soul? He appears to have suffered greatly. Could it be that he encountered resource thieves? Resource plundering is commonplace. Might makes right, after all. Indeed, if one possesses the strength, they ought to seize opportunities from others. Wait, this individual seems somewhat familiar now that you mention it. He does resemble someone I've seen before. Many spectators, after casting a few glances at the disheveled man, felt a sense of recognition, though they could not pinpoint his identity. Wang Qingfeng seeks an audience with the guardian. The beleaguered man summoned all his strength and shouted, "Wang Qingfeng, who might that be?" Wait, that voice, it bears a striking resemblance to that of His Highness the Third Prince. Wang Qingfeng? Wang Qingfeng. Is this not the true name of His Highness the Third Prince? All factions, great and small, were momentarily taken aback. His Highness the Third Prince? How has he fallen to such a state? Could it be that this predicament arose from that fateful place? Third prince, what troubles you? What has transpired? The guard accompanying the royal carriage was equally astonished. Just as he leapt from the carriage and soared down, an aged figure suddenly appeared before the third prince. It was a gray-haired elder, cloaked entirely in a black robe. His hair concealed his face, rendering it impossible to discern his features. Yet, the aura he emanated instilled trepidation even in the likes of the sword demon sex leader and the flowing cloud sex master. He was an ancient being who had lingered in the perfected realm of the rotating pill for an indeterminate duration. This must be the guardian. Individuals of the third prince's stature are typically accompanied by hidden protectors. It seems the third prince is well aware of this. Third prince, you have summoned me of your own volition. Upon your return, you should know how to proceed, the guardian said, his expression devoid of emotion, his tone grave. I understand, and I shall certainly seek my father's forgiveness, replied the third prince with a hint of reverence. The demeanor of the third prince suggested that the guardian held a significant position within the Wei royal family. Subsequently, the third prince began to communicate telepathically with the guardian. Outsiders remained oblivious to the nature of their exchange. However, they observed a peculiar phenomenon. The once impassive guardian underwent a myriad of expressions upon hearing the third prince recount the events: shock, bewilderment, suspicion, disbelief. An utter confusion flitted across his countenance in rapid succession. At last, his expression became fixed, marked by severity, avarice, and a murderous intent. The gossiping souls within everyone began to ignite with curiosity. They were desperate to uncover the unfolding events. Why the demeanor of this guardian shifted so dramatically? Typically, such beings possess an all-encompassing insight into the world, remaining unfazed by any occurrence. Yet within such a brief span, the elder had undergone a transformation of countenance 6, 7, or even 8 times. Moreover, he exhibited a glimmer of greed. What could possibly provoke such avarice in a guardian of formidable strength? The Wujing ruins had been opened annually, and the major factions had long since exhausted their explorations. Could there truly be any significant opportunity yet to be discovered? Thus, the guardian escorted the third prince back to the royal carriage. The third prince did not re-enter the Wujing ruins. Instead, he stood upon the royal carriage with a grim expression, his gaze fixed intently on the entrance to the ruins, as if awaiting the emergence of someone. The Wujing ruins opened for a duration of 1 month each year. During this time, explorers bearing a special token could freely enter and exit, but once the period concluded, everyone would be automatically transported out. Days passed, and people from various factions came and went. However, they found it peculiar that since the third prince's departure, no one else from the Wei royal family had emerged. What could be the reason for this? It is worth noting that among the explorers from the major factions, the individuals from the Wei royal family possessed an average strength significantly surpassing that of the others. Surely, nothing could have gone awry, and the third prince himself was an even greater enigma. Every day, he would stand atop the imperial carriage, fixating intently on the entrance of the Wujia ruins, tirelessly vigilant day and night. For a perfected practitioner of the Wheelsea realm, a few days without rest bore no consequence. Days turned into 10, then 20. Soon, the moment approached when the Wujia ruins would close for the year. Throughout these many days, various factions had garnered some measure of gain. Suddenly, the entrance of the Wujia ruins began to tremble, heralding its imminent closure. The third prince atop the imperial carriage immediately sharpened his focus. His eyes ablaze with an intense hatred, as if ready to incinerate everything in its path. In rapid succession, countless beams of light flickered at the entrance, and figures began to materialize. Among them was a striking crimson silhouette. As she emerged, a palpable stillness enveloped the surroundings. Everyone recognized her. It was the enchanting demoness of the great Qian dynasty, ensue. With a collective instinct, all eyes swiftly diverted, silently acknowledging another direction, the direction of the third prince. They recalled his peculiar demeanor towards this demoness prior to their entry into the Wujia ruins. Yet this time, they were met with disappointment. The third prince merely cast a fleeting glance, at ensue before returning his gaze to the entrance of the Wujie ruins. Astonishment rippled through the crowd. How could it be that after a mere foray into the Wujie ruins, His Highness the Third Prince had undergone such a transformation? The radiance at the entrance of the infinite relic gradually diminished, until finally, no one emerged from the portal. No, this cannot be. Where's that person? How could he not have come out? The Third Prince murmured to himself, his expression darkening as he grappled with an unsettling thought. Many factions, having witnessed their members' return, prepare to depart. However, the Sword Demon sect and the Flowing Cloud sect showed no inclination to leave. Father, where is Lin Xiao? The transmission has concluded, yet he has not appeared, Luo Yushang inquired, tugging at her father's sleeve in confusion. Master, where is junior brother Lin? I have not seen him, Lu Mingyue also queried. Her brow furrowed as she directed her concern towards Sect Master Fong. Luo Haiqing and Sect Master Fong exchanged a glance, rolling their eyes in exasperation, as if to say, if you ask me, whom shall I inquire? At that moment, a sudden cracking sound reverberated through the air. The space surrounding the entrance of the infinite relic began to collapse and distort, the void trembling with an unsettling energy. Then, a brilliant flash of light erupted from the entrance, and a figure materialized before them. It is him. The Third Prince's eyes turned crimson, and he shouted in exhilaration. Chapter 71. I shall strike you. Today no one can stand in my way, as the major factions beheld the entrance to the infinite relic manifesting unusual phenomena. A figure emerged, eliciting a slight surprise. However, upon witnessing the furious demeanor of the Third Prince, their astonishment deepened. Is it truly him? They pondered. What was the matter? Was he not merely a youth of the fourth level of the Wheel Sea realm? Quite ordinary, indeed. Among the explorers entering the infinite relic, such cultivation was deemed mediocre. Why, then, did the Third Prince appear as if he harbored a profound enmity against him? The instant the youth emerged, he unleashed his agility and surged forward with remarkable speed. Yet, his swiftness was eclipsed by another. At the moment the Third Prince called out, a gray-robed elder had already propelled himself into motion. Leave him to me, the elder intoned softly, simultaneously launching a colossal palm strike toward the youth. The force was formidable, and the surrounding air howled, transforming into a wave of oppressive might. A glint of icy resolve flashed in the youth's eyes as he grasped a spiritual sword. Yet, before he could retaliate, a towering figure had interposed himself in front of him. Shortly thereafter, another silhouette appeared, blocking his other side. Break! The first figure hurled a fist toward the palm strike. The collision produced a thunderous sound as fist met palm, resulting in a resounding boom. The forces were evenly matched, and the two martial techniques countered one another, dissipating into fragments of spiritual energy. The onlookers from various factions were left in awe at the spectacle before them. Many stood agape, perplexed by the unfolding events. Yet, they recognized the identities of those involved. The first to strike, an elder clad in gray robes, was none other than the guardian of the Third Prince, possessing mastery at the pinnacle of the rotating pill realm. The second, who intervened to shield the young boy, was the esteemed leader of the Sword Demon sect, equally formidable in the rotating pill realm. Standing protectively beside the boy was the leader of the Flowing Cloud sect, who also boasted the same remarkable prowess. Heavens! Was this a celestial confrontation? Among those present, these three individuals represented the pinnacle of strength. How had matters escalated to such a conflict? Most intriguingly, it appeared that everything was somehow connected to the youth who had just emerged from the Wujie ruins. Who was this boy? What afforded him such gravitas? Moreover, they had previously harbored a curious thought. During a seemingly ordinary exploration of the ruins, most sects typically dispatched one or two elders to lead the expedition. Yet, the Sword Demon sect and the Flowing Cloud sect, both ranked among the top 10 sects of the Great Wei dynasty, had chosen to send their very leaders. Such an action seemed entirely unwarranted. It was akin to using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. Witnessing the current scene, they could not help but entertain an absurd notion. Could it be that the presence of this boy was the reason the two leaders accompanied him personally? Who then was this young man? Esteemed elder. Lin Xiao is a disciple of the Sword Demon sect. What is your intention? The leader, Fong, retorted coldly. He was acutely aware that his counterpart was a guardian of the Great Wei royal family, a figure of considerable esteem. Had the adversary targeted another disciple, he might have responded with mere pleasantries. Yet this old fellow dared to take action against Lin Xiao. How unfortunate for him. The Sword Demon sect has always been associated with the dark arts. Showing deference to the esteemed Wei royal family was merely a matter of courtesy. Should you disregard such courtesy, do not be surprised when he turns hostile. All of us are consummate experts within the realm of rotating pills. The balance of power is not so easily determined. I shall claim this youth. Do any of you have objections? The guardian's gaze fixed coldly upon the three, his words imbued with unwavering authority, leaving no room for negotiation. Upon hearing this, both Sect Master Fong and Luo Haiqing's expressions shifted slightly. At this juncture, the two remained utterly baffled, unable to comprehend why the third prince and this guardian were so adamant about seizing Lin Xiao. Was it his prodigious talent that caught their attention? With my presence, you shall not take him away, declared Sect Master Fong, positioning himself resolutely before Lin Xiao. Luo Haiqing sighed, remaining silent yet refusing to withdraw. Lin Xiao had saved his daughter's life on 2 occasions, even if he wished to avoid entanglement. He found himself unable to do so. Ha ha ha! The guardian let out a chilling laugh, casting a disdainful glance at the two. Do you truly believe yourselves worthy? In the next instant, the guardian unleashed a powerful palm strike from distance. A colossal imprint coalesced, imbued with a formidable aura. Wherever the palm struck, the very fabric of space appeared to fracture, trembling in response. This is bad. The intent of the palm suggests he is a half-step into the transformation realm. Sect Master Fong's expression shifted dramatically upon perceiving this scene. Meanwhile, Luo Haiqing reacted with remarkable swiftness. He grasped Lin Xiao's arm, attempting to retreat and evade the impending strike. However, the palm's velocity was astonishingly swift, imbued with the power of confinement. Under the overwhelming force of this palm intent, both were propelled nearly 100 meters away, while Lin Xiao found himself deliberately suppressed in place. This battle commenced with startling abruptness and concluded in a manner that surpassed everyone's expectations. The combatants were fundamentally mismatched in strength. My heavens! The protector of the third prince is actually a half-step to the transformation pill realm. This is truly terrifying. Master, what realm does half-step transformation pill represent? Beyond the Xiandan realm lies the transformation pill realm. Yet to transcend into the transformation pill realm, one must not only achieve perfection in the Xiandan realm, but also grasp an understanding of the intent at 80%. This venerable protector has fulfilled both conditions. Only an opportunity remains. Once the opportunity presents itself, he shall ascend to the transformation pill realm. Indeed, a half-step transformation pill expert possesses strength that far surpasses that of a perfected Xiandan realm practitioner. It is utterly unexpected. Who would have thought that the King of Wei would dispatch such an unparalleled master to guard the third prince? Clearly, the third prince holds significant importance in the eyes of the King of Wei. The representatives of various factions were astounded by the protector's cultivation level and strength. Terribly formidable. At this moment, the third prince descended from his royal carriage and halted 30 meters away from Lin Xiao. Instinctively, he maintained a cautious distance from this madman. Surrender the Wuji inheritance voluntarily, and I may spare your life. The third prince transmitted a message to Lin Xiao, his voice frigid. Upon hearing the transmission, Lin Xiao slowly turned to face him, subsequently revealing a smile laden with meaning. He spoke, "Do you truly believe you have triumphed?" The third prince's expression instantly turned grave. This lunatic, such theatrics. Even now, he remains obstinate. Is it merely because he has achieved the 4th level of the Wheel Sea realm? In the face of absolute power, no amount of resistance can prove fruitful. The third prince recalled that his protector was a half-step transformation pill expert, and his anxiety dissipated. However, at that moment, Lin Xiao abruptly raised his spiritual sword, his eyes ablaze with madness, declaring, "I shall slay you, and today none shall impede me." with the sword raised and then descending. A magnificent surge of sword energy erupted, transforming into a towering beam of sword light, akin to an immortal swordsman, relentlessly thrusting towards the third prince. This terrifying sword energy bore no hint of sword intent, yet its inherent might surged perilously close to the peak of the complete rotation pill realm. The third prince was left in a state of shock. What in the world? Am I witnessing a ghost? How can someone at the fourth level of the Wheel C realm possibly unleash such formidable sword energy? This is inconceivable. Protector, save me. As the third prince desperately retreated while calling for help, he produced a protective talisman. A madman, truly a madman. The protector, hovering in the air, furrowed his brow at the sight of the sword energy. Yet, without further contemplation, he surged towards the third prince with utmost speed. Such a level of sword energy was easily within his capacity to counter. Not far away, Lin Xiao beheld this scene, his eyes filled with an even greater madness. Did he truly believe that his only target was the third prince? Another strike. Chapter 72. The third prince perished. Old dog, do you believe you shall meet your end? As Lin Xiao witnessed the protector charging towards the third prince, he wielded his spiritual sword once more. Another strike. A vibrant tricolor sword aura suddenly emerged, swiftly transforming into a colossal beam of sword light, piercing through the vast heavens, transcending the realms of the nine skies. The ethereal sword intent rendered the entire cosmos dim. What is this? Why does my very soul tremble? I can hardly maintain my footing. This is undeniably beyond the capabilities of a consummate practitioner at the essence refinement stage. The might of the transformation stage. It bears an uncanny resemblance to the formidable strike I witnessed from a transformation stage expert years ago. Yet, he is merely at the fourth level of the Wheel C realm. How could he unleash such a terrifying blow? The opportunities within the infinite relics. Yes, indeed, this is undoubtedly a boon that the youth acquired within the relics. All present gazed at Lin Xiao with faces filled with astonishment, and they began to piece together certain revelations. Such an extraordinary strike could not possibly stem from the boy's inherent strength. It was clearly a singular use. They had heard of such fortuitous encounters, where one might acquire an item containing the remnants of a powerful attack left by a formidable being, an expendable resource. Once used, it loses its efficacy. This youth has most certainly obtained something of that nature. However, this madman, in the eyes of all, Lin Xiao had become a lunatic. He, astonishingly, employed such a life-preserving trump card directly against the third prince and the protector. What was he thinking? After all, they're the third prince and the protector of the Great Wei dynasty. Is he aware of the consequences of his actions? Meanwhile, the protector, rushing towards the third prince to dispel the sword energy, suddenly felt a chilling sensation coursing through his body, his scalp prickling with unease. A lethal threat loomed ominously from behind. Instinctively, the protector summoned all his spiritual power, poised to unleash a forceful palm strike in an effort to fend off the impending danger. What? This sword energy is at the transformation realm. Boom! As the palm strike was executed, the protector belatedly grasped the gravity of the situation, yet it was too late. His desperate strike was as futile as a handful of dust, crushed effortlessly by the oncoming sword light, disintegrating into mere particles. The immense sword light descended relentlessly, forcefully driving the protector into the earth below. The ground trembled and split, creating deep chasms as the terrain fractured. The fate of the protector remained uncertain. Witnessing the scene, members of all factions, great and small, were rendered speechless in shock. This was a superlative being at the half-step transformation realm. Yet in the next moment, an even more astonishing spectacle unfolded. Ah! A piercing scream echoed through the air, devoid of the protector's support. The sword energy that had been aimed at the third prince now struck against the protective barrier of his talisman. Crack! Crack! The protective shield shattered instantaneously, exhibiting no semblance of defense. Following this, the talisman meant for safeguarding was also obliterated. However, the sword energy did not relent. With a swift thrust, the gleaming blade flickered. Regardless of how fiercely the third prince resisted, This razor-sharp sword energy, embodying the full prowess of the perfected Dan realm, cleaved him asunder. He was irretrievably dead. The Great Wei dynasty had lost its third prince. Silence enveloped the scene, a stillness akin to death. This included Fang Zhongzhu and the people of Luohai City, who had been hurled 100 meters away, yet now stood up, dumbfounded, gazing at Lin Xiao. Had he truly slain the third prince? This was sheer madness. It was a catastrophe waiting to unfold. Many faces paled in shock. Numerous factions swiftly transmitted urgent messages to their members, urging them to vacate the premises post-haste. The demise of a prince who could contend for the throne in the future signified monumental consequences. Every gaze directed at Lin Xiao was rife with horror, trepidation, wariness, and astonishment. The expression on Fang Zhongzhu's face was one of despair, rendered speechless. Suddenly, a voice filled with fury erupted. The third prince. Damn it. A tattered, blood-soaked figure surged through the ground and ascended into the air. It was the guardian of the third prince. He was still alive. Once again, astonishment rippled through the crowd. Truly, a formidable being at the threshold of the Dan realm. Even after sustaining a grievous injury from a Dan realm assault, had managed to escape with his life. The guardian glared at Lin Xiao with bloodshot eyes, filled with intense hatred and a hint of trepidation. Were it not for the exquisite spirit armor adorning his form, he feared that the recent strike would have claimed his life. This accursed individual, who managed to unearth such a terrifying artifact within the depths of the boundless sword tomb. You wretched scoundrel, you have slain the prince. You and the forces that back you shall undoubtedly face the relentless wrath of the Wei royal family. Murderous intent surged within the guardian's eyes as he issued his threat. Lin Xiao could only shake his head in resignation. Indeed, formidable opponents like a half-step transformation pill cultivator were not easily vanquished. The exhaustion of his spiritual energy and the frailty of his vital essence clearly indicated his condition, which was scarcely superior to that of the guardian. Although he had just unleashed a power that was not his own, it exacted a significant toll. You fool, you fool. Are you not capable of executing another strike from the transformation pill realm? Show me once more. The guardian provocatively challenged, having discerned the signs of Lin Xiao's depleted strength. He understood that his adversary was devoid of any further power. Step by step, the guardian advanced towards Lin Xiao, the aura of impending doom intensifying with each stride. Previously caught off guard, he had been unable to evade the sudden assault, but now, fully focused, he believed that even if he could not withstand that dreadful sword energy, evasion was a viable option. With the death of the third prince, he too could not escape culpability. Upon his return, he would undoubtedly face severe punishment from the King of Wei. The only opportunity to rectify this situation lay in capturing this insufferable brat. The legacy of the boundless. This young man is highly likely to possess the legacy of the infinite. If this scoundrel were to be surrendered, his circumstances might improve. Lin Xiao gazed at the guardian advancing towards him, forcing himself to straighten his back, lifting his chin, and returning a cold, piercing glare. Old dog, can you guess who will ultimately survive, and who will perish? With a flick of his spiritual sword, all traces of his aura vanished in that instant, rendering him as inconspicuous as a mere mortal. You feign ignorance, but this time I shall decisively eliminate you. Those who dare obstruct me shall face merciless slaughter. The guardian gritted his teeth, articulating each word with difficulty. Observing the other's demeanor, he began to reconsider his stance. The temperament and cunning of this youth could not be allowed to persist. Otherwise, he would pose a grave threat to the nation. He would rather face severe punishment than allow this youth to live. Just as he raised his hand to unleash a lethal strike, a crimson figure floated between the two. Hee, this one's life belongs to me, the girl in red said with a charming smile. Upon recognizing the interloper, the guardian's brow furrowed deeply. Dakian's demoness, are you certain you wish to impede me? His eyes glinted with murderous intent as he spoke coldly. The girl in red tilted her head and, with a playful demeanor, asked, Old man, surely you don't believe that only your prince has a guardian, do you? Chapter 73, Young Man of the Great Wei. What are you doing with your hand? All present were momentarily taken aback by the words of the enchanting woman from the Dacian dynasty. A guardian? Indeed, even the third prince had a guardian. How could the esteemed princess ensue of the Dacian dynasty lack such protection? The guardian of the third prince's expression darkened. Enchantress, step aside. I shall not let this person escape today, he declared in a low voice. And if I refuse? Ensue's crimson eyes blinked playfully. That is not up to you. The guardian of the third prince scoffed coldly. He thrust his palm forward, intending to send Ensue flying before dealing with the peculiar young man. However, facing the terrifying strike of a half-step transformation realm expert, Ensue seemed utterly unfazed, showing no inclination to evade or retreat. Seeing this, the third prince's guardian gritted his teeth and pressed on. What did it matter to offend a Dacian enchantress? Today he was determined to eliminate that insufferable brat. A sigh echoed through the crowd. Then a tall, gaunt elder appeared before Ensue. My dear young lady, this is a matter for their family. Why meddle in their affairs? The elder lamented. Boom! The palm strike unleashed by the guardian of the third prince came crashing down upon him. Astonishingly, the gaunt elder neither flew backward nor cried out in pain. He exhibited no reaction whatsoever, not even shifting an inch. The strike upon him felt less like a manifestation of martial prowess and more akin to a soft embrace of cotton. Who, then, is this individual? To effortlessly deflect the blow of a half-step Huading realm master. Could it be that this gaunt elder is the protector of that enchantress? Gu Changzhong. You are Gu Changzhong of the great Qian dynasty, and you have not perished, but instead transcended into the Huading realm? The protector of the third prince retreated several steps, his eyes wide with terror, as he exclaimed. Huading realm? What? This slender elder is of the Huading realm? Impossible. They had not sensed any fluctuation of spiritual energy emanating from him. Is this truly a superlative power of the Huading realm? The gathered crowd was equally astonished upon hearing these words. The elder known as Gu Changzhong cast a puzzled glance at the Great Way Protector. You recognize me? Pray tell. Who might you be? Gu Changzhong replied nonchalantly. I once stood alongside you on the True Dragon rankings. You were third. I was ninth. The Great Way Protector responded solemnly. Oh, ninth. No wonder I do not recall. Gu Changzhong regarded him with an expressionless glance before turning away, choosing not to engage further. The Great Way Protector. Little miss, we VE played enough. It is time for us to return to the Great Qian. As Gu Changzhong turned his gaze towards Ensue, his expression transformed into one of both warmth and resignation. Very well, Ensue replied with a beaming smile. Gu Changzhong furrowed his brow at her unexpectedly agreeable response. Something feels amiss. When did this little miss become so accommodating? Indeed, the truth was revealed. Ensue cast a penetrating gaze upon the Great Way Protector, her eyes brimming with an intense murderous intent. She whispered, Kill him, and I shall depart at once. The Great Way Protector, sensing the weight of her stare, trembled as if ensnared by a venomous serpent. My lady, after all, he is a guardian of the Great Way royal family. This, Gu Changzhong hesitated, grappling with the gravity of her request. It seemed rather excessive. Though he was a formidable being at the transformation pill realm, it did not grant him the liberty to act recklessly within another's dynasty. If you are unwilling, then very well. I happen to wish to pay a visit to the Great Way royal family, Ensue remarked with a slight shrug, not pressuring him further. As soon as she finished speaking, Gu Changzhong's figure vanished, only to reappear before the Great Way Protector, suspended in midair. I apologize, but you must perish, he declared, extending his hand toward him. In that fleeting moment, the Great Way Protector felt an overwhelming threat of death. Without a moment's hesitation, he spun around and fled with all his might, not daring to look back. Yet, a horrifying realization unfolded. No matter how swiftly the Great Way Protector ran, Gu Changzhong's hand remained a mere half-meter behind him, drawing ever closer. Ultimately, the Great Way Protector found himself ensnared by Gu Changzhong's grasp. Gu Changzhong, should you take my life, the King of Wei thud. The Great Way Protector barely managed to utter 10 words before Gu Changzhong crushed his skull with a single hand. In an instant, a blue spiral pill erupted from the lifeless body of the guardian, But Gu Changzhong had already anticipated this very moment. He struck out with a casual punch, shattering the blue vortex with the force of his intent. The protector of the Great Wei dynasty fell. Everyone present stood in stunned silence, afraid to utter a syllable lest they attract the gaze of the formidable presence. With a single blow, Gu Changzhong had obliterated a half-step alchemist, undoubtedly signaling that he was a superlative master of the alchemist realm. Alchemist. This was a legendary level. Did the Great Wei dynasty truly harbor such powerful beings? In the air above, Gu Changzhong had vanquished the protector, while below, Ensue turned to face Lin Xiao. You have swiftly advanced to the 4th level of the Wheel Sea realm. It seems you have gleaned significant gains within the Wuji ruins, Ensue inquired with a smile. A modest harvest. I thank you for your assistance, Lin Xiao replied cautiously, his eyes wary of her presence. He remained on high alert. This woman was certainly no benevolent figure. Just call me Ensue. There is no need for thanks. As I mentioned earlier, your life is mine, Ensue stated coolly. In the next moment, a crimson mist enveloped her, transforming her into a streak of bloodlight that surged towards him. Rip! Lin Xiao's clothing was torn asunder in an instant, and a delicate hand aimed to pierce through further. Yet, a layer of spiritual armor on his skin thwarted her assault. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Xiao grasped her hand tightly once more. Are you out of your mind? Lin Xiao exclaimed in exasperation. Damn, he had suspected as much. This enchantress was indeed unhinged, perpetually ready to engage in battle at the slightest provocation. You only just realized it, did you? Ensue revealed a trace of enjoyment and comfort. Here it comes, here it comes. Yes, this is the sensation. So pleasant, so very pleasant. At the moment when the two clasped hands, the sanguine mist enveloping Ensue began to dissipate rapidly, entirely absorbed by Lin Xiao. Her crimson gaze gradually faded once more. What are you doing, you boy from the Great Wei? Gu Changzhong barked, raising his hand to separate the two. However, upon sensing the swift diminishment of the murderous aura surrounding Ensue, he was left utterly dumbfounded. What is happening? This lad from the Great Wei has actually subdued the killing intent emanating from that young lady. Impossible. This was something the entire Great Qian dynasty could not achieve. How could this be? It is truly peculiar. This boy exudes an air of strangeness. Regardless, he could not comprehend the situation. Gu Changzhong chose to remain silent and not interfere, instead standing quietly beside the two, eager to observe just how long they might hold hands. Chapter 74. The ultimate reward of the infinite sword tomb. Lin Xiao and Ensue clasped their hands tightly together, both closing their eyes as if they were attuning to some profound sensation. The atmosphere in the vicinity was peculiar. Had they not just been embroiled in a fierce confrontation? What could have transpired so swiftly to alter the situation? The spectators from various factions were keen to make their exit. Yet the presence of the formidable, transcendent being from the transformation realm rendered them hesitant to act. After all, a guardian of the Great Wei had been effortlessly vanquished by this individual, leaving no doubt as to the peril of provoking him. Frustration simmered among the onlookers. Why did the woman from the Great Qian dynasty have to hold Lin Xiao's hand? Master, I believe it is time for us to take Lin Xiao back, one suggested. Father, did you not mention that you still needed to seek Lin Xiao for matters of importance? Why not approach him yourself? Lu Mingwei and Luo Yushang remarked, their emotions a mix of envy and irritation. Both sect leader Fong and sect leader Luo remained silent, choosing not to interject. Indeed, you hold your father and the sect leader in high regard, they mused. The lad standing beside him is a true powerhouse of the transformation realm, patiently waiting without a hint of disturbance. Who would dare to intrude? After a few breaths, Ensue voluntarily released Lin Xiao. The crimson hue in her eyes had completely dissipated, and any trace of her previous murderous aura vanished. To an untrained observer, she might have seemed like an exuberant and lively young girl. At that moment, Lin Xiao also opened his eyes, a strange glimmer reflected within them. Who exactly was this woman? Upon their initial encounter, he had absorbed a significant portion of her murderous intent, 20% to be precise. Having recently re-engaged, the essence of slaughter has elevated yet again by a significant margin. This newfound power amounting to a remarkable threefold increase, feels almost effortlessly acquired. Up to this moment, Lin Xiao has yet to harness the force of the slaughter essence. Previously, during his cultivation in the gathering spirit realm, he refrained from utilizing it out of caution. Now, with his enhanced strength, he simply has not encountered the opportunity to do so. Thank you for such words. I shall find it considerably easier to break through to the rotating pill realm, he mused. Ensue smiled gently, leaping towards the exit in a spirited manner. However, after just a few steps, she turned back, beaming at Lin Xiao. Don't perish at the hands of others. I shall await you on the true dragon rankings. With that, Ensue turned her attention to Gu Changzhong. Gu Changzhong immediately comprehended her intent. He retrieved a flying vessel and ushered the young lady aboard. Before their departure, he cast a lingering glance at Lin Xiao, then activated the flying vessel, which transformed into a streak of light, soaring towards the great Qian dynasty. Witnessing the departure of these two figures, the various factions present dispersed without hesitation. The royal carriage of the Great Wei dynasty was the first to flee, vanishing at an astonishing speed in the blink of an eye. Ultimately, only the Sword Demon sect and the Flowing Cloud sect remained. Lin Xiao, you have acted rashly this time, sighed Luo Haicheng. To slay the third prince is tantamount to forging an irreconcilable enmity with the Great Wei dynasty, leaving no possibility for resolution. Particularly within the Great Wei dynasty, you shall undoubtedly be pursued relentlessly by their forces. What is there to fear? Do they truly dare to venture deep into my Sword Demon sect to commit murder? Given sufficient time, Lin Xiao is destined to become a formidable powerhouse, rendering even the Grand Wei royal family insignificant. Master Fong, however, exhibited little concern, harboring confidence in both the Sword Demon sect and Lin Xiao himself. It is easy for you to say, retorted Luo Haicheng, but what are the other disciples of the Sword Demon sect? Do you not think that the Grand Wei royal family might direct their ire towards them? Master Fong fell silent for a moment. It was then that Lin Xiao spoke up. I appreciate the concern from both Master Fong and Master Luo, but I do not intend to return to the Sword Demon sect for the time being. I have already determined my next destination, Lin Xiao said, his gaze flickering. Indeed, during the recent events at the Wudjil ruins, he had acted somewhat recklessly. Yet, given the chance to choose again, he would make the same decision. Both Master Fong and Master Luo were taken aback by Lin Xiao's words. Pray tell, where do you wish to go? They inquired. Tianyuan City. Lin Xiao revealed a name. Tianyuan City? The two masters widened their eyes in astonishment. Is that not the primary city at the junction of the three kingdoms? Nestled amidst the Beast Mountain range? What purpose do you have in venturing there? Master Fong questioned, his expression filled with confusion. It is a place rife with chaos, and the journey there would surely take at least 10 days. However, Luo Haicheng suddenly seemed to recall something, his eyes brightening as he exclaimed, if my memory serves me correctly, the headquarters of the Alchemist Guild is indeed located in Tianyuan City. Lin Xiao, are you intending to? Lin Xiao nodded affirmatively. Yes, I plan to visit the headquarters of the Alchemist Guild. In terms of influence, the Alchemist Guild far surpasses the Great Wei Imperial family. The Great Wei Imperial family may hold the foremost position within the Great Wei dynasty, yet the Alchemist Guild ranks among the most formidable forces across the entire Eastern domain. Once he ascends to the status of a senior alchemist within the guild, not even the Great Wei Imperial family would dare to confront him or his sect openly. That alone suffices. He is in dire need of time to grow. The two sect masters suddenly remembered, almost forgetting that Lin Xiao is not only a cultivator but also an alchemist. In their eyes, Lin Xiao's aptitude for alchemy eclipses his talent for cultivation by an immeasurable degree. He is, in fact, a prodigious, naturally gifted alchemist. Should he journey to the headquarters of the Alchemist Guild, he would undoubtedly be accorded significant recognition, and at that point, all crises would resolve themselves. With a sigh of relief, the two sect masters liberated themselves from the gloom that had weighed upon them, particularly sect Master Fong, who, despite his earlier resolute demeanor, felt considerable anxiety when faced with the formidable Great Wei Imperial family. Now, he truly felt a burden lifted from his heart. Upon their return, He planned to impose a lockdown on the disciples, forbidding them from venturing outside for a month, during which all would enter seclusion to cultivate. In a month's time, the situation would surely be resolved. After finalizing their subsequent plans, Lin Xiao bid farewell to the two sect masters, as well as to Luo Yushang and Lu Mingwei. Under the watchful gaze of the group, Lin Xiao soared into the distance. Luo Yushang and Lu Mingwei only withdrew their gazes after the figure of Lin Xiao had faded from sight. The two women felt a tinge of melancholy. Observing his daughter's demeanor, Luo Haiqing spoke. Upon your return, strive to swiftly break through to the Xiandan realm. Otherwise, the chasm between you and Lin Xiao will only widen. Luo Yushang nodded emphatically, gritting her teeth in response. Master Fong shook his head as he looked at Lu Mingwei and said, Child, at your age, if you can achieve a breakthrough to a 6th-tier alchemist soon, you will undoubtedly find ample opportunities within the Alchemist Guild. Lu Mingwei was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, this is not the time for sorrow. If she were to advance to a 6th-tier alchemist, she could seek out Lin Xiao in Tianyuan City. Yes, it is settled then. Meanwhile, aboard a swift vessel heading towards the Dacian dynasty, a girl clad in red occasionally cast glances back towards the direction of the Wujiu ruins. Her eyes reflected a complex blend of emotions, and an odd sensation stirred within her that she could not suppress. Gulao, do you believe Lin Xiao can ascend the true dragon rankings this time? The girl murmured in inquiry. Not far behind her at all. Thin Elder paused in surprise at her sudden question before he replied, Indeed. This left the girl momentarily dumbfounded. Gu Lao's response was remarkably resolute. The true dragon rankings are not a mere construct of any dynasty. They're a compilation shaped by the very rules of the Eastern domain. While Lin Xiao is indeed formidable, he cannot even best himself. It seemed as though he sensed the girl's bewilderment. Old Gu's eyes flickered as he began to elucidate. Do you recall the moment when the protector of the Great Way was poised to deliver his final blow to Lin Xiao, and all fluctuations of spiritual energy emanating from Lin Xiao vanished? The girl in the red dress nodded. She certainly remembered. It was precisely because she sensed Lin Xiao's apparent lack of resistance that she stepped forth. She could not bear to witness the demise of such an intriguing individual. In truth, your intervention was superfluous at that moment. Had you refrained from acting, it would have been the protector of the Great Way who would have perished. And without any doubt, old Gu affirmed. What? How could that be? The girl in red displayed rare astonishment. Because at that time, I sensed a faint aura of life-threatening danger emanating from that little fellow. Old Gu replied with gravity. What? The girl in red was taken aback. She never anticipated old Gu would say such a thing. She believed he would not jest regarding matters of such significance. Thus, while you were engaged in battle with him, he had already shown restraint. Old Gu shrugged. After a few moments of silence, the girl in red settled herself, a tremendous aura coalescing from all directions. What on earth are you doing, young lady? Old Gu's eyes widened in disbelief. I shall break through to the rotation of the elixir, and now is the time. The girl in red declared, releasing her restraint on her realm. Old Gu. Meanwhile, Lin Xiao had found a secluded spot to sit down. Previously, unleashing a complete sword energy of the profound realm and a sword energy of the alchemy realm had thoroughly exhausted him. Now, he must consume several exquisite elixirs to restore his condition. After taking the elixirs, Lin Xiao concentrated his mind and began to introspectively examine his own state. Having swept through the infinite sword tomb for over 10 days, he had polished every long sword, gathered all the sword energies, and attained the final reward. It could be said that he had reached a state of great perfection. At present, within him remained 2 sword energies of the alchemy realm and 9 of the profound realm. The remaining vast amount of sword energy, constituting 3/10, was devoted to cultivating the heavenly Kwai sword cannon. Thus, his cultivation had advanced from the complete spirit-gathering realm to 40% of the sea wheel realm. As for the remaining 7/10 of sword energy, Lin Xiao's consciousness traversed his dantian, observing a small black sword suspended above the expansive sea of qi. This 7/10, nearly 110,000 sword energies, had all been absorbed by this entity. This black sword was the ultimate reward of the infinite sword tomb, an upper-grade, life-bound artifact. However, this black sword was still in the process of refinement. Had it not been for the intervention of ensue today, he would have forcibly activated this black sword at the cost of burning his own lifespan. Dismissing further thoughts, Lin Xiao devoted himself entirely to restoring his state. His journey to Tianyuan City was primarily motivated not by the Alchemist Guild, but by another matter he had learned within the Infinite Ruins, which stood as the most significant purpose of this expedition. Chapter 75. The Mysterious Sword Technique above the Heavenly Stairs. 10 days later, Lin Xiao arrived at Tianyuan City. Throughout his journey, he did not pause for even a moment. The news of the deaths of the third prince and the guardian would surely spread throughout the entire Great Wei dynasty within a day or two. If he did not hasten his pace, the imperial family of Great Wei would undoubtedly dispatch formidable forces to pursue him once they caught wind of his whereabouts. From insights shared by Sect Master Fong and Sect Master Luo, it was clear that the imperial family possessed powerful figures of the transformation realm. This was fundamentally why they could dominate other sects and maintain their position as the foremost sect in Great Wei. Tianyuan City is situated at the confluence of the Great Wei dynasty, the Great Qin dynasty, and the Great Zhou dynasty. The other boundary connects to a series of mountains inhabited by ferocious beasts stretching endlessly. Upon entering Tianyuan City, Lin Xiao immediately discerned its distinctiveness compared to other cities in the Great Wei dynasty. First and foremost, Tianyuan City is extraordinarily vast, equivalent to 4 or 5 times that of an ordinary city in the Great Wei dynasty, with a staggering population of 300 million. The concentration of spiritual energy here is remarkably high. Cultivating for a year in this city would yield far greater efficiency and speed than 2 years elsewhere. Consequently, Lin Xiao encountered very few ordinary mortals on the streets. At a glance, he saw only cultivators, many of whom were of considerable prowess. Within mere minutes of entering the city, he had already encountered no fewer than 10 formidable individuals in the mid to late stages of the Sea Wheel realm. Such powerful beings, in an ordinary city of the Great Wei dynasty, would undoubtedly draw attention and reverence. Yet here, no one seemed to care. Lin Xiao did not rush to the Alchemist Guild. Instead, he spent several spirit stones to gather the information he sought. A few minutes later, he arrived at the entrance of an imposing structure, the Tianyuan Auction House. It stood as the largest and most esteemed auction house in the entire eastern region. Without a rival, the Tianyuan Auction House operated only 4 days a month, hosting 1 small-scale auction and 1 large-scale auction. Today marked the day of the latter, with the auction set to commence in just 1 hour. It was rumored that the sword technique, which had been auctioned off last time, had been returned. It was no surprise, as that particular sword technique was deemed untrainable by anyone. It had reportedly failed to sell multiple times in other realms. And even if it was purchased, it would soon find its way back to the Tianyuan Auction House, with a starting bid of 1 billion low-grade spirit stones. Even the top sects and sacred lands would find it difficult to produce such an amount on short notice. If it were me, I would return it, even if it meant losing 100 million in breach of contract, for who would pay 1 billion for an untrainable sword technique? Such remarks echoed from the onlookers at the entrance of the Tianyuan Auction House, igniting a spark in Lin Xiao's eyes. Without hesitation, he stepped inside. Indeed, his objective was this enigmatic sword technique, which had repeatedly failed to sell in other realms. It was precisely because no one had been able to cultivate it for centuries that Lin Xiao felt an overwhelming curiosity and interest. Just because others had failed did not imply he would. However, the starting bid was astonishingly exorbitant. 1 billion low-grade spirit stones, which translates to 1,000 top-tier spirit stones. Why not seize the opportunity? Lin Xiao pondered whether this enigmatic sword technique was deliberately orchestrated by the Tianyuan Auction House. After all, the penalty for breach of contract amounted to a staggering 100 million, an impressive sum indeed. However, when it came to his own wealth, Lin Xiao calculated that even if he liquidated all his assets, he would still fall short of acquiring 1,000 top-tier spirit stones. He had procured over 30 from the third prince, and after vanquishing him, discovered an additional 250 within the prince's ring. Furthermore, Having slain over a dozen members of the Wei royal family, he amassed just over 100 spirit stones, bringing his total to approximately 400 top-tier spirit stones. This left him with a significant deficit of 600 million to reach the billion needed for the sword technique. Yet, Lin Xiao remained unperturbed. If top-tier spirit stones proved insufficient, he still had medicinal pills to gather the remainder. He was determined to obtain this billion sword technique. Currently, his defenses were sufficient. With the 9 nether demon sealing seal for internal cultivation and top-tier spirit armor for external protection. His speed was enhanced by the 1,000-mile soaring light technique. And he had the Tian Kuei sword classic for cultivation. However, he lacked in the realm of attack. Possessing only sword intent without a corresponding sword technique rendered him unable to fully unleash his potential. Among his sword techniques, the most formidable was the Tian Ming sword technique, a mid-grade, earthly skill. Within the boundless sword tomb, he had neither acquired any sword techniques nor understood whether it was due to the passage of time or the prevailing rules. Thus, Lin Xiao had made several inquiries and uncovered the existence of this billion sword technique at the Tianyuan auction house. It is said to be above the heavenly steps. The truth of this remains uncertain. Esteemed guest, please present your identification card. A staff member of the auction house intercepted Lin Xiao as he was about to enter. Lin Xiao paused for a moment, nearly revealing his identification number from Earth. What a surprise! Is identity verification required just to enter? Upon noticing Lin Xiao's astonishment, the staff member understood the situation. Esteemed guest, this is your first visit to our Tianyuan auction house, isn't it? Please proceed to obtain your identification card. The staff member's demeanor was exceedingly courteous. Very well, please lead the way, Lin Xiao responded. Subsequently, the staff member guided Lin Xiao into a nearby private room. Inside sat an elderly man in the mid-stage of the Xiandan realm. Upon seeing someone brought in, the elder inquired, "What level of identification card do you wish to obtain?" As Lin Xiao approached, he had gleaned some information from the staff member. The process of obtaining an identification card at the Tianyuan auction house does not require any additional fees. One merely needs to demonstrate the corresponding assets. Possessing 1 million low-grade spirit stones allows for the issuance of a white card, granting access to the auction hall. Possessing 10 million low-grade spirit stones permits the acquisition of a VIP card, allowing entry to the private seating area. With 100 million low-grade spirit stones, one can obtain a high-level VIP card, granting access to exclusive rooms. If one possesses 1 billion low-grade spirit stones, they attain the supreme identity, allowing entry to the Tianhao room. A high-level VIP card, please, Lin Xiao stated with a wave of his right hand. Before him lay a small pile of spiritual stones, exquisite in quality. Both the staff member who had ushered Lin Xiao in and the elderly man were momentarily taken aback. This modest collection of premium spiritual stones consisted of no fewer than 100 pieces. A high-ranking VIP, they were truly astonished that a youth at the 4th level of the Wheel C realm would seek to obtain a high-ranking VIP card. It seemed this young man must be a prodigious disciple from a prominent family or a sacred place. Very well, esteemed guest. I shall procure your high-ranking VIP card at once, the elderly man said, forcing a smile onto his face. High-ranking VIPs were regarded as the most important guests at their establishment. As for supreme guests, such occurrences were exceedingly rare and almost never anticipated. One moment. I would like to consign 2 medicinal pills for appraisal, if I may. Lin Xiao called out to the elderly man. Chapter 76. The Scarcity of Wealth Moreover. How could they possibly auction off 2 elixirs for 300 million? Typically, elixirs are counted by the vial here. The elder of the Xiandan paused momentarily, yet quickly responded. Esteemed guest, if a single elixir does not reach a price of 1 million spirit stones, it must wait until the small-scale auction in a few days to be sold. 1 million spirit stones? That should pose no problem. Very well, I shall hand over the elixirs to you. Please make the necessary preparations. Lin Xiao presented 2 vials, each containing 1 elixir. The elder of the Xiandan was taken aback. Did this guest imply that these 2 elixirs held a value of 1 million each? What splendid news! Among the auction items this time, there were only 4 similar elixirs valued at 1 million. Such items were never in excess. Any surplus would be swiftly snatched up by the major factions, making them highly sought-after auction pieces. Esteemed guest, may I inspect them? The elder, the Xiandan, inquired politely. Of course, Lin Xiao nodded in agreement. The elder cautiously removed the vial's cap, and an intoxicating aroma of elixirs wafted into the air. What? This is the Xianming breaking boundaries elixir, the elder exclaimed in astonishment. This esteemed guest was far too modest. This was no mere elixir worth 1,000,000, but rather one that belonged to the tens of millions. A true rarity, indeed. Wait, suddenly, the elder's eyes widened in shock, as if he had seen a ghost. The grade of this elixir seemed to be, heaven help us, the Qi elixir mist. Esteemed guest, are you certain you wish to auction this elixir? The elderly alchemist inquired, astonished. Indeed, I would like to know what the starting bid for this elixir should be set at in terms of spirit stones. Lin Xiao questioned with curiosity. He still required 600 million spirit stones and was uncertain how much these two elixirs could fetch. An elixir of the Qi Dan mist level, particularly the Xianming breaking realm pill, holds immeasurable value. Esteemed guest, please hold on momentarily. I must summon our esteemed supervisor. The elderly alchemist promptly dispatched a messenger. Within mere moments, a spirited old man with white hair burst into the quiet chamber. Where is it? The Qidan mist level Xianming breaking realm pill. He exclaimed urgently. Supervisor, over here, the elderly alchemist respectfully handed the vial of elixir. The white-haired elder cautiously removed the lid of the jade vial, taking a moment to inhale its aroma and scrutinize its contents. After a thorough examination, he replaced the lid, a look of deep contemplation adorning his face. This elixir is likely the piece de resistance of today's auction. Supervisor, this esteemed guest inquires about the starting bid for this elixir, the elderly alchemist stated. The white-haired elder turned to the elixir's owner, speaking earnestly. Esteemed guest, the market value of this elixir is approximately 100 million. We can set a starting bid of 50 million. With the final transaction price likely falling between 100 and 130 million. Lin Xiao nodded, finding this price within his expectations. Subsequently, he gestured towards the elderly man beside him, who held another vial of elixir, and inquired, pray, take a look at this one as well. This one. The expressions of the two elders were marked by perplexity. Could it be that the other vial contained the elusive Xianming breakthrough pill of the second tier? Indeed, such a rarity was astonishing enough in its singular manifestation. If the guest was inquiring thus, it implied that the other elixir could not possibly be the esteemed Xianming breakthrough pill of the first tier. It seemed highly likely that it was of a more commonplace variety. Very well, esteemed guest, I shall investigate it forthwith. The white-haired elder took the second jade vial from his companion, uncapped it, and began his scrutiny. Oh, my goodness! Is this the Xianming breakthrough pill of the second tier? The white-haired elder was rendered speechless. He had anticipated it to be merely of the ordinary upper grade. Yet the outcome was astonishing beyond measure. The stark contrast in expectations left him utterly flabbergasted. The elderly man beside him, upon hearing the supervisor's exclamation, hurried over to take a glance. The second tier? Good heavens! It is indeed the second tier. This was his first encounter with an elixir of such caliber. The mere thought that someone would present it for auction was unfathomable. Might I request your assistance in estimating a starting bid? Lin Xiao inquired. He had not anticipated such a fervent reaction from the two. Was it merely the second tier? The white-haired elder carefully replaced the cap on the jade vial. Contemplating for a moment before responding, noble guest, this level of rare elixir is indeed a first for our Eastern Domain branch to auction. I propose setting the starting bid at 100 million, though the final transaction price remains uncertain. However, it will undoubtedly exceed 200 million. Upon hearing this elderly supervisor's words, Lin Xiao fell into deep contemplation. The white-haired elder assumed that Lin Xiao was dissatisfied with the initial bid. Just as he was about to offer an explanation, Lin Xiao spoke up. What would be the price of a Xianming breaking through pill of the 3 Qi Dan mist level? Lin Xiao inquired. 3 Qi Dan mist. The white-haired elder was utterly astonished. His eyes gleamed with fervor as he asked, Sir, you wouldn't happen to possess such a high-level elixir, would you? Lin Xiao shook his head and replied, I do not. I merely wish to inquire. Or rather, one might say, I do not possess it at present. The elder pondered for a moment and concluded that he had overthought the situation. Elixirs of the 3 Qi Dan mist level were beyond his reach. Akin to a cultivator at the Xiandan realm striving to break through to the Hua Ding realm, a chasm insurmountable by ordinary mortals. Even among those prodigies and exceptional talents, only a scant few could cross that divide. After some deliberation, the elder responded to Lin Xiao's question. Elixirs of the 3 Qi Dan mist level have undergone a substantial enhancement in both efficacy and characteristics, rendering their value several times greater. If it were a Xianming breaking through pill of the 3 Qi Dan mist level, the starting bid would be at least 300 million. As for the final transaction price, to be frank, I doubt anyone could afford it, the white-haired elder remarked with a wry smile. Ultimately, the Xianming breaking through pill is merely a remedy for cultivators at the Luanhai realm, purchasing elixirs for a younger member of the Wheelsea realm, who would be inclined to spend 300 million spirit stones, or even more. A single bottle of the second Qi profound underworld breaking pill would suffice, as it offers the utmost value for money. Lin Xiao nodded slightly, well aware of this rationale, currently possessing 400 million. And with these 2 elixirs valued at 300 million, he found himself still 300 million short of the 10 billion sword technique. Upon inspecting his possessions, he noticed some valuable items, yet none suitable for auction. Under these circumstances, he decided to request the esteemed establishment to auction off these 2 elixirs together. Very well. The elderly gentleman with white hair replied courteously. Dear guest, please proceed to the VIP room and await the commencement of the auction. In less than an hour, this event will begin, and your 2 elixirs will undoubtedly be among the final and most anticipated items. Lin Xiao remained still, posing another inquiry. How long is it anticipated to take from the start of the auction until the final item, the 10 billion sword technique, is sold? The old man contemplated for a moment before responding. If all goes swiftly, it would take about 3 hours. Otherwise, it may extend to half a day. That is ample time, Lin Xiao remarked with a hint of a smile. The elderly gentleman appeared somewhat perplexed, unable to grasp the implications of Lin Xiao's statement regarding sufficient time. I shall step out for a moment and aim to return in time for the auction of the elixirs, Lin Xiao declared, not waiting for a response. With his identification card in hand, he swiftly exited the quiet room and departed from the Tianyuan auction house, soaring towards the headquarters of the Alchemist Guild in the Eastern Domain. Chapter 77. Must an alchemist also undertake written examinations? As the ominous clouds of tribulation loomed, Lin Xiao found himself approximately 300 million short of his goal. However, should the auction of the 2 elixirs proceed favorably, this deficit would diminish to a little over 200 million. Regardless of how one calculates it, he still required the successful concoction of another elixir. The materials for alchemy should be readily available within the Alchemist Guild, a notion Lin Xiao entertained with ease. Yet, upon his arrival at the guild, he encountered an unexpected hurdle. I'm afraid that the materials within our Alchemist Guild can only be purchased by certified alchemists, stated a staff member. Lin Xiao was momentarily taken aback, realizing that the guild operated under a membership system for purchasing. Then I would like to apply for certification as an alchemist, Lin Xiao replied. The Alchemist Guild is a relatively free and unrestrained organization. Regardless of one's status, any alchemist may seek certification. Wait, are you truly an alchemist? The staff member inquired in astonishment, taken aback by Lin Xiao's youthful appearance, which resembled that of an apprentice within the guild. Indeed, Lin Xiao affirmed. Very well. May I ask what level of alchemist you wish to be certified as? The staff member's demeanor softened significantly upon hearing Lin Xiao's confirmation. Perhaps 7th rank. Lin Xiao hesitated before responding. He wished to avoid exaggeration, yet feared that underplaying his abilities might hinder his purchasing privileges. The materials within the Alchemist Guild were strictly regulated according to the alchemist's rank. It is akin to a 3rd-grade alchemist seeking to procure materials designated for a 7th-grade alchemist. Such a transaction would be utterly impossible. This regulation, once established, ensures the effective utilization of various materials while preventing illicit resale and similar issues. However, Upon hearing Lin Xiao's words, the staff member's countenance darkened. Yet again, he encountered a troublemaker. Such individuals appeared with alarming frequency each month. Nonetheless, instead of dismissing Lin Xiao, he retrieved a piece of paper along with ink and pen, extending them towards him. A 7th-grade alchemist, is it? Please complete this questionnaire, which requires a detailed description of the refining process for a 6th-grade elixir. Once you pass the written examination, the guild will naturally reach out to you for a practical assessment, the staff member stated with a grave demeanor. Lin Xiao, taken aback, thought, is it truly so cumbersome? Is it not merely the certification of an alchemist? Why not provide the materials and allow for immediate concoction of a batch? However, upon further reflection, he acknowledged that this procedure was not without merit. After all, it was a legitimate organization, and having several assessment criteria was entirely reasonable. In his previous life, he too had to undergo interviews and written tests when seeking employment. Lin Xiao then picked up the questionnaire and began to read. To his astonishment, he found the questions perplexing. 1. When refining the spirit-gathering herb, what proportions of gentle and vigorous flames are required, and for what duration? 2. What are the 10 critical precautions during the elixir refining process? 3. If the elixir's liquid separates at the moment of completion, what are 5 potential causes for this phenomenon? 4. In addition to the fundamental formula for crafting the Peiyuan pill, what alternative materials can be utilized for its refinement? 5. 6. 100. Please describe in detail the specific process of refining a 6th-grade elixir. As Lin Xiao continued to read, his eyes widened in astonishment. Goodness, a full 100 questions, and it seemed he could only attempt to answer the final one. The other 99 were entirely beyond his grasp. What peculiar inquiries these were. Is it truly necessary to contemplate so many elements for concocting a mere pill? Simply toss in the ingredients, refine the essence, condense the elixir, and voila. The pill is complete. Originally confident as he grasped his pen, Lin Xiao, after glancing at the questions, promptly surrendered. It appeared that aspiring to be an alchemist was no simple endeavor. What to do now? It was imperative to possess the identity of an alchemist to purchase materials. Yet the examination to become one seemed insurmountably difficult for someone with no foundational knowledge like him. Alas, how he wished to be acquainted with a seasoned alchemist. Wait a moment. Suddenly, Lin Xiao had an epiphany. With a mere thought, he retrieved a token from his storage ring. This was an identity token bestowed upon him by the left elder during his time in the Luyan sect. Excuse me, with this token, may I procure some materials? Lin Xiao inquired of the attendant, presenting the token. This is a steward's token? Where did you acquire this? The attendant asked, astonished. It was gifted to me by a friend who is an alchemist, Lin Xiao replied. I see. Then there is no issue. You may enter and purchase materials with this token. The staff member's demeanor transformed into one of politeness. Internally, he scoffed, pondering whether this individual was merely toying with him. Why utter such absurdities about being a 7th-tier alchemist when he already possessed the steward's token? Truly, Lin Xiao exhibited a hint of surprise, never anticipating the token bestowed by the left elder would prove so effective. After expressing his gratitude, Lin Xiao entered the Alchemist Guild and utilized the token to procure materials for a mystic breakthrough pill, expending 2 million low-grade spirit stones. It was not that he wished to purchase more. Rather, the rank of the left elder's token permitted only a single acquisition. Lin Xiao remained unperturbed, deeming one sufficient. Subsequently, he rented the finest alchemy room available at the guild, where the hourly rental fee soared to 1 high-grade spirit stone, equivalent to 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. Upon entering the alchemy chamber and beholding the exquisite alchemical furnace within, Lin Xiao felt it was worth every coin. Utilizing such a high-caliber furnace would undoubtedly facilitate the alchemical process. With the materials prepared, Lin Xiao commenced his alchemical endeavor. At this juncture, his cultivation had ascended to the 4th level of the cycle C. His body infused with both the complete sword aura of the pill circulation realm and the sword aura of the cauldron transformation realm. Would he successfully concoct a fine pill? The spirit sword gripped firmly in his hand, the alchemy began. Meanwhile, as Lin Xiao embarked on his alchemical journey, The Alchemist Guild received exhilarating news. Just moments ago, the Tianyuan auction house, leveraging its extensive intelligence network, relayed delightful tidings to the various factions throughout Tianyuan City. Today's auction would feature 2 additional pills. One is a Chidan of Mist and Profound Void Breakthrough, and the other is a 2 Chidan of Mist and Profound Void Breakthrough. Upon the revelation of this news, the prominent factions within the city erupted in a frenzy. The inhabitants of the outer city may not grasp the reason for their fervor. Yet these powerful factions have gathered clandestine information from the Alchemist Guild, including secrets regarding the Profound Void Breakthrough Dan. A single high-grade Profound Void Breakthrough Dan possesses the capability to enable a perfected practitioner at the Wheel C stage to successfully ascend to the Spiral Dan stage. Moreover, the Chidan of Mist-level Profound Void Breakthrough Dan not only facilitates this ascension, but also establishes a robust foundation and harbors a trace of enlightenment power. This endowment allows practitioners who transcend to the Spiral Dan stage to comprehend the essence of their art more effortlessly than their peers. What does it mean to grasp the essence more readily? It signifies that they will draw closer to the alchemical transformation stage compared to others. Thus, merely for the sake of this trace of enlightenment power, both the Chidan of Mist and the 2 Chidan of Mist Profound Void Breakthrough Dan must be acquired. In an instant, the major factions of Tianyuan City mobilized, converging upon the Tianyuan auction house. An hour and a half later, shortly after the auction commenced, the skies above the Alchemist Guild underwent a sudden transformation. The heavens darkened and ominous clouds gathered, casting a pall over the entire expanse. Thunderous roars reverberated through the clouds, while various energies surged wildly towards the vicinity of the Alchemist Guild. Is it the arrival of a tribulation? O heavens, who dares to undergo tribulation in Tianyuan City? However, the might of this thunderous tribulation is rather peculiar. What could be the situation? Look, the ominous clouds are gathering above the Alchemist Guild. Could it be? Chapter 78. Wasn't this tribulation summoned by you? The ominous clouds of tribulation descended, a spectacle seldom witnessed by ordinary individuals. Whispers filled the air as they speculated about the formidable power capable of evoking such a disturbance. Only the high-ranking officials of the major factions within Tianyuan City could faintly discern fragments of the truth. This tribulation cloud was no ordinary thunder tribulation. It was a pill tribulation. The appearance of a pill tribulation in Tianyuan City could signify but one scenario. A member of the Alchemist Guild had achieved a breakthrough to the 9th rank. Was it the esteemed president, or perhaps the vice president? Yet, doubts lingered. Although these 2 dignitaries were among the rare 8th rank alchemists in the eastern region, they should still be some distance from attaining the 9th rank. Could it be that one of them had experienced an epiphany? Quickly, summon the Grand Elder. We shall pay a visit to the Alchemist Guild. The recent news from the Tianyuan auction house regarding the Chi pill had coincided with a significant breakthrough within the Alchemist Guild. It seemed evident that these events were intertwined. A 9th rank alchemist. At long last, the eastern region was poised to welcome another of such esteemed rank. The wait had been excruciating. Ever since the departure of the revered medicine elder centuries ago, no one had reached such heights. Why bother with the auction? Let us proceed directly to the Alchemist Guild. Making our presence felt before a 9th rank alchemist would be far more valuable than merely mingling at the auction. The astonishing news spread like wildfire, igniting a fervor throughout the streets and alleys of Tianyuan City, as various factions buzzed with excitement. Meanwhile, the Alchemist Guild, positioned at the heart of the tribulation cloud, was in a state of frenzy. The entire defensive array of the building was activated, with all the alchemists gathered on the 1st and 2nd floors. The entrances and exits temporarily sealed. Conversations buzzed among them, speculating whether it was Vice President Ma or President Mo who had achieved a breakthrough. Surely it must be the esteemed President Mo. After all, Vice President Ma had only recently ascended to the rank of an 8th grade alchemist 3 years prior, making such a rapid advancement improbable. Suddenly, a figure burst through the entrance of the Alchemy Guild's 1st floor. How audacious! Entry is prohibited at this time. The steward, who was about to intercept the newcomer, faltered, "Ah, Vice President, it is you. My apologies, I did not recognize you." He had not anticipated that the individual rushing in was Vice President Ma. Although entry and exit were currently restricted, exceptions were made for overseers such as the Vice President. You acted correctly. Remember, from this moment forth, no one is permitted to ascend beyond the third floor of the guild. Those who defy this order will be expelled from the Alchemy Guild, Vice President Ma declared without turning back, then ascended the stairs with urgency. Understood, Vice President. Several stewards and attendants replied in unison. They were all alchemists and fully aware of the gravity of the situation. The appearance of Vice President Ma signified that the one invoking the tribulation and poised to achieve a breakthrough was none other than their esteemed President Mo. As the tribulation clouds loomed, the moment for the final step in the alchemical process had arrived. This was also the last hurdle to a higher rank. Should President Mo successfully navigate this phase, an illustrious future awaited him, paving the way along the path of alchemy. Silence enveloped the room as everyone held their breath, each heart pulsing with anticipation. Once the esteemed President Mo achieves the breakthrough to the 9th-tier alchemist, he will truly stand tall before the alchemists of other celestial domains. It is worth noting that during the last Xianyuan Alchemy Conference, they faced severe humiliation at the hands of those from other realms. The memories of those moments remain etched in their minds. This grudge will inevitably be repaid in due time. Meanwhile, Vice President Ma hastened towards the first alchemy chamber on the top floor of the Alchemy Guild, filled with curiosity and astonishment. Had old Mo suddenly attained enlightenment? They had conversed until the late hours of the previous night, and now he sought to transcend to the 9th tier. This progression seemed remarkably swift. His intention in arriving was to serve as a guardian, ensuring that no one would disturb this critical moment. However, upon reaching the first alchemy chamber, Vice President Ma was taken aback, his eyes nearly popping out in disbelief. An individual, who should have been utterly impossible to encounter, stood dumbfounded at the entrance of the chamber. Likewise, upon seeing him, the expression on the other's face mirrored his own, both appearing as if they had encountered a ghost. Old Mo, what are you doing here? Old Ma, if you are here, then who is inside refining elixirs? They simultaneously posed the same question. At that moment, they realized that the one who had triggered the tribulation was neither of them. I thought you had achieved enlightenment. Old Mo said, furrowing his brow. Are you dreaming? I have only just broken through to the 8th tier. Even with 2 sudden enlightenments, I would still have no hope of reaching the 9th tier. Old Ma shot him a disgruntled glance. After all, aside from myself, you are the only one with the potential to break through to the 9th tier. Naturally, you are the first person I thought of in relation to alchemy, explained Old Mo. Then who is the esteemed elder within? Old Ma hurriedly inquired. I have no idea. I sensed the alchemical tribulation and immediately stationed myself here. Yet I did not catch sight of anyone. Old Mo responded, shaking his head. The two exchanged glances, filled with myriad uncertainties. They truly could not fathom who the individual inside might be. In the Eastern domain, aside from themselves, it was inconceivable that there existed another 8th-tier alchemist. Could it be? Their expressions shifted slightly as they locked eyes. Was it an 8th-tier alchemist from another celestial domain who had come to Tianjuan City to make a breakthrough? Old Mo, you remain here. I shall inquire with the managing disciple regarding who has rented alchemy room number 1, Old Ma declared before swiftly descending the stairs. Understood, Old Mo replied. 10 minutes later, Old Ma returned, his face a mask of confusion. Old Ma, what is that expression on your face? Could it be that he is not an alchemist from another celestial domain? Old Mo speculated. Well, how should I put it? The managing disciple mentioned that the one renting alchemy room number 1 is a young lad. He looks exceedingly youthful, scarcely resembling an alchemist, more akin to an alchemical apprentice. Furthermore, from 2 other disciples, I learned that this young man came here seeking certification as a 7th-tier alchemist, but he failed the written examination. He then utilized a steward's token to purchase materials for a profound nether breakthrough pill. Old Ma spoke with a tone imbued with self-doubt, revealing the information he had gathered. Mo was taken aback. A youth? The one who triggered this alchemical tribulation is a youth, to become a 9th-grade alchemist, and yet he is but a boy. Furthermore, he purchased materials for the Xianming breakthrough pill. Wait, Old Ma, Did you just say this young man bought materials for the shimming breakthrough pill? Mo's eyes widened in astonishment. Indeed, what of it? Is there a problem? Old Ma had just returned from outside and was still unaware of certain matters. There's a problem, a significant one. I just received news from the auction house stating that today's auction will feature 2 additional pills. One at the Chi pill miss level and another at the 2 Chi pill miss level. Can you guess what these pills might be? Montauk hinted meaningfully. This couldn't possibly be the Xianming breakthrough pill, could it? Old Ma felt a shiver run through him. Indeed. So Mo cast a gaze filled with inexplicable significance towards the first alchemy chamber. Boom! At that moment, a bolt of deep blue lightning struck down. A terrifying pressure enveloped the entire alchemist guild. Crackle! The defensive array of the guild was instantly torn apart by the lightning. The first alchemy chamber of the guild was left with a gaping hole. Both Mo and Old Ma quickly activated their protective techniques to shield themselves from the residual force of the strike. As the dust settled, they finally discerned the figure within the first alchemy chamber. My heavens! It truly is a young man. A young individual at the 4th level of the Wheel C realm. Chapter 79. The profound melody of alchemy and the worst good news at this moment. Within the first alchemy chamber, a young man stood with his striking eyes closed, his right hand raised high. His hand bore a dreadful sight. From his fingers to his forearm, it was charred black, with wisps of blue smoke gently rising. The expressions on the faces of President Mo and Vice President Ma were filled with intense shock and disbelief. What had happened to the boy's hand? Could he have deflected the heavenly tribulation with it? In the entirety of the first alchemy chamber, he was the sole occupant. Could this individual truly be the 9th grade alchemist responsible for the tribulation? Yet this seemed implausible. A practitioner at the 4th level of the Wheel C realm could not possibly attain the status of a 9th grade alchemist, even with extraordinary talent in alchemy. Though alchemists do not need to exhaust themselves in cultivation, there are still certain prerequisites regarding their cultivation level. A 7th grade alchemist requires at least the cultivation of the spiral elixir realm. An 8th grade alchemist must attain the perfection of the spiral elixir realm. As for a 9th grade alchemist, they must at least be at the threshold of the transformation pill realm. It is precisely due to these stringent conditions that within the entire alchemist guild, only President Mo and Vice President Ma stand a chance of breaking through to the rank of 9th grade alchemist. Yet now, you tell me that this 4th level Wheel C kid is a 9th grade alchemist? Surely this is a jest. Suddenly, the boy at the 4th level of the Wheel C realm slightly furrowed his brow. An enigmatic aura radiated from him, dispersing in all directions. Within a radius of 1,000 miles, it seemed that a melody began to resonate. This ethereal melody was profoundly mystical. Most could not perceive it, but only those whose alchemical talent had reached a certain level could truly listen. Old Mo, have you heard that strange sound of music in your ear? It's truly remarkable. I feel as though the perplexities surrounding my alchemical pursuits have suddenly unraveled, Old Ma exclaimed, astonished. Yet, Old Mo did not respond. Instead, he gazed at the young lad before him, increasingly astonished and shaken. He was utterly convinced of one thing. This young man had transcended to the rank of a 9th rank alchemist. Old Mo quickly regained his composure, prioritizing the matter at hand over Old Ma's queries. Channeling the essence of his half-step transformation into a cauldron, he bellowed downwards. All alchemists, heed my command. Sit down immediately and concentrate. Let not a single stray thought enter your minds. What you're about to hear is the mystical sound of alchemy, a tremendous opportunity. And whether you seize it depends solely on you. Old Mo's voice reverberated throughout the Alchemist Guild and the surrounding miles. No wonder I felt all my doubts dissolve. I believe I can now break through to become a 6th rank alchemist. So can I. I feel certain I will advance today. What are you all talking about? Why am I not hearing anything? Exclaimed another. Incredible. I must immediately attune myself to this experience. Me too. Let's not waste a moment. The alchemists were filled with astonishment and joy. Without exception, each individual who perceived the mystical sound promptly followed President Mo's instructions, sitting down to meditate intently. Outside the entrance of the first alchemy room, Old Ma stood frozen, utterly dumbfounded. So this is the mystical sound of alchemy. Only those endowed with exceptional alchemical talent and profound comprehension can invoke a phenomenon of celestial significance upon ascending to the rank of a ninth-tier alchemist. This event not only brings immense benefits to the individual, but also presents a rare opportunity to all surrounding alchemists. Such miraculous occurrences are chronicled in ancient texts. Yet today they materialized into reality. A resounding slap echoed as Lao Ma received a sharp blow to the back of his head. Lao Mo retracted his fist, exclaiming with irritation, "Do you still wish to break through to the ninth-tier alchemist?" Before Lao Ma could respond, Lao Mo had already seated himself, immersed in focused contemplation. It was only then that Lao Ma realized the urgency of the moment. Indeed, this was no time for astonishment. Seizing this opportunity was imperative. As the members of the Alchemist Guild delved into their meditative reflections, the individual at the center of this event, Lin, found himself enveloped in confusion. At the instant the tribulation descended, he could not comprehend which impulse had compelled him to extend his hand before the alchemical furnace, directly intercepting the tribulation. He sensed waves of subtle, enigmatic power surging through his body, enhancing his blood, meridians, bones, and even his very soul in that fleeting moment. More astonishingly, a melody resonated in his ears, deepening his understanding of alchemy with each note. However, this was but one side of the coin. The adverse aspect was that his right hand was now nearly immobilized, appearing charred and unrecognizable, though internally his arm was rapidly healing, a mere light injury. The inability to move his hand left Lin Xiao in a state of vexation, pondering when he might fully recover. However, this was not the worst of it. The most disheartening development was that he had once again grasped a new realm of comprehension, the realm of Dan. This particular insight into Dan provided a notable enhancement to the alchemical process, resulting in the creation of superior elixirs. Yet this marked his fifth realm of understanding. How was one to endure such a burden? Where was the realm of transformation? Fortunately, with respect to the realm of Dan, continuous alchemical practice and the successful formulation of higher tier and superior quality elixirs would invariably elevate his comprehension further. This could be considered a silver lining amid the dismal news. A little over 10 minutes later, Lin Xiao slowly opened his eyes. A flicker of divine essence danced within their depths. Without hesitation, he gently tapped with his left hand, opening the alchemical furnace. Instantly, the fragrance of elixirs filled the air, and a surge of violet light shot skyward, dispelling the ominous clouds above. A smile graced Lin Xiao's lips as he retrieved 3 Xianming breaking realm pills from within. 2 of these were of the second Qi pill mist grade, while the other was of the third Qi pill mist grade. It had not been an easy feat. At long last, he had successfully produced elixirs of this caliber. Expending 1 strand of his transformation realm sword energy and 5 strands of his perfected rotating pill realm sword energy in the process. Presently, he had 1 strand of transformation realm sword energy and 3 strands of perfected rotating pill realm sword energy remaining. That should suffice. Once he finished refining the innate Tao artifact that hovered above his Qi Si, these strands of sword energy might no longer be necessary. Influenced by the flow of Qi, Lin Xiao opened his eyes. The essence of alchemical wisdom has vanished. Both Elder Mo and Vice President Ma exchanged glances tinged with regret, awakening from their reverie. They stepped forward in unison, bowing deeply in reverence. "We are eternally grateful for your guidance and the opportunity for rebirth you have bestowed upon the Alchemist Guild," they expressed earnestly. Despite the youthfulness of the figure before them, it did not diminish the respect they held in their hearts. In the recent baptism of alchemical wisdom, Old Ma felt he had made significant strides on his path as an alchemist. Elder Mo's gaze toward the young man was imbued with even greater gratitude and respect, as he realized that the constraints of his 9th grade alchemist status had begun to loosen, a notion he had scarcely dared to entertain. The young man before them had an immense influence, not only on him, but also on the Alchemist Guild and the standing of alchemists throughout the Eastern Domain. Their sense of indebtedness was equally profound. Lin Xiao furrowed his brows, scrutinizing the 2 elders with curiosity. "Who are you?" he inquired. "Esteemed one," I am Mo Chun, the president of the Alchemist Guild, and this is our vice president, Ma Quan, Elder Mo responded. We owe you a debt of gratitude for your assistance. However, Lin Xiao promptly interrupted. Wait a moment, could you tell me how long has it been since I began refining alchemy? Lin Xiao pressed urgently. Esteemed one, it has been an hour and a quarter, Elder Mo replied. Well, that's enough. I have matters to attend to, so I must take my leave. Lin Xiao swiftly tucked the jade vial containing the elixirs into his ring and executed a swift maneuver, dashing off in a particular direction. Esteemed one, where are you headed? Elder Mo inquired anxiously. An auction, Lin Xiao remarked without turning his head. Come on, Lao Ma, let us proceed as well. Indeed, that is precisely my intention. The two swiftly employed their skills to follow suit. Tianyuan City was a melting pot of diverse characters, with all manner of individuals present. This young senior appeared to be injured, and they could not afford to let anything happen to one another. Yet, their curiosity was piqued. What could be the pressing matter that compelled this young senior to rush to the auction? Chapter 80. Is the sword demon sect about to be eradicated? Lin Xiao hastened to the Tianyuan auction house without a moment's pause. The staff at the entrance was the same as before, and he immediately recognized the attendant who had facilitated the auction of his exquisite elixirs. Esteemed guest, you have finally arrived. The final batch of auction items is about to commence, and your 2 items will be among the last to be showcased. The attendant said with a smile adorning his face. Very well, Lin Xiao nodded, preparing to enter. At that moment, 2 figures appeared behind him. Lin Xiao felt no surprise, having sensed their presence long before. It was the president and vice president of the Alchemist Guild. Their demeanor towards him was peculiar, rather than displaying hostility. They exuded an air of gratitude. What was the meaning of this? He had merely attracted the tribulation of alchemy and had not rendered any assistance to others. May I see your identification, please? President Mo? President Ma? What brings you here, esteemed sirs? Please, do come in. The attendant's attitude shifted dramatically. While he had already been quite courteous to Lin Xiao, he now treated these 2 dignitaries as if they were long-lost relatives. No need for that. We are accompanying the senior. You need not mind us. President Mo waved dismissively at the attendant. Oh. The attendant retreated in astonishment, his face a portrait of bewilderment. Even as the 3 entered the auction hall, he remained in a daze. Senior? President Mo had actually referred to that young man as a senior? Had he misheard, or was it merely an auditory illusion? How could a youth of mediocre cultivation possibly be a senior to President Mo? Meanwhile, Lin Xiao, accompanied by 2 persistent followers, entered a luxurious private room and closed the door behind them. Through the special window of the VIP chamber, they could observe every movement within the auction hall. At that moment, the auction house was preparing to auction off the final batch of items. Lin Xiao noted with satisfaction that their arrival was not too late. Now, all he needed to do was await the presentation of the 10 billion sword art. He turned around, fixing a curious gaze upon his 2 companions, and inquired, Is there something you wish to discuss, having followed me so closely? Rest assured, esteemed senior, replied President Mo, casting a glance at Lin Xiao's immobilized right hand. We are merely concerned for your safety, which is why we have accompanied you. Do not address me as senior. Simply call me Lin Xiao, he interjected. I would like to know, aside from my alchemical endeavors leading to the tribulation, has anything else transpired at the Alchemist Guild? Lin Xiao asked, suspecting that something significant must have occurred. Otherwise, these eminent figures, both at the threshold of transforming their essence, would not be treating him with such deference. You are unaware, esteemed senior? Both President Mo and President Ma were momentarily taken aback. It was only through President Mo's subsequent explanation that Lin Xiao began to comprehend the situation. The alchemical mystique. To think that his influence had reached so many was beyond his anticipation. Esteemed senior, I have a pressing question I wish to pose. I kindly ask for your enlightenment. The 2 guild leaders exchanged glances before President Mo spoke. Please, go ahead, Lin Xiao replied without hesitation. From which region do you hail, esteemed senior? When President Mo posed this question, both presidents grew anxious. The answer to this inquiry held immense significance for them. I have resided in the Great Wei dynasty since my arrival in this world, Lin Xiao replied. With a sigh of relief, the two presidents finally relaxed. The Great Wei Dynasty. That meant they were from the Eastern region. Excellent, splendid. Their Eastern region finally had another ninth-grade alchemist. The Great Wei Dynasty is indeed a remarkable place. Both Old Meng of the Wei royal family and Old Xiao of the Sword Demon sect are highly likely to become 8th-grade alchemists. President Mo immediately showered Lin Xiao with flattery. Who would have thought that Senior Lin Xiao hails from the Great Wei Dynasty? It is truly an honor for the Great Wei Dynasty. Vice President Ma joined in the flattery, but then he recalled something and casually remarked, however, it seems the Sword Demon sect situation has recently become quite dire. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao narrowed his eyes slightly and inquired, "Oh, President Ma, do enlighten me on how the Sword Demon sect circumstances have worsened? Is Senior Lin Xiao not aware? Just 10 days ago, a disciple of the Sword Demon sect killed the 3rd prince of the Wei royal family, which incited extreme fury within the royal family. The following day, they dispatched a half-step transformation expert, leading a formidable force to encircle the Sword Demon sect. It is said that the Wei royal family has issued a death decree. Unless the disciple who killed the prince is surrendered, they will annihilate the Sword Demon sect, leaving not a single blade of grass standing. Alas, days have passed, yet the Sword Demon sect continues to resist with unwavering tenacity. One cannot help but wonder how long they can endure." Vice President Ma divulged what he knew regarding the situation. He harbored no sympathy for such a malevolent sect, merely lamenting the loss of their esteemed 7th-tier alchemist. Suddenly, both President Mo and Vice President Ma felt an unsettling chill permeate their bodies, a cold sweat trickling down their spines. Both were formidable experts on the cusp of transcending to the next realm. The source of such a visceral reaction was a palpable aura of terrifying slaughter emanating from the elder before them, enveloping the entire VIP room. Had it not been for the isolation array in place, the entire auction venue would have undoubtedly been thrown into turmoil. What on earth is happening? The two exchanged bewildered and shocked glances. Could it be that the elder is cultivating dual realms of intent? During their time at the Alchemist Guild, they had sensed the presence of alchemical intent from Lin Xiao, albeit in a vague form. Yet now, a wholly different realm of power was manifesting from him. Even with this brief encounter, they discerned that this murderous aura was of a far superior caliber than that of the alchemical intent. "Elder, are you all right?" President Mo inquired. Lin Xiao's eyes glimmered with a faint crimson hue as he coldly questioned, "What is the current state of casualties within the Sword Demon sect? Do you have any information?" Thus far, the losses have been minimal. Following the assassination of the 3rd prince of the Great Wei royal family, the Sword Demon sect sealed its gates and activated the protective array. Vice President Ma responded. Indeed, Lin Xiao nodded in agreement, acknowledging that this was the silver lining amidst the bad news. He had not anticipated the decisiveness of the Wei royal family. All of Lin Xiao's martial skills and techniques stem from the Sword Demon sect. It would be entirely accurate to regard him as a disciple of that sect. To obliterate the Sword Demon sect? That would require his consent. "Senior, do you have any connections with the Sword Demon sect?" President Mo inquired, noticing Lin Xiao's profound reaction. Should there be a significant relationship, their alchemy guild would exert pressure on the Wei royal family. In the Eastern region, few factions dared to disregard the alchemy guild's authority. Connections? "The 3rd prince of the Wei royal family is the one I have slain," Lin Xiao asserted without hesitation. There is no need to conceal such a matter. "What?" The two presidents were momentarily bewildered. No matter how many scenarios they had contemplated, this was beyond their wildest imaginations. "Then, Senior, I shall promptly dispatch someone to inform the Wei royal family to withdraw their troops." President Mo resolved without a hint of hesitation. "There's no need. After this auction concludes, I will personally address the matter," Lin Xiao declared with a chilling gaze. Levels: Qi Refining Realm, Spirit Gathering Realm, Will See Realm, Dan Rotation Realm. Chapter 81. How to Consume the Exquisite Stalactite. Despite directly, Lin Xiao declined the kind offer from President Mo because he had learned that the imperial family of Dao Wei had long set their sights on the Sword Demon sect. If they could dissuade their adversaries this time through the Alchemy Association, what would happen next? Relying on others is less reliable than depending on oneself. The Sword Demon sect's rise has outpaced the Dawei imperial family's expectations, posing a genuine threat. This is the underlying reason. Furthermore, as a sect of dark magic, the Sword Demon sect cannot be allowed to flourish unchecked, as it would undermine the will of the people. Lin Xiao's recent slaying of the third prince provided the imperial family with an excellent justification. The Dawei imperial family dispatched a semi-transcendent warrior to lead troops in besieging the Sword Demon sect, likely as a means of testing their strength. A single semi-transcendent warrior would surely be insufficient to conquer the sect. While Lin Xiao was uncertain of others' capabilities, he was confident that Elder Gung from the Sword Pavilion and Elder Mu from the Concealed Power Pavilion possessed strengths that would not fall short of a semi-transcendent warrior. With their presence in the Sword Demon sect, it would not only be feasible to defend, but also to engage in combat if necessary. Having contemplated these matters, Lin Xiao turned his attention to the upcoming auction. Elevating his own strength was of paramount importance. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise within the Sword Demon sect, he could still rely on the Alchemy Association to buy some time. What he truly required at this moment was time. Once he successfully acquires the 10 billion sword techniques and masters them, along with the sword intent and his innate Dao instrument, confronting a semi-transcendent warrior would be plausible. President Mo and Vice President Ma remained silent beside him. However, the glances exchanged between the two clearly indicated that they were aligned with Elder Lin this time. For them, the imperial family of Dawei and a ninth-grade alchemist were utterly incomparable. Even a single imperial member of Dawei, let alone 10, could not compare to one elder. Creak! A crisp sound resonated through the air. Subsequently, the entire VIP room was filled with a rich aura of spiritual energy and a faint green vitality. The two presidents, momentarily stunned, suddenly jolted and turned their heads to look. They beheld Elder Lin, who, unbeknownst to them, had produced a piece of milky white substance approximately 30 centimeters in size, which he began to chew and swallow with fervor. At that moment, the charred skin of Elder Lin's right hand visibly began to heal at an astonishing rate, peeling, scabbing, regenerating, and mending. The two presidents' eyes widened in disbelief. This is top-quality stalactite? A 30-centimeter piece, a century-old top-grade stalactite. Elder, please stop. Consuming it in such a manner is exceedingly perilous. Even a small amount of this stalactite harbors tremendous energy. Such a large bite could overwhelm someone of your cultivation level. The two presidents became alarmed. As esteemed alchemists, they immediately recognized the substance Elder Lin was consuming, which only heightened their astonishment. This should not be happening. Elder Lin is a ninth-grade alchemist. Does he not realize the dangers of consuming a